Chapter 1: The Engagement of a Poor Boy and a Wealthy Family. A private room in a high-end tea house in Jiangbei City. Zhou Zhang, you and Yunyao have an engagement, but you are only a small trainee police officer. Ask yourself, do you think you are worthy of my Yunyao? Have you given her happiness? A woman in her 40s, dressed in gold and silver and full of aristocratic air, pointed at the handsome boy in front of her and asked. The boy's name was Zhou Zhang and he was an apprentice police officer at the Qiaobei police station. He had no parents and was brought up by his grandfather. Before his death, his grandfather took out a yellowed engagement contract and told him to go to the Chu family to marry Chu Yunyao. Zhou Zhang was stunned. The Chu family was famous in Jiangbei and was one of the 4 richest families, with a family fortune of hundreds of millions. And Chu Mengyao, the only daughter of the Chu family, was also born stunning, peerless, and beautiful, and was the goddess of all the young people in Jiangbei. The two families had a huge gap in wealth and social status. But Grandpa said that the Chu family marrying Zhou Zhang was like smoke rising from the ancestors' graves. No, it was the ancestors' graves catching fire. Zhou Zhang felt that Grandpa was talking nonsense. He wondered how Grandpa got this marriage certificate. Before he could ask, the old man died. After handling his grandfather's funeral, Zhou Zhang called the Chu family according to the phone number on the marriage certificate. The Chu family asked him to meet them at the Jiqing tea house. Chu Yunyao and her parents were all there. Zhou Zhang showed the marriage certificate, and Chu Yunyao's mother flew into a rage on the spot, which led to the scene at the beginning. Zhou Zhang couldn't help but shake his head and smile wryly when he heard what Chu's mother said. The Chu family was a well-known and respectable family in Jiangbei City, and Chu Yunyao was born rich and beautiful. He was just a small trainee policeman, and it was indeed difficult for him to climb the social ladder of the Chu family. Mom, you're being really mean, aren't you? Next to her, Chu Yunyao heard what her mother said, and a trace of unease appeared on her fair and pretty face. Zhou Zhang felt a warm feeling in his heart. Not only was Chu Yunyao good-looking, she also had a kind heart. If he could marry her, it would indeed be a good choice. Unfortunately, there was an insurmountable gap between the two of them. Chu Yunyao's father suddenly spoke. Zhou Zhang, your marriage to Yunyao was arranged by the elders, and according to me, the Chu family should not break the contract. However, as you know, the status of our two families is very different. As the saying goes, the door is not suitable for the family. I think we should just call it quits on this marriage. Uncle, I won't let you suffer. There's 5 million in this card, as compensation from the Chu family. After saying this, Chu's father placed a gold card on the tea table and slowly pushed it in front of Zhou Zhang's face. Uncle Chu. Zhou Zhang didn't even look at the gold card, and said in a level tone. I won't take the 5 million. Chu's father's face turned pale. He thought Zhou Zhang was saying that the money was not enough, and said in a stern tone. Zhou Zhang, young man, don't be greedy. 5 million is a lot for a cop like you who makes a few thousand a month. Uncle Chu, I think you've misunderstood. Zhou Zhang stood up and said solemnly. I didn't come here to force the Chu family to let their daughter marry me, but to give my grandfather an answer. Since the Chu family doesn't want this marriage, then this marriage is off. With a tearing sound, Zhou Zhang used both hands to tear the marriage contract into pieces, clapped his hands, turned around and left. Although Zhou Zhang's behavior was against etiquette, Chu's parents were overjoyed to see him take the initiative to withdraw from the marriage. Wait. Chu Yunyao suddenly spoke, calling out to Zhou Zhang from behind. Zhou Zhang turned around, looking puzzled. What? Does Miss Chu have anything else to say to this poor boy? Chu Yunyao pointed at Zhou Zhang and angrily said. Zhou Zhang, my name is also on that marriage certificate. Did you tear it up without my consent? Zhou Zhang was confused. Wasn't the dissolution of the engagement the result you Chu family wanted? What is this nonsense that Chu Yunyao is singing? Yodio, don't be ridiculous. It was hard to force Zhou Zhang to dissolve the marriage contract, and now she sees that her daughter is about to stir up trouble again, so Chu's mother quickly gives her daughter a look. But Chu Yunyao ignores her. Dad, Mom, my marriage to Zhou Zhang was arranged by Grandma back then. Although Grandma is now a vegetable and can't make decisions, you two elders can't force Zhou Zhang to withdraw from the marriage, can you? In a word, Chu Yunyao's parents blushed, and they also felt that the two elders were indeed a bit overbearing towards a junior. But their daughter definitely cannot marry this poor boy. Chu Yunyao's father pushed his tortoiseshell glasses on his nose and said. Yunyao, your grandmother and Zhou Zhang's grandfather decided on this marriage many years ago. It's a new era now, and arranged marriages are long gone. Your parents are only thinking about your future happiness. Zhou Zheng voluntarily withdrew from the marriage, so why do you have to stir up trouble again? Just let this marriage go. No. Xu Yunyao's words were decisive and came out of her mouth. Grandma loves me the most, even though she is unconscious now. I will never go back on her promise. Yunyao, this is nonsense. Zhou Zhang is just a junior police trainee, he can't even support himself, what can he give you happiness? Chu's father's face was covered in dark clouds as he shouted angrily. Chu Yunyao retorted. I don't care. Grandma taught me since I was little that one must be honest and keep one's promises. Even if Zhou Zhang is a beggar, I won't regret the marriage. You. Chu's father was so angry that he turned pale and couldn't speak for a while. Chu's mother quickly stepped forward, reached out her hand to smooth his chest, and whispered a few words in his ear. Chu's father nodded after hearing this, his eyes rolling around a few times. His attitude suddenly took a 180-degree turn. You are right, Yao Yao. One must keep one's promises. Your mother and I have no objection to this marriage. Really? Xu Yunyao looked at her father doubtfully. Really? However, Xu Yunyao's father continued. Zhou Zhang is still an apprentice police officer and does not have the capital to start a family. How about this, for a period of 3 years, if he can reach the rank of police superintendent within 3 years, then you can get married. If he fails, it will only show that Zhou Zhang is incapable of giving you happiness. Zhou Zhang's face darkened upon hearing this. This is ridiculous, isn't it? As someone within the police system, how could he not know? A probationary police officer is promoted to a first-level superintendent in 1 year, and it normally takes 18 years to advance from first-level superintendent to third-level inspector. Most people reach the end of their career when they become a third-level inspector. The police commissioner is the legendary big white boss, and promotion to this level is not automatic. Not to mention 3 years, even 30 years is not enough to reach the rank of police commissioner. Chu's father and mother were obviously digging a pit and setting a trap, using a more euphemistic way to tear up the marriage contract. Although Chu Yunyao had big breasts, she was not brainless. She quickly saw through her parents' ploy. Her face was cold as ice, and she said angrily, Zhou Zhang, do you have your household registration book with you? We're going to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get married now. After she finished speaking, she gave her parents a look like a demonstration. How dare you? Chu's father was furious. If you dare to get married with Zhou Zhang, I will cut off all ties with you. Suit yourself. Chu Yunyao left these words behind, took Zhou Zhang's hand, and walked out of the tea house without looking back. Hey, Yaya, Yaya. Chu's mother beside her was stamping her feet in desperation. Old Chu, how can you say such a heartless thing? Chu's father was also very angry, his face was covered in bruises. Seeing his daughter and Zhou Zhang's backs disappear in front of his eyes, he sat down and poured himself a cup of tea. Your daughter has run away, so hurry up and go after her, and you have the time to drink tea? What's the rush? Chu's father was not in a hurry at all, and scolded his wife. Yao Yao has been spoiled by you. She is in the heat of the moment, and if we intervene, it will only backfire. So what do we do? Just stand by and watch them get married? I saw Yo-Yo holding the family register in her hands just now. It's fine, even if they do get married, we won't recognize it. I'll go tell the bank to freeze Yo-Yo's credit card. She's never known poverty, she'll come back to us in no time. But what if Zhou Zhang takes advantage of our Yo-Yo? No way. Chu's father waved his hand. I can see that Zhou Zhang has a righteous face and doesn't seem like a reckless person. You don't need to just sit around either, call your daughter's best friend and tell her that no one is allowed to help her out for a while. At this moment, Chu's father was full of confidence. He just didn't believe that his daughter could continue to stick to living a frugal life and not come home. Chapter 2 Ding External Installation. The slight cool breeze blowing outside the tea house woke up the confused Zhou Zhang. Xu Yunyao, are you really going to get married with me? Of course. Xu Yunyao nodded, and noticed that one of her jade hands was still tightly clasping Zhou Zhang's hand. She quickly let go, and 2 red spots appeared on her white, pretty face. Zhou Zhang felt the slippery, cold sensation in his hand disappear, and was slightly disappointed. But, we met for the first time today, and we don't know each other at all. If you did it on a whim, then forget it. Xu Yunyao reached out and ran a hand through her hair, which had been blown about by the wind. I'm not acting on a whim. I even prepared the household registration in advance. As I said, one must keep one's promises. I want to give Grandma an explanation. As for your situation, my father had someone make some inquiries right away. You have a good character. You were diligent and studious from a young age, grew up with your grandfather, and with excellent grades you were admitted to the police university. You are now an apprentice police officer at the Qiaobei police station, with a monthly salary of 5,200 yuan. The main thing is that you don't have a girlfriend. Zhou Jingxin said the last sentence with a heavy heart. However, the Chu family really has strength, and in such a short period of time, they have thoroughly understood my situation. Let me also talk about my current situation. Xu Yunyao looked at Zhou Zhang with beautiful eyes. I graduated from Qingbei University, majoring in business administration. Instead of studying abroad, I went straight into the management of the family business. Now that I've fallen out with my family, I won't be returning to work at the family company, so I'm unemployed. But I still have a second card with a balance of over 1,000,000 yuan, which should be enough for the two of us to live on for a while. Of course, I won't just sit around and do nothing. I'll look for a job too. Zhou Zhang, you can cancel your rental apartment, and later we'll go rent a house in a high-end neighborhood. Zhou Zhang thought about it for a moment, nodded, and agreed. He didn't want to live in a high-end neighborhood, but Xu Yunyao was born rich, and he didn't want her to suffer because of him. Okay. Xu Yunyao, I'm very happy to have a wife like you. Don't be too happy. Xu Yunyao continued. I also have a 3-year contract. Zhou Zhang looked up at her. What? You want me to be promoted to police commissioner within 3 years too? No. If you really can be promoted to police commissioner within 3 years, I will naturally be happy for you, but I also know that it is impossible. What I mean is, if we live together for 3 years and within 3 years we feel that we are not suitable for each other, then we can go our separate ways? In this way, we will not go against the promise between our elders, and we will not be doing ourselves injustice. Zhou Zhang thought about it, and this is equivalent to getting married first and then falling in love. Living under the same roof with such a beautiful goddess for 3 years is worth it, even if it doesn't end up working out. Of course, there's also the possibility that it will work out. Xu Yunyao, you make sense, I agree. And also, during these 3 years, I can fulfill my responsibilities as a wife, such as doing housework, etc., but I won't share your bed. We can only try to have a platonic relationship. Zhou Zhang pondered for a moment and asked in return. What about holding hands, hugging, etc.? Xu Yunyao hesitated for a moment and nodded. Well, there's no problem with slightly intimate actions. After all, we are husband and wife, and I won't refuse. If you have no objections, let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the certificate now. Of course, Zhou Zhang had no objections. He got into the white Parramatta driven by Xu Yunyao, and the car whizzed to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Stand closer together and smile. Zhou Zhang and Xu Yunyao's heads bumped together, and a smile appeared on their faces at the same time. Click. After the wedding photos were taken, the photos were pasted into the red book, and the staff stamped it with a seal. The two were now legally married. After leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau with the marriage certificate, Zhou Zhang felt as if he were dreaming, looking at the beautiful and charming Xu Yunyao beside him. Xu Yunyao, why do I feel like I'm dreaming? Zhou Zhang, now that we are legal husband and wife, you can call me Yunyao from now on. MMHM. Xu Yunyao looked down at her phone, checking the listings for luxury apartments. Suddenly, her face changed slightly, as if she had remembered something. Zhou Zhang, get in the car quickly, my father might have pulled the plug and frozen my second card. The Paramount whizzed to the nearest bank. Upon checking, it was too late, Xu Yunyao's second card had already been frozen. Damn, Dad is trying to drive me to the wall, what a move to pull the plug. Xu Yunyao felt extremely remorseful. Then she said to Zhou Zhang in all seriousness. I have no money and I have fallen out with my family, so I will live in your rented room. You will have to support me in the future. Yunyao. Zhou Zhang felt a little guilty and didn't know what to say for a moment. Ha ha. Xu Yunyao suddenly beamed. I was just joking with you, why are you being so serious? Yunyao, don't worry, I will work hard to support you. I will let you live a better life. Zhou Zhang's male chauvinism exploded and he blurted it out. After he finished speaking, he felt a little remorseful and ashamed. After handling the funeral arrangements for his grandfather, there was very little money left in his hands. The 5-digit password protected the 2-digit savings, which was really a bit sad. His monthly salary, at most 5,000 yuan, could barely cover rent, food, and daily expenses, leaving very little money. As a moonlighting salaryman, what could he do to support the rich girl, Xu Yunyao? How to make ends meet is a tricky problem. Xu Yunyao heard this and gave Zhou Zhang a knowing smile. She naturally knew about Zhou Zhang's financial situation, but it was enough that he had the heart to do so. Zhou Zhang, there's always a way, and besides, I'm not working, things will get better. Xu Yunyao said optimistically, and suddenly rubbed her stomach. I'm a little hungry, what are we going to eat for lunch? It was the first time that Xu Yunyao and Zhou Zhang had dinner together, so naturally Zhou Zhang wanted to go to a restaurant that was a bit more upscale. However, he was short of money, so he said apologetically, "Why don't we go back to the rental house and cook our own food? It'll be good for you to settle down too." Great. Xu Yunyao didn't seem in the least bit upset. She was tired of eating out, and home-cooked meals were more appealing to her. The two of them went to Zhou Zhang's rental house. It was a small 2-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment of 80 square meters. The house was small, the furniture was old, but it was well organized and spotless. Xu Yunyao nodded, thinking to herself that Zhou Zhang was not a messy boy, and she was very satisfied with that. Yunyao, the second bedroom is your room. It's a little smaller than the master bedroom, so if you don't like it, you can come to the master bedroom and I'll take the second bedroom. No, it's fine. Having grown accustomed to the spaciousness of a large house, Xu Yunyao felt that a small house was more welcoming and secure. Okay, Yunyao, you rest for a while, I'll go cook. Zhou Zhang, let's do it together. Can a rich girl also cook? Of course, I learned from my grandmother when I was little. Besides, I've seen pigs running, haven't I? The two entered the kitchen. As expected, Xu Yunyao can cook, but compared to Zhou Zhang, she is still lacking. Soon, she is reduced to helping Zhou Zhang. After a while, the meal is ready. There are 4 dishes and 1 soup. Although they are all home-cooked meals, they look good and smell delicious. Wow, it smells so good, it must taste good. Zhou Zhang hands a bowl full of white rice to Xu Yunyao. Yunyao, you must be hungry, eat up. So much? Looking at the large bowl of rice, Xu Yunyao asked exaggeratedly. Zhou Zhang, you're not going to raise me like a pig, are you? If you can't finish it, it'll just be left over. It looks a lot, but there's really not much. The aroma from the table drifted, and Xu Yunyao's appetite was piqued. Without being pretentious, she took the rice bowl. She took a bite of the dish first, then another bite of the rice. Delicious. Xu Yunyao's eyes were full of surprise. She felt that Zhou Zhang's cooking was much lighter in taste than that of a restaurant, but it was very delicious. Zhou Zhang, I didn't know you were such a good cook. Who taught you? Self-taught. Oh. Soon, Xu Yunyao had finished more than half a bowl of rice. Common sense told her that she couldn't eat any more. But her heart was full of desire. What if she wanted to eat some more? Oh no. I'll definitely gain 3 pounds today. Zhou Zhang laughed. If it's delicious, eat more. I like plump wives. Oh no. I'm eating and... Suddenly, Zhou Zhang saw a white 5-pointed star appear on Xu Yunyao's head, shining brightly. What is this? In his surprise, Zhou Zhang couldn't help but reach out and tap the void, and the 5-pointed star flashed and disappeared. Immediately afterwards, a voice suddenly sounded in his head. Ding reward system bounding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1-star reward, luck value permanently increased by 2 times. Novice gift package distributed, congratulations on obtaining 10 times critical strike, host luck value temporarily increased 20 times. Chapter 3, The Mystery of His Background. The voice in his head made Zhou Zhang freeze for a moment. System? He naturally knew what a system was, as he often read tomato novels. It was a plugin that could change one's fate against the odds. He had married Xu Yunyao, obtained a marriage certificate, and moved in together, and yet he had obtained a system. While his heart was filled with excitement, his body felt an indescribable sense of comfort. His luck value temporarily increased by 20 times. Wouldn't that mean he was bursting with luck? He could go out and pick up money, win the lottery, and have the pie fall from the sky. Zhou Zhang's heart pounded, and he couldn't wait to experience the effects of 20 times luck. Over here, Xu Yunyao put down her bowl and chopsticks, and touched her round little belly. She felt a little full, and was a little embarrassed. After all, this was the first time she had eaten with Zhou Zhang, and it seemed that she had not acted like a lady, as she had actually eaten too much. Yu Niao, are you full? Yes, I'm full. Then take a rest for a while, I'll clear the table. Zhou Zhang said as he tidied up the tableware. I'll do it. Xu Yunyao quickly snatched the tableware from Zhou Zhang's hands. Zhou Zhang, you cooked the meal, so leave the cleaning up to me. Looking at Xu Yunyao's well-maintained, delicate hands, Zhou Zhang thought to himself that this rich girl had probably never done any of this manual labor before. Yunyao, can you do it? What do you mean? Of course I can. Xu Yunyao had a confident look on her face, and her words naturally carried a lot of conviction. She carried the bowl and chopsticks, walked to the kitchen, put them in the sink, rolled up her sleeves, and started to wash the dishes. Xu Yunyao bent over, her back forming a graceful arc, and in the sound of rushing water, she got busy. Suddenly, a crackling sound was heard. Ah! Zhou Zhang heard the sound and dashed into the kitchen a few steps. He saw a few pieces of broken porcelain bowl lying on the floor. Xu Yunyao was a little embarrassed. Zhou Zhang, I accidentally broke a bowl. Zhou Zhang pretended not to care. What's the big deal? It's just a broken bowl. A broken bowl makes for a peaceful life. That's a good saying. Xu Yunyao knew that Zhou Zhang was trying to comfort her, and said with annoyance, wiping the water droplets from her face with her fingers. But I'm so stupid. Zhou Zhang waved his hand. To be honest, I didn't like that bowl yesterday, and I've been wanting to break it for a long time, but I never found the time. You broke it for me, so I have to thank you. Puff. Xu Yunyao was amused by Zhou Zhang's words. A smile blossomed on her fair face, and she felt much better. Zhou Zhang, I never thought you were so funny, ha ha. It seems that we have to work together. As the saying goes, men and women work together and the work is not tiring. Zhou Zhang rolled up his sleeves and joined the ranks of the dishwashers. Soon, the cleanup was complete, the kitchen was clean, and the dishes and chopsticks were neatly arranged. Xu Yunyao looked at the neatly stacked dishes and felt a sense of accomplishment. Usually, she had a maid to take care of her daily life, and she had never experienced this joy after labor. Yunyao, you must be tired, sit down. Zhou Zhang was quite satisfied with Xu Yunyao. As the princess of the Chu family, she didn't have any princess disease at all. Zhou Zhang, I'm not tired, you go rest if you are tired. I still have to submit my resume online and try to find a job as soon as possible. This family can't live on just your salary, can it? Fine. Zhou Zhang nodded. At this time, Xu Yunyao noticed a tan leather suitcase in the corner. The suitcase was old-fashioned, and it was obvious that it was quite old. Red letters were printed on it, but most of them had peeled off, making it impossible to read what was written. Zhou Zhang, does your family also have a suitcase like this? It's not your grandfather's relic, is it? Zhou Zhang nodded, but then his face showed doubt. Why? Have you seen a suitcase like this? Yes, my grandmother also has a similar suitcase. She received it as a prize for her war service. Zhou Zhang suddenly became interested. Yunyao, do you know how my grandfather and your grandmother met and how they arranged our marriage? When I was young, my grandfather never mentioned this to me. He only told me about the marriage before he died. I know a little bit about it. My grandmother did mention it to me a few times before. It's a long story. Xu Yunyao sat in a chair, looked out the window at the white clouds, and talked animatedly. It turned out that during the war decades ago, Zhou Zhang's grandfather was a bodyguard for a certain leader. He was seriously injured in a battle and was sent to a temporary hospital in the rear for treatment. The leader gave the hospital director an order to rescue his bodyguard at all costs. Xu Yunyao's grandmother, an army medic, was assigned to take care of Zhou Zhang's grandfather day and night. Zhou Zhang's grandfather eventually recovered from the danger of his life. The two also developed feelings for each other. They promised each other to get married after the war ended. Zhou Zhang's grandfather recovered from his injuries and returned to the team to continue fighting with the chief. Xu Yunyao's grandmother waited until the end of the war and demobilization, but she never waited for Zhou Zhang's grandfather. Later, the chief was demoted to a farm in the northwest for reform for special reasons, and his family and those around him were also affected. And there was no news of Zhou Zhang's grandfather. Xu Yunyao's grandmother thought he was dead, and could not stand the urging of her family, so she married Xu Yunyao's grandfather. Later, Zhou Zhang's grandfather suddenly found Xu Yunyao's grandmother. When they met, they had a lot of feelings. Zhou Zheng's grandfather did not mention the past too much, saying, I know that you, the Chu family, have a granddaughter, and I have a grandson. Therefore, I want to get married to your family. Grandma Chu Yunyao agreed without hesitation. That's how the marriage contract came about. Zhou Zheng couldn't help but stare in amazement after hearing all this. Grandpa had actually had a love story with Chu Yunyao's grandmother, but he never mentioned a word to him when he was alive. When he helped Grandpa take a bath, he noticed that Grandpa had countless scars on his body, and he had asked him how he got so many injuries, but he didn't say anything. Now he realized that his grandfather was a soldier who had experienced the baptism of war. Zhou Zhang was filled with respect and awe, and a thought occurred to him. He remembered that when he was young, his grandfather was the only person around him. As for his parents, he had never met them. His grandfather said they were both dead. If you ask again, you won't be able to find out anything. Yunyao, has your grandmother ever mentioned my grandfather to you? The next generation, that is, my parents? Xu Yunyao shook her head and said, No. That's all the information I know. It's strange to say, but my father asked someone to inquire about your family, but there was no information about your parents or your grandfather. In fact, I'm quite curious about your parents too. Zhou Zheng smiled wryly. I haven't even met my parents. Grandpa is dead, and no one will probably know anything about them. Xu Yunyao had a brainstorm and pointed at the suitcase, saying, Why don't we open this suitcase? There might be information about your parents inside. Zhou Zheng shook his head. This suitcase has a combination lock, and I don't know the combination, let alone damage the suitcase by force. Besides, Grandpa said that after he died, he wanted me to bury his ashes together with this suitcase in my hometown. Chapter 4, 20 times luck value. Zhou Zhang refused to open the suitcase by force, so naturally Chu Yunyao would not force him to. The two chatted for a while, and then Chu Yunyao turned on the computer and began to search for recruiting companies online, sending out her application materials to each one. She had fallen out with her parents and had left home with nothing but a few thousand yuan in her WeChat account. She hadn't even packed a change of clothes. Zhou Zhen wasn't exactly rich either, so she naturally couldn't just sit around doing nothing. Getting a job as soon as possible was the most important thing. Zhou Zhen went back to his room and planned to take a nap. He had to go on duty at the Qiaobei police station that night. Lying in bed, he felt no sleep at all. For a moment, it was about what was in Grandpa's suitcase. Then it was about the mystery of his own origins. And then it was about what the 20-fold increase in luck would be used for and where it would be used. At 4 p.m., Zhou Zhen couldn't lie still any longer. He got up from the bed and walked out of the bedroom. There was no rush to find out who his parents were and the mystery of his origins. The main thing now was to figure out how to make the most of the system to improve his life. In the living room, Xu Yunyao was still clicking on web pages and uploading her resume on the computer. Yunyao, I'm going to be on duty at the institute tonight. I don't know if you'll be scared to be home alone at night. Xu Yunyao turned around and said, I'm not afraid. When I was at home before, my parents also often stayed out all night for social engagements, so I'm used to it. That's good. Zhou Zhang nodded. Here, I'll add your WeChat and phone number, so you can notify me first thing if anything happens. Zhou Zhang took out his phone and suddenly burst out laughing. We're both legally married, but we don't even have each other's contact information. Ha ha ha. Xu Yunyao also found this funny and couldn't help but laugh. She took out her phone, added WeChat to Zhou Zheng's account, and exchanged phone numbers. By the way, Yunyao, what are you going to eat tonight? Let's talk about it when I'm hungry. I usually just eat a little fruit or vegetables at night. Oh, there's fruit in the fridge, help yourself if you want. I know, Zhou Zheng, if you don't want it, just treat me like a guest. We're a legal couple, and I'm the hostess of this home. Okay, I'll go then. Wait. Xu Yunyao stood up, took out the keys to the Paramira and handed them to Zhou Zhang. Zhou Zhang, take my car to work, I'm not going out in the afternoon or evening anyway. Looking at the streamlined car keys to the Paramira, Zhou Zhang was really tempted. After all, he had never driven $1 million luxury car before. After thinking about it, he shook his head. No, driving such a nice car to work would attract too much attention and create a bad impression. I'll just take the tram. Okay, then. Drive carefully. Xu Yunyao didn't insist. Zhou Zhang left the rental house and rode his beloved little electric bicycle downstairs. However, the destination was not the Qiaobei police station, but a lottery store not far from the community. He had deliberately left the house 2 hours early, just to try his luck at the lottery store. He had just acquired the system and was still figuring it out, and he was short of money, so playing the lottery was a good choice. When he walked into the lottery store, there was no one there. These days, people are getting harder to fool. The lottery store owner was sitting in a chair, bored, playing with his phone. When he saw a customer coming, he quickly stood up to greet him. "Young man, you're here." "Yes, I'm here." "Boss, give me 10 scratchers." "Okay." Zhou Zhang swept 100 yuan and took the 10 scratch cards with a face value of 10 yuan handed over by the boss. The moment to test his luck had arrived. Zhou Zhang sat down at the table, picked up the small metal spoon that the boss had specially prepared for lottery fans, and started scratching the lottery tickets. Soon, the first one was finished, and there was no prize. This shouldn't be the case. 20 times the luck value is this? Zhou Zhang muttered to himself and started scratching the second one. He won. After scratching the second ticket, Zhou Zhang couldn't help but feel a little thrill. He had won 200 yuan on the second ticket. Not only had he recovered his investment, he had also made a profit of 100 yuan. Scratching on. The third ticket, he won 500 yuan. The fourth ticket won 1,000 yuan. The fifth ticket won 500 yuan. The sixth ticket won 1,000 yuan again. Soon, all 10 scratch and match tickets had been scratched, and except for the first one, all the others had won prizes. Zhou Zhang couldn't help but feel pleased. 20 times the luck value is really awesome, and the odds of winning are just too high. "Boss, cash in the tickets." Zhou Zhang placed the 9 winning tickets on the counter. The lottery ticket shop owner looked up and saw a stack of scratch tickets, his eyes filled with disbelief. My, young man, you bought 10 scratch tickets and they all won?" "No, just 9. "Just 9? Listen, is that even human speech?" The boss secretly thought to himself, the odds of winning a prize on scratch cards are actually not high, and it's not bad to win 1 out of 10, but it's still a small prize of 10 or 20 yuan. After scratching the scratch card on the machine, he won a total of 6,700 yuan. Wow! That much? The lottery store owner was secretly shocked. "Young man, not bad, your luck is bursting, 9 out of 10 scratch cards, and half of them are 1,000 yuan prizes, awesome." The owner couldn't stop praising him, his tone full of envy. He cheerfully counted out 6,700 yuan and handed it to Zhou Zhang. "Young man, do you want to play some more?" Zhou Zhang looked at the wall clock, it was still early. "Then let's play with 10 more scratchers." "Great." The owner pulled 100 yuan out of the stack and handed it to Zhou Zhang along with the 10 scratchers. Soon, the second purchase of 10 scratch cards was all scratched, and this time, 8 won prizes, but each won 1,000 yuan. "Boss, redeem the prize." "My goodness, I won so much again." The boss counted it and it was exactly 8,000. "Young man, you are the luckiest person I have seen playing scratch cards since I opened the lottery store. Do you want to play a few more?" This time, Zhou Zhang waved his hand to decline. He didn't know if he had used up all his 20 times of good luck. Besides, scratch-offs were like gambling, highly addictive, and it would be bad if he got stuck in. It was already pretty good to scratch off 200 yuan and win 14,700 yuan. This amount of money would be enough to get by for a while. "Boss, I'm not playing anymore. Give me a $100 lottery ticket for the double lottery, and choose one randomly for 50 times. "Young man, are you trying to win big?" The boss smiled and wrote out a double lottery ticket and handed it to Zhou Zhang. Zhou Zhang took it, put it in his pocket, and turned to leave. The lottery store owner looked at Zhou Zhang's back and gave him a thumbs up. This young man really has strong willpower. If I were that lucky, I would have bought all the scratchers in the store, wouldn't I? Zhou Zhang rode his little electric bike on the sidewalk, feeling very good. If he had 20 times luck every day, he could support Chu Yunyao just by scratching lottery tickets, but unfortunately 20 times luck was temporary. Although, Chu Yunyao is a girl with a strong sense of independence and autonomy. But, living with a goddess, not having any money is a very embarrassing thing. There was still an hour and a half until work. Zhou Zhang deliberately left home 2 hours early, just in case something happened during the experiment with the 20 times luck value. Fortunately, everything was normal so far. At this time, he saw a crowd of people gathered on the curb not far ahead. As a policeman, he was very sensitive and realized that something must have happened. He quickly sped up and rushed over. He put down his bicycle and squeezed into the crowd, where he saw an old man with white hair lying on the ground. The old man had suffered a heart attack and was in pain, with foam coming from the corners of his mouth. None of the onlookers offered to help, let alone rescue. Of course, the main reason was that they were afraid of being sued. Without a second thought, Zhou Zhang rushed forward to save the man. Chapter 5, You Can't Be Too Indifferent. Sir, how do you feel? Zhou Zhang asked, crouching down in front of the old man. The old man was already suffering and unable to speak. He raised his left hand a little, then let it drop again. His breathing became rapid, and the foam at the corners of his mouth increased. Everyone, does anyone have a rescue pill? Zhou Zhang shouted into the crowd. Everyone shook their heads. A kind-hearted middle-aged man reminded Zhou Zhang. Young man, I just saw someone call an ambulance, so just mind your own business. What if the old man tries to scam you? Zhou Zhang said. Thanks, brother, but I can't just ignore this when it happens to me. You can't be too indifferent, can you? The middle-aged man shrugged and sighed. I used to think the same way. I'm not indifferent either. I've helped 3 people like this. Guess what happened? None of them didn't try to scam me. It turned out that my buddy drove a Benz, but now he can only take the bus. Zhou Zhang was stunned by the middle-aged man's words, and thought to himself that he could not be as unlucky as this guy. After all, he had 20 times the luck value. He was a policeman, and even if he did not have 20 times the luck value to protect him, and even if he risked being cheated, he could never just stand by and do nothing when he saw someone in trouble. Seeing that the old man's face was getting worse and worse, Zhou Zhang was worried, and then it occurred to him that heart patients usually carry their own medicine. He rummaged through the old man's pockets and sure enough found a small bottle of quick-acting heart pills. He poured out a few pills and slipped them under the old man's tongue. Then he unbuttoned the old man's collar and belt and started to perform CPR and artificial respiration. He placed the palm of one hand on the old man's heart, fingers splayed, and the other hand clasped the fingers underneath, arms straight, pressing down hard. This young man is really a kind person. These days, there is no reward for kindness, and he will cry if he is sued by the old man or his family. Hey, don't say anything if you're not going to help. You're so great, go save someone. I have a family to support, so I'd rather not get involved. The passers-by kept talking, but Zhou Zhang paid no attention and continued to concentrate on performing CPR. His efforts really paid off, the old man's face improved a lot, and he stopped foaming at the mouth. Hey, yo. The ambulance flashed its lights and roared over. The passers-by, being considerate, quickly made way. 2 male paramedics carried the stretcher, followed by a middle-aged doctor in a white coat. The doctor went up to the old man and gave him a brief examination. They loaded him onto the ambulance and rushed him to the hospital. Doctor, how is he? Zhou Zhang asked with concern. It's quite serious, but fortunately, you, as the son, provided timely treatment, so he will not be in danger of life for the time being. Let's go, we'll go to the hospital together. Zhou Zhang's face was full of black lines. How did I become the son of this elderly person? Doctor, I think you've misunderstood, I'm not his son. Not a relative? The doctor put the end of the stethoscope in the pocket of his white coat and asked. A godson? These days, not many people will help a stranger, especially an elderly person who has suddenly fallen ill, unless they are related. As long as he is related, get in the car. The doctor shouted at Zhou Zhang to get in the car without giving him a chance to explain. The kind man just gave Zhou Zhang a wink, meaning not to follow. Zhou Zhang ignored the kind man's good intentions and got in the ambulance anyway, determined to help the old man to the end. Hey, yo. The ambulance drove with its emergency lights flashing to Zhongbei City Central Hospital No. 1. As soon as it started moving, a black Mercedes-Benz blocked the ambulance's path and proceeded at a snail's pace. The ambulance driver honked the horn and sounded the alarm, but the Mercedes-Benz not only refused to move out of the way, it also deliberately weaved in and out of the ambulance's path, blocking its passage for half a minute before it drove off smugly. In the ambulance, the middle-aged doctor in a white coat put an oxygen mask on the old man, checked him again, and then turned to Zhou Zhang and asked. Young man, how old is your father? How many years has he had a history of heart disease? Doctor, I don't know. The doctor's words became a bit rude. How is it that you, as his son, don't know anything? Zhou Zhang was aghast. Doctor, I already said that I'm really not his son, nor his godson, and I don't know this old man. The doctor looked puzzled. If you didn't know him, why did you save him on the roadside? If you hadn't helped this patient with CPR, he would probably be dead by now. Zhou Zhang waved his hand. I didn't just happen to come across him on the street, so I couldn't just stand by and watch him die. The doctor couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Young man, you really have a high sense of awareness, but I advise you to find out as soon as possible who the elderly man's family is, to avoid unnecessary disputes. Zhou Zhang thought about it and agreed. However, he didn't know the old man at all, so where could he notify his family? Seeing Zhou Zhang's difficult situation, the middle-aged doctor, who had seen a lot, said, Look, does the old man have any identification in his pocket? Zhou Zhang nodded and rummaged through the old man's pockets, finding an ID card and a mobile phone. The phone wasn't locked, so Zhou Zhang looked through the call history and found a recent phone number that had been in contact with the old man. He dialed it. Jiangbei City Hall. The small meeting room was full of people. Most of the attendees were in uniform, from the police station, the court, and the procuratorate. In the center of the podium, Yang Zishan, the deputy mayor in charge of politics and law, sat in his chair and spoke eloquently. Next to him sat several leading cadres of the Politics and Law Committee, as well as the big white-shirted guy from the police station, the head of the procuratorate and the court. The meeting was not even halfway through when Yang Zishan's secretary hurried up to the podium with a cell phone in his hand. Vice Mayor Yang, you have a phone call. Yang Zishan frowned. He hated it when people interrupted him during meetings, even if it was the chief secretary. He turned off the microphone, lowered his voice and said in a stern tone, Take the call. If it's important, we can talk about it after the meeting. The secretary saw Yang Zishan's displeased expression and broke out in a cold sweat. However, he had to take the call. It's the old man. Huh? Yang Zishan hesitated for a moment, but then interrupted the meeting. After all, the old man was old and lived alone. Although he was still in good health, he couldn't bear to have anything important happen. He got off the podium, walked to the door, and answered the phone. Hello, Dad. But a strange voice came over the phone. Hello, is this the owner of the mobile phone number? Yang Zishan frowned, and instead of answering Zhou Zhang, he asked, Who is this? Where is the old man? I'm a passerby. The old man suddenly had a heart attack and collapsed on the street. Yang Zishan's heart immediately went up to his throat. How is it? Is it serious? There is no danger to life for the time being. He is on his way to the first central hospital now. You hurry up and come. Okay, thank you. Yang Zishan instructed his secretary to notify his daughter to go to the hospital to see her grandfather first, and he would finish the meeting and go afterwards. He helped the nursing staff push the elderly man into the emergency room, and the hospital also urged him to go through the admission process and pay the fees. Zhou Zhang didn't hesitate, helped the elderly man with the admission process, paid 10,000 yuan, and ran back and forth to take care of some miscellaneous matters. After catching his breath, he saw that it was getting late, and he still had to go back to the roadside where the elderly man had fainted to retrieve the electric car. If he delayed going to work any longer, he would be late. Zhou Zhang didn't wait for the elderly man's family, and after leaving the hospital, he hailed a taxi and disappeared into the traffic. Chapter 6, Saving the Vice Mayor's Father. A pink BMW Mini roared to the hospital entrance. In the driver's seat was a capable-looking woman with short hair cut to her ears and a little makeup on her face full of anxiety. Her father's secretary had just called to say that her grandfather had a sudden heart attack and was taken to Jiangbei City First Hospital by a kind person. Yang Tingting, the head of the design and development department of a lingerie company, had not even had time to take leave, and she dashed out of the office, took the elevator to the underground garage and got into her car. Grandpa had doted on her since she was little, so naturally Yang Tingting was worried, and even while driving she forgot to change from her high heels to flat shoes. She arrived at the hospital in a state of panic. After parking the car, she ran disoriented to the emergency room, her high heels not fitting her feet, and she almost sprained her ankle. When she arrived at the emergency room, there was no one inside. She asked a doctor for information. The doctor said that the old man who was brought in was fortunately rescued in time by passers-by, and is currently out of danger and has been admitted to the ICU for observation. Yang Tingting was finally relieved, and as soon as she sat down on the bench in the corridor, she felt like all her strength had disappeared. At this time, Yang Zishan finally arrived, followed by his secretary with a briefcase. Ting Ting, have you seen Grandpa? How is the old man doing? Yang Zishan's face no longer had the composure and confidence of the meeting, but rather endless worry. Yang Tingting shook her head. Yang Zishan's heart gave a sudden lurch. He suddenly had an ominous feeling. Dad, Grandpa is not in danger of life, he was sent to ICU for observation, and I heard that from the doctor as well. Yang Zishan glared at his daughter. This child, she doesn't finish her sentences, but she scared the hell out of him. Yang Tingting continued. The doctor also said that if it weren't for the timely assistance of a passerby, there would be little hope for Grandpa. Passerby? Yang Zishan suddenly remembered the unfamiliar voice on the phone. From the sound of it, the person was young. Father was saved by a young man? Dad, I don't know who saved Grandpa either, he's already gone. The doctor said that the Good Samaritan also put up a deposit of 10,000 yuan for Grandpa. He's really a good person. Dad, we must thank that person properly. Yang Zishan nodded. We should thank him. When I meet him, I will thank him in person, and I will also return the 10,000 yuan hospital deposit to him. The latter part was said to the secretary. Yes, Vice Mayor Yang. The secretary nodded quickly. But what if he doesn't want to be known for doing a good deed and never shows up again? Yang Tingting voiced her doubts. Had ha. Yang Zishan laughed. It won't happen. If this kind person doesn't show up tomorrow, then I'll find a way to find him, not only to thank him in person, but also to present him with a silk banner. Tingting, let's go, wait outside the LQ for news. Zhou Zhang took a taxi to the location where the elderly man had an accident, to retrieve the electric bicycle that had been parked on the curb. After arriving at the location, he paid the taxi fare, and fortunately, the electric bicycle was still parked on the curb. It seems that the camera towering next to it has made some of the gentlemen on the beam behave a lot. At this time, the phone rang. He took out his phone and saw that the caller ID was the police station's Master Lu Jianjun. Zhou Zhang answered the phone. Hello, Master. Zhou Xiao, do you know that you are on duty tonight? Yes. Then why haven't you arrived yet? It's almost 10 minutes past the hour. Master, I'm on my way, I'll be there in a while. Okay, I understand, hurry up, don't be late for the operation. Hey, Master, aren't you on duty tonight? What kind of operation is it? Do. Lu Jianjun had already hung up the phone. Zhou Zhang was puzzled and started riding his electric bicycle towards the Qiaobei police station. He was lucky along the way, as there was no traffic and he got green lights at all 4 intersections. He arrived at the Qiaobei police station, exhausted, and as soon as he entered the compound, he saw a dozen police officers in the courtyard, gathered in groups of 2 or 3, chatting. Zhou Jingxin said, just now, his master Lu Jianjun said there was a mission to go out, judging from the situation, it must be a big mission. Zhou Zhengang had just parked his electric bicycle when Lu Jianjun shouted at him from afar while waving his hand. Zhou Zhang, this way, this way. Zhou Zhang ran over happily. Master, I'm here. You brat, you're usually quite active, how come you almost arrived late today? I encountered some problems on the way. Zhou Zhang did not tell him about saving the old man. Lu Jianjun didn't ask any more questions, he was just thinking about participating in tonight's operation. Zhou Zhang, do you want to see a big scene? What big scene? Master, I saw a lot of colleagues gathered in the courtyard, what's the big operation? Lu Jianjun touched his nose and said mysteriously. According to the information we have, Huang Jia may sneak back to Jiangbei tonight, or he may already be in Jiangbei. Zhou Zhang froze for a moment. Master, who is Huang Jia? Zhou, you haven't been at the police station long enough to have heard of Huang Jia, but it's okay, just browse the internet for wanted criminals. Huang Jia is an internet wanted criminal, and a classic criminal, with a reward of 100,000 yuan. 4 years ago, he ran away after causing someone's death in a fight, and there's been no news of him since. Zhou Zhang suddenly understood. Master, tonight's operation is to ambush and arrest the Class A wanted criminal Huang Jia? Yes. Lu Jianjun nodded. Zhou, do you want to participate? You've been at the Qiaobei police station for several months now, either on duty or handling neighborhood disputes. Zhou Zhang's heart stirred. Now that he had 20 times the luck value, if he participated in the operation, he could definitely catch the A-level wanted criminal himself. Not only would he get credit for the arrest, but he'd also get a reward, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Of course I want to go, but we're both on duty tonight. It's fine, just come with me to talk to the director. Lu Jianjun and Zhou Zhang went to the door of the director's office and knocked. Director Hao Igua and Deputy Director Wu Tian were still refining the plan of action for tonight when they heard the knock on the door and called out to come in. Director Hao, Director Wu, he. Lu Jianjun giggled as soon as he entered the room. Hao Igua gave him a dirty look. Jianjun, if you have something to say it quickly, can't you see we're busy? Hey, Chief, let me and Zhou Zhang join the mission tonight. Hao Igua said. Aren't you on duty tonight? Why don't you let the lesbians in the household registration department do it? We should put our best foot forward, shouldn't we? Hao Igua didn't buy his excuses. Don't the lesbians in the household registration department go off duty? Can they really handle anything if there's an emergency? Jianjun, just stay at the station and don't get any ideas. Lu Jianjun's eyes twinkled as he said. Director, how about this, let Zhou stay behind and I go on the operation, okay? Hao Igua said with deep meaning. Jianjun, you're an old cop too, Zhou is just an apprentice cop with no law enforcement powers. Besides, you're his mentor, what kind of thing is it to abandon him at home? But, Director. Okay, stop talking, isn't serving the people a service no matter where you are? I'll leave you 2 auxiliary police officers behind, you and Zhou Zhang keep a good watch over the house for me. Chapter 7 What kind of criminals can you encounter on duty? Lu Jianjun looked very unhappy as he left the chief's office. Just now, no matter what he said, Hao Igua refused to let him and Zhou Zhang participate in tonight's operation. Sigh. Lu Jianjun sighed. The chief is really stubborn. I almost knelt down and begged him, but he just wouldn't let us go. He kept emphasizing that we should keep a close eye on the Qiaobei police station. What's there to see? It's really hard to get a meritorious deed, and it's such a good opportunity. Lu Jianjun depressedly lit a cigarette and turned his head to see Zhou Zhang's expressionless face. He couldn't help but ask. No, Zhou, why are you so calm? Don't you want to participate in tonight's operation? Don't you want to get a meritorious deed? I'll tell you, as long as we can catch Huang Jie tonight, there's a high chance that we'll be awarded a collective third-class meritorious deed. Oh my, isn't that a sure win? It's so tempting. Zhou, aren't you tempted? Zhou Zhang smiled. Master, it would be a lie to say I'm not tempted. I want to participate too, but who let us catch the night shift? The director also said, where is not serving the people? I don't think you should think about it anymore. Let's just do our duty at the station well. If we can't remember it all, we can still answer the calls and catch criminals. Lu Jianjun exhaled a puff of smoke, and his face was suddenly visible in the smoke. Ouch, Zhou, you're young and you can see it in perspective, but is catching an A-level wanted criminal the same as being on duty at the station? The former is taking the initiative, while the latter is waiting for the criminal to appear. As a junior police officer, what criminal can I possibly encounter on duty? I've been on duty at night for at least 800 times, if not 1,000, and I've never got any credit. It's even harder to see others get rewarded than to get punished. Lu Jianjun, what are you muttering about? At this moment, the director Hao Igua and Wu Tian walked out of the office. Hey, director, it's nothing, I'm just doing some ideological work on Zhou Zhang. You didn't let us join the operation, I'm afraid he won't be able to think straight for a while. Upon hearing this, Hao Igua gave Lu Jianjun a stern look. I think it's you who can't think straight, isn't it? You think I didn't hear what you said? You were going on and on about this and that, complaining for a long time, and I heard it all. Jianjun, not that I'm saying anything about you, but you're an old cop, and you're not as aware as the new guy, Zhou Zhang. Zhou, let me tell you, your master is good at everything, except for being narrow-minded and grumbling. Don't ever learn from him. Zhou Zhang hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Director, actually my master didn't say anything. You know him well, he's a chatterbox. That's enough, just go about your business. Wu and I will lead the operation. I'll see you off. Lu Jianjun's evil intentions were not quelled. Hao Igua ignored him and told Wu Tian, the deputy director, to gather the police officers for tonight's operation. The police officers were eager to go and their faces were relaxed. With so many people going on the operation, as long as they can find Huang Jia, they will catch him for sure. Moreover, the criminal investigation team will also send someone to cooperate with the operation. After roughly explaining the plan of action and dividing into groups, the group left in 2 vans with civilian license plates, in the envious gaze of Lu Jianjun. The Chaobei police station compound suddenly fell silent. Zhou Zhang, Lu Jianjun, and two auxiliary police officers looked at each other. Everyone, except Zhou Zhang, had a depressed look on their faces. Come on, let's stop glaring at each other and get back to work. Xiao Wang and Xiaoli, go to the office and stand by. Zhou Zhang, come with me. The reception hall. Tonight, the two of us are tied here. Lu Jianjun grumbled while ushering Zhou Zhang into the reception hall and collapsed into an office chair. Zhou Zhang, on the other hand, sat in the chair properly, staring at the phone on the desk. Zhou, you don't need to stare at the phone. Our Chaobei jurisdiction is not big, and the security is relatively good. Usually, there is nothing going on. Lu Jianjun gave a few words of advice, took out some cold medicine, put it in his mouth, and washed it down with water. This stuff makes you drowsy. Lu Jianjun had initially wanted to participate in the evening's operation, but since he didn't drink it, he didn't have to go now, and he didn't have to worry about anything. Zhou Zhang turned on the computer. Anyway, he had nothing to do, so he looked at the information about online wanted criminals on the internal website. Lu Feng, male, 36 years old, ID number 123456789. Arrested for burglary, brutally killed the owner and his family, now on the run, reward amount 100,000 yuan. Wei Gang, male, 40 years old, killed a woman in the Balipu community. Wei is a suspect, reward amount 50,000 yuan. Huang Jia, male, 35 years old, started a fight, resulting in one person dying on the way to the hospital and many others seriously injured, reward amount 100,000 yuan. Zhou Zhang had a sudden thought. If he captured these wanted criminals, he would not only rid the people of a scourge, but also receive a reward. After a while, Zhou Zhang shook his head. Nationwide, there were countless wanted criminals, but these guys wouldn't be listed as wanted criminals if they were that easy to catch. As the night grew deeper, Zhou Zhang was still going through the wanted criminals online on the computer. Lu Jianjun, who was next to him, was so sleepy that he could hardly keep his eyes open. Zhou Zhang, this cold medicine is really strong, I can't take it anymore, I'm going to fall asleep. I'm going to go to the office and take a nap, let me know if there's anything. Okay, master, you go. Lu Jianjun got up and staggered away. At this time, Zhou Zhang's phone rang. The screen displayed that the call was from Chu Yunyao. Zhou Zhang's heart stirred. Could something have happened to Chu Yunyao? He quickly answered the phone. Yunyao. Hello, Zhou Zhang, are you busy? I'm working the night shift, but I'm not busy. Yunyao, you're still awake this late? I'll be going to bed soon. Zhou Zhang, I have some good news for you. A pretty good company in the city looked at my resume and told me to come in for an interview tomorrow. Really? Congratulations. Well, there's nothing to congratulate about. If everything goes well, I'll be starting work in a few days, but I won't get paid until next month. Yunyao, it's okay, I still have some money here, which is enough to cover our living expenses for now. Zhou Zhang, I feel bad spending your money all the time. What's there to feel bad about? We're married, shouldn't a wife spend her husband's money? If you really feel bad about it, then give me some kind of reward, okay? What reward? Like a kiss, a hug, or a high five? Nonsense. By the way, what time will you be back tomorrow? Around 8 o'clock. I'll be at the company interview after 8 o'clock. I'll make breakfast for you to eat when you get home. Okay. That's it, I'm going to bed. Zhou Zhang looked at the phone and smiled. It felt good to have someone care about you. At this time, he vaguely saw a figure moving outside the door and stood up. Who is it? The door opened and a man wearing a cap came in. Seeing Zhou Zhang in police uniform, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Hello, comrade, what can I do for you? The man hesitated for a moment and said. Officer, I need your help with a small matter. What is it? Sit down and talk. Zhou Zhang looked at the man's face and felt that it was a little familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. Chapter 8, On Duty and Arresting an A-Level Wanted Criminal. Huang Jia had fought and stabbed several people for trivial matters on the street back then and then fled. He fled to a mine in a foreign place, where the mountains were high and the emperor was far away. It was a remote place and an excellent place to hide. Huang Jia worked at the mine for 5 years. He was afraid to leave the mine and dared not contact his family or friends. He didn't know if the people who stabbed him were dead or alive. He only knew that he was in trouble and that if the police caught him, he would definitely go to prison. At first, he lived in fear every day, always imagining that one day the police would come knocking on his door. 5 years passed, and Huang Jia remained unharmed. Gradually, he felt that his troubles should have died down. These past few days, he could hold back no longer. With a determined heart, he returned to Jiangbei. He had a sudden idea and went to the police station to inquire whether he had committed any crimes and whether he had a criminal record. Zhou Zhang looked at the man's face and froze for a moment. It seemed like he had seen him somewhere before. In a flash, he remembered the wanted fugitive he had just read about online. This person seemed to be a level-wanted criminal Huang Jia. Didn't Chief Hao just take someone to arrest this kid? Why did he come to the police station and turn himself in? Does he have such a big nerve? It's a bit unbelievable. Could it be that the person in front of him is not Huang Jia, but just someone who looks a lot like him? Zhou Zhang's mind was racing, and he couldn't figure it out for a while. Let's just keep him calm for now and find out his real identity. Officer. Huang Jia kept looking around in his chair, and when he saw that Zhou Zhang was ignoring him, he reminded him. Aha, comrade, just tell me if there's anything. Officer, here's the thing. A friend of mine asked me to come to the police station to find out if he has a criminal record. Your friend asked you to come to the police station to find out if he has a criminal record? Zhou Zhang recounted the story again and felt a little incredulous. He had been a police officer for a few months, and this was the first time he had seen someone asking for a friend's criminal record. Of course, as for the authenticity of this friend, whether it was fabricated out of thin air, that was open to debate. Zhou Zhang wore a smile on his face. Oh, I see. That's easy. Tell me your friend's ID number, and I'll find out quickly. Okay, my friend's ID number is 130. Huang Jia reported his ID number. Zhou Zhang entered it into the internal query system, and soon the information appeared. Huang Jia, male, 35 years old, lives at ID number fighting and beating to death one person, seriously injuring many others, listed as a Class A wanted criminal. After carefully comparing the photo, Zhou Zhang's heart jumped. It's this kid, it really is this kid. The A-level wanted criminal has delivered himself to the police? It seems that 20 times luck really is no joke. Just being on duty at the police station, this huge stroke of good fortune has delivered itself to the door. This is really the best. Officer, what do you think, did you find him? Huang Jia was still a little nervous. After all, this was the police station, and the kind of aura in the air made him feel a little oppressed and uneasy. Zhou Zhang said calmly. I found out. Your friend's name is Huang Jia, right? Yes, it's Huang Jia. It's fine, he has no criminal record. Really, officer? Huang Jia's face was full of surprise. Of course it's true. How could I lie to you as a policeman? Zhou Zhang said the lie with a straight face and unflappable composure. He had to make Huang Jia let his guard down. After all, a criminal who had once caused one death and multiple injuries was dangerous and could not be trusted not to be carrying a weapon. Huang Jia suddenly felt like crying with joy. He had been on edge and in hiding for 5 years, suffering countless hardships, only to find out that he had no criminal record. This was a fucking waste of suffering. But without a criminal record, he could live like a normal person. Thank you, officer. Huang Jia stood up and was about to leave the police station. Wait. Zhou Zhang stood up, holding a notebook in his hand. Comrade, if there's nothing else, please sign here, and please support the work of our police station in the future. Yes, no problem. Zhou Zhang took the notebook and walked around the corner to come up to him. This move was a bit redundant. Zhou Zhang could have handed Huang Jia the notebook across the table. Huang Jia was so caught up in his joy that he didn't notice these details at all. After receiving the notebook, he bent his head and was about to sign it. Zhou Zhang suddenly sprang up, locked one arm around Huang Jia's neck, and hooked his right foot under Huang Jia's foot. Plop! He was suddenly sent to the ground. Zhou Zhang ranked among the top of his class at the police academy, and he also mastered some operational skills such as combat wrestling quite well. Coupled with the fact that Huang Jia was not at all on his guard, he was able to land a successful strike. By the time Huang Jia reacted, he had already been pinned down by Zhou Zhang. Officer, what are you doing? Don't move, just a little joke. Zhou Zhang was still trying to talk Huang Jia into submission. The naive Huang Jia didn't struggle very hard. Taking advantage of the situation, Zhou Zhang took out his handcuffs and cuffed Huang Jia. Click. Click. Done. Although the process didn't seem that thrilling, if Huang Jia had realized earlier that Zhou Zhang was up to no good, he would have resisted or run away, and Zhou Zhang would not have been able to capture him so easily. Zhou Zhang searched Huang Jia's body and found a half-foot-long switchblade. He couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Luckily, he caught the kid off guard, otherwise, it would have been difficult to deal with him if he pulled out a knife. Hey, officer, what's this for? I thought you said this was just for fun. Why did you cuff me? Huang Jia, don't you know why you're cuffed? Zhou Zhang asked, holding the switchblade in his hand. Why did you bring this long knife? I'm just protecting myself. Isn't it legal to carry a knife? Very well. Zhou Zhang nodded, his gaze suddenly sharp. 5 years ago, you got into a fight and stabbed several people with a knife, killing 1 and seriously injuring 3. You've got the wrong person. Huang Jia is my friend, not me? Huang Jia tried to argue, his face changing from one expression to another. Zhou Zhang naturally didn't believe his nonsense. Huang Jia, I think you're just making things up, so don't argue. I know all about your information, and I recognized you as soon as you walked in the door. At this point, Huang Jia regretted it and hit his head against the ground. He muttered to himself. If I had known, I wouldn't have bothered coming to the police station to inquire. I'm such a fool. Huang Jia, did you think we wouldn't catch you if you didn't come to the police station? Our director personally led a team to set up a surveillance near your home. Anyway, you've returned to Jiangbei, so it's hard for you to escape. After Zhou Zhang finished speaking, he picked Huang Jia up from the ground. Let's go. Huang Jia was in a mixed state of emotions. His eyes were vacant, like a walking corpse. Zhou Zhang took him to the detention center and locked him up. Then he returned to the office. In the office, Lu Jianjun had fallen asleep and was snoring lightly. The 2 auxiliary police officers, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, were bored and chatting in an absent-minded manner. Master. Zhou Zhang walked up to Lu Jianjun and grabbed his arm, shaking him awake. What? What's wrong? What happened? Lu Jianjun reflexively jumped up from his chair. Master, while on duty just now, I caught Huang Jia. Who did you catch? A level-wanted criminal, Huang Jia. Lu Jianjun looked incredulous. Zhou Zhang, you weren't talking in your sleep, were you? Chapter 9, Who can stop a wanted criminal from turning himself in? Lu Jianjun heard Zhou Zhang say that he had captured the A-level wanted criminal Huang Jia. His CPU couldn't quite process what he was hearing. Is this for real? Just being on duty at the police station and you managed to catch an A-level wanted criminal? Lu Jianjun obviously didn't believe it. Zhou, you're not running a fever, are you? Why are you talking nonsense? The police chief personally led a team to Huang village to set up a perimeter and capture Huang Jia. How could he possibly come to Qiaobei police station? Zhou Zhang knew that no matter what explanation he gave, Lu Jianjun would not believe him. After all, this was too fantastic. However, facts speak louder than words. Lu Jianjun would only believe it when he saw Huang Jia in custody. Master, I have Huang Jia in handcuffs in the detention cell. You will know it's him when you see him. Okay, I'll go take a look. Lu Jianjun half-believingly agreed, and then said to the 2 auxiliary police officers. Li and Wang, you 2 go to the police hall, there can't be no one on duty there. Brother Lu, we also want to go and have a look. The 2 auxiliary police officers were also surprised to hear that the A-level wanted criminal had been captured by Zhou Zhang. They also wanted to know if it was Huang Jia that Zhou Zhang had captured. Don't be so anxious, I'll tell you in a moment if it's Huang Jia or not. Zhou, let's go. Lu Jianjun led Zhou Zhang towards the detention room without saying a word. When they arrived at the door of the detention cell, Zhou Zhang swiped his card and the door opened automatically. They passed through another metal door and entered a room. Huang Jia had his hands behind his back and his wrists were firmly bound with handcuffs. The burning pain made him feel very uncomfortable. But what was even more uncomfortable was his heart. He had walked right into the trap and knew that he would spend the rest of his life in prison. Lu Jianjun walked up and asked, "What's your name?" Huang Jia was at the end of his rope, and had no intention of paying any attention to Lu Jianjun. He didn't even raise his head. Wow, this kid is pretty arrogant. Lu Jianjun wasn't going to hold back, and grabbed Huang Jia by the hair, yanking him upwards. Huang Jia's head lifted involuntarily, revealing a pale face. Seeing Huang Jie's face, Lu Jianjun instantly lost his composure. He had heard that there would be an operation tonight to capture the A-level wanted criminal Huang Jie, so he had done his homework early and had memorized Huang Jie's appearance. Therefore, he recognized him at a glance and knew that the young man in front of him was the A-level wanted criminal Huang Jie. "I'm asking you a question, what's your name?" Lu Jianjun shouted excitedly. Huang Jie had also given up hope, his body had fallen into the well, and his ears could no longer hang on. He could still identify himself without answering the policeman. "My name is Huang Jie. What did I do? 5 years ago, I got into a fight and stabbed someone with a knife." Lu Jianjun let go of Huang Jie's hair. His face showed surprise and confusion. "Joe, this guy is indeed the A-level wanted criminal Huang Jie who was on the run online. But how did you catch him? Haven't you been on duty in the police hall?" "Master, here's what happened." Zhou Zhang recounted what had just happened. After listening, Lu Jianjun was even more surprised and couldn't stop smiling. "You mean, Huang Jie himself came to the door?" "Yes, master." Zhou Zhang nodded. "I'm going to." Lu Jianjun didn't know what to say, and he just felt that this was an unbelievable thing. An online fugitive wanted criminal ran to the police station and asked the police if they had broken the law? This. You wouldn't dare write that in a novel. But it happened, and it happened to be Zhou Zhang. All you can say is that Zhou Zhang is really lucky, that the heavens are spoon-feeding him. At this moment, in addition to surprise, Lu Jianjun also feels a little envy and regret. A moment ago, he was on duty in the police call hall with Zhou Zhang. He took some cold medicine, slacked off and went back to the office to take a nap for a while, and the suspect came knocking on the door. If he hadn't gone to the office, he would have shared the credit for catching the A-level wanted criminal Huang Jie. Lu Jianjun shook his head, regretting that it was too late. However, although he didn't get any credit, Zhou Zhang was after all his apprentice, so he still had done some work. "Zhou, you're so lucky, I'm impressed. Let's go out first and give the director a call to let them know not to wait for the suspect in Huang's village. The chief will be surprised to hear that you've captured the most wanted criminal Huang Jie." Huang village, not far from Huang Jie's home. Hao Aigua, head of the Qiaobei police station, and Meng Weiguang, head of the municipal criminal investigation team, are hiding behind a large firewood stack. Their subordinates, all police officers and criminal investigators, have dispersed and are lying in wait around Huang Jie's home. They will report to the two men if anything happens. Both men wore earphones in their ears, keeping a close watch. However, 2 hours passed without a sound. "Hey, Lao Hao, is the information you got accurate? Why haven't we seen Huang Jie after so long?" Meng Weiguang couldn't help but ask. "It should be accurate." The news that Huang Jie had returned to Zhangbei City was told by a street hustler. "That kid is not a good person either, and he is a regular at the police station for drinking, gambling, and whoring." He reported to the police that Huang Jie had returned to Zhangbei City not because he had a sense of justice, but because of the reward of 100,000 yuan. He also thought that if he told the police about it, he would get the reward. Hao Aigua listened to what the kid said with a straight face, and in a moment of heat, he believed it. Huang Jie did not show up for a long time, and at this time, Hao Aigua also lost his nerve. "Lao Hao, who provided you with this information? Is it reliable?" "A concerned citizen. The kid used to play cards with Huang Jie all the time, so he shouldn't be mistaken." Hao Aigua was also embarrassed to admit that the information had come from Jie Shuizi's lips. Now he was in a difficult situation, and he could only go down one path. "Meng, let's wait a bit longer." Meng Weiguang nodded. It wasn't impossible to wait, but he was afraid that the kid would sense the danger and not go home. "Lao Hao, how about this? I'll take 2 people to Huang Jie's house and try to persuade his parents to tell us something. I think if Huang Jie is going to go home, he'll contact his parents first, right?" Hao Aigua felt that there was something wrong with this plan. "Team leader Meng, won't this scare the snake?" Buzzing. Buzzing. Just as the two men were discussing this, Hao Aigua's vibrating phone rang. He took out his phone and glanced at the caller ID. His heart leapt. Why had Lu Jianjun called? Had something happened at Xiaobei? "Team leader Meng, hold on a second, I need to take this." He quickly answered the phone. "Hello? Jianjun. Team leader. Team leader. Zhou Zhang." Lu Jianjun yelled excitedly on the phone, his voice urgent and shrill. Hao Aigua's heart skipped a beat. Janjun, slow down, what happened to Zhou Zhang? Director, Zhou Zhang arrested a criminal suspect, it's Huang Jie. Oh, it's good that Zhou Zhang is fine and he also arrested a criminal suspect. Haoigua let out a sigh of relief. What did you say? Haoigua suddenly reacted and couldn't help but lose his temper and yell loudly. Zhou Zhang arrested Huang Jie? Which Huang Jie? It's the A-level wanted criminal Huang Jie that you wanted to arrest tonight. Chapter 10, Luck is Part of Strength. When Haoigua heard over the phone that Zhou Zhang had arrested the A-level wanted criminal Huang Jie, he was completely flabbergasted. How was this possible? He and Meng Weiguang, the captain of the first criminal investigation team, had brought more than 20 police officers to set up a perimeter around Huang Jie's home. It had been half a night, but they hadn't even seen a hair on Huang Jie's head. Zhou Zhang was on duty at the police station. How had he managed to catch Huang Jie? Haoigua was full of questions. Janjun, you're not talking nonsense, are you? Did you drink while on duty? Let me tell you. Chief. Lu Jianjun interrupted Haoigua. What kind of wine did I drink? I've been a cop for 10 years, can I make that kind of low-level mistake? I know you don't believe me, and at first I didn't believe it either. But Huang Jie was really caught by Zhou Zhang, and he's being held in the detention cell at our Qiaobei police station. Is that true? Haoigua still couldn't believe it. I swear on my head that it's true. If you don't believe me, come back and see for yourself, and see if I, Lu Jianjun, am lying to you. That's it, I'm hanging up. As Haoigua looked at the phone that had been hung up, he hesitated for a moment, with many doubts in his mind. In theory, Lu Jianjun wouldn't dare joke about this, but Zhou Zhang, a trainee police officer, caught a Class A wanted criminal while on duty at the police station. It was too unbelievable. Could it be that Huang Jie has been baptized, remorseful for the wrongs he has done, and has voluntarily turned himself in to the police? That would be barely plausible. If that is the case, this kid Zhou Zhang is really lucky. Lao Hao, what are you daydreaming about? What do you suggest we do next? Meng Weiguang, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but urge him on when he saw Haoigua with his head bowed in deep thought. Team leader Meng, Huang Jie has been arrested. What? What did you say? Meng Weiguang's face also showed a surprised expression. Huang Jie is in custody? Lao Hao, you and I have been here with the brothers for half the night, and we haven't even seen Huang Jie's hair, so how did he get caught? Really, team leader Meng, I just got a call from Lu Jianjun at our Qiaobei police station. He is on duty tonight with his apprentice, Zhou Zhang. He said that Zhou Zhang caught Huang Jie while on duty. After hearing this, Meng Weiguang was both angry and amused. Who is Zhou Zhang? Is he that good? Does he know how to split himself into two or something? How can he catch a Class A wanted criminal while on duty at the police station? Could it be that Huang Jie had gone crazy and gone to the police station to turn himself in? Haoigua, what time is it, and you're still joking with me? Haoigua's expression was grave. Team leader Meng, I'm not joking. I don't think Xianjun would lie to me, and he has no reason to. Meng Weiguang stared at Haoigua and asked in return. Then can you tell me how the A-level wanted criminal Huang Jie was captured by the duty officer at your Qiaobei station? Haoigua shook his head. I don't know either. Jianjun hung up the phone without giving any details. How about this, why don't we go back to Qiaobei station first, and if it's not Huang Jie, we'll just find out. Meng Weiguang pointed remotely at Huang Jie's house and asked. What about here? Are we just calling it a day? If we leave and the kid turns up, we'll have missed our chance. At this point, Meng Weiguang still didn't believe that the officer on duty at the Qiaobei police station had arrested Huang Jie. Why don't we leave the men here and continue to keep watch, and you and I will go back to the Qiaobei police station? Meng Weiguang hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Okay, Lao Hao, I'll trust you for once. Let's go. Haoigua and Meng Weiguang each gave their men a few words of advice. They took a car and hurried back to the Qiaobei police station. When they arrived, the gate was already open. Lu Jianjun was waiting with a happy expression. Zhou Zhang, who was standing next to him, looked calm. The car drove into the courtyard, and Haoigua and Meng Weiguang jumped out at the same time. Lu Jianjun went up to them. The director is back. Oh, it's team leader Meng. Haoigua wore a stern expression. You've come a long way, daring to hang up on me without saying anything. Where is he? Where is your so-called wanted criminal Huang Jie? If it's not Huang Jie, I'll have you in trouble. Lu Jianjun pretended to be aggrieved. Oh dear. If you put it that way, Chief, I'm really a bit heartbroken. Why don't you believe me? Alright, cut the crap, hurry up, can't you see that Captain Meng can't hold his temper? Okay. Zhou, lead the way. Zhou Zhang nodded. Hao, Meng, follow me. Zhou Zhang led them to the detention room. Pointing to Huang Jia, who was crouching in the corner with his head down, he said, Director, Meng, this is Huang Jia. Hao Aiguo walked up and said, Raise your head. Huang Jia was numb by now, and looked up at Hao Aiguo blankly. Hao Aiguo was particularly enthusiastic about the arrest operation, and he had long remembered what Huang Jia looked like. At just one glance, he was certain that the person in front of him was the A-level wanted criminal Huang Jia. I can't believe it, it really is Huang Jia. Hao Aiguo was astonished, his mouth wide open as if he could put an egg in it. Team leader Meng, do you see? This person really is the A-level wanted criminal Huang Jia. Meng Weiguan naturally saw it too. He too was full of surprise. Lao Hao, why do I feel like I'm dreaming? You have some talented people in the station. They quietly captured Huang Jia. The mission is complete, so notify the brothers who are still stationed at Huang's village to come back. Although this operation was a bust, after all the fuss, they didn't see Huang Jia. However, as the saying goes, if the east doesn't work, try the west. Zhou Zhang, who was on duty at the Qiaobei station, captured Huang Jia, so the mission wasn't considered a failure. Lu Jianjun, you really weren't joking with me. This kid is Huang Jia. You've made a contribution. Lu Jianjun waved his hand and said apologetically, Director, you're flattering me. I didn't catch Huang Jia. It was Zhou Zhang who did it alone. Hey! Weren't you both on duty together? Right, tell me, how did you catch Huang Jia? It's a long story. Let's go to the office and talk about it. A few people arrived at the office. Lu Jianjun said, Huang Jia was arrested by Zhou Zhang alone, let's let Zhou Zhang tell the story. Zhou Zhang faced Hao Aiguo and Meng Weiguan without showing any fear, and calmly recounted the process of arresting Huang Jia. After listening, everyone was silent for a while. They praised Zhou Zhang's cleverness in their hearts, and envied Zhou Zhang's luck. Good guy. This is the heavens sending credit after you. Zhou Zhang, not bad, not bad. You're still in your probationary period, aren't you? You've only been at the police station for 3 months and you've already caught a Class A wanted criminal. In all my years as a policeman, I've never seen such an outstanding trainee as you. Zhou Zhang waved his hand and said modestly, Officer Hao, it was just blind luck. Hey, that's not true. Meng Weiguan, who was standing next to him, couldn't hold back any longer. A great man once said, it doesn't matter if the cat is black or white, as long as it catches mice, it's a good cat. Similarly, no matter what method is used, a policeman who can catch criminals is a good policeman. Luck is also part of strength. Team leader Meng is right. Hao Aiguo was particularly happy. Zhou Zhang had made a great contribution, and the credit also belonged to the Qiaobei police station. Zhou Zhang, you have made such a great contribution, so if nothing goes wrong, you will be promoted from trainee policeman to regular policeman ahead of schedule. Not only that, I think Zhou Zhang should at least be awarded second-class merit. Meng Weiguan also said in an envious tone from the side. Chapter 11, How could you not get hurt when you caught a wanted criminal? Meng Weiguan said to Hao Aiguo without any envy. How, Zhou Zhang caught a Class A wanted criminal and made a contribution, so the performance appraisal of the Qiao police station for this quarter has been considered overfulfilled. The status of your Qiaobei team in the minds of the leaders will also rise. It is really enviable to have a lucky general like Zhou Zhang. Hao Aiguo's heart was so full of joy that it was about to burst, but on the surface he was tense and waved his hand, saying, Team leader Meng, you're exaggerating. Meng Weiguan looked at the wall clock, which said it was after 2 a.m. He stood up. Okay, I won't say much more, but congratulations. Hand Huang Jia over to our criminal investigation team. I'll take him back to the station and interrogate him overnight. Hao Aiguo thought for a moment. Huang Jia would have to be handed over to the criminal investigation team sooner or later. Since Meng Weiguan was there, it would be good to hand over the suspect. Okay. He stood up too. Well, Jianjun and Xiao Zhou go and handle the handover. Okay. Zhou Zheng handed Meng Weiguang a switchblade in a transparent evidence bag. Team leader Meng, I found the switchblade on Huang Jia. I suspect that it was the murder weapon he used 5 years ago. Meng Weiguang was dazzled when he took the switchblade. Good, good, if this knife really was the murder weapon, it would save our criminal investigation team a lot of trouble. I'll be. Lu Jianjun couldn't help but change color when he saw the long switchblade hidden on Huang Jia's person, and he asked with concern. Zhou, are you hurt? No. Zhou waved his hand and said confidently. Huang Jia didn't have time to draw his knife before I overpowered him. Not hurt? How could he not be hurt? It's impossible that he wasn't hurt. Haoigwa suddenly raised his voice. The suspect Huang Jia was extremely vicious and was carrying such a long switchblade. Xiao Zhou fought with him alone and subdued him. The process was extremely dangerous. Jianjun, take Xiao Zhou to the hospital for a checkup later. If he can be admitted, then do it. I'm really fine, Chief, there's no need to go. Before Zhou Zhang could finish his sentence, Lu Jianjun tugged his arm a little and gave him a wink, signaling him to stop talking. Okay, I understand. Chief, don't worry. Lu Jianjun gave Haoigwa an expression of understanding. Meng Weiguang pretended not to have heard anything, signed the handover sheet, and looked up, saying, How, the handover procedures are complete, I'll take him away, see you later. That's fine, Team Leader Meng, I'll see you off. No. Hey, Team Leader Meng, don't stand on ceremony with me. Haoigwa escorted Meng Weiguang to the courtyard without further ado, followed by Zhou Zhang and Lu Jianjun. At this time, a car whizzed by from afar, and the police officers and criminal police who had been stationed at Huangjiazhuang also returned. The courtyard was too small for the car to enter, so it was parked outside the gate of the Qiaobei police station. The police officers and criminal police got out of the car, gathered in groups of 2 or 3, and discussed as they walked. Hey, I heard that a level-wanted criminal Huang Jia has been arrested. Really? Who told you that? Lu Jianjun from our police station said it in the group chat. What? The suspect was arrested by him? No, it was his apprentice Zhou Zhang who arrested him. Who is Zhou Zhang? Never heard of him. Zhou Zhang is a trainee police officer who has only been with our Qiaobei police station for a short time. Wow, an inexperienced rookie arrested an A-level wanted criminal. Jianjun said in the group that when Zhou Zhang was on duty, the A-level wanted criminal Huang Jia came to the police station to consult him about whether he had a criminal record, and was then recognized by Zhou Zhang. That's how this guy was captured. My god, isn't Zhou Zhang just having the best luck? While on duty, the A-level wanted criminal came to him on his own, and the luck is just bursting. Alas, it's so frustrating to compare ourselves with others. Our group of people has been in Huang village for half the night and haven't seen a single hair, but Zhou Zhang has already claimed credit while sitting in the station. How can we compare? Isn't he just lucky? He's just a trainee cop, what's so great about him? Look at your sour expression. If you're so capable, why don't you catch a Class A wanted criminal? The last time our Qiaobei police station caught a Class A wanted criminal was a year ago. I'm telling you, Zhou Zhang has done a great service, and he will immediately skip the probation period and be promoted directly to a full police officer. What's more, he will receive a second-class merit, and it's possible that he will even receive a first-class merit. If I had known this, I would not have participated in the operation today, but would have stayed at the police station with Zhou Zhang on duty, and maybe I would have received a merit together with Zhou Zhang. You're thinking too much. Jianjun was on duty with Zhou Zhang. He drank cold medicine and couldn't keep his eyes open, so he went to the office to take a nap for a while. In that short amount of time, the suspect came. I would say that this credit is given to Zhou Zhang by God, and no one else can share it. Okay, stop talking, the director is in the courtyard. The group entered the courtyard and stood properly in front of Haoigwa and Meng Weiguang. Meng Weiguang said, Lao Hao, it's getting late, and we still have to interrogate Huang Jia overnight. I'll go back to the station with the guys first. Okay, take care on the way. Meng Weiguang waved his hand, told someone to take off Huang Jia's handcuffs and return them to Zhou Zhang, put new handcuffs and leg irons on Huang Jia, and escorted him to the police car. After seeing off Meng Weiguang, Haoigwa turned his head and said to the police officers in the yard. Everyone has worked hard today. Although the trip to Huang's village was a waste of time, Huang Jia was still caught. It's late at night, everyone disperse and go back to rest. After Haoigwa finished speaking, he turned to leave. Hey, Chief, did Huang Jia really get caught by Zhou Zhan? One of the police officers asked. Before Hao Igua could speak, Lu Jianjun couldn't help but say. Of course it was my apprentice Zhou Zhang who caught him. Didn't you see Captain Meng of the criminal investigation team just now take Huang Jia away? Jianjun, is what you said in the WeChat group true? Nonsense, would I dare joke about something like this? If you don't believe me, let the team leader speak. Hao Igua nodded. Huang Jia was indeed caught by Zhou alone. Jianjun, I read the message you posted in the group, and that was more or less what happened. Tomorrow morning, I'll report to the city police department and commend Zhou Zhang. I'm going to go. Zhou Zhang is so lucky. I'm so impressed. He's already been rewarded? How come it seems so easy for other people to get rewarded? The police officers started whispering again, full of envy. Jianjun. Hao Igua waved at Lu Jianjun. Take Xiao Zhou to the hospital for a checkup. Yes, Chief. Chief, Master, really, I don't need to. Zhou Zhang tried to decline, he was perfectly fine, what was the point of going to the hospital? Zhou Zhang, don't be stubborn, listen to the director. Lu Jianjun took Zhou Zhang by the arm and got into a car, heading straight for Zhangbei City First Hospital. Chapter 12, Xu Yunyao's Job Interview Encounter. In the morning, the rising sun cast a blanket of light, and the warm sunshine was like the hand of a lover, gently caressing the earth. Ding-ling-ling. The alarm on her phone went off, and Xu Yunyao opened her drowsy eyes to look around at the strange yet familiar surroundings. She had set the alarm because she had an interview at a company this morning. She quickly got up and washed up. In the past, she would sleep until she naturally woke up, but now she was still not used to being woken up by an alarm. After washing up, she took some eggs, sausages and bread from the fridge, prepared a little, and made 2 breakfasts. She ate one and saved the other for Zhou Zhang, thinking that he would probably be off work soon. After eating breakfast, Xu Yunyao put on some light makeup, hurried downstairs, and drove the Paramira to the Fanhai International Trade Company to apply for the job. Oceanwide International Trade Company is part of the Oceanwide International Group, which is considered an upper-middle-class family business in Zhangbei, but is far inferior to the Chu family's business. Under normal circumstances, Xu Yunyao would not even look at a company like this, but now she is poor and short-sighted, and she is willing to work for the sake of work, so she is not picky. The interview went very well, and the Oceanwide International interviewer still appreciated the talented graduate from Tsinghua and Peking universities. Miss Chu, you are very good. We will report to the general manager, and if all goes well, you can start work tomorrow. Thank you very much. Xu Yunyao politely thanked the interviewer and walked out of the office. She felt a little giddy inside, finally having found a job. At the same time, she felt a little funny. The daughter of the Chu family, she was not taking care of her family business, but applying for a small deputy department head position in a medium-sized company. Yunyao. While waiting for the elevator, a familiar voice reached her ears. Turning her head, she saw a man with a slicked-back hairdo and a well-fitting suit, looking at her with surprise, his waist gleaming with a gold Hermes belt buckle. Wang Feng? Xu Yunyao couldn't help but frown when she saw the man. Wang Feng was a classmate of Xu Yunyao's in high school, and Fanhai International Group was his family's business. As a second-generation rich man, Wang Feng had long coveted Xu Yunyao. After all, Xu Yunyao was the school beauty queen, and of course, most importantly, Xu Yunyao's family was worth billions and she was an only child. If he could marry Xu Yunyao, he would be climbing the social ladder, and his family fortune of billions would be his sooner or later. Although Wang Feng's family was rich, it was no match for the Chu family, and they were simply not in the same league. To be fair, Wang Feng is not unattractive and comes from a relatively wealthy family, so he is quite popular with girls. However, Xu Yunyao just doesn't like him. In particular, Wang Feng has been pestering Xu Yunyao since high school, which makes her very disgusted. Later, when Xu Yunyao went to university in Beijing, Wang Feng also looked for her a few times, but every time he was rejected. This time, when she met Wang Feng at Oceanwide International Investment, Xu Yunyao still frowned as usual and turned her face away. Yunyao. Yunyao. Wang Feng obviously didn't care about Xu Yunyao's attitude towards him, shouted twice, and walked quickly over. Even when an employee next to him said hello, he didn't have time to respond. At this time, he only had Xu Yunyao in his eyes. Yunyao, why are you here? Looking at Xu Yunyao's fair and delicate face full of collagen, Wang Feng nodded secretly in his heart. The goddess is still as beautiful as always, and he loves her so much. What? Is that not allowed? Chu Yunyao was disgusted with Wang Feng, so her attitude was naturally not good. Wang Feng, however, didn't care. He was Chu Yunyao's lapdog anyway, so he was used to it and smiled awkwardly. Yes, of course. Yunyao. If we meet, it's fate. Do you have time to go out to dinner tonight? There's a new Western restaurant on Taidong Road, the food is delicious, I'll treat you to a French meal. Ding. The elevator arrived at that moment. Thanks, no. Chu Yunyao didn't even think about it, she left a cold remark and walked straight into the elevator. Hey Yunyao. Wang Feng was dumbfounded. He watched helplessly as the elevator door closed and the goddess disappeared in front of him, unable to help but bitterly smile. She treated him with the same cold attitude as before, not giving him the time of day. However, this only aroused Wang Feng's competitive spirit. Having had countless experiences with women, he was actually quite confident in himself. Chu Yunyao, don't think that you can hide from me forever. I don't believe I can't catch up with you. Back in the general manager's office, sitting in the spacious and comfortable boss's chair, with his legs crossed on the desk, Wang Feng's eyes couldn't help but once again appear the beautiful face of Chu Yunyao. Oceanwide International Trade Company is a wine group industry, and Wang Feng's father has handed the company over to him to take care of. After all, he is the boss of the company, but he still has no power over Chu Yunyao, and he can't help but feel a little depressed. He can only fantasize in his head. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside the office. Wang Feng was startled out of his daydream and, displeased, said coldly, "Come in." The door opened and the head of the Human Resources Department entered the office. President Wang, among this morning's job applicants, there was a very outstanding girl who graduated from Qingbei University. Here is her resume, please have a look. Wang Feng carelessly took the resume and glanced at it. In the name field, the three words Chu Yunyao were written prominently. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Chu Yunyao came from his family's company to apply for a job? It didn't make sense, did it? The Chu family's family business was much bigger than the Wang family's, so there was no need to take the extra step to work at Oceanwide International Trade Company, was there? Could it be a double? Wang Feng looked at the resume again, and was certain that the job seeker was Chu Yunyao. For a moment, he was at a loss for an explanation. The Chu family princess definitely would not come to work for a small or medium-sized enterprise. What was Chu Yunyao singing about? Mr. Wang, what do you think of this job applicant? Would you like to interview her yourself? Well. Wang Feng hesitated. No, you can tell the interviewee that she can start work at any time. She is applying for the position of deputy manager, and her salary will be paid according to the standard for managers. Mr. Wang, isn't that against the rules? Rules? Wang Feng stood up, looking impatient. I'm the boss, and what I say goes. Yes, Mr. Wang. The head of human resources left the office. Wang Feng thought for a moment, picked up his phone and dialed a friend's number. His friend was called Hong Hao, and he was a private detective with excellent connections in society. Hello, Hao, I need to ask you something. Has anything happened recently in the Chu family? What? Which Chu family? Which Chu family do you mean? The Chu family I've always been after, Chu Yunyao's family. Hurry up, I'm waiting for news. Chapter 13. What is the reward for 2 stars? Jiangbei City First Hospital, a single room. Zhou Zhang is topless, and Lu Jianjun is wrapping bandages around him in circles. Lu Jianjun brought Zhou Zhang to the hospital for a checkup, and he is very healthy. However, there are several bloody marks on his back that look shocking. So he checked Zhou Zhang into the hospital. Master, those blood marks on my body were from a guasha session 2 days ago. They really weren't injuries sustained while arresting Huang Jia. Besides, the doctor said I was fine, so don't wrap me in bandages. That won't do. Lu Jianjun waved his hand. The director said you can be hospitalized if you want, and besides, you arrested the heinous level wanted criminal, how could you not get a little injured? I can see that these bloodstains on your back are just right. No, master, even if I am injured, there is no need to wrap it so tightly, like a mummy, I can't even breathe. Zhou Zhang looked down and saw that his upper body was wrapped in bandages like a dumpling, and Lu Jianjun was still wrapping it with pleasure, so he couldn't help but look black. Just bear with it. Early this morning, the director will report to the municipal police department about your arrest of the A-level wanted criminal. Lu Jianjun drools with envy. Joe, this is a meritorious service and a commendation. Can't you bear a little pain now? If it were me, I would be happy to be wrapped up like a mummy. Okay, master, I can bear it, but don't wrap the bandage above my neck. You're wrapping my mouth too. Lu Jianjun smiled apologetically. Hey, I accidentally wrapped it around your head, didn't I? I'll undo it for you. After all the fuss, the two of them were a little tired after staying up all night and fell asleep. I don't know how long it was before Zhou Zhang was woken up by the ringtone of his phone. He opened his eyes and looked at the wall clock, which said it was already past 9 a.m. He picked up the phone on the bedside table in a daze and saw it was a video call from Chu Yunyao. He rubbed his eyes and quickly pressed the answer button. On the screen of the phone, the face of Chu Yunyao suddenly appeared, absolutely beautiful and peerless. Zhou Zhang, I have good news for you. I applied for a job at a company today, and the human resources director told me to go to work tomorrow. I got a job, even though it's a small company, but the pay is pretty good. Really? Then I have to congratulate you. Yunyao, you don't actually have to rush to go to work. I told you, I'll support you. Chu Yunyao stroked her hair in front of her forehead and said with relief. Zhou Zhang, I can understand your feelings, but I can't just live off your salary, and besides. Chu Yunyao didn't have the heart to say the rest. In fact, Zhou Zhang also understood that with a monthly salary of 5,000 yuan, he could barely support two people, but the quality of life would be very low. However, now that he had the system, he thought that in the future, living would not be a problem. Yunyao, I had a stroke of luck yesterday, and I won 16,000 yuan in the lottery. Ah? Is that true? Chu Yunyao was full of surprise. Usually, 10,000 yuan is just a drop in the bucket for her, but this is not the same as before, and it's another prize from the lottery that Zhou Zhang won this week. Of course it's real. How much did you spend on the lottery ticket? 200 yuan. 200 yuan won 10,000 yuan, and it was won this week, so it seems that you really are having a lucky streak. This is nothing? Zhou Zhang waved his hand, a hint of smugness on his face. I was on duty last night and arrested a wanted criminal. Not only did I make a contribution, I also received a reward of 100,000 yuan. When she heard Zhou Zhang's words, Chu Yunyao's face did not show joy, but was full of worry. In her mind, all wanted criminals were vicious and evil, and naturally there would be great danger in arresting them. Concerned, she asked. Zhou Zhang, are you hurt? No. Where are you now? Have you gone home? No, I'm in the hospital. And you say you're not hurt? If you're not hurt, why are you in the hospital? Chu Yunyao grumbled, her pretty face showing a worried expression. Zhou Zhang, which hospital are you in, what floor, what bed? Jiangbei First Hospital, 6th floor. Yunyao, I really am not hurt, don't worry, I'm in the hospital because. Wait for me. I'll be right there. Zhou Zhang suddenly saw that Chu Yunyao's video call had 2 stars above her head again. When he tried to take a closer look, Chu Yunyao hung up the video call. Zhou Zhang couldn't help but ponder. The first time he received a reward, 1 star appeared above Chu Yunyao's head. This time, however, there were 2 stars. Could it be that there are different levels of rewards? I wonder what kind of reward you get for 2 stars. But come to think of it, 2 stars are definitely more rewarding than 1 star, right? At this time, Lu Jianjun also woke up. After sitting in a chair and leaning against the wall for a few hours, he felt sore all over. He rubbed his bleary eyes and pounded his shoulders. Hey, Shou, who were you just talking to on the phone? My wife. Huh? Lu Jianjun looked incredulous. Joe, when did you get a wife? I remember when you first came to Qiaobei police station, you didn't even have a girlfriend. Zhou Zhang smiled and didn't explain. No wonder Xiajia, the police flower in the household registration department of the police station, has been showing you her affections frequently, but you've been indifferent to her. So you've been married for a long time? You've hidden it well. What's the deal? Is your wife as beautiful as a flower, and you're reluctant to let us know? Hey, what does your wife do? How did you two meet? When did you get married? Lu Jianjun was very nosy and kept talking. Zhou Zhang still just smiled and said nothing. Zhou Zhang, look at you, you won't say anything about your wife, just keep smiling. Lu Jianjun felt a bit bored when Zhou Zhang didn't respond to him. He looked at the wall clock. Oh my! It's already this late? You must be hungry, I'll go buy something to eat. What do you want to eat? Let's have pancakes. Master, I'll go. Zhou Zhang said, sitting up in bed. You stay put, Zhou. You're a wounded patient, and the director said you're not allowed to do any work. Lu Jianjun said, and walked straight out of the room. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Zhou Zhang thought Lu Jianjun had come back, and thought to himself, my master is being too polite, knocking on the door like that? Creak. The door opened, and a pretty figure walked in. It was Chu Yunyao. Yunyao, you're here. Zhou Zhang said, and tried to get up from the bed. Don't move. Don't move. Lie down quickly. Xu Yunyao put the fruit in her hand on the table, quickly came forward, and knelt in front of the bed. Seeing Zhou Zhang's upper body covered in gauze, the mist in her beautiful eyes could not help but rise. Zhou Zhang, how are you? Is the injury serious? Yunyao, don't be fooled by all the bandages on my body. I'm actually not hurt. I just got a little injury, and I'll be fine in a couple of days. Zhou Zhang expected that Chu Yunyao would not believe that he was not hurt, so he told a white lie. Really? Really? I won't lie to anyone but you. Look at me, I'm really fine. Zhou Zhang got up and stood on the bed, twisting around a few times, looking like a big monkey. Xu Yunyao's face was full of black lines. Okay, I believe you. Lie down quickly. Zhou Zhang lay back on the bed again and said. Yunyao, don't keep squatting, it's tiring. There's a chair next to you. Seeing that Zhou Zhang seemed to be fine, Xu Yunyao's heart relaxed a little and she got up and sat in the chair. Zhou Zhang looked at the two green stars hanging in midair above Chu Yunyao's head and couldn't help but want to receive a reward. Chapter 14, Oh my God. He touched my face. Zhou Zhang extended his finger and was about to tap the star above Chu Yunyao's head. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him. Since multiple stars can appear above Chu Yunyao's head, could the 2 stars be upgraded to 3? Zhou Zhang's finger stayed in the air. Xu Yunyao asked in puzzlement. Zhou Zhang, what are you doing? Well, there's dust on your face. Zhou Zhang said, and gently brushed his finger across Chu Yunyao's full face full of collagen, wiping away the imaginary dust. The fingertips felt smooth and delicate, like touching a freshly boiled egg with its shell removed. Chu Yunyao's face was suddenly touched by Zhou Zhang, and suddenly, her scalp went numb and she broke out in goosebumps. Zhou Zhang's fingertips seemed to be able to emit electricity, which made her feel numb and tingly. 2 blushes appeared on her fair face. Oh my God! Zhou Zhang touched my face? Xu Yunyao was a little shy and even dared not look directly into Zhou Zhang's eyes. Well, as long as you're okay, you made me worry for a long time. What kind of fruit do you want to eat? I'll get it for you. Xu Yunyao's heart was racing, so she quickly found an excuse and turned her back, pointing to the many types of fruit on the table. Yunyao, why did you buy so much fruit? How am I going to eat it all by myself? I usually buy fruit by the basket, and I can't change this habit in a hurry. Zhou Zhang, I've actually learned to save money. I bought all this fruit from street stalls, and it wasn't expensive at all. Zhou Zhang waved his hand. Yunyao, I didn't mean it like that. The fruit will go bad if we don't eat it all, so it's better to buy as much as we can eat. Okay, I get it. Zhou Zhang. What kind of fruit do you want? Zhou Zhang glanced at the fruit that Xu Yunyao had brought. There were quite a few kinds: apples, pears, bananas, cherries, etc. Are the bananas sweet? Zhou Zhang asked. They should be sweet. Are the pears crispy? They're crispy. These are Corla fragrant pears. Oh, then give me an apple. Zhou Zhang winked with a sly eye and a smile on his face. Xu Yunyao almost hurt her back from his sharp turn of phrase and shook her head. There's really nothing I can do about you. However, having such a husband with a sense of humor, it's not too dull when you're together normally. Xu Yunyao picked out the biggest apple, took out a fruit knife, and started peeling the apple. Her knife skills were very good, and she peeled the apple thinly and evenly without it breaking. Zhou Zhan was also surprised. Xu Yunyao, a pampered rich girl, could actually peel an apple so perfectly? His eyes could not help but widen. It seemed that she had sensed Zhou Zhang's doubt, so while peeling the apple, Xu Yunyao explained. When I was young, my parents were very busy. They often didn't come home because of their business, so I spent most of my childhood with my grandmother. My grandmother was a very ambitious and frugal person. She liked to do everything herself and didn't like the life of being served by a nanny. As for me, I learned to cook and do housework from my grandmother when I was very young, so I could easily do such a trivial thing as peeling an apple. Unfortunately, my grandmother, who had been ambitious all her life, was finally lying in the ICU, unconscious, and relying on various machines to prolong her life. Now, I have fallen out with my family, and if my grandmother knew, she would probably be concerned about me too. As Chu Yunyao talked, she became a little sad. Her fair face was full of grievances, and her eyes were full of tears. Zhou Zhang was also moved. He secretly vowed in his heart that he must manage his relationship with Chu Yunyao well, and he must strive to be promoted to the rank of police superintendent within 3 years. By then, there would be no reason for Chu Yunyao's parents to stop the two of them from being together. Of course, it is basically impossible for a junior police officer to be promoted to police commissioner within 3 years. However, with the help of the system, Zhou Zhang will be able to achieve many feats in the future, and it is not a dream to be promoted to police commissioner within 3 years. Yunyao, don't be sad. Zhou Zhang handed Chu Yunyao a tissue. I don't think Grandma wants you to be sad and cry. I wonder where he is hospitalized. Let's go and see her if we have the chance. Zhou Zhang thought Chu Yunyao's grandmother is also considered his own grandmother, and she and his grandfather are old comrades in arms, so it is reasonable to go and visit the old lady. Thank you. Chu Yunyao took the tissue and wiped her wet eyes. I'm sorry, Zhou Zhang, I've lost my temper. Grandma lives in the ICU of Beijing Concord Hospital, where the medical conditions are relatively good, but it's not very convenient to go there. Zhou Zhang waved his hand. What's so inconvenient about it? With such well-developed transportation nowadays, you can be in the capital city in just a few hours by high-speed train. How about this, when I'm discharged from the hospital, you and I will go to the capital city together, and I'll accompany you to visit your grandmother. Really? Of course it's true. Your grandmother is like my own grandmother, and she and my grandfather were close comrades in arms who almost got married. Chu Yunyao's face showed surprise when she heard Zhou Zhang's words. Although she also often visited her grandmother at Jingcheng Sheha Hospital, she almost always went alone. Her parents always said that they needed to take care of business and could not go twice a year. Perhaps they thought that they had fulfilled their filial duty by spending money to keep their grandmother alive. Chu Yunyao's feelings for her grandmother were much deeper than her parents, and the fact that Zhou Zhang could take the initiative to accompany her to visit her grandmother made her both gratified and moved. But I'm going to go to work tomorrow. Isn't it bad to take leave from work after only a few days? Chu Yunyao suddenly had second thoughts. Zhou Zhang said solemnly. What's good or bad? Family is more important than anything else. If it's the worst, just quit. Yunyao, I didn't say I'd support you out of the heat of the moment. I really mean it. Besides, I have the ability now. I arrested a person last night who was wanted on an L-level warrant. I can get a reward of 100,000 yuan. In the future, if I work hard and catch a few more wanted criminals, the reward money alone will be enough for us to live a quality life. Don't. Chu Yunyao suddenly felt a little moved. Zhou Zhang, I understand your feelings for me, but catching wanted criminals is too dangerous. I don't want you to risk your life just to earn money to support our family. Promise me that you will first ensure your own safety, okay? Seeing Chu Yunyao's anxious expression, Zhou Zhang comforted her. Yunyao, don't worry, I'll do what I can. Chu Yunyao nodded. Zhou Zhang, come on, have an apple. She used a fruit knife to cut off a piece of apple that was not too big or too small, and handed it to Zhou Zhang. Zhou Zhang was not polite, and he ate it in one bite, chewed it for 2 bites, and licked it. The apples that your wife feeds you are delicious. Chu Yunyao's face flushed, then she smiled like a flower, seemingly very pleased with Zhou Zhang's rustic love words. If it's delicious, then have some more. Suddenly, Zhou Zhang noticed that the 2 green stars above Chu Yunyao's head had turned into 3 blue stars. Chapter 15, Reward Upgrade. The star has increased by 1, and the color has changed from green to blue. Does this mean that the reward has been upgraded to the next level? Interacting with Chu Yunyao will earn rewards, and if you don't withdraw the rewards and continue to interact, the reward level will increase? And the form of expression is the same as the level of equipment in games, represented by color. The beginner level is a white 1 star, the next level is a green 2 star, the next level is a blue 3 star, and the next level is a yellow 4 star, right? Of course, these are all Zhou Zhang's deductions, and he feels that his deductions are pretty accurate. Zhou Zhang ate the apple that Chu Yunyao fed him while considering whether to extract the 3-star reward now or wait and see if the reward could be upgraded to 4 stars. At this time, the door to the ward suddenly opened, and a rough voice filled every corner of the room. "Little Joe, you must be starving. The street vendors selling pancakes near the hospital have all been chased away by the city management. I had to run for miles before I." Lu Jianjun, carrying 2 pancakes, looked up and saw Chu Yunyao, who was feeding apple to Zhou Zhang. He swallowed the rest of his words. "Little Zhou, who is this?" In fact, Zhou Lu Jianjun already guessed who the elegant beauty in front of him was, but he asked the question knowingly in order to ease the awkwardness. "Master, you're back? Let me introduce you, she is my wife, Xu Yunyao." "Yunyao." Zhou Zhang pointed at Lu Jianjun and said, "This is my colleague and also my master, Lu Jianjun, you can just call him Jianjun Gu." Xu Yunyao stood up, extended her right hand and said with a smile, "Hello, Jianjun Gu, I am Zhou Zhang's wife. I always hear Zhou Zhang mention you. Thank you for taking care of him as a newcomer." Although Chu Yunyao did not know Lu Jianjun, and knew even less about him, she had to say the usual things. "Don't be so formal, don't be polite to me." Lu Jianjun, a burly man, was a little flustered in the face of such an elegant and graceful beauty. He shook Chu Yunyao's hand lightly and quickly withdrew it. He never dreamed that Zhou Zhang would have such a beautiful wife. She was obviously no ordinary person. "Sis-in-law, would you like some pancakes?" "Thanks, I'm not hungry." "What about some water?" "Brother Jianjun, you mustn't be so polite to me. You are Zhou Zhang's master, and we are not strangers." "Ha ha ha." Lu Jianjun laughed. Yes. This kid Zhou is really good at hiding things. He has been following me for months, and I didn't even know he was married." Zhou Zhang thought to himself, "I just got my marriage certificate yesterday." Of course, he didn't want to say this. Chu Yunyao smiled and said, "Brother Jun, we just got our marriage certificate, we didn't have a ceremony." He probably wants to wait until the wedding ceremony to tell you. I understand. Lu Jianjun grinned from ear to ear. He thought to himself, what the hell is the point of getting a marriage certificate without a wedding ceremony? Is their marriage not solid? He felt the need to show off his apprentice in front of Chu Yunyao. "Ah, Joe, just now, Director Hao called me, and he told me that he had already reported to Director Ma of the Municipal Bureau about your arrest of the A-level wanted criminal Huang Jie last night. Director Ma originally wanted to discuss with the leadership team whether to award you first-class or second-class merit. Then he heard that you were hospitalized with injuries in order to capture Huang Jie, and finally decided to award you first-class merit. The Bureau rewarded you with 20,000 yuan, plus a reward of 100,000 yuan. My goodness, this wave of rewards is equivalent to 2 years of your salary." Lu Jianjun originally wanted to tell this information to make his apprentice look good in front of his wife, but as he spoke, he became a little envious himself. He casually licked his lips with his tongue and continued. "Joe, the honor of first-class merit alone is extraordinary, not to mention the reward. I have been working at the Qiaobei police station for more than 10 years, and I have never seen anyone in the station receive first-class merit. You are truly one of a kind. Moreover, you were directly promoted from probation to third-level police superintendent, which saved you more than half a year's time. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, Director Ma of the Municipal Public Security Bureau will come to the hospital to visit you in person, and will also present you with a certificate of meritorious service and a rank conferral ceremony." "Joe, I am truly happy for you." Lu Jianjun's incessant chatter made Chu Yunyao feel a little moved. She knew that an honor like meritorious service could not be bought with money. They say that third-class merit is received while standing, second-class merit while lying down, and first-class merit is received by the family. Although this is a description of military personnel, first-class merit in the police force is not that easy to obtain either. Zhou Zhang is really outstanding. Which woman wouldn't love an outstanding man? If Chu Yunyao and Zhou Zhang got engaged just for a promise, after all, she didn't know Zhou Zhang very well and thought he was just an ordinary policeman or trainee. Now, however, her understanding of Zhou Zhang has risen to a new level. This big boy is upright, sunny and excellent, to the envy of his master. Most importantly, he is good to himself. Perhaps, she was not wrong to insist on getting a marriage certificate with Zhou Zhang. Zhou Zhang is a potential stock. Xu Yunyao thought to herself. Zhou Zhang did not know what Xu Yunyao was thinking, but was a little embarrassed by Lu Jianjun's praise. He waved his hand and said, Master, catching the level wanted criminal Huang Jia was actually also due to my good luck. Lu Jianjun said. Zhou, luck is also part of your strength. The director and the veteran detective Meng from the criminal police team took 20-odd comrades to Huang village to stake out Huang Jia, but they didn't even see a shadow of him. That kid Huang Jia just kept running right into your face. If you ask me, you were being chased by the heavens to catch him, so the credit should be yours and you can't hide from it. Lu Jianjun thought again, if I don't go to sleep in the office when I'm on duty, I'll get half the credit. He couldn't help feeling a little regretful and envious. Don't say anything. From now on, I'll be tied to you at work, never leaving your side. If anything good happens, I'll get some of the credit too. Okay, you two talk. I'll go outside and have a smoke. Lu Jianjun went outside, and Zhou Zhang and Chu Yunyao chatted for a while longer. Chu Yunyao's stars above her head did not increase, and there were still 3 of them. Zhou Zhang wondered if there was a 4-star reward. If there was, it would not be easy to go from 3 stars to 4. Let's just get the reward first. While Chu Yunyao wasn't paying attention, he reached up and tapped her head lightly. The 3 blue stars above Chu Yunyao's head disappeared. A system voice suddenly sounded in Zhou Zhang's head. Host opens 3-star reward, congratulations on obtaining Master Acupuncture Technique. Chapter 16, Master Acupuncture. Zhou Zhang opened the 3-star reward and obtained Master Acupuncture. Immediately, fragments of knowledge about acupuncture flooded into his mind like a burst dam. The vast amount of information made Zhou Zhang's mind feel a little unaccustomed for a while, and his facial muscles couldn't help but twitch twice. Zhou Zhang, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Chu Yunyao caught the slight change on Zhou Zhang's face and asked worriedly. Zhou Zhang waved his hand. I'm fine, Yunyao, I just feel a little dizzy, probably because I haven't had enough rest. Why don't you close your eyes and take a nap, and I'll stay here with you. No need, Yunyao, my master is here with me, you go ahead and do your thing. Okay, I'll go buy some ingredients and make you some chicken soup with ginseng and wolfberries to strengthen your body, and I'll bring it over to you tonight. No need to go to all that trouble, I'll just order takeout. No, takeaway food is too oily and unhealthy. I'll bring you the chicken soup tonight, that's settled. Chu Yunyao stood up without further ado. Zhou Zhang, that's it, I'm leaving first. Zhou Zhang turned his head and said. Well, I won't see you off. Take care on the way. Chu Yunyao waved to him and walked out of the ward. Zhou Zhang didn't turn back until Chu Yunyao's graceful back disappeared from view. At this point, Master Acupuncture had been fully mastered and digested, and his head no longer felt so painful. He had comprehended all kinds of exquisite acupuncture techniques, even those that had been lost, and had a certain degree of mastery over the structure of the human body and the diagnosis of causes of illness. Zhou Zhang studied it carefully again. He discovered that Master Acupuncture was not the highest level of acupuncture. There was also Grandmaster Acupuncture above it. While Master-level acupuncture can use 7-inch needles, Grandmaster-level acupuncture can use 9-inch needles. Once you reach the Grandmaster level, you've reached the pinnacle. Zhou Zhang suddenly had a thought, and he felt a little annoyed. If the 3-star reward on Chu Yunyao's head had been upgraded to 4 stars, would he have obtained Grandmaster-level acupuncture? However, the reward had already been activated, and it was useless to regret it now. In fact, if Zhou is able to master Master-level acupuncture, he will already be the top of the line in the whole country. There are only a handful of people who are his match in acupuncture. The few remaining masters are all old men with big beards who have devoted decades to acupuncture, and they can only use the 7-inch needle. A young master like Zhou Zhang is like no one else except himself. Zhou Zhang felt that he should be content. Moreover, as a policeman, he did not have an urgent need for Master-level acupuncture. Suddenly, Zhou Zhang discovered that Master-level acupuncture could be upgraded to the top level of Grandmaster-level acupuncture, but it required a certain number of people to be saved with acupuncture before the upgrade could be made. Zhou Zhang rolled over, feeling a little tired. He yawned and fell asleep. Chu Yunyao left the ward, got into the elevator, and started thinking about what ingredients she should buy to help Zhou Zhang recover. The elevator stopped, and Chu Yunyao followed the crowd out. She suddenly realized that she had gotten on the wrong floor, and the elevator had gone to the top floor, where the wards were. Chu Yunyao shook her head and was about to walk back to the elevator when suddenly an arm wrapped around her neck. Ha! Chu Yunyao froze for a moment, her face showing an expression of anger, and she reflexively pushed the person next to her away with her hand. The touch was a soft mass. Then an exaggerated but familiar voice came. Stinky Yo-Yo, you're such a pervert, how dare you attack my breasts? Shu Yunyao looked closely and saw that it was her best friend Yang Tingting who had put her arm around her. She couldn't help but say angrily. Ting Ting, you still have the nerve to call me a rascal? You snuggled up to my neck without saying a word, and you scared me. I thought I'd run into a rascal. Cut it out. Yang Ting Ting gave her a disgusted look. Yao Yao, I only snuggled up to your neck, and you attacked my breasts. Are you jealous because I'm older than you? Oh dear, keep your voice down, you don't want people to hear and laugh at you. Shu Yunyao knew that Yang Tingting was not shy about speaking her mind in front of her, and she had no intention of teasing her anymore. She asked seriously. Hey, Tingting, why are you here at the hospital? Are you here to visit someone or are you not feeling well yourself? Upon hearing Shu Yunyao's words, Yang Tingting's mood instantly became a little low. Forget it, my grandfather had a heart attack while out walking, and almost. Is it that serious? Shu Yunyao and Yang Tingting are very close, and Yang Tingting's grandfather Shu Yunyao has also met many times, and the old man is quite amiable. Hearing that the old man was hospitalized with a heart attack, Shu Yunyao couldn't help but worry a little. Tingting, how is Grandpa doing now? Is he okay? He's out of danger. He's just been transferred from the ICU to the intensive care unit. It's a blessing to say the least. If it weren't for the good Samaritan who rescued him yesterday and took Grandpa to the hospital in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Shu Yunyao also nodded, and she was really lucky. These days, there are really too few people who will actively come to the aid of a stranger in need. Life is hard, and everyone is afraid of being sued. Yang Tingting's grandfather was really lucky to have met a kind person when he had a seizure. Ting. The good person saved Grandpa, so you have to thank them properly. Of course. Our Yang family will not be ungrateful. But Yang Tingting's face showed her reluctance. The kind man left before I arrived at the hospital. He also paid the 10,000 yuan deposit for Grandpa's hospital stay. I was really touched. There aren't many genuinely kind people like that these days. Really? Shu Yunyao also looked incredulous when she heard this. Tingting, I think the kind man might have had something come up. He couldn't have not returned to the hospital to see you guys after all, he had put up the 10,000 yuan deposit. MMHM. Yang Tingting nodded. My father said that if the Good Samaritan doesn't show up today, then he will find a way to find the Good Samaritan, thank him in person, and present him with a silk banner. Shu Yunyao smiled and said. There aren't many people that Vice Mayor Yang would present a silk banner to. The Good Samaritan will probably be quite emotional too. This is called good deeds being rewarded. By the way, which ward is Grandpa in? Show me where he is. Over there, Yao Yao, follow me. Shu Yunyao followed Yang Tingting to a single bedroom. When she opened the door, a middle-aged female nurse quickly stood up. Yang Tingting waved her hand. Auntie Lu, you go back to your work. I'll bring my daughter to visit Grandpa. The nurse nodded and whispered. Keep your voices down, the old man just fell asleep. Shu Yunyao looked closely and saw Yang Tingting's grandfather lying in bed, with a hint of blood in his pale face. At this time, there was a figure swaying, and Yang Zishan walked in. Tingting, how is your grandfather? Yang Tingting looked up at Yang Zishan and said. Dad, Grandpa just fell asleep, let's go outside and talk. Chapter 17, There are still hidden dangers. Yang Zishan looked at his old father lying on the hospital bed with a concerned gaze. Although the old man's complexion was still bad, his breathing was stable and he looked like he was sleeping well. He nodded and turned and walked out the door. Yang Tingting said to the nurse. Auntie Lu, please take care of Grandpa. My father and I will be right outside the door. If there's anything, just call me. Okay. You can rest assured that I'll take care of the old man. Yang Tingting nodded and beckoned Shu Yunyao to come out of the ward, too, before closing the door gently. Hello, Uncle Yang. Shu Yunyao greeted Yang Zishan as soon as she stepped outside. As one of the wealthy families in Zhangbei City, the Chus naturally had contact with the deputy mayor Yang Zishan. What's more, Shu Yunyao and Yang Tingting were best friends, and in fact, the two families had close ties and knew each other well. Yunyao, what are you doing here at the hospital? Did Tingting ask you to come over and keep her company? Before Shu Yunyao could say anything, Yang Tingting pouted and said with a face full of displeasure. Dad, what do you mean? I didn't ask Yunyao to come. I just ran into her by chance. Shu Yunyao also explained from the side. Uncle Yang, Tingting is right. I came to the hospital to visit a patient and met Tingting, and that's how I learned that the old man was sick and hospitalized. Tingting said that the old man had a heart attack and was sent to the hospital after being rescued by a kind person, or he received timely treatment and has already escaped the danger of death. Yes. Yang Zishan nodded. If it weren't for that kind person, the consequences would really be unimaginable. Afterwards, he looked at young Tingting. Tingting, has that kind person come yet? Young Tingting shook her head. No. Since I arrived at the hospital yesterday, I have been guarding my grandfather day and night without leaving his side, and I have not seen that kind person. Yang Zishan frowned. This kind person really enjoys helping others and does good deeds without expecting anything in return. It's been a day and a night already. Logically speaking, even if he doesn't expect anything in return, the hospital will still ask for the 10,000 yuan deposit that the old man paid in advance. After all, 10,000 yuan is not a small sum. Secretary Wu, seeing her boss frown, wanted to relieve his worries. Vice Mayor Yang, why don't I go to Jiangbei Daily and publish a missing person notice on the front page of the newspaper, and notify the media and promote it online, so that if he can't remember, we can find this kind person? Yang Zishan pondered for a moment, and then shook his head. No, this matter should not be too high profile. After all, my identity is relatively sensitive, and finding the kind person in this way may upset the other party. How about this, Wu, go retrieve the hospital's surveillance footage, find the image of the kind person, and then find him again. I'll leave this to you. Can you handle it? Don't worry, Vice Mayor Yang, I will definitely find the kind person as soon as possible. Secretary Wu promised with a pat on his chest. No matter if you are confident in completing the task assigned by your leader, you must not hesitate. You can always find a way to solve the problem later. You can't forget about the kind person for half a day, or he or she will appear. At that moment, a doctor in a white coat walked over. Is there a family member of bed 16? Yes. Yang Tingting raised her hand to indicate. Doctor, when can my grandfather be discharged? The doctor couldn't help but laugh. What are you thinking, young lady? The old man has just been removed from the danger of life, but his condition is not optimistic. What? Yang Zishan, who had always kept his emotions in check, had a slight change of color on his face. Doctor, how is my father's condition? Can you give me the details? The doctor looked at the man in front of him, who was dressed and looked unusual, and vaguely looked familiar. He couldn't help but light up, and asked excitedly. Are you Vice Mayor Yang? I am Yang Zishan. Yang Zishan waved his hand to indicate that the doctor should tone it down a bit. Oh, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Yang, I've only seen you on TV before. This is the first time I've met you in real life, and I'm a bit out of control. My name is Yang Xing, I am the Associate Chief Physician of the Cardiology Department at Jiangbei First Central Hospital. We share the same surname, so we might be related. Yang Xing kept trying to get close to Yang Zishan. Yang Zishan nodded slightly. Dr. Yang, can you tell me about my father's condition? Oh, yes. Do you want to go to my office? It's noisy here, not the place for a conversation. No, let's talk here. Seeing a hint of impatience appear on Yang Zishan's face, Yang Xing dared not get too familiar and quickly said. Your father had a heart problem. Fortunately, the treatment was timely, and with the efforts of our hospital, we were able to turn a crisis into safety. However, through the examination results, I found that there are 2 blocked blood vessels in your father's heart. Although a gap has been opened with medication, this is a hidden danger, a very big hidden danger. As Yang Zishan listened to Yang Xing's words, his face gradually grew grave. Dr. Yang, are you saying that those 2 blood vessels will become blocked again in the future? Will my father's life still be in danger? Yes. Yang Xing nodded. Then how can my father be cured completely? Dr. Yang, you are the deputy chief doctor, you should have a way, right? Yang Zishan's face was no longer calm when it came to his father's life and death. Vice Mayor Yang, I really can't guarantee a complete cure. For now, the only solution is to have a heart bypass surgery, but what? Dr. Yang, please speak up. Yang Tingting, who was standing nearby, could no longer hold back and kept asking. The old man is already quite advanced in years, his bodily functions have seriously deteriorated, and he also has the symptoms of the 3 highs. Doing bypass surgery is too risky. I'm afraid the old man won't last until the end of the surgery. Yang Xing's words were very clear. If you want to eliminate the hidden danger, you have to have bypass surgery. However, no one can say for sure if the old man can survive it. Perhaps, if we don't operate, he might live another year or 6 months, but if we do operate, there's a chance that he won't make it off the operating table. Dr. Yang, is there really no other way than to operate? Yang Tingting asked. Yang Xing thought for a moment. Isn't there another way besides just operating? There is another way to save the old man, but it's quite difficult. Then just tell us, what is it? Acupuncture. Use acupuncture to remove the blockages in the old man's blood vessels and unblock them. Yang Tingting is impatient and, on hearing that there is another way to cure Grandpa, she urges. Then hurry up and arrange it, Dr. Yang. Yang Xing gives a wry smile. Miss Yang, it's not that simple. If you want to treat Grandpa with acupuncture, the practitioner must be able to use a 7-inch needle. Even the best Chinese medicine doctors among us can only use 4-inch needles. Dr. Yang, do you know any TCM doctors who can use 7-inch needles and recommend one to us? Yang Xing thought to himself, people who can use 7-inch needles are rare across the country, so how can they be so easily found? Vice Mayor Yang, to be honest, there are only a few doctors in the whole country who can use 7-inch needles, but they are all in the National Health Commission and serve the top leaders. Chapter 18, Really Spicy Thai Pants. Yang Xing's words made Yang Zishan fall into deep thought. Performing a bypass operation on his father was too risky, and there was a high possibility that the old man would not survive the operation. Only acupuncture could clear the blockages in the blood vessels without surgery. However, doctors who could perform the 7-inch needle were considered to be masters of traditional Chinese medicine, and their existence was rare. Only the health bureau in the capital can find such a master, but he serves the head of state. Although Yang Zishan is the deputy mayor and has some power in Jiangbei City, he is nothing in the capital city. It is said that you won't know how small your official position is until you go to the capital. In other words, the level of the national medical master who serves the head of state is not lower than Yang Zishan. It is not easy to ask someone to treat his father. To be honest, there is no way to get in touch with him. Sigh. Yang Zishan couldn't help but worry, clenching his teeth. His father's heart disease was like a mountain weighing on him, and he could hardly breathe. Yang Tingting was quick-witted in a crisis and asked Yang Xing. Dr. Yang, do you know any TCM masters who can perform 7-inch needle treatment? If you do, could you please help? Yang Tingting finished her sentence. Yang Xing interrupted her, shaking his head repeatedly. Miss Yang is really flattering me. I'm only an associate chief physician at a local hospital, so how could I possibly know a master of traditional Chinese medicine? And don't laugh, but I've never even met one. Doctors of the master level are very precious, and the average person can't easily get in touch with them. Yang Tingting was a little disheartened, and she spread her hands out. So what should I do? Yang Zishan said solemnly. Dr. Yang, is there any way I can get in touch with the master of traditional Chinese medicine? If I can just get in touch with him, I will be eternally grateful to you. The deputy mayor had said such words, and Yang Xing also hoped that there would be a way to get in touch with the master of traditional Chinese medicine, but he was unable to do so and could only worry. Suddenly, a bright idea came to him. Vice Mayor Yang, our Dean Zhang has held seminars with Bai Xin Yang, and they seem to have a little overlap. Mr. Bai is the health doctor of a certain big leader, and he can do it. Why don't I ask our dean if I can get in touch with Mr. Bai? Yang Zishan's eyes lit up when he heard Yang Xing's words, and he said anxiously. Where is your dean? I'll talk to him in person. Dean Zhang is on a business trip, I'll give him a call. Yang Xing took out his mobile phone and called the dean. After a few words, he hung up. What do you think, Dr. Yang? What did Dean Zhang say? Dean Zhang knew that Vice Mayor Yang's father needed the help of a master of traditional Chinese medicine, so he was very concerned. He said that he would contact Bai immediately, but he was not sure if Bai would agree to help. Yang Zishan nodded. Dr. Yang, no matter what the outcome is, I, Yang Zishan, will accept this favor from you and President Zhang. Soon, President Zhang called back. After Yang Xing finished the phone call, his face looked a bit unpleasant. Yang Zishan's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, Yang Xing said with regret. Vice Mayor Yang, it's really unfortunate, but as the accompanying health doctor, old Bai has gone abroad with the head of state. When will Dr. Bai be back? At least a week, but according to President Zhang, there are so many people seeking treatment from Dr. Bai that even the powerful and wealthy in Beijing have to wait in line. Vice Mayor Yang, I don't think it will be easy to get an appointment with Dr. Bai, so I suggest you find another solution. Sigh. Yang Zishan sighed and nodded dejectedly. I understand. I'll think of another solution. But thank you for your help. Yang Xing hurriedly waved his hands. I dare not, I haven't helped at all, and I'm ashamed to say so. Vice Mayor Yang, there's a meeting that's almost time, you see. Secretary Wu next to him looked at his watch and reminded him in a low voice. Yang Zishan nodded. Although his father's condition worried him, he couldn't let it delay his work. Ting, I'll go back to work first, I'll leave you in charge of Grandpa. You shouldn't stay up late for a long time, there are carers. I know, Dad. But what about Grandpa's heart condition? If he doesn't get treatment soon, it could be a problem. Yang Zishan pondered for a moment. Dad, I'll think of something. Yun Yao, goodbye. Dr. Yang, goodbye. Oh, Vice Mayor Yang, take care. Yang Xing was flattered. Xu Yunyao waved goodbye to Yang Zishan. Yang Zishan disappeared down the hospital corridor with his secretary, Wu. Yang Xing also left under an excuse. In the corridor, only Chu Yunyao and Yang Tingting were left. Yang Tingting was not in a good mood and sat down on the seat in the corridor in a dejected manner. Sigh, how can I cure Grandpa's illness? Chu Yunyao walked up to her and sat next to her, patting her on the back. Tingting, don't worry too much, there is always a way out, and Grandpa's illness can definitely be cured completely. I hope so. Yang Tingting also knew that there was no use in being anxious, so she can only comfort herself in this way. Xu Yunyao chatted with Yang Tingting for a while, and Yang Tingting, being an optimistic person, also felt a little better. Hey, Jun Yao, you still haven't told me why you're here at the hospital. Didn't I already say? I'm here to visit someone. Who? My husband. What? Husband? Yang Tingting's eyes widened in disbelief. Yun Yao, you're not talking nonsense, are you? Since when have you had a husband? I thought you didn't even have a boyfriend. Well, Yun Yao, you and I are such good friends, and you actually hid such an important thing from me? It seems that I have to re-evaluate our friendship. Xu Yunyao suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Ting, I only got married with him yesterday. Got married yesterday? Why the rush? You're not pregnant, are you? Yang Tingting said, reaching out to touch Chu Yunyao's stomach. Xu Yunyao twisted her body to avoid Yang Tingting's hand and said angrily, You're the one who's pregnant. Then why did you suddenly get married? And why didn't you even tell me? If it wasn't a shotgun wedding, what was it? Oh, Tingting, what are you talking about? That's so rude. It's a long story. Xu Yunyao briefly told Yang Tingting what had happened. After listening, Yang Tingting's mouth hung wide open in disbelief. Yo, my goodness. You got married to a man you don't even know just because of a promise? And for that, you even fell out with your family and left them with nothing? Yes. That's exactly what happened. Xu Yunyao nodded in agreement. You actually live together? Has he taken advantage of you? Have you slept together? Xu Yunyao gave Yang Tingting a shove. Stupid Tingting, why are your words getting more and more offensive? We had an agreement. Even though we live together, we don't share the same bed. If we can't cultivate any feelings after 3 years, we'll go our separate ways. Yang Tingting gave her a thumbs up, not sure if she was admiring her or mocking her. Marry first, fall in love later. Yao, you're really something. Chapter 19, A Woman is Worth 3 Men. Yang Tingting was surprised to learn that her best friend, Xu Yunyao, had married Zhou Zhang in a shotgun wedding to keep her promise. She had 1,000 words she wanted to say, but there was no point in saying anything now that it had already happened, so she kept them to herself. Yunyao, no wonder your mother called me and asked me not to support you recently. I was so confused that I didn't have time to ask before she hung up. Now I understand, you have fallen out with your family. Yodio, is it worth it to keep a promise and marry that guy Zhou Zhang? Seeing Yang Tingting's puzzled expression, Xu Yunyao smiled. There is nothing worth or not worth it, this is my principle of being a person. In order to force me to change my mind, my parents froze my secondary card and did not want their girlfriends to support me, just to put pressure on me to turn back. In fact, I don't even want to ask my best friend for help. I have my own hands and feet, and I can also earn money to support myself. Besides, Zhou Zhang also has a formal job. Okay. Yang Tingting nodded, suddenly becoming nosy again. How old is that Zhou Zhang? What does he look like? Is he handsome? Xu Yunyao generously took out a photo from her bag. This was the photo left over from when she and Zhou Zhang applied for their marriage license. Here, take a look for yourself. In fact, he's 3 years younger than me. Yang Tingting took the photo and saw Zhou Zhang's appearance. He was a bright and handsome boy, not retouched, but no less attractive than the stars on TV. In an instant, Yang Tingting felt a little flutter in her heart. She thought to herself, no wonder Yao Yao was willing to fight with her family and get a marriage license with Zhou Zhang. The boy is not just handsome in general. Yang Tingting actually wanted to help her best friend, and she really had nothing to say about the appearance. A woman is at her best in her 30s, and looking at the photos, you two do look quite compatible. Yang Tingting said sincerely. It's okay. Hee, Yao Yao, you're getting a little chubby, and you're breathing heavily. Yang Tingting laughed twice and then asked. What does he do? Zhou Zhang is a police officer. Wow, a policeman. He looks good, but policeman's salary is not high. I don't know if he can support you? Xu Yunyao gave her a cold stare. Police officers don't earn much. I told you that. I can work and earn money too. I've actually found a job and will start tomorrow. My goodness. Yang Tingting looked surprised. You've really found a job? I'm impressed. It seems that your policeman husband can't support you. Who said that? Xu Yunyao suddenly looked proud and happy. Last night, Zhou Zhang arrested a wanted criminal. I heard that he will get at least a second-class merit and a bonus of 120,000 yuan. My husband is no ordinary person. As she spoke, Xu Yunyao beamed, sincerely praising her husband. Yang Tingting suddenly felt a little sour in her heart. Well, as your best friend, I can only wish you happiness. Tingting, thank you for your blessings. Xu Yunyao said as she stood up. It's getting late, I should go too. Yao Yao, why are you in such a hurry to go? Stay with me for a while. I need to go home and cook some chicken soup for Zhou Zhang to help him recover. Yang Tingting asked. You said you came to the hospital to see Zhou Zhang, did he get hurt? Yang Tingting nodded. Zhou Zhang got a little hurt last night when he caught the criminals, but it's not a big deal. Okay, then I won't keep you. Yang Tingting also stood up. By the way, which room is Zhou Zhang in? I'll go visit him sometime and get to know him. After all, we're such good friends, and if your husband doesn't know me, people will think we're just pretending to be friends. Xu Yunyao told Yang Tingting Zhou Zhang's bed number. Tingting, I'll bring Zhou Zhang his dinner later, and I'll contact you to come over and introduce you to him. Okay. I'll go then. Yang Tingting watched Xu Yunyao get into the elevator and then turned and walked back to her grandfather's single room. The nurse, Auntie Lu, sat in a chair, staring unblinkingly at the old man in the bed, looking particularly conscientious. The old man was still asleep, and there was a little more color in his face than before, so it seemed that his condition had been temporarily controlled. When she saw Yang Tingting come in, the nurse, Auntie Lu, quickly stood up. Yang Tingting waved her hand to indicate that she should not make a sound, so as not to wake her grandfather. Seeing that her grandfather was safe and sound, and even improving, Yang Tingting finally let her guard down. Oceanwide International Trade Company, General Manager's Office. Wang Feng sat in a large, soft boss chair, leaning back, his feet resting on the solid wood desk. He held a cigar in his hand, took a drag, and exhaled a large cloud of smoke that slowly dissipated into the air. Cough, 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 cough. A young man sitting across from him coughed uncontrollably from the smoke. Had ha. Wang Feng laughed, lowered his legs, took out a Cuban cigar and threw it over. How's he try this stuff? If you don't smoke it, the smell of smoke is really harsh. Hong Hao took the cigar but put it back on the table. Brother Feng, this stuff is too strong. I'm not used to it. If it goes into the lungs, it'll take you to heaven in one go. Sha Bei. Wang Feng scolded with a smile. Who smokes this stuff and lets it go into the lungs? Country bumpkin. Hong Hao was also annoyed, waved his hand, and took out a box of Furong Wang from his pocket and lit it up on his own. This one still smokes smoothly. Wang Feng didn't insist, took another drag of his cigar, and asked. Have you found out anything about the matter I asked you to find out? Of course I have. Hong Hao spat out a cloud of smoke and began to brag. Brother Feng, you know what I'm like. My nickname in the underworld is the gossip, nothing can hide from me. Before he could finish, he was rudely interrupted by Wang Feng. Damn it! Why are you talking so much nonsense? Get to the point. Hey, hey, hey! I heard that Chu Yunyao has fallen out with her family. Her father has threatened to cut off his relationship with her, and Chu Yunyao is leaving everything behind. Hold on. Is that true? Wang Feng was thunderstruck by the news. But thinking about it, the news should be true. Otherwise, Chu Yunyao, a rich and spoiled girl, would not have come to his company to interview for a deputy manager position. Haozi, do you know why Chu Yunyao did this? Brother Feng, I heard that she was headstrong and insisted on getting married to a small police officer. It seems that she really went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get married. What? Chu Yunyao got married to a small police officer? As Chu Yunyao's lapdog, Wang Feng was shocked to hear the news and his face was gloomy. After a while. Haozi, help me find out about the small police officer who got married to Chu Yunyao. Brother Feng, I already found out without you having to tell me. The guy's name is Zhou Zhang and he's an intern at the Qiaobei police station. Chapter 20, Licking Dog is Furious. His beloved goddess married a small police officer and got a marriage certificate. This was something Licking Dog Wang Feng could never accept. His chest kept rising and falling with anger, and he wanted to kill Zhou Zhang. Damn it! Who in the world could swallow the insult of having their goddess fingered by a small trainee police officer? Haozi, find me some people who hang out on the streets, go to the hospital and beat up that little police officer. Money is no object. In his rage, Wang Feng made an irrational decision. Hong Hao, who was in the know, advised. Brother Feng, calm down. That kid is only a trainee cop, but he is still a cop, isn't he? People on the streets only bully ordinary people, how dare they assault a cop? Wang Feng confidently waved his hand. With a big reward, there must be brave men. If I pay more, I don't believe I can't find desperate men? Hong Hao said. Brother Feng, even if someone dares to do it, how will it end after beating Zhou Zhang? It's not a trivial matter for a policeman to get beaten up. The authorities will definitely investigate it thoroughly. It's not good, and the investigation may come to you and me. By then, it won't be possible to settle it with money. So what should we do? I'm fucking suffocating, you know? Wang Feng walked around the office restlessly. Hong Hao's eyes twinkled as he said. Brother Feng, your ultimate goal is Chu Yunyao, the Chu family's eldest daughter. Why not spend the money on Zhou Zhang? Give him some money, threaten him and then lure him in, so that he leaves the Chu family's eldest daughter. And there's another advantage to doing this, which is that you can gain the gratitude of Chu Yunyao's parents. What do you mean? Wang Feng asked, looking up. Brother Feng, think about it. Isn't it because of Zhou Zhang that Chu Yunyao left the Chu family? Her parents don't look down on Zhou Zhang, and they hate that they are separated. If you can make this happen, the Chu family will be so happy that they might support your relationship with Chu Yunyao. Wang Feng thought about it and said to himself, yes. The Chu family opposes the marriage between Chu Yunyao and Zhou Zhang because they must look down on Zhou Zhang's status. After all, the families are not equal. But that's different for me. Although my family's business is much worse than the Chu family's, it's still considered one of the best in Zhangbei City, and it's much stronger than Zhou Zhang, a small police officer. If I can break up Chu Yunyao and Zhou Zhang, I really have a chance to become the Chu family's son-in-law. If the Chu and Wang families join forces, once Chu Yunyao's parents die in the future, everything will be mine. I'll get the girl and a huge family business. Holy cow. Just thinking about it makes me feel good. Wang Feng yammered on for a while, and his mouth was watering. Haozi, you're right. In that case, go and find out some more. Where is that kid Zhou Zhang? I'll talk to him in person. If I become the Chu family's son-in-law, Haozi, I'll get you the job of deputy general manager. Brother Feng, does the job of deputy general manager look good? Is it sexy? I don't like older men. Wang Feng was taken aback, and then he cursed. Is your mind full of romantic Japanese action movies? I'm not making you the deputy general manager to do the deputy general manager's work, idiot. Hurry up and go, you'll get your share of the benefits. Thanks, Brother Feng, I'll go ask around, you just wait here. Hong Hao promised and walked out of the office happily. He found a buddy who worked as a police auxiliary at a police station. He asked the auxiliary if he knew Zhou Zhang, a trainee police officer at the Qiaobei police station. The auxiliary police officer was taken aback and asked Hong Hao, "Why are you asking about Zhou Zhang?" Hong Hao said, "No reason. I'm just doing someone a favor. Just tell me if you know this person or not." The auxiliary police officer said, "Of course I know him. Zhou Zhang is famous now. Everyone in all the police stations in Zhangbei City knows him." Hong Hao was taken aback and said, "What's so special about a junior trainee police officer? Why is he famous?" The auxiliary police officer said with envy, "Zhou Zhang was on duty when he had a stroke of luck and captured a Class A wanted criminal. The reward money and bonus add up to 120,000 yuan, and he may even get a first-class merit." Ha! Hong Hao drew a breath. He thought to himself, "I didn't realize that Zhou Zhang, a trainee police officer, was so awesome. He hasn't even been made permanent yet and he could get a first-class merit." He asked the auxiliary police buddy again, "Do you know where Zhou Zhang is?" The auxiliary police buddy said, "Zhou Zhang was injured while fighting with the wanted criminal and was hospitalized in Zhangbei City First Hospital. As for which bed he is in, he doesn't know." Hong Hao got the information he wanted, threw a box of hard candies to the auxiliary police buddy, and then quickly ran back to Fanhai International Trade Company. In the general manager's office, Wang Feng frowned and smoked a cigar. Hong Hao pushed open the door and rushed in. Wang Feng was in a bad mood, and someone else had entered without knocking, so he was about to lose his temper. But when he looked up and saw it was Hong Hao, he suppressed his anger. "Hao Zi, why are you home so soon? Have you taken care of everything I asked you to do?" Hong Hao nodded, closed the office door, sat down opposite Wang Feng, and pretended to be out of breath. "Brother Feng, I found out where he is." Wang Feng threw him a bottle of mineral water and 2 boxes of soft huazi. "Hao Zi, don't worry, drink some water, smoke a cigarette, and take your time." Although Wang Feng was quite anxious and wanted to know where Zhou Zhang was right away, he still had to act like a gentleman on the surface. After drinking the water, Hong Hao lit a huazi and took 2 puffs before slowly saying, "Hospitalized? Sick? Cancer?" Wang Feng was taken aback, but then a look of joy appeared on his face. His rival was sick and hospitalized, and he felt an inexplicable excitement. "It's not a disease." Hong Hao waved his hand. "He was injured. That kid is also very lucky. I heard that he caught an A-level wanted criminal while on duty and got a little injured, so he was hospitalized. This kid is now famous in the police circles, and he may get a first-class merit. Brother Feng, we're lucky we didn't get someone from the underworld to get him, otherwise, we'd be asking for death." "Damn it." Wang Feng heard this and shook his hand, feeling even more depressed. He was unhappy that his rival was so outstanding. Seeing the expression on Wang Feng's face, Hong Hao advised him, "Brother Feng, don't be depressed. This society is about wealth and money. No matter how many meritorious service awards that kid gets, he can't eat them. A month's salary isn't much money. In terms of wealth, you're miles ahead of him." Wang Feng thought about it and agreed. His strategy had always been to use coercion and enticement. First, use politeness to get his way, then use force. First, use money to entice Zhou Zhang. Give him $1 million or 2 and tell him to leave Chu Yunyao. If the other party doesn't agree, then think of another solution. He stood up. "Hao Zi, let's go now to Zhangbei First Hospital and have a meeting with this Zhou Zhang kid. I have a lot of money, I don't believe that I can't solve this problem with money." The 2 men took the elevator to the underground garage, got into a white Land Rover Range Rover, and rushed to Zhangbei First Hospital. Chapter 21, Self-Inflicted Humiliation. Wang Feng and Hong Hao arrived at Zhangbei City First Central Hospital in a rage. To show his good manners, Wang Feng told Hong Hao to go to the shop outside the hospital entrance and buy 2 cartons of expired milk. After all, you have to put on a show before you can use force. He thought that Zhou Zhang, a mere trainee police officer, was only worthy of drinking expired milk, and buying anything else would be a waste. After parking the car, carrying the 2 boxes of expired milk, and asking for directions along the way, the 2 men arrived outside Zhou Zhang's hospital room. Through the glass window, they saw a man lying on the hospital bed. Due to the angle, they couldn't see what he looked like, but they assumed it was their love rival Zhou Zhang. "Zhou Zhang?" Wang Feng couldn't help but grit his teeth. Brother Feng, control your emotions. This guy is a cop, and you must not get into a conflict with him later." "I know." Wang Feng took a few deep breaths to suppress the anger in his heart. Let's go in. Okay. Han Hao didn't bother with any formalities and pushed open the door to the hospital room. Zhou Zhang was lying on the hospital bed. When he heard a noise, he looked up and saw two uninvited guests enter, so he frowned. He thought that these two people had entered the wrong room. After all, Zhou Zhang didn't recognize either of them, as they looked very unfamiliar. Han Hao put down the two packages of expired milk and asked, "You are Officer Zhou Zhang?" "Yes." "And you are?" "Let me introduce you. The man next to me is the boss of Oceanwide International Trade Company, Wang Feng." "Wang Feng?" Zhou Zhang's CPU spun rapidly, but after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't remember who this person in front of him was. "I don't seem to know you, do I?" "It's okay if you don't know, you will soon." Wang Feng ran his hand through his greasy hair, pulled over a chair, and sat down facing Zhou Zhang. Zhou Zhang had thick eyebrows and big eyes, with a face full of sharp angles, and was a proper good-looking guy. Wang Feng felt that even though he had made an effort to look handsome, he still couldn't compare to Zhou Zhang in his hospital gown, and couldn't help feeling even more depressed. To maintain his composure, he forced a smile. "Officer Zhou, we're here for two reasons. First, to see how you are. I heard you caught a wanted criminal and got injured. Second, there's something personal I want to talk to you about." Zhou Zhang's heart stirred. He felt that this guy across from him was up to no good. He sat up in bed. "What's the matter?" "Mr. Wang, just get to the point." Wang Feng suddenly felt a powerful aura, and his momentum weakened by 3 points. "So what's this about Chu Yunyao?" Zhou Zhang asked. "Yunyao? What about Yunyao?" Wang Feng said, word by word. "Do you know that Chu Yunyao is the goddess of my heart?" "Ha ha." Zhou Zhang suddenly laughed. He now understood that the guy in front of him was here for Chu Yunyao, and might even be Chu Yunyao's lapdog. He asked in return, "Do you know that Chu Yunyao is my wife, and we have a marriage certificate?" "So what?" "Zhou Zhang, if you're a man, just leave Chu Yunyao. You're a poor cop, you can't give her happiness." Zhou Zhang thought to himself, is Wang Feng sick in the head? "You're a doer. You think I'll leave Chu Yunyao if you tell me to? That's just crazy talk." Then, without bothering to respond to Wang Feng, he lay back down. "Gentlemen, if there's nothing else, please leave." "Damn it." Wang Feng couldn't help but burn with anger when he saw that Zhou Zhang was unmoved. He gave Zhou Zhang a fierce look. 1 million, I'll give you 1 million, just leave Chu Yunyao." Zhou Zhang thought to himself, the Chu family offered me 5 million, and I didn't even want it. What is a million? Do you really think that everyone is only interested in money? He gave him a look full of contempt. 2 million. Zhou Zhang, 2 million is a lot, I advise you not to be ungrateful. Are you done? Zhou Zhang rolled over and turned his back to Wang Feng. If you're done, just go. Don't even mention 2 million, even if it's 20 billion, I won't leave Chu Yunyao. Damn it. Han Hao stepped forward and pointed at Zhou Zhang, saying, "Zhou Zhang, do you know who you're talking to? The young man in front of you is the son of Wang Dong of Oceanwide International Group. If you agree to what young Master Wang is asking, your future will get better and better. With money, you can have any woman you want. Offend young Master Wang and you'll lose both your wealth and your woman." What? Are you threatening me? Zhou Zhang suddenly turned around. Threaten a cop? I'll have you detained for 5 days, believe it or not. Han Hao felt that Zhou Zhang was not joking, and he suddenly shrank his neck in fear and dared not speak. Wang Feng's face turned pale. This kid Zhou Zhang is unyielding, really fucking hard to deal with. 3 million. Rolls. Zhou Zhang was already too lazy to argue with Wang Feng, and he felt that this guy was very noisy. You. Wang Feng, as the son of a king, has been pampered since childhood and has had everything his way. No one has ever dared to yell at him like this, so he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. At this time, a pretty figure walked in. Zhou Zhang, are you hungry? Look what I made for you. The person who came was Chu Yunyao. Seeing Wang Feng in Zhou Zhang's hospital room, she couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Wang Feng, who told you to come here? Wang Feng is very grumpy with other people, but when it comes to Chu Yunyao, he is just like a lapdog, without a trace of grumpiness. He immediately broke into a smile. Yunyao, we meet again, what a coincidence. Xu Yunyao's face was gloomy. What coincidence! I don't have any connection with you at all. Are you here to threaten Zhou Zhan? I'm telling you, Wang Feng, if you dare to do anything to Zhou Zhang, I'll immediately tell my father and bankrupt your company. Do you believe that? Xu Yunyao's words were not alarmist. With the strength of the Chu family, it was not impossible to bring down the Wang family if the cost was not considered. Yunyao, don't say things you don't mean, okay? Zhou Zhang is not your ideal partner. As the daughter of a wealthy family, you should understand the logic of a powerful alliance. I am your ideal husband. Xu Yunyao almost vomited from disgust at Wang Feng. I don't need you to teach me what I understand. Get out of here quickly, I don't want to see you. Facing Xu Yunyao's aggressive words, Wang Feng was really at a loss. Xu Yunyao, you have now severed your relationship with your family, so don't threaten me with bringing down the Wang family. Really? A smile appeared on Xu Yunyao's face. Do you want to give it a try? Even if I have severed my relationship with my family, I am still the only daughter of the Chu family. Wang Feng was speechless and deflated. No matter how much she has fallen out with her parents, she is still the only daughter of the Chu family. Xu Yunyao no longer paid any attention to Wang Feng. Zhou Zhang, get up and eat. Open the thermos, which contains the well-simmered ginseng and wolfberry chicken soup, and the aroma immediately fills the air. It smells so good. Zhou Zhang exclaimed. Here, let me feed you. Xu Yunyao took a small spoon, scooped up a spoonful of chicken soup, blew on it with her mouth, stuck out her tongue to test the temperature, and then brought it to Zhou Zhang's mouth. Zhou Zhang opened his mouth and drank a spoonful of chicken soup, which was extremely comfortable both mentally and physically. The two of them were showing off their affection for each other, completely ignoring Wang Feng. He was about to explode with anger, and he felt his temples pounding and throbbing. He knew that staying here was like a heifer drinking milk, inviting humiliation. Let's go. Wang Feng called out to Hong Hao and dejectedly walked away. Chapter 22, It's too tight, I can't get out. Wang Feng arrived at the parking lot with a pale face and got into the driver's seat of the Range Rover. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he couldn't help but slam his fist on the steering wheel. Drip, drip, drip. The horn started to honk as well, and the sound echoed far and wide in the empty parking lot. Hong Hao didn't dare to persuade him. He realized that Wang Feng was really angry. He was afraid that Mr. Wang would take out his anger on him. Haozi, quickly find someone who knows the way, I must kill Zhou Zhang. In a rage, Wang Feng had lost his mind. He now wanted to solve the problem violently, so that he could take his revenge. Brother Feng, no! Zhou Zhang is a policeman and has been awarded for his work. If we even hit him, we'll both go to prison. What should we do? Just let Zhou Zhang die of anger. Brother Feng, we just went through the formalities. Zhou Zhang refused to take the toast, so now we can't be polite to him. Damn it, I said we should get someone to do him in, but you're scared of trouble. Now you're saying we shouldn't be polite to Zhou Zhang, going on and on about this and that. Are you sick? Hong Hao said. Brother Feng, what I mean is that next we need to find a way to get Zhou Zhang. We don't have to get someone to beat him up, that's the worst thing we could do. Although you can't buy Zhou Zhang with money, he must have his own weak points. We can think in this direction, and once we figure it out, we can prescribe the right medicine. Wang Feng nodded and said after thinking about it. As a policeman, he is afraid of losing his job and not being able to advance. It was not easy to enter the system, so he definitely cherishes this job and wants to get promoted even more. Hong Hao said. Then let's think about it. Who can influence his work? Do you really need to think about it? Wang Feng gave Hong Hao a cold stare. Zhou Zhang's leader, the leader's leader, can all influence his work and his promotion. Hong Hao said. Then let his leader threaten him. Wang Feng shrugged. Haozi, you're damn right, it's easy to say. You think the police station is owned by my family? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to Wang Feng's mind, and he gave his thigh a hard slap. That's right, a distant cousin of mine is the deputy director of the political department of the police station. The political department is responsible for the establishment of police officers, the appointment and dismissal of cadres, commendations and rewards, and so on, with considerable power. Hong Hao's eyes lit up. Brother Feng, why don't we just ask your cousin for help, let him step in, and give Zhou Zhang a gentle nudge? I'm not afraid he won't give in. This is a good idea, but... Wang Feng pondered for a moment and said. My distant cousin is not even remotely related to my family, and besides, this person has quite an appetite. Brother phone, if money can solve a problem, then it's not a problem. You can't catch a wolf without giving up your children. Why not just give the money to someone? Okay, I'll ask him out tonight and have some fun, and we'll settle this. In the ward of Jiangbei First Central Hospital, Xu Yunyao is still meticulously feeding Zhou Zhang. The chicken soup is delicious, and the Xu Yunyao in front of her is even more beautiful. Yunyao, you should drink some too, it's really delicious. If it's good, then drink more. Zhou Zhang, you're a patient now, and I can't compete with you for food. Besides, I've already drunk some. Zhou Zhang swallowed a mouthful of chicken soup and said, "But I feel that you're so hungry that you can't help it. I saw you secretly lick the corners of your mouth." Did I? Xu Yunyao knew full well what he was asking, and 2 blushes appeared on her fair face. Damn it, Zhou Zhang, if you keep talking, I won't feed you anymore. It's okay, I've already had enough anyway. Zhou Zhang was smug and Xu Yunyao was so angry. This guy, he's getting the better of me. Zhou Zhang suddenly took out the thermos and snatched the spoon from Xu Yunyao's hand. Okay, I'll feed you now. He ladled up a spoonful of chicken soup. Quick, open your mouth. Ah. He was like coaxing a child, talking and gesturing to Xu Yunyao. Xu Yunyao really wanted to drink the chicken soup. After all, she was hungry too. However, Zhou Zhang's way of feeding her made her feel a little embarrassed. Hurry up, Yunyao, or the chicken soup will get cold. Xu Yunyao could not resist, so she closed her eyes and opened her mouth. A spoonful of delicious chicken soup entered her mouth, and the taste blossomed in her tongue's taste buds. Wow, it's delicious. I never thought I could cook so well. Again, Yunyao, open your mouth. Zhou Zhang deliberately filled the spoon with a full scoop and poured it into Xu Yunyao's mouth in one go. Xu Yunyao was caught off guard and the chicken soup almost spilled out, so she quickly covered her mouth. Zhou Zhang, you gave me too much, it almost spilled out. I'm sorry, Yunyao, I'll be more careful next time. He obviously did it on purpose, and there's going to be a next time? Xu Yunyao thought angrily. Zhou Zhang tried to put another spoonful of chicken soup in, but the spoon wouldn't come out. Xu Yunyao retaliated by biting down on the spoon with her teeth, and looked at Zhou Zhang with defiant eyes. Zhou Zhang moved his wrist, but didn't dare to pull the spoon out too hard, for fear of hurting Xu Yunyao. However, Xu Yunyao deliberately didn't let go, and the two were thus at an impasse. Still, Zhou Zhang couldn't hold out any longer. Yunyao, you're biting so hard, I can't pull it out. As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt that they were a bit awkward and bitter when he thought about them. He couldn't help but grin and laugh to himself. Xu Yunyao soon heard it too, and her ears immediately turned red. Damn Zhou Zhang, he dares to say anything, so embarrassing. If you keep talking nonsense, I'm not going to drink anymore. Okay, I won't say anything anymore. The two were feeding and drinking, and were having a great time, when Lu Jianjun arrived. He had just been out for a while, but he hurried back in time for dinner. His voice reached the room before he did. Zhou Zhang, what would you like to eat tonight? As soon as he entered the room, he saw a scene of affection. Zhou Zhang was spooning chicken soup into Xu Yunyao's mouth. My eyes. Lu Jianjun screamed. As a married man, he was unable to resist the affection of the young couple. I didn't see anything. You guys go ahead. These two are so sweet, it almost induced his diabetes. Lu Jianjun covered his eyes and ran outside the ward to stand guard. After a while, a beautiful woman wearing black silk high heels walked over. She reached out to push the door to the ward. Lu Jianjun quickly stopped her and said, Hey. Who are you looking for? The beautiful woman smiled. Hello, my name is Yang Tingting, is Zhou Zhang in this ward? Yes. You know Zhou Zhang? Lu Jianjun thought to himself, why is there another beauty here looking for Zhou Zhang? Has this kid had some good luck? Xu Yunyao is in there, and now Yang Tingting is going in. What's he going to do? I don't know Zhou Zhang. I'm good friends with Xu Yunyao. She just sent me a message saying she's come to the hospital, so I'm here now. Oh, that's good. Come in. Thank you. Chapter 23, I thought you were drinking milk. Zhou Zhang and Xu Yunyao finished feeding each other chicken soup. Zhou Zhang saw some chicken soup grease remaining at the corner of Xu Yunyao's mouth and couldn't help but say, Yunyao, there's something at the corner of your mouth. Xu Yunyao still cared a lot about her appearance. Hearing Zhou Zheng's words, she couldn't help but ask. Where? What is it? While saying this, she subconsciously used her hand to wipe it away. Don't move, I'll help you wipe it away. Zhou Zhang pulled a piece of paper out of the paper towel dispenser. Lift your head up, don't move. He carefully wiped the corners of Chu Yunyao's mouth, chuckling as he did so. You're such a big girl, but you eat like a child. You even spill your chicken soup on your chin. Chu Yunyao glared at her in annoyance. It's your fault, you gave me so much at once, how was I supposed to finish it all? Okay, it's all my fault, next time I'll feed you little by little, so that not a single drop is wasted. At that moment, the door opened and young Tingting walked in. She heard the last sentence Zhou Zhang said and saw the scene in front of her, which made her think a lot of unhealthy things. What are you guys doing? Oh my god. Yunyao, you actually ate. Yang Tingting couldn't continue speaking, covering her face, feeling ashamed. Zhou Zhang's face turned black. He didn't recognize the beauty in front of him, and he had no idea what she was talking about. Chu Yunyao understood what Yang Tingting meant, and couldn't help blushing, angrily saying, Tingting, what are you talking about? It's not what you think. Come on, don't explain, explaining is covering up. Unexpectedly, Yunyao, who has always presented herself as a lady of the house, is actually so open. I'm impressed. You, Tingting, just now, Zhou Zhang fed me some chicken soup, and it dripped to the corner of my mouth. He was wiping it off for me. What were you thinking? Huh? Yang Tingting froze for a moment, and then looked again at the two of them, who were dressed properly. Zhou Zhang, in particular, had a look of innocence on his face, not at all like someone who had just been caught doing something bad. Could it be that she had misunderstood Yao Yao? Come to think of it, Yao Yao was not a casual person. Yang Tingting couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. What? I thought you choked on the milk. She quickly mumbled something. Xu Yunyao gave Yang Tingting a fierce glare, but with Zhou Zhang there, she didn't dare say much to her. She took a tissue from Zhou Zhang and wiped her mouth, saying, Tingting, let me introduce you. This is Zhou Zhang, my husband. Zhou Zhang, this is Yang Tingting, my best friend. Yang Tingting took a closer look at Zhou Zhang. He had a sword-shaped eyebrow and starry eyes, with well-defined facial features. He was a handsome guy. She couldn't help but nod, and understood in her heart. No wonder Chu Yunyao would rather break with her family than not marry Zhou Zhang. Hello, Miss Yang. Zhou Zhang greeted her while taking a good look at her. Yang Tingting was not bad-looking, especially with those enchanting peach eyes, and her figure was also well-proportioned. But compared to Chu Yunyao, she was still lacking a little, not only in terms of figure, but also in terms of temperament. Hello, Zhou Zhang. Yang Tingting nodded in agreement and then said, You are Yao Yao's husband, so you are not a stranger. From now on, you can call me Yang Tingting or Tingting. Okay. Zhou Zhang nodded with a smile. Tingting, have a seat. Would you like some fruit? Xu Yunyao helped her move a chair and handed her a banana. Yang Tingting didn't seem to mind, peeled the banana, took a bite and said indistinctly, Yodio, Zhou Zhang is quite handsome, no wonder you fell for him. What are you talking about? I did it mainly because of the promise I made to Grandma. Okay, my Yodio is not a face-obsessed dog, right? By the way. Yang Tingting looked at Zhou Zhang. Zhou Zhang, I have to give you a few words of advice. My Yodio has been spoiled since she was little and has lived in a honeypot, so you must not let her suffer the slightest grievance. I don't know if you can afford to support my Yo-Yo with a few $1,000s a month. Before Zhou Zhang could say anything, Xu Yunyao snapped. Yang Tingting, what are you talking about? I'm living with Zhou Zhang, why does he have to support me? Just because I'm a girl and the daughter of the Chu family? I'm not lazy, I can work and contribute to the family. Yang Tingting didn't expect such a strong reaction from Chu Yunyao, and she said with a face full of resentment. Fine, if you can stand on your own 2 feet and be self-reliant, I'll be the good-hearted fool. Seeing Yang Tingting's expression, Xu Yunyao couldn't help but poke her in the armpit with her hand. You little brat. Dare to give me a sour look? Giggle, giggle, giggle. Yang Tingting immediately dodged while shivering with laughter. Yo-yo, stop it. Giggle, giggle, giggle. It's so itchy. Zhou Zhang couldn't say a word, and couldn't help but shake his head. However, Chu Yunyao always protects him, for fear of hurting his pride. Zhou Zhang is very grateful. At this time, he noticed a white star appear on Chu Yunyao's head, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. Rewards are here again. 1-star reward. Do you want to collect it now? Or wait for an upgrade? Upgrading to 2 stars will get you a higher reward. But Zhou Zhang really couldn't help it anymore. He was envious just looking at the reward. Never mind if it was high level or not, what's in the pot is what counts. He reached out and tapped the white star above Chu Yunyao's head. Ding, the host has opened the 1-star reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 lost ancient formulas. Lost ancient formulas? Zhou Zhang was at a loss. He was a cop, after all. He had thought he would get rewards like hand-to-hand combat, but what the hell is an ancient formula reward? Is the system trying to train him to be an old Chinese medicine doctor? But it's good to have a reward, what else do you need? In his mind, the 3 golden prescriptions flashed like animated images, glowing with golden light. They soon disappeared, and Zhou Zhang also remembered the contents of the prescriptions. The first prescription was an ancient recipe for medicinal wine. Older people who drink a small glass every day can relax their qi and activate their blood, which will prolong their lives. Even people who are unable to drink due to illness can drink it. The second prescription was for the treatment of stomach problems. No matter how stubborn the stomach problem is, after 3 doses, it will be cured immediately. The third is a beauty recipe that has been used by queens throughout the ages to beautify the face and body. Zhou Zhang felt a stirring in his heart. With these ancient recipes, why would Chu Yunyao still need to find a job? Wouldn't it be great to start your own business and be your own boss? He must discuss this with Chu Yunyao when he has the chance. He will provide the recipes, and Chu Yunyao can take care of the rest. Chu Yunyao had severed her ties with her family for herself, and whenever she thought about it, Zhou Zhang felt a little guilty. Just as Zhou Zhang was thinking all sorts of things in his head, Yang Tingting answered a phone call and suddenly stood up. Yodio, I can't chat with you now, the caregiver just called me, Grandpa has woken up, I have to go there quickly. Chu Yunyao said. Tingting, I'll go with you. Aren't you going to accompany your Zhou Zhang? Zhou Zhang has his colleague Jianjun to take care of him, it's fine, let's go and take a look at the old man together. Chapter 24. The young man. Thank you for saving my life. Chu Yunyao turned to Zhou Zhang and said. Zhou Zhang, I'm going to go with Tingting to see her grandfather. Zhou Zhang asked. What happened to young Tingting's grandfather? Is he also in the hospital? Yes, a heart attack. Is it serious? Fortunately, he was sent to the hospital in time and is under control, and there is no danger to his life. Oh, that's good. Do you need me to go with you? No, you're also injured, so you should rest in the ward. Okay. After Chu Yunyao and Yang Tingting left, Zhou Zhang suddenly remembered that yesterday he had saved an old man who had a sudden heart attack, and he was also taken to Jiangbei Hospital. I don't know if that old man has turned the corner. Anyway, I also paid the 10,000 yuan hospital deposit for him. I'm definitely going to get that money back. After all, he's not rich, he just isn't in a hurry. Chu Yunyao and Yang Tingting arrived at the intensive care unit. In the hospital bed, the old man had slept for a while and woke up leisurely, his spirits not too bad as he leaned against the head of the bed. Yang Tingting approached. Grandpa, you're awake, how do you feel? The old man said. Not bad, I'm just a little hungry. Grandpa, what do you want to eat? Tingting and I will go buy it for you. Chu Yunyao next to him said. The old man tilted his head and recognized Chu Yunyao. Oh, it's Yo-Yo. Why, you know that old man is in the hospital? Yo-Yo nodded. I went to the hospital to visit someone, and I happened to run into Tingting. She said you were in the hospital, so she came to visit you. You were sleeping at the time. Sigh. The old man sighed. I'm old, and my body parts aren't working anymore. This heart attack almost took me away. Fortunately, I met a kind person, and I narrowly escaped with my life. By the way, Yo-Yo, have you seen that kind young man? We have to thank him properly. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't have seen me again. Yang Tingting thought to herself, so the person who helped Grandpa was a young man. Grandpa, when I arrived, the kind young man had already gone, and he hasn't shown up since. He also paid the 10,000 yuan deposit for your hospitalization. Is that right? The old man was very grateful when he heard young Tingting's words. He sighed. Alas, nowadays, there really aren't many young people like this. Our family can't not repay the kindness. Tingting, you must find him. Grandpa, don't worry about it. My dad said he'll find the Good Samaritan. The old man nodded. That's good, that's good. Your father is busy at work, so you must remind him not to forget. I know, Grandpa, don't worry. Young Tingting continued. Grandpa, aren't you hungry? What do you want to eat? There's so much I want to eat. The old man winked. I want braised pork and a bottle of wine, that would be perfect. My dear granddaughter, go and prepare it for Grandpa. Yang Tingting's pair of peach-colored eyes widened upon hearing this, and she said solemnly, Comrade Yang Jixiong, you have just escaped from the brink of death, and now you want to eat meat and drink wine? Tingting, you know your grandfather's habits. I feel uncomfortable without some braised pork and a couple of drinks at every meal. Hurry up and... No way. Yang Tingting shook her head, firmly disagreeing. Grandpa, the doctor said you should eat a light diet and completely give up smoking and drinking. What a load of crap, they're all quacks, don't listen to them. It's just not going to happen, you have a heart condition, just bear with it. Endure? That's easy for you to say. I'd rather die than not drink or eat meat. The old man looked like he had nothing to live for. Yang Tingting insisted on following the doctor's instructions. After all, this was about her grandfather's health and even his life and death, so she absolutely could not be careless. If I'm not allowed to eat meat or drink, then I won't eat anything and I'll starve to death. The old man threw a childish tantrum. Yang Tingting knew that her grandfather was particularly stubborn when he got angry, and normally it wouldn't hurt if he drank less. However, his heart condition is not optimistic at the moment, and Yang Tingting cannot give in. Judging from the way the old man looks, he will not give in either. The two are locked in a standoff, and Yang Tingting is at a loss for the moment. She cannot help but look for help from Chu Yunyao with her eyes. Chu Yunyao persuaded for a while, but the old man simply did not listen, and she was at a loss. At this time, Chu Yunyao received a message on her phone from Zhou Zhang. He asked when she was going to be back, as she had been gone for so long. Chu Yunyao briefly explained the situation to Zhou Zhang. Zhou Zhang couldn't help but chuckle. Yang Tingting's grandfather, being a heart patient, definitely had to stop drinking. This person is like a child when he gets old, and you can't just refuse him. You have to coax him. Suddenly, he thought of the fact that he had just obtained 3 ancient prescriptions, one of which was the recipe for medicinal wine that tonifies the body and prolongs life. The medicinal wine brewed with this lost ancient recipe can be drunk by heart patients, and it also has the effect of strengthening the body and prolonging life. Why don't you try it? Zhou Zhang said in WeChat. Yunyao, why don't I go and persuade the old man? Shu Yunyao quickly replied. Zhou Zhang, are you sure? You don't know the old man. Zhou Zhang, let's give it a try. Tell me the bed number. Shu Yunyao thought for a moment. Men understand men better, so why not let Zhou Zhang give it a try? So, she told Zhou Zhang the bed number of the old man. Zhou Zhang got up, put on his shoes, and walked out of the ward. Lu Jianjun, who was outside the door, was fiddling with his phone. When he saw Zhou Zhang come out, he couldn't help but ask. Zhou, where are you going? Zhou Zhang smiled and said. I'm going to visit a patient, on the top floor of this building. Why, do you have a friend in the hospital? Yang Tingting's grandfather, well, it's hard to explain, master, I'll be right back. Hey, wait for me. Lu Jianjun followed him, saying. The director told him to take good care of Zhou Zhang, so he dared not be careless. In the intensive care unit on the top floor, Yang Tingting and her grandfather were still at an impasse. Grandpa, I'm begging you, don't drink anymore, eat something light. Stop, Tingting, you know my temper, even your father can't persuade me. The old man waved his hand. You get me a caddy of braised pork and a bottle of wine, I won't drink much, just a couple of shots, it'll fill me up and give me a buzz. You're such a girl, you just have to go against me, I've raised you in vain. Yang Tingting couldn't decide whether to laugh or cry, and she felt a little aggrieved. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Yang Tingting sighed and opened the door herself. Hey, Zhou Zhang? She couldn't help but stare. Why was he here when he should be in bed resting? Zhou Zhang smiled and said. I've come to see the old master. What? Not welcome? Welcome. Come in. Yang Tingting invited Zhou Zheng in, and Lu Jianjun followed. Zhou Zheng winked at Chu Yunyao and walked over to the bed. How are you feeling, sir? Ha? This old man looks familiar. The old man on the bed looked up and couldn't help but get excited. It's you? Young man? Thank you for saving my life. Chapter 25, A Mismatched Pair. Everyone was shocked by the old man's words. Chu Yunyao suddenly felt that the world was very small. Zhou Zheng had saved an old man, who turned out to be her best friend's grandfather. Moreover, Zhou Zheng did not want to be known for his good deeds, which was a noble character trait that made her believe even more that choosing to marry Zhou Zheng was not a wrong decision. Young man, what's your name? Have a seat, have a seat. Tingting, quickly bring my savior a chair. Zhou Zheng waved his hands quickly. Old man, my name is Zhou Zheng, you don't have to be polite. Yang Tingting was dumbfounded, holding a chair in her hands, and walked over. Grandpa, you mean, Zhou Zheng saved you? Yes. The old man grabbed Zhou Zheng's hand and wouldn't let go, as if he let go, Zhou Zheng would disappear. Yesterday, I was walking around the street when I had a heart attack and collapsed on the ground. No one around me helped. It was this young man, Zhou Zheng, who came to my aid. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be able to talk to you all now. The old man let out a sigh. Zhou Zheng took the old man's hand and said, Old man, I happened to be passing by there at the time, and when I saw you on the ground, I instinctively lent a helping hand. In fact, I didn't do anything. Hey, Zhou Zheng, the doctor said that if you hadn't performed CPR on me in time, I'm afraid I wouldn't have made it to the hospital. Yang Tingting stood to one side, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She had originally felt that her best friend had been wrong by marrying Zhou Zheng, and to put it bluntly, Zhou Zheng was not good enough for Chu Yunyao. Unexpectedly, it was such a handsome guy that she didn't think was good enough who had saved her grandfather. He is simply too kind-hearted. Zhou Zheng, thank you for saving my grandfather. Yang Tingting, who had always been carefree, suddenly felt embarrassed. Zhou Zheng waved his hands repeatedly. You're welcome, you're welcome. The old man seemed to have sensed something. What? You two know each other? Zhou Zheng said with a smile. Yes, we just met not long ago. The old man saw Yang Tingting bow her head in silence, her face a little flushed, and thought to himself. Could it be that Tingting has a crush on Zhou Zheng? This young man is kind-hearted and my type. If Tingting marries him, it would be a happy marriage. Thinking this, the old man started to match them up. How old is Xiao Zhou? 24. Well, that's just right. The old man said something inexplicable, and then asked. What do you do for a living? Grandpa, I'm a police officer at Xiaobei Police Station. A policeman. I knew it, being a policeman is great, fighting crime and protecting the safety of the people. You're a good kid, you must be a good policeman too. Do you have a girlfriend? Grandpa, I'm married. Ha? The old man was taken aback, and secretly lamented. He also looked at his granddaughter Yang Tingting with pity. He thought to himself, Tingting, you're going to miss out on such a good man. Why are you so unlucky? Yang Tingting seemed to understand her grandfather's intentions, and two blushes immediately appeared on her snow-white pretty face. She stamped her foot, anxiously and bashfully pouting. Oh, Grandpa, Zhou Zheng is Yao Yao's husband, they just got their marriage certificate yesterday. Oh, okay. The old man had no choice but to look full of regret, as if he had missed out on $1 billion. Zhou Zheng sensed the old man's intentions. Chu Yunyao's eyes were fixed on him, making him feel a little unnatural, and he quickly changed the subject. Old man, I heard you just woke up, are you hungry? Not hungry, but very hungry? But my granddaughter doesn't listen, she won't buy me what I want to eat. The old man said with a hint of grievance. Yang Tingting couldn't help feeling depressed when she heard this. Grandpa, I'm doing this for your own good. The doctor said you shouldn't eat greasy food, and you shouldn't drink alcohol. You've woken up and you want to eat braised pork and drink wine. This is really difficult for me. Difficult? The old man just lay back on the bed. I'll just go hungry then. Zhou Zhengdao. Grandpa, braised pork is too greasy. How about something lighter? The old man said. It's better not to eat at all. How about some fried peanuts? Zhou Zheng knows that people who like to drink don't necessarily have to eat big meals with big portions of meat. Great. The old man's eyes light up. That's fine, but unfortunately there's no wine, and the peanuts aren't very fragrant. Who says you can't drink? I'll drink with you today, but not too much, just one or two. And you have to eat something too. No problem. As long as I can have a sip, I'll agree to any conditions. The old man was delighted to hear this. He sat up in bed. Zhou Zhang, you're even nicer to me than my own granddaughter. Yang Tingting was furious. She thought Zhou Zhang was driving his grandfather to the edge of a cliff. Zhou Zhang, you. Zhou Zhang whispered. I'll explain to you later. Xu Yunyao knew that Zhou Zhang was definitely not a rash person, and that he wasn't saying this without reason. He must have his own ideas. But this was the father of the deputy mayor, and if anything went wrong, it would be difficult to resolve. She looked at Zhou Zhang with beautiful eyes, full of questioning glances. Zhou Zhang winked at her, indicating that she should calm down. Grandpa, let me make some arrangements. I guarantee that you will be able to drink some good wine later. Okay, Zhou, you take care of it. Old man, I'm really lucky to have met you. Zhou Zhang called Yang Tingting and Xu Yunyao to the door, and Lu Jianjun, an outsider, followed them out. Zhou Zhang, what are you doing? The doctor said that my grandfather can't drink, aren't you harming him? Yunyao, don't you say anything about your Zhou Zhang. Zhou Zhang waved his hand at Yang Tingting. Calm down, listen to me. The wine I'm talking about is not ordinary wine on the market, but wine infused with medicinal herbs. Your grandfather will only benefit from drinking it. Yang Tingting was half believing. Really? Why don't I believe it? Yang Tingting, your grandfather is someone I saved, so how could I harm him? Yang Tingting was silent. Indeed, Zhou Zhang had no need to harm her grandfather, and her heart softened. But, Zhou Zhang, where can you get the medicinal wine you mentioned? The ancient formula Zhou Zhang obtained has long been lost, so naturally you can't buy this medicinal wine on the market. Besides, it's too late to buy all the herbs and brew it now. But this doesn't daunt him, he has his own ideas. Yang Tingting, don't worry, I can handle it. In that case, you and Yunyao chat with Grandpa for a while, and my master and I will be right back. Xu Yunyao worriedly said. Zhou Zhang, is your injury serious? If not, don't go. Tell me what to buy, and Jianjun and I will go out. Zhou Zhang shook his head. It's fine. I said it's a minor injury, no problem at all. Let's go. Zhou Zhang, wait. Yang Tingting suddenly stopped Zhou Zhang and took out her phone. Zhou Zhang, you paid 10,000 yuan for my grandfather, add me on WeChat and I'll transfer it to you. Zhou Zhang pointed at Xu Yunyao. Just give the money to Yunyao. Okay, Yao Yao, I'll transfer it to you. No, it's better to transfer it to Zhou Zhang, it's his money. Xu Yunyao tried her best to decline. Zhou Zhang waved his hand. Yunyao, my money is your money, and similarly, yours is mine, so don't decline anymore. Okay then. Xu Yunyao reluctantly agreed, but was happy in her heart. Lu Tingting looked at the two of them being close and couldn't help but feel a bit sour. Chapter 26, Secretly Brewed Medicinal Wine. Zhou Zhang and Lu Jianjun arrived at the parking lot to get in the car. The two got in the car, with Lu Jianjun sitting in the front seat. He said to Zhou Zhang, Zhou, are you really going to let Yang Tingting's grandfather drink? He has a heart condition. Zhou Zhang nodded. Yes. Aren't you afraid that you'll make the old man sick? Zhou, this is no joke, is it? Zhou Zhang laughed and said with confidence. Master, people with heart disease definitely shouldn't drink alcohol, but the wine I'm talking about isn't just any wine. I know, you're talking about wine infused with medicinal herbs. I've had that stuff before, and it's really good for you, but isn't medicinal wine also wine? Zhou Zhang waved his hand. Master, the wine you drink is ordinary medicinal wine sold on the market, but the medicinal wine recipe I'm providing for the old man is an ancient recipe, which is different from ordinary medicinal wine, so don't worry. But, Master, I have a good feeling about this, so let's go. Okay. Lu Jianjun nodded helplessly. I guess Zhou Zhang wouldn't fight an unwinnable battle. He had to let him be and stopped persuading him. Zhou, where are we going? Master, you drop me off at the street of precious Chinese medicinal herbs, and then you go to the restaurant and order some takeaway. Everyone hasn't eaten yet, so just enough for the few of us. The food should be light but nutritious, like stir-fried shrimp, for example. Oh, and don't forget to add a fried peanut. Okay, I'll remember. Master, I'll transfer you 500 yuan. If that's not enough, let me know. Zhou Zhang took out his phone and was about to give Lu Jianjun a red envelope. Lu Jianjun blocked Zhou Zhang's phone screen with his hand. Zhou, you're insulting me. Although your wife-in-law keeps a close eye on me, I still have enough for a meal. Okay, master, I'll buy you a drink when we have time next. Great. I love hearing that. It's settled. Lu Jianjun started the car and set off for the street of precious Chinese medicinal herbs. When they arrived, Zhou Zhang opened the passenger door and got out. Master, you go back to the hospital after you have bought the food. You don't need to come and pick me up. I'll take a taxi home when I'm done. Okay, Zhou Zhang, I'll go first then. Zhou Zhang waved his hand, watched Lu Jianjun leave, and then plunged into the street of precious Chinese medicinal herbs. The street of precious Chinese medicinal herbs is not long, only about 200 meters. As the name suggests, all the shops on this street sell medicinal herbs, and they are all expensive Chinese medicinal herbs. Insiders call precious medicinal herbs fine medicine. For example, ginseng, deer antler, bezoar, musk, tiger bone, rhinoceros horn, cordyceps, etc. Of course, some of these herbs are considered contraband and are prohibited from being traded, but it is unknown whether they are traded privately. Zhou Zhang's purpose was simple. He wanted to buy the wine brewed with each herb and the secret recipe in his hands. Then mix them together in proportion. The medicated wine mixed together is equivalent to the medicated wine brewed with the secret recipe. The first herb in the secret recipe is ginseng, and it is even written on it that the wild ginseng that is more than 100 years old is the best, and the wild ginseng that is at least 30 years old is the least bad. Zhou Zhang walked into a shop that mainly sold ginseng. He saw that the interior was luxuriously decorated, and on the counter were just some high-end gift boxes. The lids of the boxes were transparent, and inside were ginsengs with luxuriant roots, looking very high-end. Hello! The middle-aged proprietress, who was plump and had a full figure, greeted Zhou Zhang with a smile, and suddenly froze. Officer Zhou? Do you remember me? A month ago, my son, who was in junior high school, ran away from home in a huff. You and Officer Lu helped me find my son. Oh, yes, I remember. You are Lu Li? Zhou Zhang suddenly remembered that it was indeed the case. A month ago, someone reported that their son had run away from home. He and his mentor, Lu Jianjun, responded to the call. The two men went to great lengths to find Lu Li's son in an internet cafe and did a lot of work to convince him to come home. Yes, I'm Lu Li. Officer Zhou Zhang, thanks to you and Officer Lu last time. Zhou Zhang waved his hand. You're welcome, this is what we should do. By the way, how is the child doing now? Lu Li said. Much better, no more skipping classes, knows how to study, the child said. When he grows up, he wants to be a policeman too. Oh, good, good, it's good that the child has come to his senses. Officer Zhou, what are you buying? Ginseng? If not ginseng, I'd like to buy some ginseng wine, do you have it in the store? Of course. Lu Li pointed to a shelf inside. There were several large glass bottles on it, containing wine and ginseng. The glass bottles seemed to have a magnifying glass function, and the ginseng in them was as thick as a baby's arm. Lu Li, is this wild ginseng? Lu Li smiled. Officer Zhou, you're not in the business, so you must not know that these days, wild ginseng is rare and incredibly precious. Nowadays, all ginseng is cultivated artificially, and even if a wild ginseng occasionally appears on the market, it will be driven up to astronomical prices. A while ago, a friend of mine bought a 100-year-old ginseng for a full million. Zhou Zhang scratched the back of his head, wondering why wild ginseng was so hard to find. And the price was astonishingly high. Zhou Zhang no longer had any extravagant hopes of getting a 100-year-old ginseng wine. He would be very grateful if he could get a wine infused with decades-old wild ginseng. Lu Li, you're in this line of work, you must know, where can I get a wine made from a 100-year-old wild ginseng? The least I can get is a 30-year-old one, I need it urgently. Officer Zhou, how much do you want? Zhou Zhang saw that there was a way out and quickly said. Not much, 1 or 2 taels is enough. This stuff is so hard to get, and the price is definitely not low. Zhou Zhang also didn't plan to get much, after all, he didn't have much money in his hands. Officer Zhou, follow me. Lu Li said, leading the way, and led Zhou Zhang to an inner suite. Opening a door in the cabinet, she saw several large glass bottles with a 5 gene 15 kilograms capacity inside. Naturally, the bottles were filled with medicinal wine, some with cordyceps, some with deer antler, and some with other medicinal herbs, but Zhou Zhang didn't recognize them. In the glass bottle in the middle, there is a piece of ginseng as thick as a little finger, which is quite comical compared to the carrot-sized ginseng outside. Officer Zhou, the ginseng in this bottle is at least 50 years old. It was passed down from my husband's grandfather's generation. We make the wine for our own use and never sell it to outsiders. I'll get you a cup or two of wine. Is that enough? That's enough. Zhou Zhang also knew that this stuff was very precious. If he hadn't helped Luli find her child, she definitely wouldn't have helped him. Luli, thank you. How much do I owe you? Officer Zhou, you're being too formal. I don't want any money. If I did, I wouldn't have mentioned it to you. No, you must pay. I'd also like to buy 2 tails of cordyceps infused wine, 1 tail of deer antler infused wine, and this. No problem. The wine infused with caterpillar fungus and deer antler is obviously not as precious as the wine infused with century-old ginseng, so since Luli is willing to give Zhou Zhang the ginseng wine, she naturally won't begrudge him the other medicinal wines. Soon, Luli used several glass bottles to put the medicinal wines that Zhou Zhang wanted in them respectively. Zhou Zhang found that most of the types of medicinal materials needed in the secret recipe had already been collected. After much persuasion, he gave Luli 1,000 yuan, and Luli kept saying that it was too much and that she couldn't take Officer Zhou's money. Zhou Zhang waved his hand and went to other shops to find the remaining medicinal wine. After visiting more than 10 shops, he finally finished collecting it when night fell. Although the standard was much worse than that required in the secret recipe, the effect was definitely there. Zhou Zhang carried a plastic bag, inside of which was a pile of glass bottles containing medicinal wine. He hailed a taxi by the roadside and headed for Zhangbei City First Hospital. Chapter 27, I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. The taxi arrived at the entrance to Zhangbei City First Central Hospital, and Zhou Zhang got out and paid the fare by scanning the QR code with his mobile phone. Instead of going into the hospital, he went to a shop next to the hospital and bought a 2-liter glass bottle. He poured the various medicated wines from the small glass bottle into the large glass bottle by bottle, scalding them with hot water from the shop and rinsing them several times. The meticulous way he did it made the shop assistant stare in awe, as if he were a desperate drug lord preparing to sell some cash crop. After pouring the medicinal wine into the bottle, he put the cap on and shook it a few times. The medicinal wine was purchased according to the correct proportions, so it was all set. He threw the small glass bottles into the trash can and carried the large bottle containing the complete version of the medicinal wine into the hospital. Lu Jianjun found a restaurant close to the hospital, ordered some food, and returned to the hospital before Zhou Zhang, having packed it up. Yang Tingting went to the shop below the inpatient building and rented a table and some small chairs. Everyone got busy unpacking the food, and suddenly the aroma hit their noses. Yang Tingting glanced at it and found that apart from the fried peanuts, the rest of the dishes were relatively light, and she couldn't help but nod. Grandpa, you must be hungry, why don't you eat first? The old man tilted his head from his sickbed and looked around. He noticed that there was no wine and no food was in place, so he rolled his eyes. Where is that boy Zhou Zhang? He said he would get me some wine. The food is on the table, why isn't he back yet? Yang Tingting said. Grandpa, you eat some food first to tide you over. Zhou Zhang might be back in a little while. The old man stubbornly waved his hand. No. I need to have a sip of wine to whet my appetite, otherwise I won't have an appetite. Yang Tingting was at a loss. This old man was completely unyielding, and he was at odds with the wine. Since the old man wasn't eating, the others felt bad about eating too. Xu Yunyao had drunk half a can of chicken soup and eaten a few pieces of chicken, so she wasn't very hungry. Yang Tingting and Lu Jianjun were miserable. They were so hungry that their stomachs were pressing against their backs. Facing this slightly bland meal, they were also salivating. Lu Jianjun thought to himself, I'm so stupid. When I bought the food at the restaurant, I didn't know I should eat something first. At this time, there was a knock on the door. It must be Zhou Zhang coming back. Yang Tingting jumped up at once, walked a few steps to the door wearing black silk that showed off her slender thighs, and opened the door. Zhou Zhang was right in front of her. Zhou Zhang, why did you just get back? Yang Tingting pouted, speaking in a tone of complaint. Zhou Zhang explained with a smile. My secret recipe for medicinal wine is not something that can be easily obtained. That's why it took a little longer. Secret recipe? Yang Tingting obviously still didn't quite believe what Zhou Zheng had said, and felt that he was being deliberately mysterious. Whatever, like you're telling the truth. Zhou is back? The old man lying in the hospital bed heard the sound and sat up with some difficulty. I'm back, Grandpa. I've got the wine. Zhou Zhang said, waving the glass bottle in his hand. There was half a bottle of liquid inside, amber in color, and it gave off a soft luster under the light. The old man's eyes went straight when he saw the wine, and he didn't know where he got the strength, suddenly jumping down from the bed. He sat at the table and took out a few paper cups. Drinking from paper cups is not as good as drinking from porcelain cups, but in the hospital, there are no rules. Come on, Zhou, fill up the cups. I need to have a drink with you tonight. Zhou Zhang waved his hand. Old man, didn't we agree that we would drink 1 or 2 cups at most? Besides, the wine I made is medicinal wine. Drinking too much of it will cause internal heat and is not good for you. Okay, 1 or 2 cups, as long as I can drink it. Come on, Zhou, sit in front of me and pour. Zhou Zhang did not hesitate. He sat next to the old man, opened the glass bottle, and suddenly, a fragrant smell of wine mixed with the light fragrance of Chinese medicine filled the room. Great wine. The old man could not help but applaud. He had drunk a lot of medicinal wine, but this medicinal wine with such a complex fragrance was the first time he had smelled it. Even Yang Tingting, who did not drink, felt that it smelled good. Zhou, this wine is extraordinary. Hurry up and pour some, it's whetting my appetite. Okay. Zhou Zhang took a paper cup. With a clatter, he poured the bottom of the cup. That's not enough, I can't even finish one mouthful. The old man said discontentedly. Old man, I've poured almost half a tael, and you can drink another half a tael after that. If I pour a tael, and you drink it all in one go, there won't be any left for today. Oh, Zhou, you're so annoying. I don't care, old man, I'll drink it all in one go. The old man picked up the paper cup and was about to gulp it down. Grandpa, wait. Yang Tingting suddenly stopped him. The old man's eyes shot open. Tingting, what do you mean? Yang Tingting didn't dare look the old man in the eye, but asked Zhou Zhang. Zhou Zhang, is it really okay for Grandpa to drink the medicinal wine? Zhou Zhang patted his chest and assured him. There's really no problem. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. The old man said. Zhou, if anything really does happen, it'll be my problem too, so you don't need to take responsibility. It's got nothing to do with you. Tingting, did you hear that? Yes, Grandpa. Yang Tingting could only reluctantly agree. The old man gulped down the medicated wine in the paper cup and felt a warm current flow from his throat to his stomach, and then spread throughout his body, warming him up and making him feel particularly comfortable. Moreover, the wine was strong and satisfying, and after drinking it, there was a sweet aftertaste in his mouth, with a faint medicinal fragrance. What a great wine! What a great feeling! The old man was delighted and kept praising it. Old man, have some vegetables. Yes. He knew that he could only take one more sip after that, and that he had to save this good wine. After drinking the wine, his appetite really opened up. The old man took a bite of peanuts and a bite of shrimp, feasting on the food and enjoying himself. Seeing that Grandpa was willing to eat, Yang Tingting felt a sigh of relief, but the relief was not complete, because she was not sure that Grandpa would be fine after drinking Zhou Zhang's so-called exclusive medicinal wine. After thinking about it, she suddenly quietly slipped out of the hospital room. Zhou Zhang, you eat too. The old man called out to Zhou Zhang, then looked at Chu Yunyao and Lu Jianjun. You too, don't just stand there, it's not right for me to be eating while you're watching, and for me to be sitting while you're standing. Yunyao, master, you come and eat too. Zhou Zhang waved his hand at the two of them. The two of them didn't stand on ceremony and sat down to eat. Hey! Where's Tingting? Chu Yunyao had just picked up her chopsticks when she suddenly noticed that Yang Tingting had disappeared. The old man waved his hand. That girl must have gone to buy a drink. He never allows me to drink, but he loves to drink drinks, which are even more harmful to the body. At this time, the door opened and Yang Tingting came in. Following her was the deputy chief physician Yang Xing. With a smile on his face, he said, Grandpa, are you eating? I'm just doing rounds, and I'll take a moment of your time to examine your health. Chapter 28, This is a Miracle Cure. Yang Tingting was afraid that if Grandpa drank the medicated wine, something might happen again. Just in case, she snuck out and found the Dr. Yang Xing. She wanted Yang Xing to examine Grandpa's body to see if it was true, as Zhou Zhang had said, that Grandpa had drunk the medicated wine he had mixed and there was nothing wrong at all. Yang Xing was shocked to hear that Grandpa had drunk alcohol. To let a heart patient drink alcohol, isn't that just asking for death to come slowly? Miss Yang, how can you do this? The old man has a heart condition and is most afraid of drinking. You family members should have said no. Yang Xing felt that Yang Tingting was being irresponsible. Wasn't she endangering her grandfather? However, as the other party was the daughter of the deputy mayor, he didn't want to say anything too harsh. He could only shake his head and follow Yang Tingting to the ward to check up on the old man. Along the way, Yang Tingting reminded Yang Xing that her grandfather was stubborn and would not take no for an answer, so he should try to be as tactful as possible when speaking to him. Yang Xing nodded, thinking to himself, the old man is the father of the deputy mayor, so I dare not say anything unpleasant either. So, as soon as he entered the room, Yang Xing put on a smile and said that he had come to check on the old man. The old man knew that Yang Xing was his attending physician and was quite polite to him. Have you eaten yet, Dr. Yang? I'm not off duty yet, so where would I go to eat? The old man is also a warm-hearted person, and he greets Yang Xing. Then let's eat together. No, no. Yang Xing waved his hand repeatedly. Thank you for your kindness, but I'm at work and it's not convenient. Old man, when you get better, there will be plenty of opportunities to eat together. Let me check your body first, and there are several more wards that need to be checked. Zhou Zhang glanced at Yang Tingting. He guessed that she didn't want her grandfather to drink, and had asked Dr. Yang to give the old man a special checkup. Yang Tingting still didn't trust herself. However, Zhou Zhang didn't take offense. After all, the old man was Yang Tingting's grandfather, and it was understandable that she would be worried. The old man was in the middle of a good mood, and was about to ask Zhou Zhang to pour him some more wine, but when he heard that he needed a physical, he couldn't help but feel a little displeased. However, he also knew that this was Dr. Yang's job, and that Dr. Yang was only doing it for his own good, so he had to leave the table for the time being. Okay, Dr. Yang, hurry up. Yang Xing asked the old man to lie down on the bed and helped him measure his blood pressure and heart rate. There was a monitor ready, but the old man took it off himself. Just do whatever you want. After a series of operations, Yang Xing couldn't believe his eyes. How is it, Dr. Yang? Yang Tingting asked with concern. Just a moment. Dr. Yang couldn't believe the values that had just been measured, and couldn't help but measure them again. Just as the old man's face showed signs of impatience, Yang Xing finally spoke. He was full of disbelief. The old man's heartbeat and blood pressure were approaching normal values. After all, a heart patient of advanced age, who had a heart attack yesterday and almost died, and who drank alcohol as soon as he woke up, his physical indicators were actually trending towards normal, which was really strange. Yang Tingting was also full of surprise. Dr. Yang, are you sure? You didn't make a mistake, did you? Miss Yang, I measured twice, there is no mistake. Grandpa's body seems to have recovered a lot. If this continues, he will be discharged from the hospital in a few days. Really? That's great. While Yang Tingting was happy, she also had doubts in her heart. He knew a lot about Grandpa's physical condition. It was impossible for him to recover to normal just after coming out of the ICU. Besides, Dr. Yang also said that there were 2 blocked blood vessels in Grandpa's heart. Why is Grandpa recovering so quickly? Could it be that Grandpa drank the medicated wine provided by Zhou Zhang? Is drinking medicated wine really good for the body? Grandpa, your body is recovering very well. After a few more days of rest, I'll do a comprehensive examination for you. Ha ha ha. Grandpa suddenly laughed. I don't think so. I know my own body. After just one sip of wine, I felt full of energy. The medicated wine that Joe gave me is like a miracle cure, it has cured my illness. Yang Xing was dumbfounded. Wasn't what the old master said a fallacy? How could a patient get better by drinking? However, he couldn't explain why the old master's health had recovered so much in such a short time. He could only say with a pinched nose. Old master, even if it's because of the medicated wine, you shouldn't drink too much. I know. The old master waved impatiently. Well, Joe, pour me some more. The medicated wine you mixed is a great medicine for me, old man. Okay. But, old man, let's be clear, although medicated wine is good, you have to drink it in moderation. I know, old man. I'll do whatever you say. Zhou Zhang got up and poured a little more medicated wine into the paper cup. Suddenly, the aroma in the room became even stronger. Yang Xing couldn't help but sniff a few times. I wondered why it smelled so good. It turned out to be the smell of medicinal wine. Could it be that this stuff really works? What's your name, young man, and what do you do? Yang Xing asked Zhou Zhang. Zhou Zhang stood up. Hello, Dr. Yang, my name is Zhou Zhang, I'm a police officer at the police station. Oh, hello Officer Zhou, could I try a sip of the medicinal wine you prepared? Yang Xing looked at the amber-colored medicinal wine in the glass bottle and couldn't help but be filled with intense interest. Sure. Zhou Zhang poured a cupful into a paper cup and handed it to Yang Xing. He took it and first sniffed it with his nose. A strong aroma of wine mixed with the scent of medicine came to his nose, and suddenly, he felt refreshed. He couldn't help but tilt his head back and gulp it down. Immediately afterwards, a heat radiated from his stomach to his whole body, and all his pores opened up, giving him an indescribable feeling of comfort. Yang Xing drank the medicinal wine. After a day's work, the fatigue was gone, and he felt full of energy and his body was particularly relaxed. Holy cow! He was secretly amazed. This is no medicinal wine, it's a miracle cure. Even heart patients can drink it. If it were packaged and sold on the market, it would make a fortune. Excitedly, he asked. Xiao Zhou, where did you get this medicinal wine? I mixed it myself, it's an ancestral secret recipe. Oh. Well, you guys eat first, I'll go check on the other wards. Yang Xing found an excuse to leave the ward, took out his phone, and called an old classmate. His classmate is Huang Long, a big boss in the healthcare products industry. Huang, Mr. Huang, it's me, Yang Xing. I have a business deal, I'm not sure if you're interested. Chapter 29 Supporting Chu Yunyao in Starting a Business. After Yang Xing left, Yang Tingting turned around. In her heart, she was both curious and shocked by Zhou Zhang's medicinal wine. Zhou Zhang, is it because of the medicinal wine that Grandpa's health suddenly improved? Is the medicinal wine you concocted really that effective? Zhou Zhang nodded. Just now, he also took a sip of the medicinal wine, and he felt his spirits suddenly lift. He felt warm all over, as if the damaged cells in his body had been repaired, and he felt relaxed. The secret recipe for medicinal wine given by the system is indeed a fine product. This is still just an ordinary medicinal wine made from common herbs. If the wine is made according to the standards of the secret recipe, the effect will be even more powerful. Therefore, Zhou Zhang is now very confident. Zhou Zhang, can I have a sip of the medicinal wine? Yang Tingting's eyes were full of anticipation and curiosity. She also wanted to try it, to see what it felt like to drink medicinal wine. Sure. Yunyao, master, I'll pour some for you too. This stuff is really good for the body. Lu Jianjun had actually been dying to try it for a long time. However, he had been holding back. Firstly, it was his working time and he wasn't allowed to drink. Secondly, this was the medicinal wine that Zhou Zhang had made for the old master, and he didn't want to be rude. Zhou Zhang, I'm at work right now, and drinking would be a mistake. Zhou Zhang smiled. Master, it's almost 8 o'clock, you've already finished work, drink up, it's fine. With that, he poured a little medicinal wine into 3 paper cups. Zhou Zhang, I can't drink, so I won't drink, okay? Chu Yunyao tugged Zhou Zhang's sleeve and said. She is naturally sensitive to alcohol and turns red as soon as she takes a sip, so she rarely drinks. Yunyao, this wine doesn't intoxicate people. Besides, just a small sip, it's fine. Okay then. Chu Yunyao nodded. He naturally trusted Zhou Zhang 100%. The old man was very happy. After all, now there were so many people drinking with him. The only fly in the ointment was that he could only drink 1 or 2. Come on, everyone raise their glasses and cheers. Zhou Zhang stood up and said. This toast is to wish the old master a speedy recovery. Everyone stood up and said in unison. To wish the old master a speedy recovery. Great. Then I thank you all. Bottoms up. The old master was already very hungry and looked for an excuse to drink it all in one go. The rest of the people also finished their drinks. Zhou Zhang didn't drink much, just a small sip, but even Chu Yunyao, who couldn't drink, was able to finish it in one go. It feels great. The old man's face showed a satisfied expression as the medicinal wine went down his throat. Yang Tingting, Chu Yunyao, and Lu Jianjun were all amazed. They could all feel the effect of drinking the medicinal wine on their bodies. Yang Tingting, in particular, was no longer worried about her grandfather, even though she had been a little. After all, she had personally tasted it and felt the changes in her body. Zhou Zhang, this is really amazing. I only had a sip of the medicinal wine and I already feel comfortable and refreshed. Yang Tingting said sincerely. Now, do you believe in the efficacy of the medicated wine I prepared? Yes. I'm sorry, Zhou Zhang, I was a little skeptical of you just now. It's fine. Zhou Zhang smiled and waved his hand. Well, Zhou Zhang, I have a humble request. I hope you can tell me the recipe for the medicated wine, so that in the future, I can make the medicated wine for my grandfather. Ting ting. Before Zhou Zhang could say anything, the old man spoke with a serious face. Since the medicinal wine has such miraculous effects, I think it must be Zhou Zhang's closely guarded secret. You're just asking him for the recipe, aren't you putting him in a difficult position? Yang Tingting argued. Grandpa, I'm just looking out for your best interests, aren't I? Then she looked at Chu Yunyao with pleading eyes. Yunyao, Zhou Zhang is your husband, just talk to him, will you give me the recipe? Chu Yunyao shook her head. Tingting, although I am married to Zhou Zhang, the secret recipe for the medicated wine belongs to him. Whether or not you get it is up to him. I won't ask him for anything, and what you just said was really inappropriate. Hearing Chu Yunyao's words, Zhou Zhang's heart warmed. He would definitely not give the recipe for the medicated wine to Yang Tingting. Being a pushover is not the way to be. The recipe for the medicated wine is wealth. If Chu Yunyao asked him for the recipe for the sake of her best friend Yang Tingting, it would make him in a difficult position. Fortunately, Chu Yunyao didn't buy Lu Tingting's story and refused to ask Zhou Zhang for the recipe. This made him very relieved. Yang Tingting, the recipe for the medicinal wine is passed down in my family, I can't possibly tell anyone else, but if the old man wants to drink medicinal wine, it's very simple, I'll make it for him. In the future, I plan to let our Yunyao go into the medicinal wine business and start her own business and be her own boss. After all, working for someone else is too much of a letdown for her. Chu Yunyao was also moved. As the daughter of the Chu family, she has been exposed to business since childhood and has a keen sense of business. Zhou Zhang's secret medicinal wine has such miraculous effects. I think if it can be mass-produced and packaged for promotion, it will definitely make a fortune. The secret recipe is like a golden egg-laying hen. It is very precious and cannot be passed on. Yang Tingting suddenly felt a bit sour. It's fine, it's fine. Zhou Zhang waved his hand. If you need medicinal wine in the future, you can ask Yunyao for it. Yunyao, what do you say? Chu Yunyao nodded. I think that's fine. Tingting is my best friend, so why don't we first prepare some medicinal wine for the old man to use for free? That won't work. The old man glared. You have to pay, and there's a cost to preparing medicinal wine. Isn't there? Grandpa, you can pay the cost price when the time comes. Chu Yunyao is also not pretentious. Feelings are feelings, business is business. Okay. I'll order 10 caddies first, and when he gets out of the hospital, I'll also promote it to my old buddies. Chu Yunyao wants this effect. The old man was also a cadre in the past, and the father of the deputy mayor. With his endorsement, there is no worry about selling the medicated wine. The old man waved his hand. It's settled then, Yunyao, tomorrow you'll tell your family to make the medicated wine right away. I can't wait any longer, old man. Tingting, pay Yunyao for the wine first, I'll pay you back later. Yang Tingting pouted. Grandpa, what are you talking about? I have my own money, buying the medicated wine is my way of being filial to you. After saying that, she looked at Chu Yunyao. Yunyao, how much should the medicated wine be priced at? How much is it per caddy? This question stumped Chu Yunyao. She didn't know the cost of preparing the medicated wine, let alone how much it should be sold for. She looked to Zhou Zhang for help. Zhou Zhang didn't know how to set the price either. After all, the medicated wine for the old man was cobbled together and it cost more than 1,000 yuan. If they could get hold of the raw materials, the cost might be reduced. Old man, I can't set a price right now either. I'll leave this to Yunyao, and we'll talk about it when she's sorted it out. Okay. The old man nodded. Let's all eat. After they had eaten and drunk to their heart's content, Zhou Zhang and Lu Jianjun also took their leave, and Chu Yunyao followed Zhou Zhang back to his ward. In the corridor, they were stopped by Yang Xing. "Zhou Zhang, I have something to discuss with you." He pointed to a middle-aged man dressed in luxury goods next to him and said, "Let me introduce you. This is Wu Di, the owner of Wu's Healthcare Group." Chapter 30, He's got a lot on his mind. Wu's Healthcare Group is a star enterprise born and raised in Jiangbei. The boss, Wu Di, started from scratch and opened the company, which mainly deals in health products. He is racing full steam ahead on the track of big health, and his family fortune is much thicker than Wang Fang's. Just now, his old classmate Yang Xing called and said that someone in Jiangbei First Central Hospital had formulated a medicated wine with particularly good effects, and that even heart disease patients could take it. Moreover, this medicated wine is not yet on the market. Wu Di, with his keen sense of smell, immediately sensed that this was a huge business opportunity. Without saying a word, he told the driver to get the car ready and headed for Jiangbei First Central Hospital. After meeting up with Yang Xing, and after briefly asking about the situation, Wu Di became excited. If the medicated wine is really as miraculous as Yang Xing said, and if he can get the formula and promote this medicated wine, his net worth will at least double. Wu Di promised that after the job was done, he would give Yang Xing a reward. The two men chatted as they walked towards the old man's ward. Coincidentally, they met Zhou Zhang and his entourage in the corridor. "Hello, Mr. Zhou." Wu Di extended his hand, beaming. Zhou Zhang froze. Although Wu Di was a big boss, Zhou Zhang didn't know him. After shaking hands politely, he asked, "Mr. Wu is looking for me. Is there something the matter?" "Mr. Zhou, I won't beat around the bush. I heard that you have the recipe for a medicinal wine in your hands, and I have come here specifically to make a deal with you." "What kind of deal?" "I want to buy the recipe from you." Zhou Zhang frowned, glanced at Yang Xing, and thought to himself that this Dr. Yang was really quick-witted. Yang Xing lowered his head, afraid to look directly into Zhou Zhang's eyes. Zhou Zhang shook his head. "Mr. Wu, I'm sorry, but this is a secret family recipe that I will never sell." Wu Di was not surprised to see Zhou Zhang's refusal. If the deal had been closed right away, he would have doubted the real efficacy of the recipe. Mr. Zhou Zhang, everything can be discussed, don't just refuse right away, just name a price." "Mr. Wu, I made it very clear that I will never sell the recipe." 200,000. Wu Di thought for a moment and then said a number. "Mr. Zhou, what if I pay you 200,000 for your recipe?" Lu Jianjun, who was standing nearby, rolled his eyes and thought to himself, this Wu Di is still a big boss, and he wants to buy the secret recipe from Xiaozhou for 200,000? That's a pretty big wishful thinking. Even someone who doesn't understand business like him understands that the value of the secret recipe in Zhou Zhang's hands is much more than 200,000. How can you pay 200,000 to send a beggar away? Zhou Zhang didn't want to sell the secret recipe in the first place. It was a gift for Chu Yunyao. He smiled politely. "Goodbye, Mr. Wu." "Hey, Mr. Zhou, don't go." Wu Di couldn't help but panic when he saw Zhou Zhang about to leave. "The price is negotiable. How about 300,000? I'll pay 300,000 for your secret recipe?" Zhou Zhang pulled Chu Yunyao past him without even looking at him. Looking at Zhou Zhang's back, Wu Di said, "Mr. Zhou, I advise you to think about it carefully. You don't have the resources, and even if you do the medicated wine business yourself, it will be difficult to promote it. Besides, you are a public servant and cannot do business. It would be best to cash in on the secret recipe." "Ha ha." Zhou Zhang laughed. Turning back to him, he said, "Mr. Wu, you are right. It's just that I never intended to do business myself." He pointed to Chu Yunyao beside him. "My wife will take care of the medicated wine business." "Your wife? Is she any good?" Wu Di glanced at Chu Yunyao and realized that Zhou Zhang's wife was a beautiful woman who looked familiar, but he couldn't think of where he had seen her before. However, he thought that Zhou Zhang's wife was at best a pretty face and definitely not capable of running a business. Whether she is capable or not is not for you to decide. Zhou Zhang said confidently. "If you think my wife is incapable of running a business, that would be a big joke." Wu Di thought to himself, who is this beautiful woman? Why is Zhou Zhang so confident? "Excuse me, madam, what is your name?" Chu Yunyao answered with a smile. "I am Chu Yunyao, Mr. Wu." "Chu Yunyao? The Chu family's daughter?" Wu Di was shocked. He didn't know that Chu Yunyao had broken with her family. The Chu family's daughter had married? Moreover, Zhou Zhang had handed over the medicated wine business to the Chu family's daughter to manage, so she must be much better than him. After all, the Chu family behind her has much deeper resources and connections than he does. No wonder Zhou Zhang is so confident. Just now, I was thinking of taking advantage of the situation and buying Zhou Zhang's secret recipe for a few $100,000, but now it seems that I'm just as ridiculous as a clown. With the Chu family's medicated wine business, their strength will increase by several percent, and it is not impossible for them to become the richest man in Jiangbei. Zhou Zhang and his entourage returned to the hospital room. Chu Yunyao had a lot she wanted to say to Zhou Zhang, but it wasn't convenient to do so in front of Lu Jianjun. Looking at the wall clock, it was almost 9 o'clock. She said to Lu Jianjun, "Brother Jianjun, you've been with Zhou Zhang at the hospital for a long time, and you haven't been home yet, have you?" Lu Jianjun nodded. "We police officers often work day and night, and I'm used to it." "Brother Jianjun, why don't you go home tonight, and I'll stay with Zhou Zhang?" Lu Jianjun hesitated. He definitely wanted to go home in his heart. After all, he hadn't been home for several days, and he missed his wife and child. However, Hao Aigua had given him an order to stay at the hospital and take care of Zhou Zhang. If he went home, it would be the same as deserting his post. "Brother-in-law, this is not good. Taking care of Zhou Zhang is my job and responsibility." Zhou Zhang said. "Master, it's okay. Yunyao is here, so you can go home." Lu Jianjun still hesitated a little, frowning and saying, "But tomorrow the leaders of the municipal bureau are coming to the hospital to award you, and I think the director will definitely come early. If they find I'm not here, I'll be in trouble." Zhou Zhang smiled. "Master, why are you so stubborn? Just come a little early tomorrow morning." "You're right." Lu Jianjun touched the back of his head, feeling that he had lowered his intelligence a bit. "Okay, master, go home, and remember to bring Yunyao and me 2 breakfasts tomorrow morning." "Okay, thank you sister-in-law, I'll go now." Lu Jianjun waved his hand and walked out of the ward. At this time, the ward became a world of two for Zhou Zhang and Chu Yunyao. Chu Yunyao took a sip of medicinal wine. Although she would not get drunk, she was unable to drink alcohol. Her face was flushed, and the lighting added a few more colors. Zhou Zhang couldn't help but stare. Chu Yunyao sensed Zhou Zhang's gaze and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. "Zhou Zhang, why are you looking at me? The more I look at you under the light, the more beautiful you look. The ancients were not lying when they said that you are beautiful." Zhou Zhang was speaking in a corny, romantic way, and Chu Yunyao became even more embarrassed, so she quickly changed the subject. "Zhou Zhang, do you really want me to run a medicinal wine business?" Zhou Zhang said sternly. "Yes. Yunyao, don't go to work anymore. I have the secret recipe in my hands, and I support you starting your own business and becoming the boss. However, the secret recipe requires many expensive medicinal herbs, and it seems we don't have that much money to buy them right now." Chu Yunyao was actually interested in medicinal wine. Her family was in business, and she preferred doing business to working for someone else. "Zhou Zhang, why don't I try asking my best friend to borrow some money?" "No need." Zhou Zhang suddenly remembered something, took out his phone, and tuned to a CCTV channel. Tonight's lottery is about to be drawn. Chapter 31, 20 times the luck cannot overcome the director's will. Zhou Zhang supports Chu Yunyao in starting her own business, and naturally Chu Yunyao does not want to work for someone else. Having severed ties with her family and with no money in her hands, she had no choice but to find a job. Now that Zhou Zhang supports her in starting her own business, she wants to become bigger and stronger even more, to show her parents that she can still make achievements and live a good life even after leaving the Chu family. However, Zhou Zhang can only provide help with the recipe, and she needs to do the rest herself. At the moment, the main problem is the lack of financial support. After all, making medicinal wine requires a lot of expensive Chinese herbs. I heard that 100-year-old wild ginseng on the market has been speculated to be worth millions. Chu Yunyao only has a few thousand yuan in her hands, and with the 10,000 yuan that Yang Tingting gave back to Zhou Zhang, it is far from enough to start the follow-up work. Chu Yunyao was anxious, but Zhou Zhang took out his phone and clicked into a CCTV channel to watch a program. Chu Yunyao frowned. Why was Zhou Zhang watching TV? What program was so attractive? "Hello, everyone, the live lottery draw is here again." It turned out that he was watching the lottery draw. Xu Yunyao couldn't help but shake her head. Yunyao, come and watch the lottery draw. Zhou Zheng, what? Did you buy a lottery ticket? Of course, Yunyao, didn't I have a stroke of luck yesterday and win over 10,000 yuan playing scratch cards? When I left, I bought another 100 yuan worth of lottery tickets. If I win the first prize, it's at least 5 million yuan per ticket, so 50 tickets is 250 million yuan, and after taxes, there's still 200 million yuan left. If I win the first prize, I'll use the money to start a health product company for you. Together with my secret recipe for medicinal wine, we can definitely make it big and create new glories. By then, if your parents see that you are not suffering by following me, they might reconcile. Xu Yunyao felt a warm feeling in her heart when she heard Zhou Zheng's words. Zhou Zheng really thinks of her in every way. Although it is only a hypothesis, it also moved Xu Yunyao. However, the fact that you can win the lottery does not mean that you will win the first prize in the lottery. After all, the odds of 1 in a few thousand or even 1 in a million are about the same as 0. Not to mention winning the first prize 50 times, even winning one time is like seeing smoke rising from one's ancestors' graves. Therefore, Xu Yunyao did not think that Zhou Zheng could win the first prize, and she even felt that he could not even win a small prize. However, she did not say this out loud, so as not to dampen Zhou Zheng's enthusiasm. She also gathered around and watched the lottery draw with Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng stared at the phone screen while pulling a lottery ticket for the double color ball lottery out of his pocket. On the screen, the staff started the lottery machine, and a bunch of numbered balls were shaken around like roasted chestnuts. Soon, the first number was blown out, 18. Zhou Zheng glanced at the lottery ticket and saw that this number was on it. The second number was 09. The third number was 25. The third and fourth numbers, the fifth number, and the sixth number were drawn one after the other. And they were all correct. Zhou Zheng couldn't help but get excited. Sure enough, 20 times luck is no joke. If the blue ball is also won, at least 200 million yuan will be in the bag. Yunyao, there is only one more number to go before we win the jackpot, a 50 times first prize. Xu Yunyao was also excited. Although, as the Chu family's only daughter, she shouldn't be excited by a few 100 million yuan. However, this is a game of chance, and it can make people's adrenaline soar, so they have to get excited even if they don't want to. On the screen of the mobile phone, the staff member pressed the button to shake the basketball machine, and soon the basketball was blown up. The moment of excitement was here. When the basketball rolled out, Zhou Zheng looked at the number clearly, but he couldn't help feeling dumbfounded. Crap! The basketball is wrong. He shook his head helplessly. Even 20 times luck couldn't overcome the director's will. He was completely convinced. Yunyao, the basketball is not right, you didn't win the first prize. Zhou Zheng's expression was a little frustrated. After all, he got the first 6 numbers right, and he thought he was almost certain to win the first prize. But in the end, he missed the final kick, which was really not a pleasant thing. Xu Yunyao was also slightly disappointed, but she didn't really have high hopes, so she wasn't as disappointed as Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng won the second prize, and she felt that Zhou Zheng was just bursting with luck. She consoled him. Zhou Zheng, don't be depressed. Although you didn't win the first prize, you won 6 red balls, which is equivalent to 50 second prize tickets. Zhou Zheng thought about it and agreed. Although he didn't win the first prize, the second prize was still a prize, which was better than nothing. On the screen of the mobile phone, the host began to announce the winning situation across the country. No one won the first prize, but there was a blowout of second prizes, with more than 80 winning tickets, with an average prize of 78,000 yuan per ticket. Zhou Zheng won 50 of these, which is 3.9 million yuan, and after taxes, he still has 3.12 million yuan left. Although he missed out on the first prize, winning the second prize of over 3 million yuan is a consolation. $100 won over 3 million yuan, what else do you need? Yunyao, you're right, 3 million yuan is not a small amount, I think it's enough for the initial purchase of raw materials for making the medicinal wine. Then, Zhou Zheng began to calculate with Xu Yunyao the raw materials needed to make the medicinal wine and the approximate price. To make the secret recipe medicinal wine, it requires 100-year-old wild ginseng, cordyceps, deer antler, musk and other precious Chinese herbs. After calculating, it requires an investment of at least 1.5 million yuan for just the raw materials. And the cost of the wine is not included. The secret recipe does not have high requirements for the wine, as long as it is a high-quality mellow wine brewed from pure grain. If you buy pure grain wine that costs 50 yuan per caddy, it will cost 250,000 yuan. Of course, compared to expensive Chinese herbs, this is a small amount of money. With an investment of 1.75 million yuan, you can repeatedly brew about 5,000 caddies of wine. If you sell 1,000 yuan per caddy of wine, you can sell about 5 million yuan, with a profit of more than 3 million yuan, which is quite impressive. Of course, it doesn't mean that after brewing 5,000 caddies of wine, the ingredients can no longer be used. You can continue to brew, but the efficacy will be reduced. Xu Yunyao organized her thoughts a bit. She proposed that there was no need to invest too much in hardware in the early stages. Just buy a large urn that can hold 100 caddies of wine, and as for the venue, just put it in the rented house. As for pricing, Xu Yunyao felt that Zhou Zhang's pricing was too conservative. Flying Sky is already selling for 3,000 yuan a bottle, so this miraculous medicated wine should be priced higher than Flying Sky's. Zhou Zhang couldn't help but be stunned. Yunyao, are you saying that you want to sell a caddy of wine for more than 3,000 yuan? Isn't that too expensive? Xu Yunyao shook her head. I won't charge 3,000 yuan for a jean of wine. I'm being kind. I plan to first attack the high-end market, the wealthy and powerful. If you set the price too low, they won't think your medicated wine is any good. I'll first make some tasting wines with a capacity of 1 or 2 taels and 2 taels, and give them to the important people in society to drink. Once they understand the efficacy of the medicated wine, they will actively come to buy from us and even endorse us. Yang Tingting's grandfather knows a lot of retired cadres, and I also know a lot of rich people. Zhou Zhang, this business is actually quite simple. Zhou Jingxin said, it's true that it's easy for you rich and powerful people to do business. There are resources everywhere. If you're an ordinary person, it's hard. Zhou Zhang also didn't want to get involved in business, so he simply handed it all over to Zhou Yunyao. Yunyang, you figure it out. I'll tell you the secret recipe for making wine, and you can take this private lottery ticket with you. Go and cash it in tomorrow and use it as startup capital. Xu Yunyao didn't beat about the bush. She took the lottery ticket, smiled and joked. Zhou Zhang, aren't you afraid that I'll run away with the secret recipe and the lottery ticket? Ha ha. Zhou Zhang laughed and said. 3 million is just a drop in the bucket for a rich girl like you. If you really ran away with the lottery ticket and the secret recipe, then you wouldn't have resolutely married me for a promise. Xu Yunyao thought to herself that Zhou Zhang was really smart. Zhou Zhang, if the company really takes off, you will be the chairman, and I will be the general manager. I will work for you. Zhou Zhang waved his hand. Yunyao, I have said it before, what is mine is yours, and what is yours is mine. I am in the system, so I cannot go into business. Therefore, in terms of business, you are in full charge. Chapter 32, Conspiracy. A luxurious private room in the Kaishan nightclub in Zhangbei City. Under the dim lighting, a girl wearing a large V-neck black dress is kneeling in front of a white marble coffee table, her back facing the large screen. She meticulously arranged the fruit plate on the coffee table and poured the dark red wine into the small glasses arranged in a matrix. After doing this, she looked at the guests behind the coffee table and waited for their orders. On the sofa, there were 3 men sitting. Hong Hao was on the right, Wang Feng on the left, and in the middle was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He was wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a dark blue jacket, and looked refined. At this time, the man with the gold-rimmed glasses was singing on the big screen. Don't ask me where I'm from, my hometown is far away. Although his singing was mediocre, he was absorbed in it and particularly dedicated. At this time, Wang Feng was recklessly flirting with a scantily clad girl sitting next to him. The girl's face was flushed, her mouth pursed, and her face was full of expressions. Later, unable to hold back any longer, she said in a flattering tone, "Big brother, sing a song." Afterwards, she didn't forget to hand Wang Feng the microphone. Shit. Can't you see my cousin is singing? Brother, you have a nice voice, I think you'll definitely sing well. The girl was flattering him in order to get away from his clutches. Wang Feng knew his own limitations and said, "With my broken voice, I'm not even in the same league as my cousin." The person singing was Wang Feng's distant relative, named Wei Hui, the deputy director of the political department of the municipal party committee. He was a middle-level leader, not a big official, but he had a lot of power. Wang Feng asked Wei Hui to come to the nightclub to have fun. Apart from strengthening their relationship, the main reason was that he hoped Wei Hui would help him take care of Zhou Zhang. Wei Hui finished singing and won a round of applause. The hostess next to him said in admiration, Brother, you sing so well, better than the singers. After that, she leaned over. After all, Wei Hui was gentle and refined, with an attractive aura, and was a much better salesman than Wang Feng. Wei Hui, however, calmly avoided the approaching body of the hostess and said with a serious expression like a gentleman, "Miss, do you like literature? I would like to have in-depth exchanges with beautiful women with culture." Wang Feng despised in his heart and thought to himself, "What's my cousin pretending to be? These girls have paid money, so they can play around however they want. What culture are you trying to show off? What's with the pretentious culture? What? You still want the hostess to admire you and take the initiative to pay for your drinks?" Despite his contempt, Wang Feng did not dare to show it. He looked at the IWC watch on his wrist. It was getting late, and it was time to get down to business. "Cousin Feng, I need to talk to you about something." Wei Hui glanced at the girls beside him. "Fengzi, this is not the place to talk." Wang Feng knew that Wei Hui was always cautious. He waved his hand and said to the three singing girls, "You go out first." "Sir, you have to remember the time when you go out." "Damn it! Do you think I can't afford your measly fee? Get the hell out of here." The three girls saw that their guest was angry and quickly got up and left. Wei Hui leaned back on the comfortable sofa and asked puzzledly, "Fengzi, why are you so angry? Who's upset you?" "Cousin, you were right. A guy called Zhou Zhang really pissed me off." "Zhou Zhang?" Wei Hui felt that the name was very familiar, and a thought occurred to him: there was a trainee police officer called Zhou Zhang at the Qiaobei police station. Of course, tomorrow he would have passed the probation period and become a third-level police superintendent. The higher-ups had already given him a heads-up, and he had helped with the paperwork. Wei Hui was a little envious, but then again, who could blame Zhou Zhang for catching the A-level wanted criminal and being awarded first-class merit? Could it be that the Zhou Zhang that Wang Feng was talking about was the Zhou Zhang from the Qiaobei police station? However, there are countless people named Zhou Zhang in this big world, and it is not certain that the Zhou Zhang Wang Feng is talking about is the same person he is thinking of. "Fengzi, what's going on? Just don't make me ask, just go on and tell me." "Cousin, it's like this." Wang Feng briefly explained his past with Zhou Zhang. Wei Hui frowned after listening. What a coincidence, the Zhou Zhang who had a past with Wang Feng is the Zhou Zhang from the Qiaobei police station. "Cousin, I must marry Chu Yunyao. This guy, Zhou Zhang, has used some flowery words to blind Chu Yunyao. You have to do something for me." Wei Hui was fuming. He thought to himself, Wang Feng is getting more and more incompetent. He failed to woo a woman, and now he wants me to do it for him. What's he thinking? I'm the matchmaker again. Fengzi, there are plenty of women, why do you have to have Chu Yunyao? I know you want a strong alliance, but she is going out with Zhou Zhang. Do you still want to force Chu Yunyao to marry you? The Chu family is rich and powerful, not something you or I can mess with. Wang Feng took a sip of red wine and said, Cousin, I'm not saying to force Chu Yunyao, I wouldn't dare to do that. I want you to put pressure on Zhou Zhang to make him leave Chu Yunyao of his own accord. You are the leader of the political department, so it's a piece of cake to manipulate a junior police officer like him, isn't it? Wei Hui rolled his eyes a few times and suddenly sighed. Fengzi, in theory, I have a firm grasp on a small police officer like Zhou Zhang, but do you know that this kid has just been awarded first-class merit and is in the limelight, so I dare not manipulate him lightly. Besides, the Chu family is so powerful, what if Chu Yunyao finds out that I'm up to no good, and if she holds a grudge against me, won't I be asking for trouble? Wang Dengfeng laughed, thinking to himself that this cousin really wanted to be a bitch and set up a reputation at the same time. For the sake of money, he would do anything. He just wanted me to take the initiative to offer benefits, didn't he? Cousin, don't worry, Chu Yunyao's parents can't wait for him to fall apart with Zhou Zhang, so you don't need to worry about the Chu family. And, I won't let you work for nothing. There is a 3-bedroom house in Hongju community in the city that I own. It's been decorated but I've never lived there. It's close to the police station and convenient for work, so why don't you move there? Wei Hui's heart stirred. His home was quite far from the police station, and the commute to work was exhausting. It just so happened that he was in need of a house close to the city police station. The house Wang Feng was talking about was worth at least 2 million yuan. Wei Hui couldn't help but feel a little excited. Patting his chest, he said, Fengzi, since you've come to me, I naturally can't just stand by and do nothing. Tomorrow morning, I'll find some time to meet with Zhou Zhang. He dares to steal my big brother's woman, I don't think he wants to make progress anymore. So what if he's been awarded the first-class merit? I'll still fix him. Good. Wang Feng raised his wine glass. My dear cousin cares about me. After it's done, I'll send you the key. Let's drink to that. Ah, Fengzi, we're family. Who else would I help if not you? Bottoms up. Wang Feng drained his glass in one gulp, a grim smile on his face. Zhou Zhang, I wonder how long you can keep on dancing. Chapter 33. The deputy mayor said that the task assigned by the boss must be completed. Zhangbei City Central Hospital Number 1. The boss was full from dinner and was lying in bed, full of energy and not feeling the least bit tired. After drinking the medicated wine, the boss was full of energy. The medicated wine that Zhou Zhang prescribed for me is really good. I'm going to be lucky in the future. The medicated wine is good for the body, it can both maintain health and overcome the addiction to alcohol. The old man feels that this medicated wine is tailor-made for him. Ting, hide the rest of the medicated wine well, don't let anyone take it away. The old man anxiously instructed young Ting. When Zhou Zhang and the others left, they didn't take the remaining medicated wine. The old man treasures this stuff like a treasure and is afraid of losing it. Yang Ting looked at the less than 2 taels of medicated wine in the glass bottle and couldn't help but frown. Grandpa, this stuff looks like iodine to anyone who doesn't know any better. Who would take it? Besides, there's only a little left, and no one would want it even if you gave it away for free. The old man rolled his eyes. You're generous to give it away for free. Ting, do you know the value of this medicinal wine that Zhou Zhang mixed? What? Grandpa, is this medicinal wine very valuable? The old man nodded. It can no longer be measured in terms of value. I'm a heart patient who almost died, but luckily I recovered. I'm weak and my energy is low, but after drinking a little medicinal wine, guess what? I feel completely refreshed. Many of my old friends are also in poor health, and they spend a lot of money every year on health maintenance, which is also quite painful. If they knew that they could drink medicinal wine and be relieved of all their suffering, they would pay any price. Money is not the main thing, the main thing is that they don't have to suffer from illness and pain. Yang Ting agreed, and her grandfather was right. Yang Ting had also met some of the old man's friends. As they got older, many of those who were not in good health were in wheelchairs. Not to mention the inconvenience of limited mobility, they suffered from pain every day, and looked sickly. If drinking a little medicinal wine could rejuvenate their bodies, to be honest, those people would buy it without even thinking about it. It seems that Zhou Zhang's medicinal wine recipe is worth 10,000 gold. However, Dr. Yang said that the old man's heart blood vessels were blocked and there were hidden dangers, which made her feel a little worried. The old man was lying in bed, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that Zhou Zhang was his savior. Not only did he save his life, he also helped him prepare medicinal wine to nourish his body. Ting. Tell your father that my savior has been found, and let him express his gratitude to Zhou Zhang in person. Didn't he say that he wanted to make a silk banner for my savior? When it's done, give it to Zhou Zhang together. Oh, I see. Yang Ting took out her phone and called Vice Mayor Yang. It was already 9 o'clock at night in the office of the Vice Mayor of Zhangbei City Government, but Yang Zishan was still busy at his desk. Ding ling ling. The phone rang, and Yang Zishan lifted his tired eyes to read the caller ID on the screen. Ting's phone? Yang Zishan's heart stirred. Could it be that something has happened to the old man? He quickly answered the phone. Hello, Ting, why are you calling me so late? How's your grandfather? Dad, don't worry, Grandpa is doing fine. He slept from the afternoon until the evening, and after waking up, he ate some food and had some wine. What? Yang Zishan was suddenly anxious upon hearing this. Ting, how did you take care of Grandpa? He has a heart condition, and you actually let him drink alcohol? Dad, don't worry, let me explain. Grandpa is drinking medicinal wine prepared by Zhou Zhang with a secret recipe. A little won't affect his condition, and it's actually very good for his health. Really? Dad, I wouldn't dare lie about something so important. It's true. Grandpa's spirits are much better now, and Dr. Yang has checked it too. All the indicators are trending back to normal. That's great. Yang Zishan let out a sigh of relief. He also had some doubts in his heart. Can a heart disease patient also take medicinal wine? The efficacy of this medicated wine is so miraculous, it's almost unbelievable. Ting, who is this Zhou Zhang guy? If his medicated wine is really as miraculous as you say, we should get some for your grandfather. Dad, it's fate. This handsome guy named Zhou Zhang is actually Yao Yao's husband, and he's also the kind man who brought your grandfather to the hospital. Yang Tingting's words contained too much information, and Yang Zishan's CPU couldn't process it all at once. Wait a minute, Tingting, you're saying too much, I need to process this. As the deputy mayor, Yang Zishan's mind is still very agile, and through mental supplementation, he quickly straightened it out. The young man named Zhou Zhang saved the old man's life, then did a good deed without leaving his name and left alone. And he is the husband of Tingting's best friend Chu Yunyao. Vice Mayor Yang didn't understand why Chu's daughter suddenly had a husband, and he didn't have time to think about it. Then, because of the relationship between Chu Yunyao and Yang Tingting, Zhou Zhang appeared again. The old man recognized Zhou Zhang, and Zhou Zhang gave him some miraculous medicinal wine, which made his body recover a lot. Tingting, since you have met your grandfather's rescuer, you must thank him properly. I've thanked him already. Dad, Grandpa said he wants you to thank Zhou Zhang in person, and he also wants you to keep your promise and give him a silk banner, the sooner the better. Yang Zishan nodded. He had indeed said something like that. However, there was a meeting in the morning, and he couldn't leave for a while. In the afternoon, he had to go to a neighboring city for an inspection. He was too busy, so he could only go right after the meeting in the morning. Tingting, I'll try to find time to complete the task assigned by the old man tomorrow morning. But where does the young man named Zhou Zhang live? Do you know his address? Yang Tingting said. Zhou Zhang is in the hospital. He was injured and is hospitalized, just downstairs from my grandfather's room. Yang Zishan's eyes widened and he asked. What's going on? If the man who saved my grandfather's life is injured and hospitalized, and if he is bullied, Yang Zishan said he would do whatever it took to help him find justice. Dad, you don't know yet, do you? I heard from Yo-Yo that Zhou Zhang is a police officer at the police station. Last night, while on duty, he captured a Class A wanted criminal and was injured a little. Yang Zishan asked with concern. Is it serious? No, it's a minor injury, he's alive and kicking. That's good. Tingting, how about this, you go and order a silk banner as a gift from me and your grandfather to Zhou Zhang. I'll definitely find time to visit Zhou Zhang in the hospital tomorrow morning. Okay. I'll tell Grandpa, I'm hanging up now. Dad. Yang Tingting hung up the phone and relayed Yang Zishan's instructions to the old man. The old man nodded. Tingting, you go make the banner now. Yang Tingting had a black line on her face. The shop that makes banners is closed, okay? However, she did not argue with her grandfather, but called and asked someone to find the owner of the banner. The other party said that he could deliver it to her the next morning. After discussing the price, Yang Tingting paid a deposit and then let go of her worries. Yang Zishan put down the phone and suddenly remembered that the municipal police department had reported today that a trainee police officer named Zhou Zhang from the Qiaobei police station had arrested an A-level wanted criminal and was to be awarded first-class merit. I think this Zhou Zhang is the same Zhou Zhang who saved the old man. Zhou Zhang is a rare talent, I must meet him. Yang Zishan thought to himself. Chapter 34, Police Superintendent in White, Zhou Zhang's goal. Ding-ling-ling ding-ling-ling. A loud and urgent alarm rang, and Chu Yunyao opened her drowsy eyes. She turned off the alarm and closed her eyes again, planning to sleep for a while. Oh no! She suddenly rolled over and sat up. She still had to go to Fanhai International Trade Company to work today. It was her first day reporting for work, and she couldn't be late. A second later, Chu Yunyao reacted, and last night she talked with Zhou Zhang for half the night about how to promote medicated wine. She had already decided to start her own business, so why bother going to work? She shook her head and laughed, and suddenly noticed that there was someone lying on the floor. When she looked more closely, it was Zhou Zhang. She remembered that she had been chatting with Zhou Zhang and fell asleep without realizing it. There was only one bed in the hospital room, so it seemed that Zhou Zhang had very gentlemanly given up his bed to her, while he slept on the floor. Chu Yunyao found that she was fully dressed, and Zhou Zhang had not taken advantage of being in the same room as her while she was asleep. Chu Yunyao was touched, but at the same time she secretly cursed Zhou Zhang for being worse than an animal. Such a beautiful girl was defenseless in front of him, and he didn't even have a thought? In fact, how could Zhou Zhang not have thoughts? Chu Yunyao was so beautiful that no man could resist her charm. However, there is a bottom line. He wants to let Chu Yunyao take the initiative to throw herself at him and fall in love with him over time. However, being worse than an animal is not a pleasant feeling. Zhou Zhang made himself a ground bed and tossed and turned for a long time before falling asleep. Chu Yunyao felt very embarrassed about taking Zhou Zhang's bed as a sick person. She was wide awake and got up. She went to Zhou Zhang, leaned down and said, "Zhou Zhang, go to bed and sleep." Her long, black, silky hair fell down, and the tips of her hair tickled Zhou Zhang's face. Zhou Zhang opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was Chu Yunyao's beautiful face. "Yunyao, you're awake?" "Yes, I'm awake." Chu Yunyao said gently. "Go to bed and sleep. The floor is hard and cold, and it's not good for your health." "What time is it, Yunyao?" "Almost 7. "Oh no, it's so late, I can't sleep." Zhou Zhang sat up suddenly. The head of the city bureau was coming to award him with the first-class merit medal, so he had to get ready early. "Zhou Zhang, it's still early, you can sleep for a while longer." "No, I think my master should be back soon." Just as he was saying this, Lu Jianjun knocked on the door, then pushed it open, carrying a steaming breakfast in his hands. Seeing Zhou Zhang and Chu Yunyao on the floor, one squatting and one sitting, Lu Jianjun couldn't help but be taken aback. Hey, I didn't see anything, so go on. But hurry up, I think the director is coming." With that, he turned his head and walked out. Chu Yunyao's face turned red, and Zhou Zhang's face was also full of embarrassment. "Master, come back, it's not what you think. We're already up." Oh. Really? I hope I didn't disturb you too." Lu Jianjun stopped in his tracks and took the breakfast he was carrying out of the plastic bag and placed it on the table. "I've brought you xiaolong bao and soy milk, so eat it while it's still hot. I don't know if it's to your liking." The last sentence was directed at Chu Yunyao. After all, as Lu Jianjun's apprentice, Zhou Zhang would eat whatever breakfast his master brought, and he wasn't picky. But Chu Yunyao was different. Lu Jianjun also wondered if this beautiful woman, who looked like a lady of the upper class, liked xiaolong bao. "Xiaolong bao, I love it. Thanks, Jianjun." Chu Yunyao didn't feel awkward either, picked up a xiaolong bao and stuffed it into her mouth without any ladylike manners, and started to tuck in. She didn't forget to invite Zhou Zhang and Lu Jianjun to join her. "Jianjun, Zhou Zhang, you guys eat too, it's quite good." Zhou Zhang took a cup of soy milk, stuck in the straw, and handed it to Chu Yunyao. "Yunyao, drink some soy milk, don't choke." Chu Yunyao took the soy milk and passed a steamed bun to Zhou Zhang's mouth. "Zhou Zhang, here's your steamed bun." The two of them kept passing food back and forth, and it was only a matter of time before they started feeding each other. Lu Jianjun, who was eating nearby, sighed with emotion. This wave of dog food was so good that he could taste the sweetness in the salty xiaolong bao. After the three finished breakfast and rested for a while, Chu Yunyao wanted to say goodbye to Zhou Zhang and Lu Jianjun. First, she had obtained the secret recipe for medicated wine and planned the next steps with Zhou Zhang, so she wanted to get moving quickly. Second, the leaders of the municipal bureau would be arriving soon, and she felt that it would be inconvenient for her to be here. "Zhou Zhang, Jianjun, I'll go first." "Hey, sister-in-law, what's the rush? Stay a little longer." Lu Jianjun wanted Chu Yunyao to witness Zhou Zhang being awarded first-class merit by the director. In this way, Zhou Zhang's status in her heart would also rise. Lu Jianjun really has a good heart for Zhou Zhang's status in the family. "Brother Jianjun, isn't the leader of the municipal bureau coming to visit Zhou Zhang? I'm not part of the system, so it's not convenient, is it?" Lu Jianjun waved his hand. "What's convenient or not convenient? You are Zhou Zhang's wife, the wife of a policeman, so you are considered one of us." As the two of them were talking, Lu Jianjun's phone rang. It was Hao Aigua, so he quickly answered. "Hello, Chief." "Jianjun, Ma will be at the hospital soon, so you guys should get ready." Lu Jianjun was taken aback. "No, Chief, where are you? Why haven't you arrived yet?" "I'm with Ma, I can't leave. I have to go, the convoy is about to enter the hospital. There are quite a few city leaders coming this time. Tell Zhou Zhang to look lively when he meets the leaders." "Understood, Director." Lu Jianjun put down the phone and said to Zhou Zhang, "Zhou, quickly put on your police uniform and tidy up your appearance. Ma will be here soon." Zhou Zhang nodded and quickly took off his hospital gown and put on his police uniform. Chu Yunyao did not avoid the issue, helped Zhou Zhang get dressed, and even gave him a little makeup. He still looked a little more energetic than usual. At this time, the door opened, and Hao Aigua gave a wink and said to the back, Ma, the leaders, please come in. Ma took the lead and was the first to enter the ward, followed by several big men in white, with olive branches and crosses on their shoulder boards shining brightly. Zhou Zhang couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart when he saw the police commissioner's clothes. This is the height that the Chu family wants him to reach within 3 years, even though he hasn't promised. But in his heart, isn't he also holding back a burst of energy? Within 3 years, he will at least rise to the rank of third-level police commissioner. This is the goal he has set for himself that he must accomplish. This is Comrade Zhou, right? I didn't expect him to be so young. Ma Xiaojun extended his hand. Hello, Ma. I'm Zhou Zhang. Zhou Zhang first saluted Ma Xiaojun, then extended his hand and shook it firmly with Ma Xiaojun's. Chapter 35, the chief personally awards the first-class merit. Ma Xiaojun shook Zhou Zhang's hand and spoke eloquently. Comrade Zhou Zhang, I heard that when you captured the A-level wanted criminal alone, you were injured heroically, but you still endured the severe pain and pinned the criminal under you. This spirit of self-sacrifice is worthy of all the comrades in our police station learning from you. Xiao Bei can be proud of producing a talent like you. Zhou Zhang was a little confused. After all, the capture process was not like that. Although the wanted criminal Yang Jia appeared quite suddenly, the arrest process was not at all thrilling. Seeing the smile on Hao Igwa's face next to him, Zhou Jingxin said to himself that Director Hao must have exaggerated the situation to Director Ma. Of course, he also understood Hao Igwa's good intentions. If the arrest process was too bland, it would not highlight his achievements. Director Ma, you're exaggerating. Zhou Zhang also began to show off his eloquence. Catching criminals is our duty as police officers. If we don't go in when there's danger, how can we be worthy of wearing this uniform? Good. Well said. Ma Xiaojun patted Zhou Zhang on the shoulder and gave a smile of approval. How is your health, Comrade Zhou? Next, Director Ma kindly asked Zhou Zhang about his injuries and recovery, and conveyed the deep concern of all the leaders and colleagues at the municipal police station. He told Zhou to relax, focus on his recovery, take care of his health, and get well soon. He also encouraged him to make persistent efforts to strive for greater glories. After listening to Ma's speech, Zhou Zhang was particularly moved. He expressed his sincere gratitude to the leaders and colleagues for their concern, and said that he would actively receive treatment and strive to recover as soon as possible. He would return to work in good health to serve the people and repay the organization's care with practical actions. His words flowed like running clouds in flowing water, not inferior to Ma Xiaojun, who had been in a leadership position for many years. Hao Igwa, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but nod his head. He thought to himself, Zhou is such a capable person, it's a pity that he's not in a leadership position. With such great abilities, he's not someone to be underestimated, sooner or later he'll rise to the top. Although it was the first time Ma Xiaojun had met Zhou Zhang, he liked the young man and, breaking with tradition, introduced him to the other leaders of the municipal bureau. Zhou Zhang, let me introduce you. This is Comrade Chen Xiaobo, Deputy Director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. This is Comrade Wang Zhanliang, Head of the Discipline Inspection Commission. This is Comrade Jiang Hai, Head of the Political Department, and this is... Zhou Zhang shook hands after saluting each of these bigwigs from the Municipal Public Security Bureau. The bigwigs also encouraged Zhou Zhang and asked about his injuries, making him feel the care of the leaders. Soon it was time for the most exciting part of the ceremony, the commendation. In view of Comrade Zhou Zhang's achievements, after communication between the leaders of the municipal bureau and an application to the higher authorities, Comrade Zhou Zhang was awarded first-class merit. Immediately afterwards, Ma Xiaojun personally helped Zhou Zhang put on a medal of first-class merit on his chest and handed him a bright red certificate. Zhou Zhang took the certificate with both hands and gave a solemn salute. Clap, clap, clap. Director Ma led the applause, and the leaders of the municipal bureau followed suit. Lu Jianjun, who was standing next to him, was so proud that he could hardly stop himself from applauding. Chu Yunyao also held out her white hand and looked at Zhou Zhang affectionately while applauding. Zhou Zhang was simply outstanding. A trainee police officer had won first-class merit and the head of the municipal bureau had personally presented him with the award, along with the other leaders. Chu Yunyao felt proud and honored herself. Next, the head of the political department announced that Zhou Zhang had ended his career as a trainee police officer early and had become a full-fledged police officer. Jiang Hai took out a pair of third-level police superintendent shoulder patches and personally replaced the 2 stripes of the trainee police officer with them. Ma Xiaojun said, Comrade Zhou, congratulations, you are now a full-fledged people's police officer. Third level police superintendent, 1 bar and 1 star, it looks much better than 2 stripes. At this time, Zhou Zhang was very excited. Third level police superintendent is the starting point for a regular policeman, the first step of a long journey. His goal was the big man in white in front of him, but of course, a goal is just a goal, not the end. The ceremony was finally over. The leaders of the municipal bureau were very busy, but they were able to come to the hospital in person to present Zhou Zhang with the first prize medal. They stayed for a long time, which was a great honor for Zhou Zhang. The 2 reporters from Jiangbei Evening News that followed were still snapping away with their cameras. Zhou Zhang's capture of a Class A wanted criminal and being awarded first-class merit must be the headline on the front page of Jiangbei Evening News tomorrow. Ma Xiaojun gave Zhou Zhang a few more words of encouragement and led the city bureau leaders back to the city. However, the doorway was surrounded by onlookers. After all, the sudden arrival of many police officers in the hospital room, several of whom were big shots in white, naturally attracted onlookers. Hao Ligua quickly called Lu Jianjun to disperse the crowd. "Comrades, disperse, disperse." Seeing that the big guy was leaving, the passers-by also made way. At this time, a pretty figure holding a dark red brocade banner walked into the ward. The person who came was Yang Tingting. She had just received a phone call from the boss who made the banner saying that it had been delivered to the hospital. Yang Tingting went downstairs to settle the final payment, picked up the banner, and walked straight to Zhou Zhang's ward. Unexpectedly, she ran into the big shot from the municipal police department, Ma Xiaojun. Yang Tingting saw Ma Xiaojun in a white shirt and was not at all afraid. Instead, she greeted him cordially. Vice Mayor Yang was Ma Xiaojun's superior, and the 2 families were familiar with each other, so Yang Tingting was not at all shy. "Uncle Ma, why are you here?" As soon as Ma Xiaojun saw Yang Tingting, the daughter of Vice Mayor Yang, a smile immediately appeared on his face. "Oh, Tingting, this is... In our police force, there is an outstanding junior police officer who was injured while arresting a Class A wanted criminal. I am here with the leaders of the municipal police department to pay him a visit and present him with a medal for meritorious service." "Uncle Ma, are you talking about Zhou Zhang?" Yang Tingting's face showed no signs of surprise. After all, Xu Yunyao had already told her that Zhou Zhang might be awarded the honor of meritorious service. However, she was a little surprised that the municipal police department had made such a big deal out of it, with most of the leaders present. It seems that the municipal police department still values Zhou Zhang very highly. Ma Xiaojun's face showed a look of doubt. "Tingting, do you know Zhou Zhang?" "Yes." Yang Tingting nodded. "Uncle Ma, you don't know, Zhou Zhang is the one who saved my grandfather's life. Do you see this silk banner? My grandfather had me specially order it. Originally, my grandfather wanted my father to give it to Zhou Zhang in person, but he didn't have time, so I took care of it." Chapter 36, the deputy mayor presents a silk banner to Zhou Zhang. Yang Tingting's words made Ma Xiaojun's heart feel like a turbulent sea, unable to calm down for a long time. He didn't know what Zhou Zhang had done to help the Yang family that would make Vice Mayor Yang present a silk banner to Zhou Zhang. Did Zhou Zhang save Yang Tingting's grandfather's life, according to Yang Tingting? This was too much for Ma Xiaojun to wrap his head around at once, and he was about to ask Yang Tingting in detail. However, Yang Tingting turned around and walked over to Zhou Zhang. "Zhou Zhang, I heard that Ma Xiaojun, on behalf of the Jiangbei Municipal Public Security Bureau, awarded you a medal for meritorious service. Congratulations." Zhou Zhang smiled. "Thank you, Yang Tingting. I'm happy for you. What do you mean by holding up the banner?" Yang Tingting said. "You saved my grandfather's life, but I'm not in a position to award you a medal. This is a banner I made for Lao Yang to give to you," Yang Tingting said, and handed the pennant to Zhou Zhang. The reporter from Jiangbei Evening News was about to leave, but when he saw that there was still material, he quickly took out his camera and snapped some more pictures. The dark red pennant had 2 vertical lines of large characters written on it: People's Guardian, Justice, and Courage. In the lower right corner were 6 small golden characters, presented by Yang Zishan. The leader of the municipal bureau couldn't help but be taken aback when he saw the 3 characters Yang Zishan, and felt that the name was so familiar. Lao Gao, who is Yang Zishan? Why does this name sound so familiar? The boss's boss is called Yang Zishan, so it's not unfamiliar. Ah. You mean this banner was given to you by Vice Mayor Yang? The girl carrying the banner is Vice Mayor Yang's daughter. Didn't you see the director greet her just now? I'll be. Zhou is no ordinary person. While everyone was discussing this, an old man walked in. Seeing a room full of police officers didn't faze him at all, instead he shouted, "Ting Ting, have you delivered the silk banner?" Yang Ting Ting turned around and saw her grandfather. Her face changed. "Grandpa, why are you here by yourself?" "The silk banner has been delivered to Zhou Zhang, so you don't need to worry about it anymore." "That's good." The old man nodded. "I was bored in the hospital alone, and besides, I'm almost well, so it's good to get some fresh air." Old leader. Ma Xiaojun suddenly walked up to the old man, with a surprised smile on his face. The big man in the white shirt, in front of the old man, unconsciously slightly bent his straight back. The old man also smiled when he saw Ma Xiaojun. "Hey, who do I think it is, Xiao Mao?" "Xiao Mao?" Everyone was shocked to hear this. Dare to call Ma Xiaojun Xiao Mao back then, this old man seems to be no ordinary person, I wonder what his background is? Soon, Ma Xiaojun solved the mystery for the leaders. "Colleagues, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Yang. Back in the day, I was Mr. Yang's secretary at the provincial government. Vice Mayor Yang is Mr. Yang's son." Wow! As soon as Ma Xiaojun finished speaking, the leaders were all astonished. No wonder the old man called the director Little Ma. It turns out that the director used to be someone's secretary. I guess he got used to calling him that back in the day. What's more, his son is Vice Mayor Yang. Good for you. This old man really comes from a good family. "Hello, old leader." "Hello, old leader." Everyone hurriedly shook hands and greeted the old man. The old man was still very humble and waved his hand. "Just call me Lao Yang. I'm just an old man, not a leader, and I retired a long time ago." Everyone laughed and thought to themselves, "This is your modesty, we can't be ignorant." No one dared to call the old man Lao Yang. Ridiculous. Although he is retired, his son is the powerful deputy mayor. The old man turned to Ma Xiaojun and asked, "Ma Xiaojun, what's the big deal?" "Yang Lao, we have a grassroots police officer who arrested a Class A wanted criminal and is now hospitalized with injuries. We are here to express our condolences to the grassroots police officer and to award him the Medal for Meritorious Service, First Class." The old man nodded. "Medal for Meritorious Service, First Class? That's great. I haven't heard of anyone from the municipal police department winning a medal for a long time." Ma Xiaojun echoed. "Yes. The key is that this grassroots police officer is still in his probationary period, and he has been awarded first-class merit after only 3 months of work. This is even more commendable." "Really? This is an outstanding talent, Xiao Mao. Your municipal public security bureau must cultivate talents like him. I think he might even become one of the top 10 young police officers in the country." "Ha?" Ma Xiaojun was taken aback. The top 10 young police officers in the country are selected once a year from all the police forces in the country. There are outstanding talents everywhere, and there are only 10 places available, so you can imagine how difficult it is. No one from Jiangbei City has been selected for 10 years. Ma Xiaojun has been at the Jiangbei City Public Security Bureau for 3 years, and never thought about this. In fact, he has given up from the bottom of his heart. Today, when the old man mentioned this, Ma Xiaojun's thoughts started to wander. Zhou Zhang is indeed the youngest of the outstanding policemen he has ever met, and his future is limitless. Why not train him according to the standards of the top 10 outstanding young police officers in the country? In fact, the old man had long since guessed that Ma Xiaojun was here to award Zhou Zhang with first-class merit. Of course, Zhou Zhang was excellent in his own right. That's why he spoke so highly of Zhou Zhang in front of Ma Xiaojun. "Old man, why are you here?" "Not long ago, I had a heart attack while out for a walk. Fortunately, a kind young man saved me and took me to the hospital. Can't we thank him a little?" "I wanted Zishan to come and thank him in person, but that kid is always so busy, so I had Tingting, his wife, give the hero a silk banner as a token of my gratitude." Looking at the silk banner in Zhou Zhang's hands, Ma Xiaojun suddenly realized that it was Zhou Zhang who had saved Yang Lao. Not only was this young man highly competent in his work, he was also a warm-hearted person. Ma Xiaojun couldn't help but think highly of Zhou Zhang again. Moreover, Zhou Zhang's future is bright, not to mention his career prospects, after saving Mr. Yang. Although Mr. Yang has long since retired, his son is the deputy mayor with real power. Even if not, his friends and their children are all very promising. Do you think Mr. Yang was a deputy director for nothing? When he thought about this, Ma Xiaojun suddenly felt a little envious of Zhou Zhang. Good guy, it feels like Zhou Zhang is going to take 10 years less detours. Okay, Xiaoma, I won't keep you any longer. Go back to what you were doing. This is a dismissal. Ma Xiaojun had wanted to reminisce with the old man about the old days, but after hearing what he said, he didn't dare to stay long. Okay, old Yang, we'll go then. Zhou, get well soon, goodbye. Ma Xiaojun had, for the first time ever, bid farewell to Zhou Zhang. Zhou Zhang said, Ma, goodbye to all the leaders, I'll see you off. No need. Go back quickly. Ma Xiaojun politely declined. Zhou Zhang, however, insisted on seeing them off. After all, they were all leaders of the municipal bureau, and he couldn't be a show-off. Unexpectedly, the old man grabbed his arm. Ma Xiaojun said that if you don't need to see them off, then don't. Shou Xiao, I have something to tell you. Chapter 37. Zhou Zhang is the darling of the police station. Zhou Zhang was held back by the old man and could only smile apologetically at Ma Xiaojun. Ma Xiaojun nodded, indicating that he understood. At the same time, a wave of envy welled up in his heart. It seemed that Zhou Zhang knew Yang Lao very well, not just in general. Who let Zhou Zhang save Yang Lao? The leaders of the Municipal Public Security Bureau left, and the room returned to peace. Old man, what do you want to tell me? Can you let me go first? I'm not going to run away. Ha. The old man smiled apologetically and let go of the sleeve of his shirt that had been twisted out of shape by Zhou Zhang's grip. Zhou, when will you be able to make the medicinal wine for me? I can't wait any longer. Zhou Zhang said. No, old man, didn't you have some left over last night? You can drink it slowly and it will last for a few days. The old man looked displeased. Yes, there was about 3 taels left last night. I can only save enough for 3 days, and what if you can't make the medicated wine after 3 days? Zhou, do you know what it means to prepare for the future? When there was a famine, if I hadn't prepared for the future, my whole family would have starved to death. The old man went on and on, but the meaning was clear: the supply of medicated wine must not be interrupted. You have to give me a definite answer as to when there will be a new supply of medicated wine. Zhou Zhang actually couldn't give an accurate answer. When will there be a new batch of medicated wine? It depends on how quickly Chu Yunyao can complete her work. So, he turned to Chu Yunyao. Yunyao, according to your plan, when will the first barrel of medicated wine be ready at the earliest? Chu Yunyao thought for a moment and said. According to the recipe, it takes at least 3 days for the medicinal ingredients to be infused with their efficacy. If all the ingredients are ready today, it will be ready to drink in 3 days. Zhou Zhang did some calculations and reckoned that if everything went well, it should be ready in time. After all, the ingredients that need to be purchased in the early stages only require a large jar, as well as the required Chinese medicinal herbs and highly pure grain. The Chinese medicinal herbs are placed in the jar, highly pure grain wine is poured in, the jar is sealed and left to steep for 3 days, and then it is ready to drink. As for the humidity and temperature, they are not mentioned in the secret recipe, so Chu Yunyao has also ignored them. Old master, don't worry, the medicated wine will definitely be ready in time. Really? Really? Zhou Zhang nodded firmly. I'll leave this to Yunyao. She'll get right on it. No problem. You'll have a new batch of medicated wine in 3 days. Great. The old man said to Chu Yunyao. Yunyao, don't just stand there, get moving. The old man's life depends on the medicated wine, so you'd better get cracking. That was a bit harsh. Chu Yunyao didn't dare delay, and nodded. Grandpa, I'll get right on it. Good girl. Whenever you encounter something difficult, just talk to me, and I'll find a solution, even if I have to pull some strings. Yang Tingting, who was standing nearby, said deliberately. Grandpa, don't you usually hate going through the back door? I remember once when Dad promised a friend to do a small favor, and you scolded Dad when you found out. The old man frowned, then laughed. Haha Tingting, you really are your father's little cotton-padded jacket, you remember this. I have been honest all my life, I have never gone through the back door, nor have I allowed your father to go through the back door, but this time is different. In order for me and the old comrades who are suffering from illness to be able to drink medicated wine, I will use my power for personal gain even once. I don't think anyone will dare say anything. The old man was awe-inspiring without anger, and he really had the bearing of a leader. Yang Tingting stuck out her cute little tongue. Grandpa, I was just saying that, and you took it seriously. Besides, Yao Yao is just buying Chinese medicinal herbs. As long as there is enough money, what difficulty could there be? The old man nodded. Ting Ting, if you're not busy, help Yao Yao get ready. Shu Yao Yao quickly waved her hands. No need, Grandpa, I can do it alone, and I'll try to make the medicated wine today. Zhou Zhang, I'll go first then. Zhou Zhang nodded. Yun Yao, if you want to buy Chinese medicinal herbs, go to the street with the most expensive Chinese medicinal herbs. Okay. Shu Yunyao said goodbye to everyone, got into the car and drove to the lottery center. She wanted to cash in her lottery ticket and use the money to buy the ingredients. The old man chatted with Zhou Zhang for a while, not just idle chatter, but imparting to him some of the secrets of working within the system. These tips are all closely guarded secrets that no one would tell outsiders except for their own people. Lu Jianjun, who was standing next to him, also benefited from the conversation and kept his ears open. Zhou Zhang naturally benefited a lot, but of course, there were also some things that he criticized, such as not being the first to show off, and that if you show off too much, you will be destroyed. Now that Zhou Zhang has an external device, he naturally doesn't need to bide his time. He wants to be promoted to the rank of police inspector in the shortest possible time, so he can't take things slowly. Zhou Zhang has his own considerations, but he won't tell anyone. After chatting for a while, the old man grew tired, so Yang Tingting helped him back to his room to rest. The room was left with only Zhou Zhang and Lu Jianjun. Lu Jianjun said with envy, Zhou, you received a first-class merit award, and Ma personally presented it to you. And you saved Vice Mayor Yang's father. Your future is boundless. I think your achievements are second only to Ma's. In 20 years, you will definitely be wearing a white shirt. Zhou Zhang thought to himself, 20 years to wear a white shirt is too slow, 3 years is an acceptable time for him. On the surface, he was calm. Master, maybe I'm just lucky, I caught a wanted criminal and happened to save Vice Mayor Yang's father. But I always live by the motto, do good deeds without worrying about the future. Luck is given by God, but whether you do it or not is up to you. Lu Jianjun nodded. Zhou Zhang, wow, well said, but you're only in your 20s, how come you sound so old? Zhou Zhang laughed and sat down on the hospital bed. Hey, Master, I just met with the leaders of the municipal bureau, and I was influenced by them, so I sounded old and full of experience when I spoke. I can't change it all of a sudden. Lu Jianjun pointed his finger at Zhou Zhang. Ha, Zhou Zhang, you. You can say that to me, but don't let anyone else hear it. If it gets back to the leader's ears, it won't be good. Zhou Zhang said without looking up. I got it, Master. Lu Jianjun knew that Zhou Zhang had not taken his words to heart. If he continued to write like this, he would suffer sooner or later. He was about to have a serious talk with him. But then he thought, Zhou Zhang had Vice Mayor Yang backing him up, and as long as he didn't make any major mistakes, who would dare do anything to him? So he gave up. At that moment, the door opened and Hao Igua walked in. Director. The director is back. Hao Igua nodded, his face showing an expression of uncontrollable excitement. Zhou, just now I was seeing off Ma at the hospital, and he took my hand and we had a long chat. He highly praised you for your bravery in capturing the level wanted criminal and for helping others by saving Mr. Yang. He also praised our Qiaobei police station, and most importantly, he plans to allocate 2 more police cars to our station. Zhou, you are truly a treasure to our Qiaobei police station. Chapter 38, Pride. What? Ma Zhu is willing to provide our Qiaobei police station with new police cars? Lu Jianjun was full of surprise. You have to understand that there are dozens of police stations in the city, and each one is short of staff and police cars. There are ways to allocate staff, such as recruiting a few auxiliary police or waiting for fresh graduates from the police academy to join. As for police cars, although the municipal police station has some spare parts, there are not many, and an even distribution is simply not enough. It all depends on which police station is doing badly or well, or has made great contributions. The municipal police department will then allocate additional police cars as appropriate. Qiaobei police station has a small jurisdiction, few police officers, and even fewer police cars. When it gets busy, it causes serious delays in responding to calls, and sometimes the police officers have no choice but to respond to calls in their own cars. Hao Igua has complained to the municipal police department many times. However, the municipal police department always says the same thing, let them solve their own problems. Every police station is short of resources, not just your Qiaobei station. Why should they give you an extra police car for no reason, when other police stations want one too? On one occasion, Hawaigwa even had a row with the leader in charge of logistics. The leader had a way with words. How, it's not that we can't give you a police car, just go out and do something heroic. If your Chaobei police station can achieve a great feat, I'll personally deliver the police car to you. Hawaigwa was at a loss for words. He came out of the municipal police station looking dispirited, cursing all the way. What great achievement is there to be made at the police station? You think it's the criminal investigation department? If they don't want to give it, then fine, but this is just deliberate provocation, isn't it? But despite his anger, he was at a loss for what to do. This time, Zhou Zhang was awarded first-class merit. Now the municipal bureau will obediently give our Chaobei station 2 more police cars, won't they? Hawaigwa could be said to have regained his pride. Zhou Zhang had helped him win this battle. However, Ma Jiu directly approved the allocation of 2 additional police cars to the Chaobei police station. My goodness! Upon hearing Ma Shejuan's words, Hawaigwa was so happy that his nose almost started to water. 2 police cars? When had the Municipal Public Security Bureau ever been so generous? Of course, Hawaigwa also understood that it was all thanks to Zhou Zhang. Zhou Zhang had been awarded first-class merit and had saved the father of Vice Mayor Yang, who had been Ma Shejuan's former boss. It would have been unreasonable for Ma to fail to look after the Chaobei police station. After seeing off the city police leaders, including Ma Xiaojun, Hawaigwa rushed back to the ward in high spirits. He couldn't wait to share his joy with Zhou Zhang and Lu Jianjun. At the same time, he didn't forget to praise Zhou Zhang. He now really regarded Zhou Zhang as the treasure of the Chaobei police station. Hawaigwa took Zhou Zhang's hand affectionately. Zhou, I won't say anything else, just do a good job at our Chaobei police station. My position will be yours sooner or later. I'm going. Lu Jianjun, who was standing nearby, was shocked when he heard Hawaigwa's words and couldn't stop smiling. In his impression, the director had never said such things to anyone. This is training Zhou Zhang to be the next director. You have to understand, Zhou Zhang is only a 3rd-level police superintendent with 1 bar and 1 star. To be the director, you need to be a police inspector at least. Zhou Zhang is far from that, so why did he promise him so early? Lu Jianjun had no idea that Hawaigwa was thinking much further ahead than he was. Talented people often jump ship, and it is also easy to attract competition from other departments. He was giving Zhou Zhang a reassurance, just in case Zhou Zhang got any other ideas. If Zhou Zhang can't resist the temptation and jumps ship to another department, that would be the biggest loss Chaobei has ever suffered. Zhou Zhang didn't know if Director Hao's words were true or not, but there was a bit of a suspicion of painting a big picture. However, the position of director was too unattractive for Zhou Zhang. The director was only a 2nd-level police inspector, and his goal was to become a police commissioner. In terms of job title, he would have to be at least a deputy director or above. He definitely couldn't say what he was thinking. Since Hawaigwa had already said that, Zhou Zhang had to say something in return. Thank you, Director, for your support. I will continue to work hard and strive for more glory for the Chaobei police station. Well said. I have high hopes for you, Zhou Zhang. Hawaigwa's face broke into a wide grin. Zhou Zhang continued. Director, can we discuss something? Hawaigwa patted his chest and said with great enthusiasm. What is it? Just tell me. If I can do it, I'll agree. Director, look, the city bureau leaders have already been here, and the award ceremony is over. Can I be discharged from the hospital now? Zhou Zhang really disliked the smell of the hospital's Lysol. He hadn't been injured anyway, and it wasn't like he was going to stay in the hospital forever. Hawaigwa's face grew serious. Zhou Zhang, is your injury really healed? Zhou Zhang really wanted to say that he hadn't been injured, but he was afraid that Hawaigwa wouldn't believe him. He went along with Hawaigwa's line of questioning. It's just a little injury, it's not a problem at all. I can not only walk, but also run. Chief, you see, I can take small steps and even do a little jump. Zhou Zhang said, and in order to convince Hawaigwa, he got up and walked and ran around the room, jumping every now and then. Hawaigwa was not happy, but worried instead, and called Lu Jianjun. Jianjun, in the test results for Xiao Zhou, it doesn't say he hurt his brain, does it? Puff. Lu Jianjun nearly laughed out loud. He thought to himself, Zhou Zhang is acting a bit too much. What kind of game is this? It's just like Chef Fan. Hawaigwa glared at Lu Jianjun, who was covering his mouth to stifle his laughter. Jianjun, what are you laughing at? I'm asking you a question. Lu Jianjun forced back his laughter and said. Director, Zhou Zheng's brain must be fine. You saw how he behaved in front of the leaders of the municipal police station. He's probably been confined to the hospital for the past 2 days, and it's normal for people to go crazy and act abnormally. How Aigua's face fell. What? Zhou, don't jump around. I believe you're fine, but stay in the hospital for observation for another day. Jianjun, you continue to look after Zhou Zheng. Tomorrow, find a doctor to give Zhou Zheng a checkup. If everything is fine, you can be discharged. Zhou Zheng asked dejectedly. Huh? Director, I still have to stay in the hospital for another day? Well, Zhou, just obey orders. That's it, I'll be going first. I still have to hand over the police car at the municipal police station. Half the year I'm in the east, half the year I'm in the west. I'd like to see the expression on the face of the leader who was so rude to me last time when he sees me now. How Aigua left with a sense of anticipation. Master, I've caused you trouble again and made you stay with me in the hospital. Lu Jianjun's face showed anger. Zhou, you're being silly. You're my apprentice. Besides, this job is so relaxing, much more comfortable than working at the police station. Zhou Zhangdao. But, Master, working at the police station is also sometimes tiring, and at the hospital you have to stay with me all the time. I can see that you can't sit still. Lu Jianjun said apologetically. Hey, you've noticed? Actually, today is my daughter's birthday, and she wants me to go to the amusement park with her in the afternoon. Actually, it's fine, it's the same for her mother to spend her birthday with her. Zhou Zhan was unhappy when he heard this. Master, why didn't you say so earlier? I don't need you to keep me company here, just go. No. I went home last night, it's not good to leave my post without permission. Zhou Zheng knew that Lu Jianjun could be stubborn sometimes, so he rolled his eyes and came up with an idea. Master, how about this, you go keep the child company at the playground now, and in the evening, I'll go to your house to celebrate the child's birthday with you. Is that appropriate? If the director comes, I'll get scolded if I'm not there. Our Qiaobei police station has suddenly been allocated 2 police cars, and the director is so busy with them that he won't have time to go back to the hospital. Lu Jianjun said. That makes sense. You understand him better than I do. That's it, you go ahead. Master, I'll buy the cake, and I'll ask your wife to cook 2 extra dishes tonight. Okay, Zhou, I'll go now. Chapter 39, No good will come from this. After Lu Jianjun left, Zhou Zhang took out his phone and dialed Chu Yunyao's number. Hello, Yunyao, where are you? Zhou Zhang, I just came out of the lottery center, I have already cashed in the prize, after paying taxes, I got 3.12 million yuan in prize money. When I came out, the Red Cross asked me to donate money, but I didn't. I think if I really want to help others, I should personally deliver the money to those in need. Zhou Zhang nodded, thinking to himself that Chu Yunyao is truly a sensible person. Yunyao, you did the right thing. If we have money in the future, how about buying a cart of school supplies every now and then and delivering them to remote mountainous areas with daily necessities in person? Zhou Zhang, that's a great idea, I support it with both hands. I'm going to the street of precious Chinese medicinal herbs right now, so I'll hang up if there's nothing else. It's obvious that Chu Yunyao is still very enthusiastic about the medicated wine business, and she hasn't stopped working all the way. Wait, Yunyao. Zhou Zhang, what? Is there something else? Well, it's like this, my master's daughter has a birthday today, and I'm planning to send a cake, but I don't know which cake shop makes a good one. Anyway, Zhou Zhang has lived for more than 20 years, and has never celebrated a birthday, nor is he in the habit of buying cakes for other people's birthdays. He knows nothing about cake shops in Jiangbei City. For her master's daughter's birthday, of course, she wants to send a good cake, so she wants to ask Chu Yunyao for help. She assumes that the child of a wealthy family must have eaten and seen a lot, and knows everything. Zhou Zhang, you really asked the right person. When it comes to cakes, Chu Yunyao on the other end of the phone is interested. When it's my birthday, I usually order a cake from a famous bakery in the capital, which is then flown here. But there are also some good bakeries in Jiangbei City. There's an old bakery in the south of the city that uses old-fashioned butter. The cakes don't look very good, but they taste like the cakes I had when I was a child. If you want something high-end, then you have to go to Hejiansta in the new city district. They use only the best imported ingredients, and their cakes are among the best in Jiangbei, both in terms of appearance and taste. The only downside is that they're a bit expensive. Zhou Jingxin said, a small cake, how expensive can it be? Children must be tired of the old-fashioned taste of cakes, so why not order one from Hojensta? Yunyao, how about an 8-inch cake from Hojensta? How much is it? A few hundred yuan, right? Definitely not enough. An 8-inch birthday cake from Hojensta costs 8,888 yuan. I'm going to die. Zhou Jingxin was shocked. More than 8,000 yuan for a birthday cake? Is the cake made with gold cream or gold cake? So expensive? Xu Yunyao smiled. This cake shop is known as the Hermes of the cake industry and is indeed not cheap. Let's go to another shop then. Zhou Zheng, no need, just choose their cake. I have over 100,000 points on my membership card at Haagensteig, which can be exchanged for an 8-inch cake, so just forget about it and just tell me Jianjun's address. Okay then, Yunyao, I have an appointment with my master, we are going to his house for dinner tonight, why don't we go together? Is that appropriate? Why not? You're my wife, and you know my master, so there won't be any awkwardness. Okay. Xu Yunyao hesitated for a moment before agreeing. That's it, you go ahead, I'll call you when the time comes. Zhou Zhang put the phone down on the hospital bed and stared at the white ceiling. He was a little excited to think that he would be discharged from the hospital tomorrow, and he would finally no longer have to live in an environment filled with the smell of Lysol. Zhou Zhang couldn't help but start making plans for the future. If medicated wine can turn things around, it will make a lot of money. At that time, I will go rent a house in a high-end neighborhood first, and let Xu Yunyao live in an old neighborhood. Zhou Zhang always feels a bit aggrieved towards her, even though Xu Yunyao has never complained. Xu Yunyao's grandmother also needs to be visited sometime. The old lady is in the ICU ward of Beijing's Hexie Hospital, fighting for her life. I don't know if the old lady knows her own background. But even if she knows, she won't be able to say anything. Suddenly, Zhou Zhang remembered that he had mastered master-level acupuncture and moxibustion techniques. If he treated the old lady, she might regain consciousness. Zhou Zhang suddenly had great expectations for his trip to the capital. All that was left was to catch as many criminals as possible, and he could quickly advance in his career. He wondered if the 20 times luck had already expired. Even if it had, he wasn't afraid, because he still had twice the luck, which was permanent. And, who knows, maybe he'll be rewarded with 20 times luck in the future. Zhou Zhang's mind was racing. Although the road ahead was not without its challenges, the future was bound to be bright. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking on the door brought Zhou Zhang's thoughts back to reality. Someone's here? He got up from the bed, sat up in the hospital bed, and called out, "Come in." The door opened and a figure walked in. The man was in his 40s, wearing an executive jacket, gold-rimmed glasses, and his thick hair was slicked back. He looked well-groomed and gentle. Zhou Zhang looked at the man and thought he looked familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was. Comrade Zhou Zhang. The middle-aged man saw Zhou Zhang and first gave him a big smile, then took 2 quick steps and shook his hand without waiting for an invitation. "How are you, Zhou? Feeling better?" Zhou Zhang was a little confused. He wondered who this person was. Why didn't he have the slightest recollection of him? He seemed to know him very well, but he didn't know him. That was really strange. "I'm feeling much better, and I'll be discharged from the hospital tomorrow." "Thank you for your concern," Zhou Zhang subconsciously replied. "Oh. That's good, that's good." The middle-aged man seemed relieved, his expression was very exaggerated, as if Zhou Zhang was his beloved family member. "I'm afraid I'm out of line, but who are you?" Zhou Zhang finally couldn't hold back any longer and asked. The middle-aged man's face fell. He thought he was well known at the municipal police station, but he never imagined that Zhou Zhang didn't know him. But then again, it was understandable that a junior police officer who had only been working for 3 months wouldn't know him, the deputy director of the political department. So he introduced himself. "My name is Wei Hui. I work in the political department of the municipal police station. They all call me Director Wei." Zhou Zhang thought to himself, that's not right. The director of the political department of the municipal police station came here today, his name is Jiang Hai, and he shook Zhou Zhang's hand. After some thought, he realized that there was indeed a Wei Hui in the political department, but he was not the director, but a deputy director. It seems that Wei Hui is quite pleased with himself and has taken the word deputy off himself. He just wondered why he came to the ward to see him alone. Zhou Zhang had no contact with him at all. Oh, it turned out to be Deputy Director Wei, please sit down. Zhou Zhang called Deputy Director Wei Hui, and he was a little upset, his face immediately changing. A little grassroots policeman, are you polite? If it weren't for that house in the city center, would I even bother to come visit you? A hint of displeasure appeared on his face, but it was quickly replaced with a smile. Zhou Shang keenly noticed the change in Wei Hui's expression. He thought to himself, this Wei Hui is up to no good, and no good people don't come. Chapter 40, A Bare-Faced Threat. Comrade Zhou, originally I was going to come with the leaders of the city bureau, including Director Ma, but I got caught up at work, so Director Jiang came in my place. Wei Hui said with a smug face as soon as he arrived. In fact, he is only one of the 3 deputy directors. He came to the hospital to confer a title on Zhou Zhang and award him first-class merit. All those who came were the heads of various departments, and he was not qualified to come at all. He expected Zhou Zhang not to know the situation, so he bragged. No sooner had I finished the work at hand than I rushed over. Deputy Director Wei, thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedule to visit me, a lowly police officer. Zhou Zhang had no idea what Wei Hui was up to. However, he could tell that Wei Hui was definitely not there on behalf of the organization, so he said a few random things to be polite. What are you thanking me for? It's only right that I, as a leader, show some concern for the lowly police officers. Zhou, how old are you? How many people are in your family? Where is your hometown? Don't be nervous, and don't treat me as your leader. I just like to have a heart-to-heart with the grassroots police. Wei Hui said hypocritically. Zhou Zhang could only answer one by one and deal with it. Suddenly, Wei Hui changed the subject. Zhou, I heard that you are married? Is your wife the daughter of the Chu family in Jiangbei? Zhou Zhang's heart stirred. Could it be that this is the main point of Wei Hui's visit? Without hiding anything, he answered nonchalantly. Yes, my wife is Chu Yunyao, the daughter of the Chu family. Oh dear, Zhou, how could you marry Chu Yunyao? In theory, I should congratulate you on this marriage, but I'm worried for you. Chu Yunyao is the daughter of the Chu family, and you, a junior police officer, married her. Your social status is not equal, and sooner or later it will not end well. Listen to me, if you can't handle Chu Yunyao, you'd better break up with her as soon as possible. I'll introduce you to a police flower as a girlfriend, that would be perfect. Wei Hui was never good at ideological work, and he liked to use his power to bully people the most. However, Zhou Zhang had just been awarded first-class merit, so Wei Hui wanted to persuade him politely first, hoping that Zhou Zhang would return to the right path. However, what he said not only made Zhou Zhang feel disgusted, but also baffled. Why would someone come right away and persuade someone to get a divorce? Besides, he and Wei Hui don't even know each other, so why would he say he's thinking for him? This guy is definitely up to no good. Deputy Director Wei, thank you. If there's nothing else, please leave. The municipal bureau is also quite busy. You came to the hospital to take care of personal matters during work. Aren't you afraid that Director Jiang will find you trouble after knowing about it? I'm going to. Zhou Zhang's words stunned Wei Hui. No, Zhou, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by doing personal business during working hours? I came to the hospital to show my concern for my subordinates. Can't I talk to you? Zhou Zhang retorted. Deputy Director Wei, I'm a police officer from the Qiaobei police station. My superior is Director Hao Aigua, not you, the deputy director of the political department, right? Besides, I don't want to talk to you. Pop. Wei Hui couldn't hold back any longer and slammed his hand on the table. The junior police officers in the municipal bureau are polite to him whenever they meet, but he was snubbed by Zhou Zhang, so he was very angry. Zhou Zhang, don't make things difficult for yourself. You must leave Chu Yunyao, otherwise, the consequences will be serious. Wei Hui also lost his mood for acting and directly spoke his mind. Zhou Zhang thought to himself, Wei Hui is really coming after his marriage to Chu Yunyao. You can tell by just using your toes that someone must have instigated this. One name springs to mind, Wang Feng. Naturally, Zhou Zhang would not show weakness in front of Wei Hui. What? Wei, as a small leader, are you going to interfere with my freedom of marriage? You're quite meddlesome, aren't you? Wei Hui saw that Zhou Zhang was not only not afraid, but actually mocked him coldly, and could not help but burn with anger. He directly used his most effective tactic of bullying people with his power. Zhou Zhang, I am the deputy director of the political department. Your promotion and assessment scores all have to go through me. Offend me and you won't have a good time. Let me give you some advice. He who knows the times is a hero. Leave Chu Yunyao, and I'll forget you ever disobeyed me. I'll still treat you as a comrade. Otherwise, you'll never get ahead in life. Wang Feng told you to come here, didn't he? How much did he pay you? Zhou Zhang blurted out. Wei Hui wanted to be a bitch and set up a shrine at the same time. He dared to do it but didn't dare to admit it, and flatly denied it. His face showed signs of nervousness. What Wang Feng? I don't know him. Zhou Zhang, I'm going to ask you again, are you going to leave Chu Yunyao or not? Zhou Zhang tried to read the situation and thought to himself, the person behind the scenes is indeed Wang Feng. He glanced at Wei Hui and said nonchalantly. What if I say no? Wei Hui's face turned pale, and he said with clenched teeth. I don't think you want to improve. You'll be a grassroots police officer with 1 bar and 1 star for the rest of your life. Do you believe that in the end you won't even be able to hold on to that? Wei Hui wasn't being alarmist. If he deliberately targeted Zhou Zhang for retaliation, it would really be difficult for Zhou Zhang to improve. After all, the right to assess the score was in the political department. However, Zhou Zhang was a stubborn person who would never give up on Chu Yunyao, and he would never give in to Wei Hui. He asked loudly. Deputy Director Wei, you're so arrogant. Is the Municipal Public Security Bureau your family business? Wei Hui looked down on him with a condescending expression and said arrogantly. Zhou Zhang, the Municipal Public Security Bureau is my family business. Do you think it's difficult for me to get back at you, a junior police officer? Let me tell you. He didn't finish his sentence, but was interrupted by a voice that was both unfamiliar and familiar. Who is so arrogant? How dare you openly threaten a people's police officer? Immediately afterwards, the half-open door opened, and a middle-aged man in a dark blue executive jacket walked in, followed by a young man carrying a thermos and handbag. The visitors were Yang Zishan and his secretary, Xiao Wu. Yang Zishan had hurried to the hospital with his secretary after a morning meeting at the government. He first went to the top-floor intensive care unit to visit his father. He was relieved to see that his father had recovered so much. The old man said that his recovery was so fast thanks to Zhou Zhang's medicinal wine. Moreover, Zhou Zhang had saved his life. He was a good boy with a warm heart and great abilities. He even wanted Yang Zishan to give Ma Xiaojun a heads up to properly cultivate Zhou Zhang. Yang Zishan was surprised to see that the old man couldn't stop talking about Zhou Zhang, especially since the old man, who never spoke for anyone else, was actually thinking of using back channels. There aren't many young people who can catch the old man's eye. It seems that this Zhou Zhang is indeed a talent. Originally, he also came to the hospital to visit Zhou Zhang and express his gratitude in person. So he accompanied the old man for a few words and went downstairs to Zhou Zhang's ward. As soon as he arrived at the door, he heard someone inside brazenly saying that the municipal bureau was owned by his family, and in his words he threatened Zhou Zhang, who had saved the old man's life. How dare this person? Yang Zishan's face suddenly turned pale as he pushed open the door. Vice Mayor Yang Yan? The arrogant Wei Hui saw Yang Zishan like a mouse seeing a cat, and suddenly cowered. Thinking that the previous arrogant words seemed to have been heard by Vice Mayor Yang, he suddenly felt a chill. Chapter 41 The Price of Arrogance. You know me? Yang Zishan asked, unable to hide his surprise when he saw Wei Hui recognize him. No, I don't know you. Wei Hui hurriedly waved his hands. Just now, he was too arrogant towards Zhou Zhengtai and said a few arrogant things that could not be said on the table. He never expected that Vice Mayor Yang heard it. This is really bad. Wei Hui is now regretting it and his intestines are turning blue. He could only hope that Vice Mayor Yang didn't know him. However, Vice Mayor Yang had been to the Municipal Bureau for research, and the two had met before, so Wei Hui was filled with anxiety. So how do you know my surname? And that I'm the deputy mayor? Yang Zishan's gaze was like lightning, shining down on Wei Hui. Wei Hui felt like a zombie attacked by sticky rice, his body tingling from Vice Mayor Yang's sharp gaze. I've seen you on TV. So why are you here? Yang Zishan had already noticed that Wei Hui was not normal, and he kept on questioning him, trying to make him reveal his true identity. I came to the hospital to visit a patient and entered the wrong room. Goodbye, Vice Mayor Yang. Wei Hui felt that if he didn't leave, he would be discovered. He took advantage of the fact that Vice Mayor Yang had not recognized him and quickly slipped away. At this time, Zhou Zhang also realized that the person in front of him was the vice mayor, the father of Yang Tingting, and the son of the old man he had saved. Seeing that Wei Hui was about to slip away, Zhou Zheng said, "Vice Mayor Yang, he's lying. His name is Wei Hui, and he's the deputy director of the political department of the municipal police. He came to the hospital specifically to find me, interfering in my personal affairs and threatening me. When I refused, he threatened to retaliate against me, saying that the municipal police department was his family business and that it would be as easy as drinking water for him to get rid of us low-level police officers." Zhou Zheng embellished the story and recounted the whole thing to Vice Mayor Yang. Wei Hui thought to himself, "You're good, Zhou Zhang, you're not following the rules of martial arts, and you even reported me to the leader. Are you still a human being?" He hated Zhou Zheng to the core of his teeth, but he didn't want the arrogance he had just shown when bullying Zhou Zhang. Why couldn't someone report him when they encountered the deputy mayor? Wei Hui from the political department of the Municipal Public Security Bureau? Yang Zishan nodded, impressed. The point was that there were too many people in the Municipal Public Security Bureau, and he couldn't be familiar with everyone. Wei Hui, you've come a long way. As a middle-level leader in the police department, you've interfered with the private lives of junior police officers. The other party refused to comply, threatened retaliation, and made a big fuss, saying that the municipal police department is run by your family? Ha ha ha. Is this how you lead? Do you even have any sense of organizational discipline? You're something else. Vice Mayor Yang laughed instead of getting angry. Wei Hui was shocked and felt that Vice Mayor Yang's laughter was a bit creepy. Vice Mayor Yang, I was momentarily blinded by greed. It's not what you think. I didn't mean anything by it. His mind was in a mess, and he didn't know how to explain it. His words of self-defense were obviously feeble. Vice Mayor Yang looked at his secretary, Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, call Ma Xiaojun. I want to ask him how Ma manages his subordinates. How can someone so lawless and arrogant become the deputy director of the political department? What kind of director is he? Yang Zishan was furious. Zhou Zheng had saved the old man's life, and the old man was waiting for the medicated wine that he had brewed. In any case, he had been kind to the Yang family, and Zhou Zheng had just been awarded first-class merit. How arrogant was Wei Hui to dare to retaliate against Zhou Zheng? How could someone like that be a leading cadre? He was not even qualified to be a basic-level police officer. For both public and personal reasons, Vice Mayor Yang wanted to take Wei Hui down. Wu dialed Ma Xiaojun's number and it was quickly answered. Vice Mayor Yang, you've got through. Wu handed the phone to Yang Zishan. Yang Zishan's face was gloomy as he took the phone. Hello, this is Yang Zishan. Vice Mayor Yang, this is Ma Xiaojun. What are your instructions? Ma Xiaojun, how can you be the head of the police station? Can you still do your job? Yang Zishan suddenly said something, and Ma Xiaojun on the other end of the phone suddenly became nervous. Although he is the head of the bureau and has the final say in the city bureau, Vice Mayor Yang is his superior, and no one would not be nervous if their superior suddenly asked them if they could still do their job. No, Vice Mayor Yang, what is it? What is it? Does Wei Hui from the political department know about your bureau's business? Yes? What about him? What happened? He went to Zhou Zheng's hospital room, interfering in someone's private affairs, openly threatening, taking revenge, and saying that the municipal bureau is run by his family. No way? Ma Xiaojun was dumbfounded. Wei Hui is usually pretty low-key, and besides, he doesn't know Zhou Zheng and they have no interaction. Ma Xiaojun, this is what I saw with my own eyes and heard with my own ears. Do you think I'm lying? If you can't do a good job as the director, then step down while you still can. Yang Zishan was furious. Ma Xiaojun suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He thought to himself, am I stupid? How dare I doubt Vice Mayor Yang's words? Do you still want to keep your job? And it seems that this Wei Hui has hit the nail on the head with Vice Mayor Yang. This Xiaobi has caused trouble for me. You're looking for death, don't get me involved. Ma Xiaojun was about to hate Wei Hui to death. His mind was quick and he immediately said, Vice Mayor Yang, don't worry. We'll find and punish the black sheep like Wei Hui one by one, and we won't show any mercy. I'll have him come back right away and explain himself to the organization. Yang Zishan's tone softened a little, and he said indifferently, I think we should let the Discipline Inspection Commission get involved. Ma Xiaojun was shocked. He thought to himself, Vice Mayor Yang is really going to get Wei Hui into trouble. Luckily, I reacted quickly, otherwise, I would have been in trouble too. Yes, Vice Mayor Yang, I'll notify the disciplinary inspection team right away. Yang Zishan hung up the phone, and Wei Hui, who was next to him, heard it clearly. Ma Xiaojun notified the disciplinary inspection team, and he was completely finished. His body trembled like a sieve. Soon, his phone rang, and he answered the phone shakily. A majestic voice came from the receiver. Wei Hui? This is the deputy team leader of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Team. We need you to explain certain things at a specified time and place. Report your location and stay where you are. We will send a car to pick you up. Wei Hui's body twitched. He was being watched by the discipline inspection team. It was all over. He numbly reported the location of Jiangbei City First Hospital. The deputy team leader of the discipline inspection team told him to wait at the hospital entrance. If he tried to escape, he would be held responsible for the consequences. Wei Hui walked out of the ward like a walking corpse. He never even considered running away. Even if he did, where could he go? After living in fear for a while, he would still be caught. At this time, the phone rang again. Wei Hui didn't even look at it before answering the call. Hey, cousin, it's me, Wang Feng. How's it going? Have you taken care of Zhou Zhang? If you have, I'll send you the keys to the house in Hongju community in the city right away. Hey, cousin, say something. Wei Hui's eyes suddenly turned red, and he began to speak sweetly into the phone. Wang Feng, I'll be damned, you big idiot, you've got me fired and I might even go to jail. Chapter 42, Heartbreakingly Understanding. At 4 p.m., the couple of Lu Jianjun led their child out of the amusement park. The couple had a daughter called Lu Yan, who was 8 years old. Today was Lu Yan's birthday, and the couple had promised to take their child to the amusement park. Lu Yan knew that in the end, it would be her mother who would take her to play, and her father would not keep his promise, because he was a policeman and very busy, and he had hardly ever given her a complete birthday. However, today, Dad suddenly had time and showed up at the amusement park on time. Lu Yan was very happy. Dad said that he was able to spend time with her because of an uncle named Zhou Zhang. Lu Yan suddenly felt that Zhou Zhang was really a good uncle. If she met him, she would definitely thank him in person. The family of three played from noon until 4 p.m., and then led the reluctant Lu Yan out of the amusement park. Yu Hong, my apprentice Zhou Zhang is coming to our house for dinner tonight, let's go to the market and buy some food. Lu Jianjun's wife Wang Yuhong nodded. I know, you've told me several times already. You talk about your apprentice all day long, I'm jealous. Ha ha. Lu Jianjun laughed, rode the electric tricycle with a canopy, pulled his wife and child, and went to the market to buy food. After buying the food, he took his child to a cake shop to buy a cake. Passing by the new downtown Haagen-Dazs cake store, the luxurious decoration and the cool-looking birthday cakes in the window attracted Lu Yan's attention. Dad, I want to eat the cake from this store. Wang Xiaoming in my class had it before and said it was delicious. Lu Jianjun knew he could not afford Haagen-Dazs cake at all, so he said helplessly. Xiaoyan, I will buy it for you next month when I get paid. Let's just buy an ordinary cake this time. But Dad, my birthday is not next month. Lu Jianjun was momentarily stunned. Wang Yuhong said. Xiaoyan, listen, all cakes taste the same, there's no need to eat this one. Okay. Lu Yan nodded understandingly, looking at the colorful birthday cakes in the window with disappointed eyes, her mouth watering. Wang Yuhong saw this scene and her heart ached. She is a housewife with no source of income. The family depends on Lu Jianjun's salary to get by. In the early years, Lu Jianjun's parents fell ill and were hospitalized, spending all their savings. In order to buy a house in the city and make a down payment, Wang Yuhong would deposit 2/3 of Lu Jianjun's monthly salary into the bank card, and the rest would be used for household expenses. Naturally, life was difficult. The child Lu Yan is also sensible and knows that her parents have it hard, so she never asks for material things. While waiting at a red light at an intersection, a black Mercedes-Benz S550 pulls up next to them. The back door window opens and a chubby little boy sticks his head out to say hello to Lu Yan. Lu Yan. Wang Xiaoming. Lu Yan is sitting on an electric tricycle and tilts her head to see the fat boy, and quickly responds. Lu Yan, look, my dad bought me a Haagen-Dazs cake. The little boy said, holding up a beautiful birthday cake to show Lu Yan through the car window. Lu Yan couldn't help but look enviously at the exquisite cake, which was exactly the same as the one she had seen in the window of the specialty store earlier. Wang Xiaoming, I don't think it's your birthday today, is it? Yes, but my dad said that I can have a Haagen-Dazs birthday cake every day if I want it. Lu Yan, do you want some? I can share a piece with you. Lu Yan hesitated for a moment and then said, No, today is my birthday, and my father is taking me to buy a birthday cake. At this time, the green light came on, and the Mercedes-Benz took the lead and rushed out. Lu Jianjun looked at the back of the Mercedes-Benz, and then looked back at his daughter's slightly envious gaze, and couldn't help but feel a little sad. The rich drive luxury cars and live in mansions, and they can have a birthday every day and eat expensive birthday cakes from Haagen-Dazs every day. But for the poor, eating an ordinary cake is a luxury. Dad, the light's green, let's go. Actually, I'd prefer the kind of small cake I used to have for my birthday. Lu Jianjun felt even more distressed. He knew that his daughter really wanted to try a Haagen-Dazs birthday cake, but she didn't want to make things difficult for her parents. His daughter's understanding was heartbreaking. Sigh. Lu Jianjun sighed, and numbly rode an electric tricycle to an ordinary cake shop, where he bought his daughter a 4-inch cake. Hugging the small, very rustic-looking birthday cake, Lu Yan's face broke into a happy smile. An hour later, the Lu Jianjun family arrived at their home in the urban rural fringe area. Oh no, I forgot to buy wine. He patted his head, chagrined. Yuhong, give me 200 yuan, I'll go buy 2 bottles of wine. Wang Yuhong looked at her WeChat balance and said with difficulty, Jianjun, I only have 200 yuan left, and you won't get paid for another 5 days. This is enough for our family's living expenses for 5 days. Lu Jianjun scratched the back of his head. What should we do? Xiaozhou is my apprentice, and this is the first time he's coming to our house for dinner. How can we not have any wine? Wang Yuhong's eyes lit up, and she suddenly thought of something. Jianjun, don't we have a jar of homemade wine in the spare room that my father brewed himself? There are 200 pounds of it. Why don't we use it to entertain your apprentice? Lu Jianjun shook his head. That won't do. Spoiled wine is not fit for the table. Jianjun, what face do you need to save in front of your apprentice? This urn of wine has been stored for 6 years and is no worse than 100-odd yuan bottle of wine. Okay then. Lu Jianjun could only helplessly nod. Wang Yuhong opened the courtyard gate and the family went inside. Lu Yan held her beloved cupcakes and refused to let go for a long time. Lu Jianjun and his wife busied themselves with selecting and washing vegetables and stewing meat. Jiangdu City First Hospital. Yang Zishan dealt with Wei Hui, and in the ward, he chatted with Zhou Zhang for a while, expressing his concern for Zhou Zhang and asking if he had any difficulties in life and work. If so, Vice Mayor Yang could help Zhou Zhang solve them on behalf of the organization. These words came from the bottom of his heart, and were not the perfunctory concern of a city leader visiting a subordinate. Zhou Zhang also knew that this was the vice mayor's way of repaying him for saving the old man. However, he did not make any demands, saying that he did not have any difficulties. Yang Zishan was really afraid that Zhou Zhang would make a request that he could not fulfill, and was also relieved to see that Zhou Zhang did not take the opportunity to ask for favors. This young comrade has a strong ideology, is aware of his situation, and is capable. Yang Zishan exchanged contact information with Zhou Zhang and left the hospital under the urging of his secretary. At 6 p.m., Zhou Zhang appeared in plain clothes at the entrance of Jianbei First Hospital. A short while later, a white Parramatta drove up from afar and stopped next to Zhou Zhang. Under the envious gaze of passers-by, Zhou Zhang opened the door and got into the passenger seat. The Parramatta roared once, got onto the main road, and drove away. Looking at Xu Yunyao, who was dusty and tired, in the passenger seat, Zhou Zhang guessed that she had been busy all day and couldn't help but say, Yunyao, you've worked hard. Xu Yunyao gave a small smile. It's not that hard. I've been running around all day, and I feel quite fulfilled. Zhou Zhang, I've now purchased all the Chinese medicinal herbs for the medicinal wine. However, I couldn't find any 100-year-old wild ginseng, so I only managed to buy a 50-year-old one. Zhou Zhang nodded. That's fine. The medicinal wine I gave the old master last time also had 50-year-old ginseng, and it was quite effective. Xu Yunyao said. I plan to divide the medicinal wine into 3 grades, high, medium, and low. The high-end grade will use a 100-year-old wild ginseng, the medium grade will use a 50-year-old, and the low grade will use a 20 to 30-year-old. This way, the consumer base will be wider, but... Xu Yunyao suddenly became a little worried. The large urns needed to make the wine couldn't be bought in time. I placed the order online, and it won't arrive until the day after tomorrow at the earliest. In that case, the time for brewing the first batch of medicinal wine will have to be pushed back. Chapter 43, Xu Yunyao's Imagination. Zhou Zheng comforted Xu Yunyao. Yunyao, it's okay, don't worry, it's already pretty good that you used today to purchase all the Chinese medicinal herbs for the wine. Xu Yunyao shook her head. I'm not worried, but Tingting is. There's only a 3-day supply of the old man's medicinal wine, and if he finds out that the new wine won't be ready in time, he'll definitely be unhappy. Then Tingting will complain to me again. Ha ha. Zhou Zhang laughed. So that's what it's about. Don't worry, if it really doesn't work, I'll use the old method and go to the market to buy medicinal wine brewed with a single herb and mix it. Xu Yunyao suddenly understood. I thought so, you made the medicinal wine in such a short time last time, I thought you had mixed it before. If it really doesn't work, you can just give the elderly gentleman the mixed medicinal wine to start with. Zhou Zhang solved the difficult problem for Xu Yunyao, which made her feel relieved. After all, she and Yang Tingting were best friends, and she had promised the old man something, so she would be embarrassed if she didn't keep her word. Xu Yunyao then asked. Zhou Zhang, this time I only managed to procure 50-year-old wild ginseng. I plan to classify this medicinal wine as mid-range, but of course I need to give it a high-sounding name. How about calling it master-level medicinal wine? As for the price, I plan to sell it for 2,000 yuan per caddy. My god! Zhou Zhangwan was shocked to hear this. He did some calculations for Xu Yunyao. Yunyao, a set of Chinese herbal medicine ingredients can be used to make 5,000 jin of high-efficacy medicated wine. If the price is set at 2,000 yuan per jin, the medicated wine made from this set of ingredients can sell for 10 million yuan. Then he asked. How much did it cost? Xu Yunyao said. The raw Chinese herbal medicine cost more than 800,000 yuan, the pure grain liquor cost about 250,000 yuan, and the bottles and packaging for the medicinal wine cost 50,000 yuan if they were priced at 10 yuan per kilogram. Of course, after 5,000 kilograms of medicinal wine have been made, another 2,000 kilograms of medicinal wine with lower efficacy can be made. Even if these are given away for free, they can still be sold for 400,000 yuan at 200 yuan per kilogram. Hiss. Zhou Jingxin said that this is too much profit, nearly 10 times the profit. You unscrupulous businessman. The kind-hearted Zhou Zhang felt a little heartbroken. He felt that being able to double the profit would already be considered a high return. It seems that she read Zhou Zhang's mind. Xu Yunyao smiled and said, Zhou Zhang, when it comes to business, businessmen, of course, aim to make the greatest profit. Besides, the money we make is the money of the rich. If you feel uneasy about making too much money, you can donate some of the profits to those in need. Xu Yunyao drove while enjoying the future. This is just a mid-range medicated wine. In the future, there will be a high-end medicated wine made with 100-year-old ginseng, which will be called the Grandmaster-level medicated wine. The price will have to be higher than Flying Skies, and I think 4,000 yuan per caddy is appropriate. We are just getting started now, and can only be considered a medicinal wine workshop. Once we become more well-known, I will have to register the trademark, build a factory, set up a company, and even export to foreign countries to make money from foreigners. I will do all kinds of marketing, get celebrity endorsements, and then go public. Zhou Zhang, your name may appear on the rich list in the future. Zhou Zhang waved his hands repeatedly. No, Yunyao, you are the boss, I will not get involved in this business. Xu Yunyao laughed and said. Have you ever seen an owner drive? I'm just your employee, Mr. Zhou, you're the real boss. Zhou Zhang knew that Xu Yunyao was joking with him, and he also laughed and said. Mr. Chu, you're still the boss, and I'll be your driver from now on. As long as we travel together, I'll drive. Great. Xu Yunyao was also excited. I just don't know how good a driver Comrade Zhou is. Zhou Zhang said seriously. I'm an experienced driver. No one who has ridden with me has ever criticized my driving. Really? Then I'll definitely give your driving a try sometime. No problem, you'll be satisfied. The two of them laughed and joked, and finally arrived at Lu Jianjun's home in the urban rural fringe area. Xu Yunyao asked. Zhou Zhang, why does your master live here? It's so far from the North Bridge, and it usually takes nearly an hour to get to work. Zhou Zhang shook his head. Actually, this is the first time I've been to my master's house, and I didn't expect him to live here either. By the way, when will the cake you ordered arrive? Can it be delivered here? No problem. I've arranged a time with the staff at the cake shop, and they should be on their way now. That's good. Zhou Zhang nodded. Yunyao, get off the car, we'll go in together. HM. Xu Yunyao agreed, got out of the driver's seat, and opened the back door. Zhou Zhang, help me carry the things. Xu Yunyao bent over, reaching for something from the back seat, and her round, perky buttocks showed an amazing curve. Zhou Zhang couldn't help but stare. This is no wonder she is a goddess. This body is just amazing. What are you doing? Take it. Xu Yunyao turned around and handed Zhou Zhang a paper box with a carrying string. Yunyao, what is this? Zhou Zhang held it in his hands and tried the weight, which was not heavy. This is the result of my labor today, a whole set of precious Chinese medicinal materials for making wine, worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. I'm not at ease leaving it in the car, so I'll take it to your master's house first. Then, Xu Yunyao took out 2 large, exquisite shopping bags from the back seat. One bag contained snacks for children, and the other bag contained several boxes of something. Xu Yunyao explained. This bag contains imported snacks for the children, and this plastic bag contains a set of Lancome cosmetics and a Salvatore Ferragamo belt. Since this is your first time visiting your father's house, you should prepare some gifts. Zhou nodded in agreement, saying that she was still a girl with a delicate mind, and it was obvious that Xu Yunyao had put in a lot of thought. The courtyard door was ajar. Zhou Jingyi took the lead, pushed open the big iron door with the peeling paint, and called out to Xu Yunyao to go in. This is a typical single-family house in the urban-rural fringe area, with 4 main rooms and 2 ancillary rooms on each side. The courtyard is not big, the cement floor is pitted, and the walls and house are in a state of disrepair, giving it a very old-fashioned feel. Master! Zhou Zhang called out, walking straight inside. At this time, a man and a woman came out of the ancillary room in the west room, and it was Lu Jianjun and Wang Yuhong, both of them wearing aprons and busy in the kitchen. Zhou Junyao, you're here, come in, come in. What, may you quickly make tea for our guests, my apprentice and his wife. Wang Yuhong wiped her hands on her apron and ushered Zhou Zhang into the house. Zhou, Jianjun has always spoken highly of you. Come, let's go inside, my wife will make you some tea. Zhou Zhang hurriedly said. My wife, don't bother, don't treat me like a stranger. Chapter 44, The master is a good person, but he is too stubborn. The group entered the house. Zhou Zhang pointed to Xu Yunyao next to him and said. Sister-in-law, let me introduce you. This is my wife, Xu Yunyao. Yunyao, quickly greet your sister-in-law. Xu Yunyao revealed a smile on her pretty face and called out in a graceful voice. Hello, sister-in-law. Hey, this girl is so beautiful, it's like she stepped right out of a painting. What? Sit. Xu Yunyao was wearing an expensive outfit, was beautiful, and had an air of nobility about her. Such a pretty and elegant girl was obviously the child of wealthy parents. She should be found in a top-class CBD office building or a magnificently decorated 5-star hotel, and was a little out of place in her current environment. Wang Yuhong was nervous at meeting such a beautiful woman for the first time, and her hands were awkwardly placed together. After a while, she picked up a rag and carefully wiped the spring and autumn chair in the living room, and said apologetically. The house is a bit messy and the conditions are simple, young lady, don't mind it. Sister-in-law, just call me Yunyao. And, you don't have to be polite, I'm not that delicate either. Saying this, she put what she was holding on the ground and sat down on the autumn chair with her bottom, not meaning to be polite at all. Wang Yuhong let out a sigh of relief. Even poor people have self-esteem, and she was afraid that this girl, who looked like a lady from a wealthy family, would mind it. Xu Yunyao came to visit with Zhou Zhang, catching Lu Jianjun off guard. Seeing that Xu Yunyao was adapting to the local customs and not acting condescendingly, he was also very pleased, secretly praising Zhou Zhang for marrying a good daughter-in-law. Wang Yuhong took out a disposable paper cup and made tea for Zhou Zhang and Xu Yunyao. Zhou Zhang then picked up the paper bag on the floor, opened it, and said to Lu Jianjun. Master, I invited Yunyao to come with me to celebrate the child's birthday, and Yunyao took it to heart and bought a bunch of gifts. These are snacks for the child. And, this is Lancome cosmetics for your wife, and this is a belt for you, master. Oh, come on, you don't need to bring anything else. Wang Yuhong's eyes lit up when she saw the Lancome cosmetics. Although she was only in her early 30s, she usually didn't have time to dress up, and the pressure of life made her look like she was approaching 40. Everyone loves beauty, and Wang Yuhong was no exception. However, where was the time to take care of herself? And she didn't have the money to buy high-end cosmetics. Every day, she went without makeup and took care of the household chores, and the years naturally left their mark on her face. However, she also knew that Lancome cosmetics were very expensive, and a set would cost a lot of money, so she quickly declined. It's too expensive, I can't accept it. Chu Yunyao persuaded. Sister-in-law, this set of cosmetics isn't worth much, and it's Zhou Zhang's money, it's Zhou Zhang's expression of his good intentions. Then I'll accept it? I've never used this stuff before, I wouldn't know how to use it. Wang Yuhong liked the cosmetics set so much that, despite her protestations, she accepted it with a sincere heart. Her eyes kept darting over the beautifully packaged cosmetics. Chu Yunyao said, Sister-in-law, you must accept it. It's a gift for you. Your skin really needs some good care. I'll show you how to use it in a moment. I'm very knowledgeable in this area. That would be great. Wang Yuhong's face showed her anticipation. Zhou Zhang also took out the Ferragamo belt and handed it to Lu Jianjun. Master, try it on and see if it fits. Lu Jianjun didn't take the belt, but his expression darkened. Zhou, this set of cosmetics and belt are worth a lot of money, aren't they? You've just started working and don't earn much, and you have a family to support. We can't accept these cosmetics and belt. He said this and glared at Wang Yuhong, who couldn't take her eyes off the Lancome cosmetics. Yuhong, put the cosmetics down. No, Jianjun, you. Wang Yuhong was embarrassed and stood there holding the cosmetics. Master, what are you doing? I have money. Zhou, don't pretend to be rich with me. I know your situation. What money do you have? Return the cosmetics and belt and use the money to live a good life. Master, you forgot, I arrested a Class A wanted criminal and received a reward of 100,000 yuan, and the police station gave me an additional 20,000 yuan as a reward. Lu Jianjun scratched the back of his head. I forgot about that. The kid does have money now. But, Zhou, you can't spend money like that. You have to be careful with your money. I know, Master. I know what I'm doing. Please accept this as a token of my appreciation. Clatter. Chu Yunyao ripped open the packaging of the cosmetics. Sister-in-law, let me show you how to use it. This is for moisturizing, and this is. Chu Yunyao said, while giving Lu Jianjun a look that was meant to be a demonstration. Well. Now there's no way to back out. Lu Jianjun's face was a picture of black lines, and he thought to himself, the sister-in-law is soft on the outside but tough on the inside. After a moment of shock, he no longer mentioned the matter, and said awkwardly, Well, there's still meat stewing in the kitchen, I'll go check if it's done. After saying this, he turned and walked away. Sister-in-law, why is Jianjun acting like this? He's like an old-fashioned person, so stubborn. Looking at the back of Lu Jianjun's figure, Wang Yuhong said, He is a stickler for appearances and is stubborn. Otherwise, all his former apprentices have been transferred to other institutes to become deputy directors, but he is still stuck in the same place. Moreover, Xiao Zhou is his apprentice. He believes that a master should give his apprentice things, and not accept gifts from his apprentice. Zhou Zhang muttered to himself. The master is a good person, but he is too stubborn. At this time, a young girl with two pigtails swaying came out of the bedroom, hugging a small birthday cake in her hands. She was obviously a little nervous when she saw the stranger and turned to go back to the bedroom. Wang Yuhong quickly waved her hand and shouted, Yang Yan, come over here quickly, we have a guest at home. Lu Yan glanced at Zhou Zhang and Yunyao, and slowly and unhurriedly lowered her head and came to her mother's side. Wang Yuhong said, This is Uncle Zhou Zhang, and this is Auntie Yunyao, say hello. Hello, Uncle. Hello, Auntie. Oh, Yang Yan is so good. Zhou Zhang got up and affectionately stroked Yang Yan's head. Yang Yan looked at Zhou Zhang and suddenly asked, Uncle, is your name Zhou Zhang? Yes. Then I have to thank you. Zhou Zhang asked curiously. Why? This is the first time we've met. Today is my birthday, and my father said that because of you, he has time to go to the amusement park with me. This is the first complete birthday that I can remember my father spending with me. Zhou Zhang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Xiaoyan, when your next birthday comes, let your father spend the whole day with you again. Your uncle will come too, okay? Okay. Yang Yan's young voice echoed in the room. Chu Yunyao opened the box and took out some imported snacks. Xiaoyan, this is a present from your uncle and aunt. Thank you, sister, Yang Yan said obediently. Why do you have to call me sister? Because you are young and pretty, of course you have to call me sister. Chapter 45, A Surprise for You. Lu Yan praised Chu Yunyao for being young and beautiful, and called her sister. This made Chu Yunyao's heart bloom. She hugged Lu Yan in front of her, as if she were hugging her own daughter. Xiaoyan, come, eat something delicious. She reached out and grabbed a handful of imported snacks. Eat whatever you want, these are all bought for you by your sister. In front of her, there were a wide variety of snacks and beautifully packaged, dazzling Lu Yan. Sister, these snacks must be really expensive, right? How do you know? Well, they're not really that expensive. Wang Xiaoming in my class always brings snacks to school. He gave me one once, and it was packaged just like this. I couldn't finish that snack for 3 days. Chu Yunyao asked. Why? Didn't you like it? No, it was so delicious that I didn't want to finish it all at once. Chu Yunyao patted her head. Xiaoyan, go ahead and eat this time. You don't have to save any. She also had a VIP card at this snack bar, with a balance of over 20,000 yuan left. She thought to herself, when she has time, she will notify the snack bar to send Lu Yan snacks once a week. She figured that with 20,000 yuan, she could send snacks for a while. Chu Yunyao opened a bag of snacks for her and handed it to Lu Yan. Lu Yan finally put down the birthday cake she couldn't bear to let go of, took the snacks, and although she was so hungry that she was drooling, she held the snacks up to Chu Yunyao's mouth. You eat first, little sister. Chu Yunyao said with a smile. You're so good, little sister. You eat first, I won't eat it. Mommy, you try it. Uncle, you eat it. Lu Yan asked one after the other, before taking a small bite and showing a satisfied expression on her face. However, halfway through the snack, Lu Yan stopped eating and carefully sealed the packaging. Why? Xiaoyan, aren't the snacks delicious? No, they're delicious, but Dad hasn't had a chance to try them yet, so I want to save some for him. Chu Yunyao pointed at the snacks in the paper bag and said. There are still a lot left. Sister, I only want one bag of snacks, so you can take the rest back. Dad says that you shouldn't be greedy. I'm already very happy to be able to eat a bag of these snacks. Although Lu Yan said this very firmly, it was still clear that she had a sense of unfinished business with these high-end snacks that she had not had much experience with. Lu Yan was sensible and understanding, which made Chu Yunyao feel bad. She said, Xiaoyan, I bought all these snacks for you. I still have some at home, and I will buy all your snacks in the future, so that you can have freedom with snacks and eat as much as you want, okay? Lu Yan looked surprised. Then I'll be just like Wang Xiaoming. Who is Wang Xiaoming? Wang Xiaoming is a classmate and also a good friend. His family is very rich, and whenever he wants to eat a snack, his father buys a bunch of them. I even ran into him on the street today. He bought a Haagen-Dazs birthday cake even though it wasn't his birthday. He said that he can have a birthday every day if he wants. As Lu Yan spoke, she thought again about the tempting birthday cakes in the window of the Haagen-Dazs cake shop, and couldn't help but lick the corner of her mouth. Why, Xiaoyan, do you want to eat a Haagen-Dazs birthday cake too? Of course I do. Lu Yan's face fell. But Haagen-Dazs cakes are so expensive, my parents can't afford it. Chu Yunyao happened to have ordered a Haagen-Dazs birthday cake, and she thought to herself, this is the right cake to order. She said mysteriously to Lu Yan. Lu Yan, I have a surprise for you. A surprise? What surprise? You'll find out in a moment. Chu Yunyao teased Lu Yan, and then said to Wang Yuhong. Sister-in-law, come, I'll show you how to use this cosmetics to take care of your skin. Great. Xiaoyan, go play in the yard. The two women sat down together and chattered about skin care. After a while, Chu Yunyao's phone rang, and she got up to answer it. Hello? Yes, you've arrived? Yes. I'll open the door right away. Zhou Zhang asked. Yunyao, what's wrong? Chu Yunyao said. The cake we ordered has arrived. The boss had it delivered to the door. Okay, go get it then. What? You also ordered a cake? Wang Yuhong felt a little apologetic when she heard what the two of them said. The Zhou Zhang couple had already spent a lot of money on the cosmetics belt and the large bag of expensive high-end snacks they had brought for Lu Yan. Xiaozhou, Junyao, we have already bought a cake for Xiaoyan, so I don't think we need to spend any more money. Zhou Zhang said. Sister-in-law, the cake has already been delivered to the door. Besides, we didn't buy it, Yun Yao redeemed the points for it. Zhou Zhang said this, and felt that the Chu family was really generous. Chu Yunyao has spent more than 100,000 yuan in the Hagerstow store alone. Moreover, this is the Haagen-Dazs cake that Xiaoyan has been longing for, she will definitely like it. Wang Yuhong knows that she cannot afford to buy such an expensive cake for Xiaoyan, and she is also worried about her daughter, so she doesn't say anything. Let's go to the door to get the cake. Xiaoyan. Chu Yunyao came to the courtyard and greeted Lu Yan. Sister, I'm here. Lu Yan jumped from a tree in the courtyard and ran to Chu Yunyao. Ouch, Xiaoyan, be careful, you're a girl, and you can climb trees. What did you want to see me about, sister? Didn't I say I had a surprise for you? Here's the surprise. What is it, sister? Lu Yan asked, puzzled. Just follow me to the door and you'll find out. Chu Yunyao opened the courtyard gate with Lu Yan and walked out. Zhou Zhang and Wang Yuhong followed closely behind. They saw a white commercial vehicle parked at the entrance, with the English letters and logo of Haagen-Dazs spray painted on it. A girl wearing a Haagen-Dazs uniform was standing in front of the car. When she saw Chu Yunyao coming out, she hurriedly asked. Excuse me, are you Miss Chu Yunyao? Yes, I am Chu Yunyao. Your ordered cake has arrived, please sign for it. The girl said, and took out a box of 8-inch 2-layer birthday cake from the car. Wow, it's so beautiful. Lu Yan could see the cake clearly through the transparent packaging. It was one of the birthday cakes she had seen in the window of the Hangsta cake shop when she passed by. She was stunned. Is this the surprise my sister told me about? Chu Yunyao took the cake and handed it to Lu Yan. Xiaoyan, what do you think? Are you happy? Sister, is this birthday cake for me? Of course. Thank you, sister, you're so nice. Lu Yan hugged the cake and cheered. Mom, look, a Hagerstow birthday cake, my sister gave it to me. Ouch, Yan, don't drop the cake. Wang Yuhong hurried over and took the birthday cake from Lu Yan. Dad, my sister ordered a big Hagerstow cake for me, come and see. Lu Yan ran excitedly to the courtyard. As Chu Yunyao looked at Lu Yan's back, images from the past appeared in her mind. It was the scene of her grandmother buying the birthday cake she had longed for when she was a child on her birthday. Now she had grown up, and was no longer the little girl who could be excited for a long time over a cake. However, her grandmother was lying alone in the ICU of the hospital. For a moment, Chu Yunyao was overcome with sadness. Chapter 46 Rub it and it won't hurt. Yunyao, what's wrong? Zhou Zheng couldn't help but ask, seeing that Chu Yunyao was in a bad mood. Nothing. Chu Yunyao quickly adjusted her expression and tried to put on a smile. Suddenly remembering the past, she felt a little faint sadness. Zhou Zheng tried to ask. Is it thinking about your grandmother? Hey, how did you know? Chu Yunyao's beautiful eyes widened slightly in surprise. Zhou Zheng waved his hand, looking smug. I'm like a worm in your belly, of course I know everything. Cheeky. Zhou Zheng then said seriously. You once said that when you were little, you spent most of your time with your grandmother. Just now, Xiaoyan got the birthday cake she had been longing for, and she was so happy that she was cheering and jumping for joy. But you, on the other hand, were sad and dejected. I think this must have brought back memories for you. I think when you were little, you were in a similar situation. The person who gave you the cake was most likely your grandmother. Chu Yunyao stroked her hair on her forehead and gave a look of approval on her face. Zhou Zheng, you are very clever. Congratulations on getting it right. Just now, for a moment, I did think of the time when my grandmother gave me a birthday cake when I was little. I still remember that day was my birthday. My parents were busy entertaining for business and actually forgot my birthday. I came home from school and found that there was no birthday cake, so I cried and screamed. My father was in a bad mood and couldn't help but scolded me a few words, which made me feel even more aggrieved. It was my grandmother who scolded my father, took me into her room, and magically produced a birthday cake that she had prepared long ago. I stopped crying immediately and was as happy as a little girl. Zhou Zheng, I miss my grandmother. Chu Yunyao's voice was full of tears, her emotions could no longer be restrained, and crystal tears swirled in her eyes before finally falling, like scattered pearls. Zhou Zheng gently patted her back and said softly. Yunyao, if you miss your grandmother, go to the capital and visit her. I'll go with you, and we can go whenever you like. Chu Yunyao's heart warmed. It's really nice to have a warm man by your side who cares about you. She wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, and after a short while, shook her head. This isn't the time, wait until I get the medicated wine business up and running, then I can go. By then, I want to spend a few more days with her. Okay. Then from now on, you mustn't be sad. Look at you, crying like a little crybaby. Huh? Really? Xu Yunyao cared a lot about her image. If her face was disfigured, when Lu Jianjun's family saw her, they would die on the spot. He had no idea that Zhou Zhang was deliberately teasing her. Xu Yunyao took out a pack of tissues from her pocket, took out one, and wiped her face indiscriminately. Yunyao, you can't wipe it clean, let me do it. Zhou Zhang volunteered, snatching the thin tissue from her hand and reaching out to wipe her face. His hand touched her face full of collagen, which felt springy and smooth, and it felt great. He couldn't help but wipe a few more times. Are you done, Zhou Zhang? No, there's a small black spot in the corner of my eye that I can't get off. What should I do? Let me think. Zhou Zhang made a pensive expression, and after a while said, I've got it. Yunyao, open your mouth. Xu Yunyao was puzzled. Why open my mouth? Zhou Zhang's tone became urgent. Oh, don't ask, of course it's to help you wipe the black spot off. Xu Yunyao was even more confused. But what does it have to do with opening your mouth? Of course it matters, open your mouth and I'll tell you. Hurry up, if we delay any longer, my master will come out to find us. Okay. Xu Yunyao opened her mouth without knowing what was going on, and Zhou Zhang saw a small pink tongue. He grinned evilly and said, Lend me some saliva to moisten the tissue and wipe your face. Oh, you're so disgusting. Xu Yunyao blushed and started punching and kicking Zhou Zhang, although she didn't really use any force. Stupid Zhou Zhang, you ought to die. Hey, okay, I won't lend you any saliva, but I'll wipe your face again. Sorry, I made a mistake, it's not dirty, it's just a mole. Xu Yunyao blushed when she heard Zhou Zhang's words, and she was about to kill Zhou Zhang. Zhou Zhang saw that the situation was not good, so he immediately ran behind the paramount, and Xu Yunyao chased after him closely. The two chased each other, circling around the car several times. Zhou Zhang was careless and was caught by Xu Yunyao. This time, there was no punching or kicking, but Xu Yunyao extended two fingers and twisted them around Zhou Zhang's waist. Afterwards, Xu Yunyao felt physically and mentally happy, and her mood was much better than before. Sigh. Zhou Zhang gritted his teeth in pain and couldn't help but put on a mask of pain. He casually ran his hand over his waist. Oh my, this is really powerful, it almost made me sweat from the pain. Zhou Zhang, I let you give me a beating, now you know how powerful I am, right? Zhou Zhang stuck out his thumb and said in a condescending tone. Empress, you're awesome, really awesome. Then his voice returned to normal. Yunyao, how are you feeling? Are you in a better mood than before? Huh? Xu Yunyao was momentarily confused, but then she understood. It turned out that Zhou Zhan was deliberately teasing her to distract her and make her gloomy mood clear up. Otherwise, how would he have been caught by her? He had caught an A-level wanted criminal before, so his skills were beyond doubt. Oh, my, how could you be so stupid? I twisted you and you didn't even know how to dodge? Zhou Zhang, do you still hurt from the twist I gave you? Xu Yunyao felt guilty and asked awkwardly. Well, it hurts a lot. I said Yunyao, have you practiced before? The twisting of two fingers is even more powerful than the tiger bench. The flesh on my waist was almost twisted off. Zhou Zhang, I'm sorry, why don't I take you to the hospital to have a look? No need. Yunyao, just rub it for me, and the pain will go away. On hearing Zhou Zhang's words, Xu Yunyao's face flushed with two red spots. This. Puts his hand inside her pants? A little shy, what to do? Xu Yunyao hesitated. No? Forget it, I'll just bear with it. Zhou Zhang didn't insist. Wait. Will rubbing really make the pain go away? Zhou Zhang thought to himself, even the smartest women will lose their heads when it comes to men and women. Of course. Zhou Zhang said with certainty. Why don't you rub it yourself? The one who started it must end it. You twisted it for me, so naturally you can rub it for me. Hurry up. Xu Yunyao was silent. After a while, as if she had made a big decision, she nodded. Okay. But you can't move around. Zhou Zhang, You need to get a little closer to me. Okay. Zhou Zhang obediently walked next to her. Immediately afterwards, a green, jade-like hand trembled and reached into the waist of his pants. Zhou Zhang was wearing sweatpants, so Chu Yunyao's hand reached in without any problems. Zhou Zhang felt a chill at his waist and couldn't help but shiver. He thought to himself, silly girl, I told you to rub through my pants, who told you to reach in? She's actually quite nice. No wonder she had to make up her mind for a long time. In fact, it's quite nice to make a mistake and just go with it. Zhou Zhan looked like he was enjoying himself. Zhou Zhang, does it hurt here? No, a little lower. Here? No, even lower. Chapter 47, Acquiring Skills, the King of Melee Combat. Chu Yunyao was too shy to handle a man's hands for the first time. Although she was only helping him rub the sore spot, she felt a bit indecent putting her hand into Zhou Zhang's pants. She didn't dare to look at Zhou Zhang directly, and she was even more embarrassed to see where her hand had reached. She could only follow Zhou Zhang's instructions. Sigh. The cool, slippery hand felt like a snake swimming around, and Zhou Zhang couldn't help but gasp. Zhou Zhang, is this the right place? Yes. Then I'll start rubbing it. Chu Yunyao wondered in her heart. She had already twisted the flesh of his waist, but why couldn't she find the spot after so long? She was now both shy and excited, and didn't have time to think about it. She rubbed a few times in a haphazard manner. Her fingertips felt like they were giving off electricity. Zhou Zhangmei grunted twice. How is it? Feeling better? Zhou Zhang blinked as if he had gotten his way. It's better, but it's not enough. Just then, Lu Jianjun came out of the yard and shouted from afar. Zhou, Junyao, where are you two? Oh my god. Chu Yunyao was shocked to hear Lu Jianjun's voice. The white hand retracted with a whoosh. Her face, which had turned red, turned even redder. It was as if she were a primary school student who had done something bad and been caught by her parents. It was already dark, and Lu Jianjun did not notice Chu Yunyao's little action. He walked over. Xiao Zhou, I've been looking all over for you too. Dinner's ready, let's go eat. Yes, great. Zhou Zhang pretended to be very natural. Chu Yunyao, however, was too embarrassed to say anything. Fortunately, Lu Jianjun didn't notice anything, otherwise he would have exploded right there. As everyone walked towards the courtyard, Zhou Zhang turned around and glanced at Chu Yunyao. This young lady was still blushing, and when she looked at Zhou Zhang, her gaze immediately shifted elsewhere. Suddenly, Zhou Zhang noticed a white five-pointed star appear above Chu Yunyao's head. His heart leapt. The reward was here. He reached out and tapped it lightly, and the five-pointed star disappeared. The system's voice rang out in his head. 1-star reward activated. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the King of Melee Combat Advanced skill. In an instant, information on various grappling and combat techniques flooded into his brain like a tidal wave. Zhou Zhang's body also felt a burst of heat, his strength growing and his physique improving. In just a few seconds, he had gone from outside to the courtyard, and had already mastered Muay Thai, Ba Ji Quan, Jeet Kune Do, Jiu-Jitsu, and other combat techniques. He secretly lifted up his shirt and discovered that he had actually developed 6 full abs, even though he didn't have any before. He felt them and they were hard as iron. Zhou Zhang felt a burst of joy. As a top student at the police academy, he was in the upper echelon in terms of physical strength and combat skills, more than enough to deal with 2 ordinary people on his own. And after obtaining the King of Melee Combat Advanced skill, his muscles had increased a lot, his physique was better looking and more stylish than before, and his strength, endurance, and combat skills had all improved qualitatively. Waving his arms, he felt like he had endless strength, and he would have no problem fighting 10 ordinary people on his own. Even if there were 3 or 5 criminals with knives, he was confident that he could deal with them alone. This skill is like a tiger's claws, and when I catch criminals in the future, it will be like adding wings, and none of these bad guys will be able to escape. Hoo. Zhou Zhang is very satisfied, and the corners of his mouth can't help but rise, as he keeps swinging his arms and the sound of his fists breaking the air is unceasing. Zhou, what are you doing? It can't be. Lu Jiangwo suddenly remembered that in the hospital, Zhou Zhang had jumped and danced in front of Hao Igua like Chef Fan in order to be discharged early. Could it be that he really has a problem with his mind? Intermittent psychosis? Zhou Zhang, are you okay? Lu Jianjun asked with a worried face. I'm fine. Then why do you keep swinging your arms? Are you having hallucinations? Let's go back to the hospital tomorrow, and I'll take you to the psychiatric department for a checkup, okay? Zhou Zheng couldn't help but laugh. Of course, he couldn't tell Lu Jianjun the truth. Master, after being in the hospital for a long time, I feel like my bones are rusting. I need to move around a bit. He looked around the courtyard and changed the subject. Master, your courtyard is nice. You can exercise in the courtyard when you're not busy. Apartment buildings in the city don't have this kind of convenience. Even if you want to jump rope, you have to go downstairs. Lu Jianjun was quickly distracted. When he heard the words apartment building, he couldn't help but shake his head. It is true that living in a city house is inconvenient, but the transportation is convenient, whether it's shopping or going to the hospital or the children going to school, there are natural advantages. Otherwise, people would all want to move to the city. Joe, to be honest, I want to live in the city too. Life is inconvenient there, but it's more convenient than living here. It takes me an hour just to get to work every day. Master, then go buy a house in the city. That way, you'll have an easy commute to work, and Xiaoyan will have an easy commute to school. Lu Jianjun frowned and said helplessly. You think I don't want to? House prices are high, and people like us, working class people, can't afford it at all. Don't laugh, I don't even have the down payment right now. Zhou Zheng thought about it and realized that a house of 100 square meters now costs 1 million yuan, and with the expenses for renovations and furniture, the price is even higher. Lu Jianjun has to support his family, so where would he get the money to buy a house? Even if he didn't eat or drink, his 10 years' salary wouldn't be enough to buy a house. He also really wanted to help his master buy a house in the city, but Lu Jianjun was a man who valued face and would never accept help from others. Besides, Zhou Zhang was also renting a house. Okay, let's not talk about these depressing things. Let's eat first. The three of them walked into the living room. A round table that looked old had a lot of food on it. There were fried mushrooms, stir-fried river shrimp, fried pancakes with leeks and eggs, sweet and sour carp, braised pork, and so on. Although it was all home-cooked food and the presentation was average, the smell was good and the air was filled with the aroma of food. Lu Yan looked at the sumptuous meal with longing, her mouth watering. Usually, she only gets 2 dishes at a meal, and even on her birthday, she doesn't get such a sumptuous meal. Perhaps, this is because she is in the shadow of her uncle, Zhou Zhangshu. Zhou, Junyao, sit down. The conditions are simple, Jianjun, and I don't know how to cook, so you two just make do with what there is. Wang Yuhong handed the two of them chopsticks while saying this. Sister-in-law, you said you didn't know how to cook, but it smells so good. Zhou Zhang exaggerated. Wang Yuhong's face immediately lit up. Eat quickly, it will get cold soon. Then she kept on serving food to Zhou Zhang and Xu Yunyao. Xu Yunyao tasted a bite and kept nodding. Sister-in-law, the taste is really good. If it's delicious, eat more. Having received the affirmation of Zhou Zhang and Xu Yunyao, Wang Yuhong's face broke into a smile. Lu Jianjun took out an enameled steel container with chipped paint on the bottom, which contained the loose wine brewed by his father-in-law. Zhou Zhang, shall we drink a little? He said, and squatted a small porcelain cup in front of Zhou Zhang again. Zhou Zhang nodded. If we drink a little, we drink a little, there is nothing to do today anyway. Xu Yunyao asked worriedly. Zhou Zhang, your injury has not yet healed, can you drink? Lu Jianjun heard this and patted his head. You see, I was only thinking about how to entertain you two, and forgot that Zhou Zhang is still injured. Zhou Zhang waved his hand. My injury doesn't matter, it's already healed, so there's no harm in drinking. Everyone was relieved to see Zhou Zhang speak with such certainty. Lu Jianjun filled Zhou Zhang's glass and poured himself another drink. Zhou, this is homemade wine brewed by my father-in-law. It's not very high-end, but it's also a high-quality spirit made from pure grain, and it's been stored for several years. Try it. Yes, master. Zhou Zhang raised his wine glass, clinked it with Lu Jianjun, and gulped it down. Sure enough, as Lu Jianjun had said, it was not spicy but had a strong taste, and there was a lingering fragrance in the mouth after drinking. Suddenly, Zhou Zhang had a thought, and asked. Master, does your sister-in-law's family specialize in brewing wine? Chapter 48 Taking Care of Business for Your Own People. Zhou Zhang had drunk the unfiltered wine brewed by Wang Yuhong's family and found it to be quite tasty. He had an idea. Brewing medicinal wine required a lot of pure grain wine as raw materials. A complete set of recipes required 5,000 jin of pure grain wine, and if the business took off, the amount of pure grain wine that would need to be purchased would be countless. Whose wine should he buy? If you can take care of your own people, you should definitely take care of your own people. Moreover, Lu Jianjun's family was living a very frugal life, and he was thinking about buying a house. Zhou Zhang had long since planned to help him. However, at present, he was not very strong himself, and he had to invest the 3 million prize money from the lottery in medicated wine. Even though he had captured the A-level wanted criminal, and the reward in prize money totaled 120,000 yuan, the municipal police department had already transferred the money to his card. If he just hands the money over to Lu Jianjun, Lu, who is a stickler for appearances, will definitely refuse to accept it. It would be better to buy the pure grain wine that Wang Yuhong's family brews at a high price. This would also be an indirect way to help Lu Jianjun. Of course, the wine must be bought from Lu Jianjun. Zhou Zhang would never buy it from Wang Yuhong's father. He heard that Wang Yuhong has a younger brother. If the money is earned by Wang Yuhong's father and given to his younger brother, Zhou Zhang would not accept it. Of course, he was thinking a bit too much, and he didn't know how much homemade wine Wang Yuhong's father had. Xu Yunyao's side naturally didn't need to be mentioned, she would definitely support her decision. Lu Jianjun heard Zhou Zhang ask if his father-in-law made wine, and nodded quickly. Xiao Zhou, my father-in-law has been making wine for 3 generations, and the family still has a lot of self-made pure grain wine in storage. I can't say much about the quality or taste, but it is definitely brewed from pure grain and is honest and trustworthy. What? Doesn't this wine taste good? If you like it, I'll give you 10 or 20 jin when you leave. Zhou Zhang asked. Master, do you have that much wine? Of course I do. When I got married, my father-in-law gave me a jar of 100 jin. I drank it all over the years, and then he gave me another jar of 200 jin. I just opened it today. Wow! Zhou Zhenwen was taken aback. It's not bad to have an alcoholic father-in-law who gives his son-in-law 100 caddies of wine at a time. Earn? The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener took it seriously. Xu Yunyao suddenly became interested when she heard the word earn. After all, she was in urgent need of a large urn of more than 100 caddies. The goods ordered online would not arrive until 3 days later. That would not be in time. She hurriedly asked. Jianjun, do you have a large urn that can hold 200 kilograms of wine? Lu Jianjun said. Yes, I just told you, my father-in-law gave me a urn of wine, 200 kilograms in total. Where else can you find wine that doesn't come in a 200 kilograms urn? Can you show me? Xu Yunyao couldn't wait any longer. There's nothing to see. If you really want to see it, it's fine, it's in the room attached to the east room. But let's go after dinner. Okay, let's eat first. During the meal, Zhou Zhang asked Lu Jianjun's father-in-law again about the brewing process. The old man had been brewing wine for his whole life, but he had never made much money. Pure grain wine is expensive to make and sell, and it is also sold in bulk, so it is fine for personal consumption, but not for giving away or serving at a meal. Many people would rather choose the inferior alcohol mixed wine that comes in fancy packaging on the market than the pure grain wine sold in bulk. After eating and drinking, Chunshu Yunyao couldn't wait to go see the large urn where the wine was stored. Lu Jianjun took her and Zhou Zhang to the auxiliary room of the east room, opened the door, and in the moonlight, felt for a lamp string and pulled it hard. It clicked. A 60-watt light bulb in the middle of the ceiling flashed in orange light. There was a large urn in the corner of the room that was as big as 2 people could hug. Lu Jianjun went over and opened the lid with force. A strong aroma of wine filled the room instantly. Zhou Zhang's eyes also lit up. Yunyao, after searching high and low, you found it without any trouble at all. The urn for brewing medicinal wine is right here. Xu Yunyao was also very happy, feeling that she had come to the right place today. She circled the large urn filled with pure grain wine twice. Zhou Zhang, I think this urn is fine, and didn't you say that this self-brewed pure grain wine is also quite good? Why don't we use it all at once? Just put the Chinese herbs we purchased today in it, and it's ready to go, and the medicated wine will be ready in 3 days. Zhou Zhang nodded, thinking to himself that this is exactly what I had in mind, and that he was thinking the same thing. The two of them were murmuring to themselves, which confused Lu Jianjun. No, what are you two talking about? Master, Yunyao plans to buy your jar of wine, along with this large jar. Ha? Lu Jianjun was taken aback. Zhou, why are you buying so much? If you want to drink it, just tell me, and you can drink it any time. And you want the large jar too? Brother Jianjun, I'm not planning to start a business making medicated wine. I've already bought all the ingredients, just missing the wine and urn. Luckily you have them here, so I won't have to worry about it. You want to make medicated wine? Lu Jianjun thought of the medicated wine that Zhou Zhang was preparing at the hospital. It really had good effects, and after drinking it, you felt full of energy. It even had aphrodisiac effects. The main reason he went home last night was that he was so full of pent-up energy that he wanted to find Wang Yuhong to play games and let off some steam. In fact, Lu Jianjun could also understand that the pure grain wine and large urn in his hands were not rare things, and they could be bought anywhere. People like Xu Yunyao and Zhou Zhang were taking care of him and wanted him to make a profit. Brother Jianjun, name your price. How much is the wine and the large urn together? Lu Jianjun said. The large urn is not worth much either. My father-in-law has a lot of them at home. As for the wine, you can take it if you want, I don't want any money. Zhou Zhang knew that Lu Jianjun was trying to save face again. He was too shy to ask Xu Yunyao for money. Master, Yunyao is also doing business by buying your wine, she can't take it for free, just name a price. Besides, you can't afford to give it away for free. These 200 caddies are not enough at all. If the sales of the medicinal wine take off, you will need at least 5,000 caddies in the early stages. Once you set the price, Yunyao will be your customer for life. Zhou, what did you say? 5,000 jin? Lu Jianjun was shocked. My father-in-law doesn't even have that much wine at home. Xu Yunyao said. I'm not asking for the whole amount at once. I'll take the first 200 jin, and you name a price. We'll stick to that in the future. Okay. Lu Jianjun nodded. My father-in-law usually sells a caddy for 30 yuan, so this urn of wine is a gift to you. I didn't spend any money on it anyway. Besides, the cake you bought was more expensive than this urn of wine. In the future, when you buy wine again, I'll take you to my father-in-law's house. There are a lot of winemakers in their village. If his house doesn't have enough, he can also buy from other houses. I'm going to go. Zhou Zhang's face turned black. He thought to himself that Lu Jianjun was really stubborn, not wanting to make money when it was offered to him. Xu Yunyao also shook her head and pretended to be angry. Brother Jianjun, if you only give away this wine and don't sell it, then I'll be angry. At worst, I'll go buy it from someone else. No. Lu Jianjun saw that Xu Yunyao was fuming with anger and quickly said. How about I sell it for 10 yuan a pound? Chapter 49, no matter how hard life gets, you can't let your children suffer. Zhou Zhang almost laughed at Lu Jianjun. Xu Yunyao also shook her head. Jianjun is too honest. After looking at Zhou Zhang, he said. Jianjun, I'll give you 50 yuan per kilogram for it. 50 yuan per kilogram was also Xu Yunyao's psychological price, and Zhou Zhang knew it, so she didn't discuss it with him. 50 yuan per kilogram? That's too expensive. Lu Jianjun was at a loss. How about 8 yuan per caddy? I really don't want to make money off you. Zhou Zhang thought to himself, Master, how much money do you make from your wine? If I told you the profit from medicated wine, wouldn't you be surprised? Xu Yunyao was very helpless. Her family was in business, and she had known since she was young that sellers would ask for exorbitant prices and buyers would pay whatever they asked. This was the first time she had seen a seller suppressing his own price. At the same time, she also sensed that Lu Jianjun was truly kind and soft-hearted and cared about face. 60 yuan per caddy. Xu Yunyao added. Lu Jianjun was dumbfounded. Hey, why are you still raising the price? Zhou Zhang was also watching a good show and couldn't help but laugh. The price of the goods went up as the buyer bought, and the seller tried to lower the price, even trying to give it away for free. It was really an eye-opener. Brother Jianjun, if you don't agree, I'll raise the price even more. Okay, let's say 50 yuan per caddy. Lu Jianjun lost the battle and said helplessly. It's like suffering a great loss. 200 caddies of wine, 50 yuan per caddy, 200 times 50. Xu Yunyao calculated and it came to a total of 10,000 yuan. Brother Jianjun, the wine is 10,000 yuan, and I'll give you 500 yuan for the big urn, for a total of 10,050 yuan. Add me on WeChat and I'll transfer the money to you. Zhou is my apprentice, and I'm making money off you guys. Lu Jianjun felt embarrassed. Master, don't be so pretentious. Yun Yao is also in business, and she makes much more money than you. Besides, even brothers settle accounts clearly. Zhou Zheng's words made Lu Jianjun feel a little better. Chu Yunyao added Lu Jianjun to WeChat and was about to transfer the money. Well, sister-in-law, you don't need to pay for the big urn. That thing isn't worth much. Okay. Chu Yunyao didn't want to argue with Lu Jianjun, so she placed an online order for a large urn with a capacity of 500 kilograms. The 200 kilograms urn would not last long. 10,000 yuan was quickly transferred to Lu Jianjun's mobile phone. Looking at the series of numbers, Lu Jianjun felt like he was dreaming. At this time, Wang Yuhong arrived with Lu Yan. Dad, what are you guys doing? Xiao Yan, Dad is talking to an uncle about something, you go play in the living room first. Okay, Dad. Lu Yan obediently agreed and skipped off. Wang Yuhong was about to ask what they were doing. They were all gathered around the wine tank, and she wondered what they were looking at. Lu Jianjun handed his phone to Wang Yuhong. Yuhong, look. Wang Yuhong glanced at it and counted the zeros in the transfer record again. She asked in surprise. 10,000 yuan? Where did it come from? Did your younger brother and sister-in-law give it to you? Wang Yuhong looked at Chu Yunyao in confusion and then at Lu Jianjun. Lu Jianjun then gave a brief account of what had happened. My God! Wang Yuhong was even more surprised. 200 jin of wine sold for 10,000 yuan? My father usually only makes 6,000 yuan selling 200 jin of wine. Jianjun, you're being really ruthless with your pricing, aren't you? Zhou and Yunyao are family, so what can I say to you? Wang Yuhong went on to complain. Her family makes wine, and she knows that nowadays it is not only difficult to sell wine at a good price, it is also difficult to sell it at all. It is already very good if you can sell 31 jin. And now her husband is asking someone for 50 yuan per jin. Yuhong, I didn't ask for a high price. Seeing Lu Jianjun's embarrassed expression, Zhou Zheng hurriedly explained to Wang Yuhong. Sister-in-law, it's not what you think. Master wanted to send us here, but we can't take it for free. To be honest, your wine is not expensive at 50 yuan per kilogram. If we want to buy the same quality, we would have to spend more than 50 yuan as well. Why should we take care of someone else's business? Oh. Wang Yuhong suddenly understood, and looked at her husband apologetically. Also, sister-in-law, in the future, my wife Yunyao will continue to buy the bulk wine brewed by your family, and the price will still be 50 yuan per kilogram. However, we only recognize master, not others. Zhou Zheng's meaning was very clear. The wine is brewed by Wang Yuhong's family, and if she abandons Lu Jianjun for her family, then Zhou Zheng will not buy it. Wang Yuhong nodded repeatedly. I understand. She is not the kind of person who, after getting married, hates her husband's family so much that she wants to dig up her husband's family grave to subsidize her own family. Besides, the purchase price offered by Zhou Zheng is relatively high, and his family also makes money. Lu Jianjun is equivalent to a second-hand dealer, making a profit and subsidizing the household expenses, which is great. Wang Yuhong is also very satisfied. The deal was done, but the problem was how to take the urn of wine back to Zhou Zheng's rented room. Zhou Zheng rolled his eyes and said to Chu Yunyao. Yunyao, why don't we just leave the wine at my master's house? It's more convenient to get in and out than in the city's residential area. Chu Yunyao thought to herself that Zhou Zheng was really bold. The urn of wine was worthless, but with the precious Chinese medicinal herbs added, the cost would be worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's not afraid of being lost or missing. However, Lu Jianjun and his wife don't seem like dishonest people, and Zhou Zheng has spoken, so Chu Yunyao nodded in agreement. Master, I want to use this urn of wine to make medicinal wine, and I also want to keep it here for safekeeping. Lu Jianjun patted his chest and said. No problem? Your wife stays at home all day except to pick up the kids, so the wine will be safe here. That's good. Yunyao, put the Chinese medicinal herbs in. Okay. Chu Yunyao went out of the west room and quickly returned with a cardboard box. When she opened the box, a strong smell of Chinese medicine hit her face. Wow! He poured a large box of precious Chinese medicinal herbs directly into the urn. Okay, close the lid. Zhou Zheng helped Lu Jianjun close the lid. Chu Yunyao discussed with Zhou Zheng, saying that this is equivalent to renting a warehouse, and letting Lu Jianjun and his wife keep the medicated wine, so they can't do it for nothing. Zhou Zheng thought to himself that Chu Yunyao is also a kind-hearted person, and seeing that his master's family is having a hard time, he also wants to secretly support them a little. Yunyao, anyway, in the future, we will need to hire someone to package the medicated wine after it is brewed, so why don't we hire your wife? Chu Yunyao's eyes lit up. Zhou Zheng, that's a good idea. Sister-in-law, I plan to use your family's west room as a warehouse for the time being, and there will be work to do with the bottling in the future. Why don't you help me out? I'll pay you more than 5,000 yuan a month. 5,000 yuan a month is average in Zhongbei, not a lot, but it's a lifesaver for Lu Jianjun's family. Wang Yuhong's eyes lit up and she asked. That's great, sister-in-law, what kind of work do you need me to do? Well, I'm just a housewife, I don't have any skills. Sister-in-law, it's very simple, just pour the wine into the bottles. There's no time limit, and it won't keep you from picking up the kids and cooking. That's fine. Wang Yuhong was very happy. Lu Jianjun, I can make money too. Lu Jianjun was not stupid, and he could see that Zhou Zhang and Chu Yunyao were providing assistance to his family without hurting his pride. There is wine everywhere, so why does it have to be his family? There is labor everywhere, so why hire Wang Yuhong? Lu Jianjun's eyes were moist. Zhou Zhang, wow, He excitedly shook Zhou Zhang's hand, not knowing what to say for a moment. Master, don't say anything else. I'm not doing this for you, I'm doing it for Xiaoyan. No matter how hard we work, we can't let our children suffer, right? In the future, if you have any difficulties, just tell me. Forget it, you're so stubborn, you might as well let your wife talk to Yunyao. Lu Jianjun said affectionately. Zhou, I've had so many apprentices, but you're the one who's touched me the most. I won't say anything else, master. I can't help you with anything else, but if you have any difficulties at work, you must come to me. Zhou Zhang nodded. Master, there is something I need to ask you right now. What is it? Get me discharged from the hospital tomorrow, I don't want to stay in the hospital for another minute. Chapter 50, Zhou Zhang is a valuable person in our family. After agreeing on the price of the wine with Lu Jianjun, Chu Yunyao said to Wang Meiyu. Sister-in-law, how much wine do you have at home? Wang Meiyu said. How should I put it, there must be a few thousand jin in total. However, these wines are also divided by year, and I'm not sure exactly how much of each type there is. Let me give my dad a call and ask. Wang Yuhong called home on a short while later put down the phone and said. There are about 2,000 jin of 3-year-old vintage, which is the one in this big urn, 1,000 jin of 10-year-old vintage, and 100 jin of 30-year-old vintage. Chu Yunyao heard this and her heart stirred. There's also a 30-year-old vintage. Zhou Zhang, do you know how much a bottle of Maotai 30-year-old vintage costs? Over 10,000 yuan. Why don't we use the 30-year-old vintage to make medicinal wine after I've acquired the 100-year-old ginseng? We can sell it as our top-end product, and the price should be on par with Maotai 30-year-old vintage, to say the least. Zhou Zhang was flabbergasted. He thought Chu Yunyao was really ambitious, selling over 10,000 yuan per caddy of medicinal wine. No, Yunyao, are you thinking a little too far ahead? Let's first make the medicinal wine we have now, and then open up sales before making your so-called top-end product. Chu Yunyao smiled. Well, Zhou Zhang, you're right, I've been a bit ambitious. But this kind of high-end product must be made. It's just that sister-in-law Wang Yuhong's 100 caddies of 30-year-old wine is a bit too little. Even if we really want to make it, we can only make 100 bottles. Wang Yuhong smiled and said. Yunyao, you don't know the professional knowledge of making wine. In fact, the 30-year-old wine sold on the market is not a wine that has been stored in the cellar for 30 years, but just contains wine that has been stored for 30 years. 100 caddies of 30-year-old wine can be used to make a lot of wine. Oh, so that's what happened. Zhou Zhang and Chu Yunyao both suddenly understood. Yunyao. Wang Yuhong continued. Many of my relatives in my family also make wine. Although there is not a lot of wine that has been stored for 30 years, it is still quite a lot. So if you really want this kind of wine, it is not a problem. Chu Yunyao nodded. That's good, that's good. Sister-in-law, I will definitely need the 30-year-old wine in the future. When my business gets bigger, I will need more wine. You can be my buyer and go collect the wine. Otherwise, I can also set up a joint venture with you and build a winery, and you will be one of the owners. Wang Yuhong was taken aback. How did it turn out that she was the boss? She quickly waved her hand. Yunyao, I can work for you. Although the joint venture to build a factory is very attractive, I don't have the capital either. No, this is a bit far-fetched. Chu Yunyao shook her head. Sister-in-law Yu Hong, you can do it. Your father can make wine, and your family also has quite a lot of wine. Plus, you will be my first employee, and I will count your skills as part of the investment. Chu Yunyao's words made Wang Yuhong's heart flutter. If it really turned out as Chu Yunyao said, and she became one of the owners of the winery, then her life would change dramatically. She wouldn't have to worry about buying a house, or scrimp and save, and Xiaoyan wouldn't have to suffer along with her. Of course, the reasons Chu Yunyao gave were the least important. The main reason she could say such things was because of Zhou Zhang's relationship with Lu Jianjun. Wang Yuhong was once again grateful to Zhou Zhang in her heart. She was also glad that her husband had such a good apprentice. Okay, that's it for today. Take your time, we'll all get better. Chu Yunyao spoke from the heart, and what she said was not only for herself and Zhou Zhang, but also for Lu Jianjun and Wang Yuhong. Zhou Zhang looked at his watch, it was getting late, so he told Chu Yunyao that he was going to say goodbye to the Lu Jianjun couple. The couple repeatedly tried to persuade them to stay, but Zhou Zhang said it was getting late and he would go home first. He said that the two families would be seeing a lot of each other in the future, and that there was still a long time ahead. Seeing that they couldn't persuade him to stay, the three members of Lu Jianjun's family saw Zhou Zhang and Chu Yunyao to the gate of the courtyard. Wang Yuhong handed Zhou Zhang a large bag of boiled salted peanuts. Zhou, Yunyao, there's nothing else at home that I can give you, but these are new peanuts from my family, which I boiled for you to take home. Zhou Zhang knew that he had to take the peanuts, otherwise his master and wife would feel uneasy. After all, he had given them many gifts, so it was only fair to return the favor. So he didn't refuse and reached out to take them. Sister-in-law, you're too kind. I love boiled peanuts. Wang Yuhong's face lit up when she saw Zhou Zhang take the peanuts. If you like them, sister-in-law will cook them for you again in the future. Thank you, sister-in-law. Zhou, should I go back to the hospital with you? Lu Jianjun remembered his mission. I'll go. Master, what hospital are you going back to? I'm not sure if I'm going back to the hospital or not. Okay, then. I'll see you at the hospital at 8 a.m. tomorrow. We'll get you checked up, so that we can give the director an explanation, and then we'll be discharged. Great. It's settled then. Master, sister-in-law, Xiaoyan, you all go back, we're leaving. Uncle, sister, goodbye. Lu Yan was in Lu Jianjun's arms, waving vigorously to Zhou Zhang and Chu Yunyao. Goodbye, Xiaoyan, we'll come visit you when we have time. The two waved their hands and got into the Porsche. After a roar, the Porsche honked its horn and gradually disappeared into the darkness. Wang Yuhong looked at the two blinking taillights in the darkness and asked. Jianjun, this car looks so beautiful, it must be expensive, right? A Porsche Panamera costs over 1,000,000 yuan. My goodness, it seems that Yunyao really is the daughter of a wealthy family. But if Xiao Zhou marries her, will it last? After all, Xiao Zhou is just like you, a poor cop. Lu Jianjun blares. What kind of things are you saying? Is that what Yunyao is like? If she cared about wealth and not about character, she wouldn't have married Xiao Zhou. I advise you to save your breath. Besides, if it weren't for Yunyao and Xiao Zhou, would we be getting 10,000 yuan today? Could you find a job with a good salary and little work? Wang Yuhong nodded. You're right. To be honest, Xiao Zhou is a real benefactor for our family. If he weren't your apprentice, would he be able to help us so much? You've had so many apprentices, but Xiao Zhou is the only one with a conscience. You should get along with him in the future. Lu Jianjun also had a lot of feelings. He sighed a few times. Little Zhou is a good person. After a while, Lu Jianjun seemed to suddenly remember something. Yu Hong, and, after I go to work tomorrow, you must keep an eye on the urn of wine with the medicinal herbs in it. Wang Yuhong said. I know, it can't be lost, and the urn is inconspicuous, so no one would steal it for drinking. What do you know? Lu Jianjun leaned over and whispered in her ear. It doesn't matter about the wine, it's mainly the medicinal herbs inside that are worth a lot of money. Wang Yuhong said. How much can a small box of medicinal herbs be worth? I heard Xiao Zhou tell me that it's worth 700,000 or 800,000. My God! Is it that expensive? Wang Meiyu was shocked. Looking around, she pulled Xiaoyan and Lu Jianjun quickly into the courtyard and immediately locked the door behind them. Jianjun, guarding 700,000 or 800,000 worth of stuff, What if I can't sleep at night with all this on my mind? Chapter 51, The Red and Plum Peanut Rice Noodles. Xu Yunyao got out of Lu Jianjun's house in a Parramatta and quickly got on the main road. Zhou Zhang took out the boiled peanuts that Wang Meiyu had given him. My sister-in-law is really considerate, giving so many boiled peanuts. He opened the plastic bag, took out 1 peeled peanut and 3 plump peanuts with a light pink luster. Zhou Zhang put them all in his mouth and chewed them with relish. Suddenly, a faint fragrance of cinnamon filled her mouth. Delicious! Zhou Zhang exclaimed, and then peeled open another one. Xu Yunyao was driving, and the aroma of the boiled peanuts entered her nostrils, making her want to eat them too. However, Zhou Zhang was so engrossed in eating that he didn't even ask her if she wanted one. After a while, as if they were connected by a spiritual bond, a plump peanut was delivered to her mouth. Yunyao, try it, it's delicious. Xu Yunyao swallowed the words she wanted to say. However, she felt a little embarrassed being fed peanuts by Zhou Zhang. After hesitating for a while, she opened her mouth and took the peanut into her mouth. However, she didn't control it well, and it seemed that she had eaten the tip of Zhou Zhang's finger. Xu Yunyao couldn't help but blush. Oh my god! She licked her finger. It was her own fault for being too impatient, and of course, her tongue was too long. Zhou Zhang also felt something soft touch his finger, and he couldn't help but shiver a little. The air in the car seemed to have stopped circulating. Both of them were silent. Xu Yunyao was very embarrassed, but she knew that as long as she wasn't embarrassed, the embarrassment would be on the other person. So, she took the initiative to break the silence. Hey, Comrade Zhou, didn't you say that you were my employee and that you would be my chauffeur as long as we were going together? How can the boss drive while the employee sits around eating? Zhou Zhang laughed. President Chu, I've had a drink today, so I'd rather you do the driving for me. Let's temporarily swap roles, and I'll get a feel for what it's like to be the boss. Zhou Zhang said this, and brought another peanut to his lips. What a nuisance! Xu Yunyao was furious at Zhou Zhang's show-off antics. After checking that there were no cars ahead on the road, she suddenly gave the accelerator a sharp push. The Parramatta accelerated sharply. Zhou Zhang's body leaned back involuntarily, and the peanut was sent unerringly into his nostrils. Ha 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 ha! A cackling sound like a silver bell came from the car. Zhou Zhang's face was a mass of dark lines. These women, don't mess with them, they're vindictive. It was getting late, and there were few cars on the road, so soon Xu Yunyao drove into the city. Zhou Zhang, where are you going? Are you going back to the hospital? What about you, Yunyao? Zhou Zhang asked in return. I'm going home. Why don't we not go back to the hospital and go home together? Zhou Zhang hesitated. Maybe I'd better go to the hospital. If the nurses can't find me during their rounds at night and call our Qiaobei clinic again, then we'll be discovered. Okay. Xu Yunyao's voice was obviously a little disappointed. Then I'll turn the corner up ahead and take you to the hospital. As soon as she finished speaking, her phone rang. Xu Yunyao took a moment to glance at the caller ID, and saw that it was Yang Tingting calling, so she connected the call via the car's Bluetooth. Hello, Tingting. Yunyao, where are you? On the way to the hospital. Why, is something wrong? What are you doing at the hospital? Aren't you taking Zhou Zhang back to the hospital? Oh my, when did you go out? What were you doing? Tell me the truth. Tingting, stop messing around, I'm driving, so tell me what's wrong. Okay, I'm at the hospital keeping watch over Grandpa. The old man said that there are nurses there, and he didn't want me to stay, but I didn't feel comfortable leaving, so I was just killing time, and I thought I'd ask you to keep me company. It's a perfect coincidence that you've just brought Zhou Zhang to the hospital. Don't go home tonight. The three of us will play a game of Fight the Landlord until dawn. Don't forget to buy a deck of cards. No, Tingting, what if you just hang out with the old man? The old man has a caretaker watching him. If anything happens, he'll call me. It's settled, then. I'll wait for you in Zhou Zhang's room. Bye. Xu Yunyao let out a small sigh, still thinking about going home to work on a business plan for medicated wine and organize her thoughts. It seemed that tonight was a bust. Zhou Zhang was also at a loss. I'm a patient, and I'm spending the night playing the game of Fight the Landlord with two beautiful women? Does that make sense? Does it make sense? The Paramila sped over to Zhongbei City First Hospital. After parking in the parking lot, the two got out of the car separately. Zhou Zhang, you go on up first, I'll go to the convenience store by the hospital entrance that's open 24 hours to buy something. Zhou Zhang asked. Yun Yao, what are you going to buy? Are you hungry? Not really, but I do need to buy something to eat and some more decks of cards. From what I know of Ting Ting, that crazy girl is a night owl, she's full of energy at night, the deeper the night the more energetic she gets. Xu Yunyao shook her head. It seems that we really have to decide until dawn tonight. Yunyao, I'll go with you. No, you've had a tiring day too. Go upstairs and rest for a while, otherwise, you won't be able to rest even if you want to. Okay. Xu Yunyao went to the convenience store, and Zhou Zhang went upstairs alone and arrived at his private ward. He saw that the door of the ward was ajar and the lights inside were off. Zhou Zhang thought to himself, didn't Yang Tingting say she was waiting in the ward? Why is the light off? Did she not come? Zhou Zhang pushed open the door, walked in, and was about to find the light switch when a dark figure suddenly appeared. Ah! The dark figure let out a strange cry. Zhou Zhang couldn't help but be startled, and subconsciously slapped it. With the dim light reflecting in from the hazy moonlight, he saw the face of the dark figure, which was Yang Tingting. It turned out that this girl was hiding in the dark, trying to play a prank and scare people. Zhou Zhang's strength was now very great, twice as much as before, and if he had slapped Yang Tingting, she would have had to be hospitalized at that time. In the twinkling of an eye, he quickly withdrew his hand. But it was already too late. Although most of the strength was withdrawn, his palm still firmly imprinted on Yang Tingting's chest. He even felt a springy lump. Fortunately, the other person was not hurt. Xu Yunyao, how dare you grab my breasts? Are you jealous that I'm older than you? Pop! Yang Tingting said, and turned on the power switch. Where was Xu Yunyao in front of her eyes? Zhou Zhang? Yang Tingting's pretty face immediately turned red. Oh my god! Taishi is dead. Where is Yunyao? She went shopping and will be here soon. Zhou Zhan was also very embarrassed, and was a little worried that he had hurt Yang Tingting. He was relieved to see that she was fine. Luckily, she was a Q, if she was an A, she would definitely be hurt. To ease the awkwardness, Zhou Zhang Yang held the boiled peanuts in his hand and said, Yang Tingting, the peanuts are all pink and plump, do you want to eat them? Yang Tingting seemed to have associated something, and she immediately blushed and lowered her head. Chapter 52, Young people should know how to moderate themselves. Xu Yunyao was right. Yang Tingting really is a night owl. She insisted on playing a game of Fight the Landlord with Zhou Zhang and Xu Yunyao all night. Zhou Zhang is a policeman, so of course he can't play a game with stakes. It wouldn't be fun without stakes, so Yang Tingting came up with an idea: whoever loses gets a note stuck on their face. It was not known whether it was because Zhou Zhang had accidentally groped her that she had a grudge against him, but Yang Tingting deliberately targeted Zhou Zhang when playing cards. She spent time with Zhou Zhang's group, lost a lot when she was the local tyrant, and argued with Zhou Zhang when she was with Xu Yunyao's group. Soon Zhou Zhang's face was covered with notes. Later, when there was no more space on his face, they started sticking notes on his body. By the next morning, Zhou Zhang was covered in notes, looking as if he were wearing a lucky suit. As soon as it was light in the morning, Yang Tingting stopped playing and dragged Xu Yunyao and Zhou Zhang to get breakfast, and also got the old man a portion. As they came out of the breakfast shop, it was almost 8 o'clock, so Zhou Zhang said goodbye to the two of them and said he was going to the hospital lobby to find Lu Jianjun. He expected Lu Jianjun to arrive early. At 7:50, with dark circles under his eyes, Zhou Zhang appeared in the lobby on the first floor of the inpatient building. Sure enough, as soon as Zhou Zhang arrived in the lobby, he saw Lu Jianjun. Master. Zhou Zhang waved and ran up to him. Master, you're here early? Lu Jianjun said. No, I just got here too. Have you had breakfast? Yes, your sister-in-law made me some pancakes with eggs. Lu Jianjun suddenly saw the dark circles under Zhou Zhang's eyes and instantly understood what was going on. He couldn't help but say with earnest words. Zhou, young people need to know how to control themselves. Your younger sister-in-law is beautiful, but you also need to take care of your body. Our men's bodies are not like women's. There are only tired cows, but no plowed fields. Lu Jianjun went on, and Zhou Zhang was at a loss. No, master, why do you say that? Lu Jianjun laughed. Zhou Zhang, don't pretend to be ignorant. I've been there, too, and I'm not going to laugh at you. Look at the dark circles under your eyes. Did you stay up all night last night? Zhou Zhang asked in surprise. Master, how did you know? Lu Jianjun said proudly. Didn't I say it? I've been there, too. How can I not see it? You can't stay up late anymore. Enough already. If you don't wait until you're my age, you won't understand. When you're young, you squander your time, and when you're old, you have to pay for it. Do you understand? Zhou Zhang focused on staying up late and said, Master, I stayed up late. Actually, it's not my fault. Yun Yao and I were going to go home and spend some time alone, but Yang Tingting dragged us along. We played all night, and I really couldn't beat her. Yun Yao wasn't helpful either, she kept holding me back. I had a terrible night, Master. Do you know how much paper I used? Lu Jianjun's face turned black as he listened. Zhou Zhang, this is really not right. They stayed up all night. And didn't sleep a wink. Zhou Zhang, stop it. Lu Jianjun interrupted Zhou Zhang. As your master, I have to say a few words to you. Don't do anything indecent like this again. And stay away from Yang Tingting. You're a public servant, and I don't want you to be disciplined for your work style. Zhou Zhang was dumbfounded. No, master, Yang Tingting is very close to Yun Yao. I don't think I can avoid her if I try. Besides, what does playing a night of Fight the Landlord have to do with work style? What? Lu Jianjun froze for a moment. You played cards? You played Fight the Landlord all night? No. Then why did you use so much paper? Playing Fight the Landlord is no fun without prizes, so Yang Tingting suggested sticking notes on the loser's face. Of course, it used a lot of paper, and they tore up a whole magazine. Zhou Zhang looked up at Lu Jianjun. Master, what did you think we were playing? Lu Jianjun's face suddenly turned red. Damn it! Misunderstanding. It seems I was thinking too much. I mean, how could Zhou Zhang do something like that? He stammered. I thought you guys had been playing running fast all night. To cover up the embarrassment, he changed the subject. Zhou, let me take you to the doctor to have your back checked, and if everything is fine, you can go home. As soon as he heard the word discharge, Zhou Zhan was happy and immediately urged. There's no time to lose, master, hurry. The two men found the attending doctor, explained the reason for their visit, and the doctor, knowing what was going on, gave a perfunctory examination and wrote a recommendation for discharge on the results. Lu Jianjun ran around, quickly handling the discharge procedures. The two men walked out of Jiangbei City First Hospital and took a bus to Qiaobei Police Station to report in. As soon as they entered the police compound, a police car whizzed up and stopped behind them. The door opened, and two police officers escorted a criminal suspect from the back of the car. Looking up, they saw Zhou Zhang and Lu Jianjun. Jianjun, Xiaozhou, you two are back? Xiaozhou, I heard you received a first-class merit. Congratulations. Zhou Zhang quickly said modestly. Same to you. Actually, it was all luck. Come on, Xiaozhou, don't act like a smartass when you've got it easy. You're now a big shot at our Qiaobei police station. First-class merit, you're the first on the whole station. Nowadays, everyone at the police station knows about Zhou Zhang's meritorious deeds. Everyone naturally envies him. The main thing is that this meritorious deed was achieved too easily. It was just a night shift, and the A-level wanted criminal came to him voluntarily. Officer Li Envy said. Zhou, when you are on duty again, be sure to call me. I also want to take advantage of your good luck. Unlike us, we caught a thief and chased him for 3 blocks, almost dying of exhaustion. Lu Jianjun glared at them and said discontentedly. Don't even think about it. Just go about your business. The last time he had dozed off for a bit, he had let slip the chance to make a major contribution to the arrest. What a great opportunity, but unfortunately he had let it slip. He made up his mind that this must not happen again. The two policemen did not dare to argue with Lu Jianjun and escorted the thief into the interrogation room. Zhou Zhang and Lu Jianjun went up to the second floor and knocked on the door of the director's office. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. Chief, we're back. Zhou Zhang is physically fine, and I've already helped him check out of the hospital. Haoigua looked up and saw Zhou Zhang and Lu Jianjun, and couldn't help but look surprised. Zhou Zhang has been discharged from the hospital? Yes, Chief. Good, good, I'm glad to hear it. Haoigua nodded with satisfaction and pointed to the chair opposite him. Well, you two don't stand there, sit down. Zhou Zhang said. Chief, we won't sit down, I hope to start working as soon as possible. Chapter 53, A Difficult Task. Haoigua was very pleased to hear that Zhou Zhang wanted to get to work as soon as possible. Zhou Zhang had received a first-class merit and had been personally commended by the head of the city police department, Ma Shuji, and other leaders of the city police department. He was one of those who, at a young age, rested on his laurels, and even if he didn't work hard in the future and messed up, he could still live off his laurels for many years. However, as soon as he was released from the hospital, he wanted to devote himself fully to his work. What kind of spirit is this? It is quite extraordinary to have such a realization at a young age. Chief, does the arrest team have any tasks? Are there any wanted criminals to catch? I want to participate. Zhou Zhang is now thinking about achieving meritorious service with all his heart. Only by doing so can he be promoted and achieve his goal more quickly. Most of the matters handled by the police station are trivial matters, such as neighbors arguing over the garbage in front of the door, someone's takeaway being lost, and fighting to grab public parking spaces, etc. In these cases, the police can only mediate, which is both mentally and verbally exhausting, but not very rewarding. Therefore, if you want to make a merit, you have to participate in arrest operations. After all, the arrest team is dealing with suspects who have already been identified. Although it is relatively dangerous, it is easier to get a merit. When Haoigua heard Zhou Zhang's words, his brows furrowed. Zhou Zhang's upward spirit is very commendable, but his single-minded focus on catching wanted criminals to achieve great success is a bad mentality that can lead to impatience and a desire for quick success. After all, the first-class merit Zhou Zhang received was still largely due to luck. In Zhang Aigua's experience, if Zhou Zhang wants a more promising future, he must calm down for a while. Besides, where are there so many wanted criminals for the police at the police station to catch? He thought about it for a moment, cleared his throat, and said, Zhou Zhang, I'm very pleased that you have this spirit of wanting to improve so badly. How about this, I'll give you a difficult task. Zhou Zhang was excited at the prospect of a task. What task, Chief? Xiao Huang's mother is sick, he's asked for leave to go to the hospital to look after her, so you go and patrol the area for him first. What? Zhou Zhang was dumbfounded. Haoigua had made it sound like a real task, but it turned out to be just a patrol of the area. This made Zhou Zhang feel a little depressed, and he didn't say anything. Haoigua looked up and asked, What? You don't like this task? It's not that. Zhou Zhang was being difficult. Chief, is there a more difficult task? Patrol of the precinct is not challenging at all. Haoigua thought to himself, Zhou Zhang has made the mistake that all young people make, which is to become arrogant. So what do you want to do? Lu Jianjun saw Haoigua's face cloud over and quickly nudged him with his arm. The meaning was not to bargain with the chief. Zhou Zhang immediately understood and said loudly, Chief, to be honest, I haven't patrolled the area yet, but I think this is a pretty good assignment. That's more like it. Haoigua then said to Lu Jianjun, Jianjun, you go with Zhou Zhang. If he doesn't understand something, you can teach him. Lu Jianjun replied very firmly. Chief, that's a must. I don't need to be told. Zhou Zhang is my apprentice, so of course I'll take care of him. Okay, then you two go. It's on Chaoyang Road, so don't go to the wrong place. Okay, we know, Chief, we're leaving. Lu Jianjun gave Zhou Zhang a wink, and the two of them walked out of the chief's office. Seeing that Zhou Zhang was a little down, Lu Jianjun persuaded him. Zhou, what are you doing? Patrols are also part of our police work, and they also serve the people. Zhou Jingxin said so, but what criminal can be caught patrolling the streets? Even if there are thieves and other bad people on the street, they won't be stupid enough to steal when they see the police coming, they'll run away. However, as a member of the Qiaobei police station, he must obey the arrangements of the leaders. He waved his hand. Master, I'm fine, I'm just a little disappointed. I thought that I would get first-class merit and be converted early, so the director would have to give me a difficult task, but I didn't expect him to let me patrol the streets. Lu Jianjun, as an experienced policeman, naturally saw through the situation and pulled Zhou Zhang aside, whispering, Zhou Zhang, the chief is actually being kind to you. He's afraid that you'll become arrogant after achieving such a great feat at such a young age, so he's arranged patrol duty to give you a chance to calm down. Don't think too much about it. What's wrong with patrol duty? You might even be able to catch criminals. When I first came to the Qiaobei police station, I patrolled for a year straight. Zhou Zhang asked. So, master, how many criminals did you catch? Lu Jianjun smiled sheepishly. He didn't catch any, but he did wear out 4 pairs of shoes. Zhou Zhan was suddenly at a loss for words. The two men put on their uniforms and set off in a brand new police car. Sitting in the driver's seat, Lu Jianjun said as he drove. Zhou, this police car is probably the one the municipal police department has allocated to our station. Look, the film on the back seat hasn't even been removed yet. The new police car is comfortable to drive, and our unit is also benefiting from your reputation. When we go back, you drive, I can't always be your chauffeur. Lu Jianjun went on, but Zhou Zhang didn't say a word. He glanced at him in his spare time and found that Zhou Zhang was asleep. Lu Jianjun was very frustrated. Young people have good sleep quality, they can fall asleep as soon as they lay down, it's all the fault of the struggle against the landlords. Soon, they arrived at the intersection of Chaoyang Road. Lu Jianjun parked the police car and woke up Zhou Zhang. Zhou Zhang, wake up, we're here, it's time to work. Oh. Zhou Zhang opened his sleepy eyes. Sorry, master, there's no pressure in patrolling the streets, I fell asleep accidentally. You, in the future, stay up late to fight the landlords less often. Get out of the car. The two men got off the car, straightened their police caps, tidied their appearance a bit, and walked along the sidewalk. As they walked, Lu Jianjun introduced the area to Zhou Zhang. This street is Chaoyang Street, 3 kilometers long, and it can be said to be the most prosperous place in our jurisdiction. There are always people in cars on this street, and there may also be thieves and perverts hiding in the crowd. A few days ago, a colleague even caught a pervert who was secretly photographing a girl's skirt. Zhou Zhang also kept a lookout as he walked, surveying the various passers-by. He couldn't help thinking that if he really did encounter a thief or pervert, the trip wouldn't have been in vain. However, after walking for half an hour, he hadn't seen any bad guys. Zhou Zhang, let's take a break, I'm going to the toilet. Lu Jianjun pointed to the public toilet not far away. Master, you go, I'll wait for you under this tree. Okay. Lu Jianjun hurriedly went to the public toilet. Zhou Zhang was standing under the tree, bored. Suddenly, a figure came running from afar at the speed of a 100-meter dash. The person was going so fast that when he reached Zhou Zhang, he didn't have time to turn around and ran straight into the tree next to Zhou Zhang. There was a dull sound. The person who hit the tree was dizzy from the reaction force and fell to the ground, unable to move for a while. Zhou Zhang was a little confused. This person can't turn corners? Why did he hit the tree? This was a heavy blow, and he might need to go to the hospital. He hurried over to check on him. The man who had hit the tree was in his 40s, with a full beard and small, shifty eyes. When he saw Zhou Zhang in his police uniform, he immediately looked scared. Comrade, are you okay? Are you all right? At this time, a middle-aged woman came running from afar, panting and shouting. Catch the thief! A thief has snatched my bag. Chapter 54 Waiting for the thief. The man lying on the ground heard the woman shout in the distance and became even more panicked. He struggled to get up. This movement was not important. With a pop, a small Gucci handbag fell out of his arms. Zhou Zhang, even if he was stupid, understood what was going on. The middle-aged man in front of him was the thief who had snatched the bag. This was really like a bolt from the blue. While waiting under the tree for Lu Jianjun to go to the bathroom, the bag snatcher ran headlong into him. It was just dumb luck. Zhou Zhang had to take it. Freeze! Zhou Zhang extended a hand and easily flipped the bag snatcher onto his back. With the skills of a master fighter advanced level, he had twice the strength of before, and the bag snatcher weighed just a little over 100 pounds, so it was easy. Then, Zhou Zhang pressed one knee onto the bag thief's legs. The bag thief was already dizzy from the collision, and now he couldn't move at all. Click! He took out the handcuffs from his waist and cuffed the bag thief, then clapped his hands together, and it was done. At this time, the middle-aged woman whose bag had been stolen came panting over. Huff huff huff. She panted heavily, while kicking the bag thief twice. How dare you steal my bag? I'll kick the crap out of you. After a while, she said to Zhou Zhang. Officer, thank you, this is the guy who stole my bag. What kind of bag? Zhou Zhang deliberately asked in order to prevent false claims. A Gucci handbag for presbyopia. Zhou Zhang nodded and took the bag out from under the bag thief. Is this it? Yes, officer. Here you go, take a look. Is everything there? The middle-aged woman took the handbag and looked inside, then let out a sigh of relief. In fact, the thief had grabbed her bag and stuffed it into his arms, and had run away so fast that he hadn't had time to tidy up his loot. Officer, there's nothing missing, thank you so much for catching the thief and getting my bag back. The middle-aged woman thanked him again. Zhou Zhang waved his hand and said solemnly, "You're welcome. This is our duty as police officers." In fact, it looked like he hadn't done anything, just standing by the tree for a while. When passers-by saw the police officer catch the bag snatcher, they couldn't help but gather around and scolded him. At this time, Lu Jianjun came out of the public toilet. He had used 2 minutes to go to the toilet, and he could have finished in 1.5 minutes. But he was delayed for half a minute because of a prostate problem. After coming out, he started looking for Zhou Zhang. Seeing a crowd of passers-by gathered under the tree, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. Oh no, what's happened? He hurried over. He pushed his way through the crowd and saw a man on the ground, with Zhou Zhang kneeling on his knees and holding his legs. Zhou Zhang, what's going on? Seeing Lu Jianjun, Zhou Zhang said, "Master, I caught a bag-snatching thief." What? You caught a bag snatcher? When? Just now, while you were in the toilet. Lu Jianjun was stunned. Really? You caught a bag snatcher in just a few minutes? This made him afraid that Zhou Zhang was eager to take credit and catch the wrong person again, so he crouched down and asked in a low voice, "Zhou, are you sure he is the bag snatcher?" "Master, I'm sure. The owner is right here." Zhou Zhang pointed at the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman was cursing the thief at this time. Hearing Zhou Zhang's words, she said, "Officer, this guy robbed my bag. Thanks to this officer, he caught the bag thief and helped me get my bag back." Lu Jianjun believed her then. However, he asked in puzzlement, "Zhou, I remember you were standing here when I went to the bathroom. How did you catch this bag thief?" "Master, it was just luck. I was waiting for you to finish your kung fu practice when this thief snatched the bag. He didn't know which way to go, so he sprinted at 100 miles an hour. He couldn't make sharp turns, so he ran straight into a tree and knocked himself out. Then I pinned him down." Damn it! Lu Jianjun couldn't help swearing when he heard what Zhou Zhang said. The bag thief ran into the tree next to Zhou Zhang? This guy tried to steal a bag, but he's even stupider than a pig. At the same time, he sincerely marveled at Zhou Zhang's incredible luck. This is like waiting for a thief to come to the tree. After so many years on the force, this is the first time I've seen anything so bizarre. First, the wanted criminal came to consult Zhou Zhang about his criminal record, and now the bag snatcher ran into a tree and was caught by Zhou Zhang. What a guy! Has the koi fish possessed Zhou Zhang? Criminals are just dropping in on him. Where does that leave the rest of us? Lu Jianjun felt a little sour. Last time, he dozed off on duty and missed the A-list criminal. This time, he missed a bag snatcher because he had to go to the toilet. He had promised himself that he would never make the same mistake twice. Lu Jianjun felt a little annoyed. But he was also secretly happy that his apprentice had caught the bag snatcher, so the trip hadn't been a total waste. "Zhou, I don't have to say anything else, just one word, excellent." Lu Jianjun gave the thumbs up sign. Passers-by were also whispering, "My, this officer is so lucky." He was standing next to a big tree waiting for his colleagues, and the bag snatcher just walked right up to him? I've never seen such a stupid thief before. Not only did he run into the tree, but he did it right in front of the police. This is hilarious. I'll post it on WeChat right away. Has anyone else seen a thief waiting for a tree to fall? Lu Jianjun said. "Zhou, the patrol is over for now. Let's take this guy back to the police station first." "Yes, sir." Zhou Zhang patted the bag snatcher on the back. "Stand up. Can you get up?" By now, the bag snatcher had recovered his strength, except for the big bump on his forehead, which made him gasp in pain. Sigh. "Officer, I feel dizzy and nauseous. I suspect I have a concussion and need to go to the hospital for a checkup." "Stop pretending. I can hear you breathing normally. Get up now," Zhou Zhang said, and lifted the bag snatcher from the ground with one hand. Since Zhou Zhang was much taller than the bag snatcher, he couldn't control his strength for a while. The bag snatcher was lifted in midair by him, with his feet off the ground. The crowd around them burst into a sudden exclamation. Wow, this young police officer is so strong. This bag snatcher is actually quite lucky to have hit a tree by himself. If he had been knocked down by this young police officer, he would have fallen even more miserably. Lu Jianjun was also amazed by Zhou Zhang's strength. Young people are just so fit. Ma'am, please come with us to the police station to make a statement. Lu Jianjun did not forget to take the middle-aged woman whose bag had been snatched back. Naturally, the middle-aged woman cooperated fully. The group got into the police car, and this time, Zhou Zhang drove, and they returned to the Qiaobei police station. Haoigua had just come out of the bathroom when he saw a police car speeding into the courtyard. Several people got out of the car, and it was Zhou Zhang, Lu Jianjun, and the others. He couldn't help but ask. Hey, Jianjun, Xiaozhou, didn't I tell you to go patrol the precinct? Why did you come back so soon? Director, Zhou Zhang has arrested another criminal. Chapter 55, Unexpected Gain. What did you say? Zhou Zhang arrested a criminal? Haoigua was naturally very surprised. He knew that it was not easy for the police to patrol the area and find criminals. After all, if a criminal saw a policeman in uniform walking down the street, they would stop whatever they were doing. No one would be stupid enough to do something bad in front of a policeman. Surprised, Haoigua asked. What did you arrest him for? A purse snatcher on the street. A purse snatcher? Haoigua frowned. He thought to himself, this kid has got some nerve, he's so brazen, he actually snatched a bag in front of a police officer. Who else would catch you if not me? He patted Lu Jianjun and Zhou Zhang on the shoulders. Jianjun, Xiaozhou, you've worked hard, you two have done a good job. I will give you extra points in this month's assessment. Lu Jianjun's face suddenly turned red, and he said a little embarrassed. Director, Xiaozhou caught the person, it has nothing to do with me. Huh? Haoigua asked, puzzled. Didn't you two patrol together? How is it none of your business? Lu Jianjun was depressed when talking about this, but he still had to explain to Haoigua. Director, here's what happened, Zhou Zhang and I patrolled the area together, and then I had to go to the toilet urgently. When I came out of the toilet, Zhou Zhang had already caught the bag-snatching thief. So nimble? Haoigua said in surprise. Zhou Zhang is really good at martial arts. Jianjun, your apprentice is better than you. Zhou Zhang waved his hands repeatedly. Chief, actually I didn't do much. The bag snatcher fled in a panic after getting the bag, and he ran into a tree by accident. I happened to be waiting for my master under that tree. What? The bag snatcher ran into a tree by accident? Haoigua froze for a short second, and then burst out laughing heartily. Ha ha ha. Zhou, you're really something. I think you were born to be a cop. This criminal even came to us voluntarily. Then, he looked at Lu Jianjun with pity. He sighed and thought to himself, Jianjun, you're so unlucky. Last time you were on duty with Zhou Zhang, and Zhou Zhang caught the A-level wanted criminal, but you didn't get any credit. And this time, you caught a purse snatcher, but you didn't get any credit either. The purse snatcher was beside himself with frustration. He thought to himself, it's not like I didn't notice and avoid the tree, so how come you guys caught me? I was the long-distance running champion at school. But it's too late to say anything now, who let him hit the tree? At this time, the deputy director Wu Tian walked over with a thermos cup. Lao Hao, what are you talking about? Hey, Lao Wu, come over, I'll tell you something rare. What is it? Wu Tian looked confused. Haoigua briefly recounted to Wu Tian the process of Zhou Zhang catching the bag thief. Wu Tian was also surprised to hear about it. Wow, little Zhou's got some luck, we can't help but be impressed. I've been a cop for so long, and this is the first time I've heard of waiting for a thief. Zhou Zhang, if your luck keeps up like this, I think you'll be wearing a white shirt sooner or later. Zhou Zhang's heart stirred. The white shirt guy was indeed his goal, but he also had to be humble. Officer Wu, I wouldn't dare say that, I wouldn't dare accept it. Come on, little Zhou, don't be humble. Haoigua looked at the bag snatcher and the woman who'd been robbed. Let's not waste any more time. Jianjun, you and Zhou can take a statement from the owner of the bag and let her go. And then you two interrogate the bag thief, and then resume your patrol duties this afternoon. Yes, sir. The two of them first took the bag thief to the detention center and then took a statement from the middle-aged woman. After the statement was taken, the middle-aged woman asked, "Officer, can I go now?" "Yes, you may go now." "Thank you, officer." The middle-aged woman thanked him and left. Lu Jianjun turned back to Zhou Zhang and said, "Zhou, let's go and interrogate the bag snatcher." "You haven't participated in interrogating a suspect yet, have you?" "I'll interrogate and you take notes, so you can learn more." "Yes, master." Zhou Zhang also knew that Hao Aigua and Lu Jianjun had good intentions, which was to train him as soon as possible to become a qualified police officer with excellent operational capabilities. The two men took the bag snatcher to the interrogation room and locked him on a small metal bench. The interrogation officially began when they turned on the camera in the corner. Zhou Zhang sat behind the interrogation table, turned on the computer, and waited to take notes. Lu Jianjun cleared his throat and asked, "What's your name?" "Ma Mao." "Where are you from?" "Majiazwan, Qinglin Town, Zhangbei City." "You know why you're here, right? Tell us, why did you rob that person's bag?" The two men asked questions and the bag thief Ma Mao cooperated quite well. Zhou Zhang tapped away at the keyboard, taking notes. Ring, ring, ring. At this moment, Lu Jianjun's phone rang. He was busy, so he wanted to hang up, but after glancing at the caller ID, he saw that it was his father-in-law calling, so he had to get up. "Zhou Zhang, I'm going to go outside to take this call, you stay here and keep an eye on him." "Yes, master." Zhou Zhang nodded. After Lu Jianjun left, the interrogation room fell into silence. Zhou Zhang was a little bored. The pickpocket, Ma Mao, looked around and suddenly started to pant heavily. "Officer, can I have a cigarette?" Ma Mao asked dazedly. Zhou Zhang didn't smoke, but usually carried a box with him just in case. Nodding, he took one out of his pocket, offered it to Ma Mao, and even lit it for him. Ma Mao took a drag on the cigarette, and seemed to gain some energy. Zhou Zhang was idle, so he started chatting with Ma Mao. "Ma Mao, have you had any previous convictions?" "No." Ma Mao shook his head. "This is the first time I've robbed a bag, and you caught me." "Why did you rob the bag then?" "You're able-bodied, why not do something else?" "I had no choice. I was meeting a prostitute when I was ripped off in a scam. If I had known, I wouldn't have met her online, but would have gone directly to the Wanjiale bathhouse to find a prostitute. I had no money, so I had no choice but to take the risk and rob the bag." Zhou Zhang couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart when he heard this. This kid even prostitutes himself. Well, now add the crime of prostitution. Zhou Zhang continued to ask without showing any emotion. "What did you want to do with the bag this time? Still looking for a prostitute?" "No, I ran out of goods. I wanted to raise some money to buy more." "Goods? What goods?" "Rock candy, of course." Zhou Zhang's heart suddenly started pounding uncontrollably. Ma Mao was probably a drug addict, and more likely a drug dealer. After a few minutes of chatting, there was a happy accident. Indeed, according to Ma Mao's confession, he was a drug addict and supported his habit by dealing drugs. He often got his drugs from a dealer named Wang Chang. At this time, Lu Jianjun returned from making a phone call. Before he had a chance to sit down in the interrogation room, Zhou Zhang hurriedly told Lu Jianjun the information he had obtained. Lu Jianjun's eyes widened in disbelief and he asked, "Zhou, are you saying that Ma Mao not only robbed the bag, but also prostituted himself, took drugs and dealt drugs?" "Yes, he confessed voluntarily, and even named his accomplice." Chapter 56, A Meritorious Service Award. Lu Jianjun couldn't believe it. He had only gone out to take a phone call, and Ma Mao had already confessed everything? Zhou Zhang was a rookie with no interrogation experience and knew nothing about interrogation techniques. Moreover, drug dealers knew the seriousness of the crimes they had committed and, when caught, would generally grit their teeth and put up a stubborn resistance, refusing to say anything. Even veteran criminal investigators from the criminal police team would find it difficult to get them to talk. If Ma Mao really was a drug dealer, how was it possible for Zhou Zhang to make him talk in just a few minutes? What was most shocking was that Ma Mao had confessed voluntarily, and he had even given up the information on his supplier. Lu Jianjun rubbed his chin, unable to believe what Zhou Zhang had said. "Zhou, I shouldn't question you, but this is just too unbelievable, and it doesn't make sense. Besides, I don't know if this kid is telling the truth." Zhou Zhang nodded. He also felt that things were too easy. But then, he thought, it must be because of the luck value. The beginner's package had increased his luck value by 20 times. Although he didn't know if the 20 times luck value was still effective. The fact that his luck value was twice as high as normal people's already made him much luckier than normal people. He definitely couldn't let Lu Jianjun know about the cheat. Master, why don't you interrogate Ma Ermo again? Okay. Lu Jianjun sat in the chair, but before he could say anything, Ma Ermo suddenly dropped his cigarette butt, his face contorted, and his body began to convulse. Lu Jianjun had dealt with a few drug addicts before, and he knew that this was the symptom of a drug addict having a fit. Could it be that Ma Ermo was telling the truth? In his current state, the interrogation could not continue. After putting Ma Ermo in the detention cell, Lu Jianjun took down the small camera in the corner, which had a recording of the interrogation on it. After watching it carefully, Zhou Zheng was right. Ma Ermo did confess everything. Zhou Zheng didn't have to do anything. The guy confessed of his own accord. Considering that Ma Ermo was suffering from a drug addiction, it could be concluded that 9 times out of 10, what the guy said was true. Lu Jianjun was excited. He thought Zhou Zheng had caught a bag snatcher, but he didn't expect the guy to have so many secrets. Zhou Zheng, you've done it again. Come, let's go find the director. He grabbed the video camera and hurried to Hao Aigua's office. Zhou Zheng followed behind. When they reached the door to the director's office, Lu Jianjun knocked. In the director's office, Hao Aigua was chatting with Wu Tian. Hearing the knock on the door, he called out, "Come in." With a creak, the door opened and Lu Jianjun and Zhou Zheng walked in, one after the other. Hao Aigua asked, "Hey, didn't I ask you two to take the owner's statement and interrogate the bag snatcher? Why are you here?" Lu Jianjun said, "Director, is the interrogation over?" "What? The interrogation is over?" Hao Aigua looked at the wall clock. It had only been 10 minutes, so the interrogation was over so quickly? Not only was the interrogation over, but the bag-snatching thief, Ma Ermo, had confessed to everything. Not only had he snatched bags, but he had also prostituted himself, taken drugs, and even trafficked drugs. I'll be damned. Hao Aigua could no longer sit still and jumped up from his chair. "Jianjun, did I hear that right? The thief we just caught was a drug dealer?" "Yes, Chief." Hao Aigua was shocked. He thought they had caught a thief, but he was also a drug dealer. "Well done, Jianjun, you were able to get all the drug dealers to confess in such a short time, you're amazing." "The chief." Lu Jianjun looked bitter and waved his hand. "Chief, I didn't interrogate them." "You didn't?" Hao Aigua fixed his gaze on Zhou Zheng. "Did Xiao Zhou get the confession?" "Yes, when I was outside taking a call during the interrogation, Xiao Zhou had already finished questioning." Lu Jianjun handed Hao Aigua the camera. "Take a look, there's a full recording of the interrogation." Hao Aigua half-believingly took the small camera and hit the play button, and Deputy Director Wu Tian also leaned in. "So why did you snatch the bag? You're not disabled, why can't you do something else?" "No, I lost my goods. I wanted to raise some money to buy more." The few minutes of video quickly played to the end. Hao Aigua and Wu Tian exchanged glances. They both saw the shock in each other's eyes. In all their years on the force, they had never seen such a cooperative criminal suspect. If criminals were all as cooperative during interrogation, how much time would be saved and how many major cases would be solved? Zhou Zheng had all the luck. Ma Ermo went from being a bag snatcher to a drug dealer. Zhou Jingli's merit went from a verbal commendation to a third-class merit. If they could dig deeper and find Ma Ermo's supplier, or even break up the drug trafficking chain, that would be a huge achievement. As he thought about this, Hao Aigua's face lit up with joy. He gave Zhou Jingli a thumbs up and exclaimed sincerely, "Zhou, well done, well done. I think you'll probably get a third-class merit this time. You just got a first-class merit, and now a third-class merit. That's just a matter of days, right?" Xiao Zhou, Lao Hao, am truly impressed. Wu Tian, the deputy team leader, joked. "Xiao Zhou, how about I follow you in the future, and do whatever you do? You're so lucky, let me share in your luck, he he he." Zhou Zheng waved his hands and said modestly, "You two directors, you also said that it's all luck for me." Hao Aigua said, "Hey, Zhou, luck is also a kind of strength. Where else can you find someone with such luck?" Take your master, Jianjun, for example. His luck is hard to describe. He's been with you all this time and hasn't even gotten a single hair. Lu Jianjun was ashamed and depressed. He said angrily, "Director, why are you mentioning me for no reason?" Ha ha ha. Hao Aiguo laughed. Jianjun is under a lot of pressure. I would be too if I were in his shoes. But don't be discouraged, Jianjun. Zhou Zhang is your disciple, and you've been with him all along. Sooner or later, you'll have your share of luck. Okay, enough talk and joking. Work comes first. You guys go back to what you were doing. I'll give the drug squad leader one a call and ask him to send someone over. We'll leave the rest to the drug squad. Yes, Chief. Lu Jianjun nodded and walked out. However, Zhou Zhang did not move. Hao Aiguo took out his mobile phone and saw that Zhou Zhang had not left. He couldn't help but ask. What? Zhou, is there anything else you need? Chief, Ma Ermo has already told us about his supplier. Drug dealers are all very alert. We can't delay, or things will change. If we wait for the drug squad to make the arrest, it will be too late. Chief, why don't we from Qiaobei Station make the arrest? What? Hao Aiguo was taken aback by Zhou Zhang's bold idea. Drug traffickers are ruthless and dangerous, and they can't be trusted to not have guns. The two small shotguns in the Qiaobei police station really aren't a match for the drug traffickers. No, it's too dangerous. Why not? Zhou Zhang said with conviction. We are also police officers, are we that much worse than the police from the drug enforcement team? Director, the credit is in front of you, and you're just going to let it go? Wu Tian's eyes lit up. Director, I think Zhou is right. Why should we just give away the information we have to the drug squad? Wu, the drug dealers are ruthless. I'm afraid our police officers can't handle it. If someone gets away, who will take the blame? Director, you can rest assured with Zhou here, our Koi. Chapter 57, Arrest. In fact, when Zhou Zhang proposed organizing the Qiaobei police station to arrest the drug dealers, Hao Aiguo was momentarily tempted. However, having been a policeman for many years and also the station chief, he was more conservative and considered more. What if the drug dealers get away? What if the police station suffers casualties? If something really happens, it's not something that he, a small station chief, can handle. Professional things should be left to professionals. Naturally, the drug squad should arrest the drug dealers. But Zhou Zhang didn't think so. This is all credit, and to give it away is to waste it. However, Hao Aiguo was doubtful and couldn't make up his mind. In the end, it was the words of the deputy director Wu Tian that made the difference. He said that Zhou Zhang was a lucky person and would definitely be able to successfully take down Ma Ermo's supplier. Zhou Zhang added fuel to the fire. Director, Ma Ermo said that his boss, Wang Chang, has a room at Lijing Hotel booked all year round, and sleeps until noon every day. Looking at the wall clock, Zhou Zhang continued. It's already 11:15 a.m. If we wait any longer, Wang Chang will get up and probably notice that Ma Ermo has been arrested, and that would be bad. Besides, Wang Chang is alone, and we only need a few people to take care of him. Hao Aiguo hesitated for a second or two, and finally patted the table. Good. You all have such courage, and I, as the director, can't lag behind. Let's do it. Wu Tianwen heard this and also stood up. Director, I'll go and gather the police officers in the station. Wait. Hao Aiguo waved his hand to stop Wu Tian. Lao Wu, for this arrest of Wang Chang, the people going are more important than the number. I think it should be just the four of us. 4 against 1 should be no problem? Do you comrades have confidence? Yes. The crowd shouted. Good, then get ready and let's go. Lao Wu, notify the instructor Wang Lin, open the equipment room, and everyone go get their equipment. After all, this operation is to arrest drug dealers, and Wang Chang is a drug dealer of no small magnitude. This kid can't carry a gun without getting hurt. Hao Aiguo didn't organize a large contingent of the police station to go mainly because he was afraid of increasing casualties. Moreover, this was originally the business of the anti-drug squad, and the police station was overstepping its bounds by taking charge. Hao Aiguo didn't want to make a big deal out of it either. It was too high profile, and if the operation failed, the anti-drug squad would inevitably take it to the next level, and it wouldn't end well. 4 people went, not too many and not too few, just right. Except for Xiao Zhou, who was new, the rest were all veteran police officers with more than 10 years of experience. And as the team's lucky charm, Zhou Zhang was definitely the most important. Instructor Wang Lin opened the equipment room, and Hao Aigua handed out the bulletproof vests one by one. Wear them all, wear them inside your clothes. After giving a few reminders, he asked the instructor to open the safe, which contained 2 small 64 pistols and 2 fully loaded magazines. There were only 2 pistols, one for Hao Aigua and one for Wu Tian. When making an arrest, the one with the gun goes first. As the director and deputy director of the Qiaobei police station, they definitely had to charge ahead, and they had some awareness of this. Director, what task are you going to carry out? The instructor, Wang Lin, a woman in her 30s, asked with wide eyes. Because guns were only carried when arresting exceptionally dangerous criminal suspects. And in the past half day, she hadn't heard of any arrest task. Instructor, we're going to arrest drug dealers. Arrest drug dealers? Isn't that the job of the drug squad? It's too dangerous. Can our police do it? Hao Aigua glared, and repeated what Zhou Zhang had said. Why can't we do it? The police are also police officers. We can do what the drug squad can do, and the police are no worse than other police forces. Wang Lin wondered what was wrong with the director today. Why was he so excited? In front of other people, she didn't dare to ask. Then you all be careful, and if it doesn't work, call for backup quickly. Understood, instructor. Don't worry, we have Koi. He said, patting Zhou Zhang on the shoulder. I'm sure everything will be fine. Koi? Wang Lin blinked her eyes wide, not understanding again. What do you mean, Chief? Why is Zhou a Koi? Hao Aigua pretended to be mysterious. Okay, let's talk when we get back. Seeing that everyone else had put on their bulletproof vests, Hao Aigua also took off his jacket, put on his vest, and inserted his June 4th pistol into the calfskin holster at his waist, concealing it with the hem of his shirt. Instructor, let's go. Director, you all be careful. Got it. The 4 of them left the equipment room and got into Hao Aigua's domestically produced car. They set the navigation system to Lijing Hotel, and with a kick on the gas, the car drove out of the Qiaobei police station. Jianjun set the 4 walkie-talkies to the same frequency. Next, let's discuss the arrest plan. My initial plan is to go to the front desk and find out Wang Chang's room number, and ask if he is in his room. If he is, Xiaozhou and Jianjun will wait at the hotel entrance, and Lao Wu and I will go up and arrest him. If you have any different opinions or need to add anything, please let me know. Chief, we don't have any opinions. Okay then. Chief, do I have a different opinion? Hao Aigua's words had not finished when Zhou Zhang interrupted him. Ha? Zhou, what's your different opinion? Speak up? Director, I demand to go upstairs and arrest the drug dealer Wang Chang. Hao Aigua shook his head. No, you have no arrest experience, you're a newcomer, it's better if Wu and I go up. Director, I've been promoted, okay? Besides, I've independently arrested a Class A wanted criminal, so I can't be considered inexperienced, can I? Well. Zhou Zhang's words left Hao Aigua speechless. After all these years on the force, he has never participated in the arrest of a Class A wanted criminal. Zhou Zhang himself alone has accomplished the feat of arresting a Class A wanted criminal. Is there anyone here who is as awesome as Zhou Zhang? No. Therefore, Zhang Aigua really couldn't find a reason to argue. Wu Tian also saw the director lose face for the first time in front of his subordinates, and couldn't help but laugh a little. Lao Hao, how about this? You're getting old, your hands and feet aren't what they used to be. Zhou Zhang and I will go arrest Wang Chang, you and Jianjun will guard the hotel entrance. Hao Aigua glared. Nonsense. I'm the director, how can I hang back? Don't you know that old age doesn't mean weakness? How about this, Zhou and I will go catch Wang Chang, and you and Jianjun will guard the hotel entrance. Lu Jianjun said. Director, I'll go instead. Okay, stop arguing and just do as I say. Seeing that Hao Aigua was resolute in his tone, Wu Tian and Lu Jianjun also stopped talking. The car fell silent. Ding dong dong. The short silence was broken by the ringing of Zhou Zhang's phone. Zhou Zhang took out his phone and glanced at the caller ID. Yun Yao? Chapter 58. If I were Zhou Zhang, I would have already fallen flat on my face. Zhou Zhang answered Chu Yunyao's call. Hello, Yun Yao. The gentle and familiar voice of Chu Yunyao came from the receiver. Zhou Zhang, what are you doing? Working. Working? You're out of the hospital? Yes. My master accompanied me for a checkup and I was discharged when everything was fine. Then Chu Yunyao's voice came back on the line. Your director is really something, discharging you from the hospital and putting you back to work right away. Zhou Zhang glanced at Hao Aigua, who was driving, and wondered if the director had heard Chu Yunyao's complaint. He quickly said, It's not the director's fault. I'm the one who asked to get back to work right away. Zhou Zhang, you should have rested for a few days after being discharged from the hospital. Zhou Jingxin thought to himself, if all you know is to rest, how will you make achievements? How will you impress your parents? Of course, he couldn't say this out loud, so he smiled and said, You know me, I can't stand still, only working can burn up my abundant energy. Yun Yao, why are you calling me? Is something wrong? It's like this morning I went to the street of precious Chinese medicinal herbs again to look for the century-old ginseng, and I really found it. Really? How was it? Did you get it? Not yet? This century-old ginseng was bought by a boss named Louis a month ago for 1.3 million. I found his contact information and wanted to negotiate the purchase price, but boss Lou went out of town and won't be back for a few days. What's the bottom line for the price of the century-old ginseng? Give me a number. Oh, I see. Yun Yao, you handle business matters as you see fit, no need to discuss them with me. That's fine. It's almost noon, what time do you get off work? I'll drive and pick you up, and we'll go have lunch together. I'm afraid I can't. I'll probably be working overtime at lunchtime. How about this, you go and have lunch with Yang Tingting at noon, and we'll cook dinner at home when you get home tonight. Zhou Zhang did not tell Chu Yunyao that he was going on a mission to arrest drug dealers. First, he didn't want her to worry. Second, this kind of mission could not be disclosed to others, even family members. Okay, I'll hang up first. Wait a minute. Zhou Zhang seemed to have suddenly remembered something, and then said into the phone. Yun Yao, if you have time this afternoon, go to the real estate agency and look at some properties. Find a nice, upmarket neighborhood and let's move in a few days. Although the medicated wine business had not yet gone into the black, Zhou Zhang believed in Chu Yunyao's abilities. Therefore, he wanted to speed things up. After all, living in an old neighborhood was a bit of a letdown for her. Moreover, Zhou Zhang often worked night shifts, and the security in the neighborhood was virtually non-existent. It was not safe for Chu Yunyao to be home alone at night. Chu Yunyao naturally understood what Zhou Zhang meant. She also wanted to move into a more upscale community and live in a better environment. However, the medicated wine was not yet profitable, and although she still had 2 million in her hands, it was Zhou Zhang's money. Besides, a large sum of money would be needed to acquire the 100-year-old ginseng. But okay, it's settled, I have to get busy, bye Yunyao. Zhou Zhang hung up the phone before she could say anything else. Hao Aigua drove while smiling and talking. Xiao Zhou, what's up? Did your girlfriend call to check up on you? No, it's my wife. Your wife? Apart from Lu Jianjun, who knew about the situation, Hao Aigua and Wu Tian were both surprised. Xiao Zhou, when did you get a wife? I remember when you first reported to the Qiaobei police station, you were still single, right? Yes, Chief, I got married a few days ago, but we just got the certificate, no ceremony. My God. You're so fast. We're about to arrest drug dealer Wang Chang. Hao Aigua asked with interest, in order to ease the tense atmosphere in the car. What does your wife do? She's not working? She's starting her own business. Not working? Hao Aigua frowned. Joe, you didn't just get married on a whim, did you? You're part of the system too, so you should find someone with a proper job, shouldn't you? Lu Jianjun knew Chu Yunyao much better than Hao Aigua, and he interrupted. Director, I have met Zhou Zhang's wife. She is not only beautiful, but also kind-hearted and has a good personality. She is also the daughter of a wealthy family, and she is absolutely a good match for Xiao Zhou. Zhou Zhang was taken aback. He had not told Lu Jianjun about Chu Yunyao's identity. How did the master know that Chu Yunyao's family was wealthy? No, master, how did you know that her family was wealthy? Well, of course. Lu Jianjun spoke with confidence. Chu Yunyao drives a more than 1 million yuan Paracomera. How can someone so young afford it? Her family must have bought it for her. So, her family must be quite wealthy. Okay, master, you're pretty close. Chu Yunyao? Wu Tian muttered in the back row. Why does this name sound so familiar? It seems that the daughter of the Chu family of Jianbei is called Chu Yunyao. Zhou, your wife couldn't be the daughter of the Chu family, could she? Seeing that Wu Tian had guessed it, Zhou Zheng didn't intend to hide it either, and nodded to admit it. My God! The three people on the bus were shocked. The Chu family of Jianbei was one of the 4 richest families in Jianbei City. Zhou Zheng had actually married into the Chu family. Originally, Hao Aigua had felt that Zhou Zheng had married a girl who didn't work, and it wasn't worth it. Now, it seems that it is very, very worthwhile. Lu Jianjun also suddenly realized. No wonder Chu Yunyao went to his house and bought extravagant gifts, and even ordered a birthday cake that cost more than 8,000 yuan. It turns out that she is the daughter of a wealthy family. That little money is just a drop in the bucket for her family. But why didn't she manage her family's company, but instead started her own business? Lu Jianjun couldn't figure it out for a while, but he wouldn't bother to ask Zhou Zheng. Zhou, if I were the son-in-law of the Chu family, I would have already been lying down, who would risk their lives to catch criminals. Wu Tian said with envy. Old Wu, look at what you're saying. Hao Aigua looked displeased. The Chu family is the Chu family, and Zhou Zheng is Zhou Zheng. Do you still want Zhou Zheng, who has received a first-class merit, to eat soft food? Had ha. Wu Tian smiled embarrassedly. Captain, I didn't mean it that way. Of course Zhou won't be a kept man, but I'm not so sure about myself. I was just talking about myself. Hao Aigua shrugged. Look at how little you've achieved. The car sped all the way to Lijing Hotel. After parking the car, the 4 of them each received a walkie-talkie and got out of the car. Everyone perked up and set their phones to vibrate. Lu Jianjun, go to the front desk and find out which room Wang Chang is staying in, and whether he has gone out today. If necessary, you can reveal your identity to the front desk, but be sure to ask them to keep it confidential. It's the director. The 4 of them walked into the lobby, and Lu Jianjun went straight to the front desk. Chapter 59, Arresting the Drug Dealer Wang Chang. Lu Li is 30 years old and works at the front desk of the Lijing Hotel. Today is her shift, and she is wearing an OL suit and standing at the front desk with a smile on her face. She can't help but feel pleased with herself as she touches the gold bracelet on her hand, which costs more than 10,000 yuan. With a monthly salary of a few thousand yuan, she naturally doesn't want to spend more than 10,000 yuan on a gold bracelet. This was a gift from Mr. Wang, who always reserves a private room at the Lijing Hotel. Mr. Wang usually came home late every night and often slept until noon. Lu Li didn't know what kind of business Mr. Wang was in, but she knew that he was very rich. Whenever Mr. Wang came home in the middle of the night and met her on duty, they would happily chat for a while, and sometimes he would even give her gifts. The most expensive one was a fruit-branded mobile phone. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, and Lu Li naturally knew what Mr. Wang meant. Soon the 2 of them were rolling in the hay. This day she was on day shift, and Lu Li came in the middle of the night. She went to room 1202 to meet Mr. Wang. After being fed by Mr. Wang, she was also given a gold bracelet. If it weren't time to go to work, she would let Mr. Wang fire a few more rounds just to show her sincerity. Just as Lu Li was feeling pleased with herself, a man walked over. Sir, would you like a room? Lu Li put on a professional smile. No room. I'm asking about someone. Does Wang Chang stay at the Lijing Hotel? Wang Chang? Lu Li's heart skipped a beat. Her benefactor, Wan, was also named Wang Chang. She hesitated. I don't know. Mr. Ha. Please help me check. I'm sorry, sir, this is the guest's privacy, we can't do that. Lu Jianjun looked around, a little anxious. The director said, you can reveal your identity. He took out his police ID and waved it in Lu Li's face. Police officer, please cooperate. Ha? Lu Li was startled and quickly said. Okay, officer, please wait a moment while I check the records. While pretending to look through the records on the computer, Lu Li's heart was racing. The police must be looking for President Wan, which can only mean bad news. Should she lie to the police and send them away? But if something were to happen, the police would not let her off the hook. But if she told the police the truth about Mr. Wang's whereabouts, she felt a little bad for Mr. Wang. After all, every time Mr. Wang gave her a gift, he would tell her not to reveal his whereabouts if anyone asked about him. Have you found the beauty yet? Lu Jianjun asked impatiently. Oh, I haven't found her yet. In an instant, Luli made a choice that didn't offend either side. I found the officer. Wang Chang is indeed at our Lijiang Hotel, and he has reserved room 1202 for many years. Is this Wang Chang in the room right now? I don't know, but he didn't have the room cleaned today. Okay, I understand. Lu Jianjun nodded. From what Luli said, he judged that Wang Chang was most likely still in the room. Beauty, keep this confidential, don't tell anyone about this, okay? Okay, officer, don't worry. Although Luli appeared calm on the surface, she was nervous as hell. After Lu Jianjun left, Luli hesitated for a moment and sent a message to Wang Chang. Mr. Wang, someone at the front desk was looking for you just now. She deliberately didn't make it clear as to whether Wang Chang saw the message and could figure anything out. That would depend on his luck. Lu Jianjun came up to Hao Aigua and the others and whispered. Director, Wang Chang is in 1202. The receptionist doesn't know if he's gone out, but I guess he's still in the room. Hao Aigua nodded. Good. Whether he's in or not, we have to go up there. Everyone take your positions and be careful. Zhou, let's go. We're going upstairs. Yes, Director. They needed a room card to take the elevator, so they decided to climb the stairs. 12 floors wasn't that high. Entering the safe passage, Zhou Zheng took the lead and started climbing the stairs. Zhang Aigua followed closely behind. At first, Zhang Aigua was quite relaxed and was able to keep up with Zhou Zheng's pace. Little did he know that Zhou Zheng had deliberately slowed down to look after her. After climbing to the 9th floor in one go, Zhang Aigua felt heavy-legged and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Zhou Zheng was getting further and further ahead of her, and she called out breathlessly. Zhou Zheng, slow down. Hoo, wait for me. Hoo, wait for me. Zhou Zheng heard the voice and stopped. He looked behind him and saw that he had fallen behind Hao Aigua by 1 floor. Director, I'll wait for you, don't worry. Hao Aigua thought to himself, how could I not worry? Zhou Zheng was much weaker than him, and he felt a little embarrassed. Gritting his teeth, he climbed the stairs with all his strength and finally reached Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng was unruffled, his breathing even and steady. In contrast, Zhang Aigua was wide-mouthed and panting heavily. No, Zhou, aren't you tired? I'm fine, I don't feel tired. Chief, why don't I carry you up? Hao Aigua's face fell. No. This kid Zhou is a monster, he really is physically strong. There were only 2 more floors to go until they reached the 12th floor. Zhou Zheng wasn't in a hurry anymore, and he walked slowly with Hao Aigua to the door of room 1202. Hao Aigua rested one hand on the pistol in its holster at his waist and whispered to Zhou Zheng. Zhou, go and knock on the door. Tell them we're the hotel staff and we're here to check in. Open the door and see what happens. Be careful. Okay. Pang. Pang. Zhou reached out and rhythmically pounded on the door. After a while, there was no response from inside. Could it be that Wang Chang wasn't in the room? Zhou had a feeling that Wang Chang seemed to sense danger. He exchanged glances with Hao Aigua. Director, if that doesn't work, just break down the door. Good. Hao Aigua didn't have time to think about it either, and he just wanted to find out what was going on by getting the door open. Zhou, move aside, let me break down the door. Hao Aigua took a few steps back, made a sudden lunge, and slammed his shoulder against the door. Bang! The door of the hotel was of good quality, and the door did not move at all, but Hao Aigua's shoulder was stung by the reaction force and it hurt. Crap! It won't budge? Hao Aigua rubbed his shoulder and grimaced. Chief, let me do it. Zhou Zheng pulled Hao Aigua aside and kicked with all his strength. With a loud thud, the door opened. Holy cow! Hao Aigua was shocked. Zhou Zheng has so much strength. However, there was no time to marvel. He pulled out his pistol, held it in both hands, and rushed in first. He saw that it was a small standard room, and the situation in the room was clear at a glance. A few clothes were scattered on the floor, and the quilt was not folded, in a mess. However, there was not even a single figure. Hao Aigua took a look in the toilet with his gun, and there was no one there either. He couldn't help feeling a bit depressed. Damn it! Did this Wang Chang kid run away? Or was he not even in the room? Zhou Zheng reached out and touched the scattered quilt, and his touch was still warm. Chief, this kid was just sleeping. The quilt is still warm, so he must have just run away. Haoigwa quickly turned on the walkie-talkie and called Wu Tian and Lu Jianjun, telling them to be on the lookout for Wang Chang. At this time, Zhou Zhang saw that the window was not closed. A gust of wind blew and the half-open curtain swayed with the wind. He stepped forward and stuck his head out the window. He saw a middle-aged man with a fierce expression on his face, wearing only a pair of shorts and a vest, his bare feet shivering as he hugged the air conditioner unit. Wang Chang! Zhou Zhang yelled. Chapter 60. He's so fierce. Wang Chang spent half the night last night tossing and turning with the receptionist Luli, and gave her a gold bracelet. Luli wanted to call him Dad. Lu Zi is just so-so, but Wang Chang has invested a lot in him, no less than 100,000 yuan. With 100,000 yuan, you can find a girl younger and prettier than Luli. Wang Chang is not stupid, and he has his own intentions. He is in the business of killing people, so naturally he is careful and cautious. Luli is not so much his second wife as his spy. After feeling Luli's warm heart for a while, Wang Chang slept until 11 noon. Lying in bed playing with his phone, he suddenly received an inexplicable message from Luli. Someone is looking for you at the front desk. He immediately became alert. This was Luli warning him that someone might be up to no good. He didn't have time to ask Luli anything in detail, and it didn't matter if he misunderstood. It was better than being cornered in the room by his enemies or the police, right? Wang Chang hastily got up, and without having time to put on his clothes, he stuffed a fake pistol under his pillow into his underpants and prepared to make a run for it. The moment he opened the door, he suddenly realized that the hotel entrance must be guarded, and the corridors and elevators might not be safe. He absolutely must not escape through normal channels. With no choice, he opened the window and looked downstairs. Holy cow! Wang Chang felt a little dizzy. The 12th floor is still pretty high. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. They're here? Wang Chang suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He determined that the person outside was a policeman, not his enemy. Only a policeman would first trick and then pretend to be a hotel staff member to open the door. He knew all about this. What should he do? Wang Chang was in a panic. He had a pistol. Should he fight his way out? Wang Chang's eyes widened, and he was about to open the door and fight the police. However, after thinking for half a second, he chickened out. In his imagination, the door was definitely full of drug enforcement officers armed with submachine guns and wearing bulletproof vests. With his small frame, he would not last long against a volley of bullets. A handgun was too weak in firepower compared to a submachine gun. If he really fought head-on, he would definitely be shot to pieces. However, he didn't want to surrender either. He gritted his teeth, climbed out the window, and carefully climbed onto the small platform next to the window where the air conditioner was located. The platform was occupied by the air conditioner, leaving only a gap of less than 10 centimeters. Wang Chang hugged the air conditioner, supporting his front feet on the outer edge of the platform, hoping that the police would think he had already escaped and thus avoid this disaster. However, plans are not as good as changes, and he was still discovered by a young policeman. This policeman shouted his name as soon as he saw him. Wang Chang couldn't help but answer. Then, endless despair filled his heart. Hearing Zhou Zhang's voice, Haoigwa hurried over. Chief, Wang Chang is outside, on the platform of the air conditioning unit. I'll go. Is it this kid? It must be this kid, he answered my name. Zhou Zhang stepped back 2 steps, Haoigwa's gun-holding hand pointed upwards, and he stuck half his body out the window, just in time to see Wang Chang's distorted face. Wang Chang? Wang Chang didn't say a word. Haoigwa didn't care if he agreed or not, and basically decided that this kid was the drug dealer he was looking for. Otherwise, why would a decent person wear a vest and underwear on the 12th floor looking for excitement on the platform where the air conditioning unit is located? Wang Chang, we are from the Qiaobei police station, and you know why we are looking for you. You can't run away, so surrender, and I will drag you back inside. Wang Chang still didn't say a word. Hearing that the other person was a police officer from the police station, Wang Chang regretted it in his heart. If he had known that the other person was a police officer, he would have opened the door and resisted. As long as it wasn't the drug squad or the armed police, he would not have run in desperation to hide from the sharp edges of the air conditioner. However, it was too late to say anything now. Wang Chang, what, do you still want to resist? Don't hope for the best, and don't you see what the situation is now? Seeing that Wang Chang had not said a word, Haoigwa's tone became stern. Climb back here obediently, and I promise you safety. Wang Chang thought to himself, go to hell, I'll be arrested as soon as I climb back. He had trafficked in countless drugs and had been sentenced to death several times over. After being arrested, there was only one way out for him, so there was no way he would climb back into the house. He looked around and saw a thick rainwater pipe next to the air conditioner, which led directly to the bottom of the building. After thinking for a while, a plan came to mind. Even if I die today from the fall, I must not fall into the hands of the police. Officer, I have a lot of information on drug traffickers and drug users. Whether you can catch me depends on your ability. After Wang Chang finished speaking, he began to move his body towards the rainwater pipe. He planned to take a chance and hold on to the drain pipe to slide to the bottom of the building. However, he was also afraid that the police would shoot, so he deliberately said those words just now. The meaning was that I have a lot of information, I am very important, and it is in your best interest to capture me alive, so you cannot shoot me dead. Wang Chang, don't move, or I'll shoot. Seeing Wang Chang moving in the air, Haoigua was really afraid that he would fall. Saying he would shoot was just an attempt to stop him moving. To be honest, Haoigua really didn't want to shoot. First, if he really killed Wang Chang, he would have a hard time explaining it later. Second, Wang Chang did not make any threatening movements that would endanger the lives of the police. If he fired his gun, he would have to write a report, and that would be a problem. Wang Chang seemed to have found Haoigua's weak point. He ignored Haoigua and concentrated on his own task. It turned out that he managed to grab the rainwater pipe. At this point, he stuck his hands and feet into the pipe, and his body was pressed against it, like a big gecko. Goodbye, officer. Wang Chang gritted his teeth and began to slide down. Shit. Haoigua aimed his pistol at Wang Chang. After a while, he still let go. Pulling his body back, he called Wu Tian and Lu Jianjun on the walkie-talkie. Wu, Jianjun, the suspect Wang Chang has slipped down the drainpipe. Hurry to the back door of Lijing Hotel and block him. After finishing, he called Zhou Zhang. Zhou, quickly, let's go downstairs and chase Wang Chang. Hey, Zhou, where did you go? Haoigua looked around the room, but there was no sign of Zhou Zhang. Zhou, where did you go? Chief, I'm outside. A voice came from outside the window. Haoigua leaned out again and saw Zhou Zhang climb onto the rainwater pipe at some point and get ready to go. Damn it, Zhou, don't you want to live? Haoigua was shocked. Zhou Zhang was the pride of the Qiaobei police station, and he could not afford to lose him. Besides, catching a criminal must be done while ensuring one's own safety. This is too dangerous. Zhou Zhang, come back here. Chief, I have to do it now, I'm going down. After Zhou Zhang said that, his body started to slide downwards. Hey, Zhou Zhang, don't. Zhou Zhang didn't listen to him, and Haoigua was beside himself with worry, but there was nothing he could do. While resenting Zhou Zhang's impulsiveness, he was also shocked by his bravery. Who would risk their life in such a dangerous move, unless they were cornered? Wang Chang's actions were understandable. But Zhou Zhang was different. He was too fierce. As Haoigua lamented, he stamped his feet and turned his head, running downstairs. Wang Chang risked death by falling and embraced the drainpipe to escape, sparks and lightning all the way. He was lucky that he didn't fall halfway down and managed to slide safely to the bottom. Although he had temporarily escaped, his hands were horribly cut by the protrusions that fixed the pipes to the floor. However, compared to being caught, these were trivial matters. After landing, Wang Chang wiped the blood from his hands on his body and dove into the alley behind the hotel.